Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Swordsmen who conquered half the world. Runkendals, a family of renowned swordsmen where everyone has exceptional talent and strength. Its members have become unsurpassed rulers of the world. Fight it out, conquer it, enslave them. That's the motto of the Runkendal family, the family to which Jean Runkendal belongs, the youngest of the Rankendellas. At the selection ceremony that determines your future, Jin chose the sword of the head of the family. This means that he is the one who will lead the Runkendal family. A mysterious man approached him and said that his choice met expectations. Interesting, Jin thought. Jin had no doubt that the future would bring him success and, of course, fame. But he doesn't see the point. After all, he has no talent for swordsmanship. Jin was called a disgrace to the various departments and was said to fall short of the standards of his family. He was considered the worst swordsman in the family's history. Even his own brothers joked about him practicing with a wooden sword. They said he wasn't worthy of the Barasada. Jin was silent, looking down. One of the brothers approached him and asked why he was silent. Then he kicked him in the stomach and ordered him to respond to his great brothers. Jin fell down clutching his stomach. Sitting on the floor, he reached for his sword, but his brother pinned down his arm. He said there was no point in training him, and Jin grumbled in pain. Then this guy holding a notebook in his hands asked what is it. Haughtily asked does he really think that after reading the book he will learn swordsmanship. The blonde brother holding his wooden sword in his hand said that the Jin was nothing and he was not worthy of a chance, explaining that if they are given a chance, they forget their place and cling to hope. He asked why his brother did this. Then one of them grabbed Jin by the hair and told him that he was only doing it for his own good. Then one of them asked if this was what his nanny taught him. Jin said it wasn't Gilly's fault. His brothers again reproached him for contradicting them and decided to teach him manners. Brothers, a complete lack of talent. All Jin knew was that he needed to keep training. He believed that only by training hard would he gain the recognition of his family, and that he would eventually be recognized as a Rangendal. Jin was banished from the castle. From now on, he is no longer part of the family. He was kept alive on the grounds that they had taken his efforts into account. So for 25 years, he was exiled from his family and doomed to a miserable existence. But then he met the master and realized that he had a talent. And not just a talent, but a talent for magic, which is forbidden in his family. Then the story is moved forward 3 years, and we see Jin trying to replenish his mana by combining it with natural mana. But suddenly, a black aura envelops him. Jin is at a loss as to what happened. Suddenly, a cloud of dark aura appears behind him. Jin asked him who he was. Clot replied that his name was Solderit and he was the Lord of Shadows. Our hero also introduced himself by giving his name. The Shadow Lord then offered Jin a contract. Jin was shocked. Solderit promised him that if Jin agreed, he would gain more than just shadow control, but it can also remove any curse. With the help of the shadows, Solderit discovered that Jin had been greatly hated as a child, and that apparently his talents are sealed by a curse. This curse is called the Blade Illusion and it suppresses your swordsmanship abilities. Such a terrible curse could not have fallen on one of the Rankendellas. That's what attracted the Shadow Lord. He stated that from now on, Jin would not be affected by any curse. The Shadow Lord said that he would enjoy watching Jin become an outstanding mage. The magic dissipated and Jin went outside to test his swordsmanship skills. Drawing his sword from his belt, he lunged. Jin was surprised that Solderit was telling the truth. Now holding the sword in his hands, Jin felt how light it was, like a feather. While swinging his sword, Jin tried to add some magic. Thus, he was able to combine sword and magic. And now the worst swordsman in Rankendal history doesn't exist. Jin exclaimed enthusiastically that he was finally buying it. Suddenly, 3 knights who have been watching Jin all this time appear from behind the bushes. Suddenly, Jin opens his eyes and hears screams. Covered in rocks and covered in blood, he can't move. His body felt so heavy. He keeps hearing screams. When he suddenly remembers, they begin to call out to the master and Solderit, even though he is near death. Jin can't believe he died in his sleep. He gets obsessive thoughts that he is a non-entity. He regrets that he just got the chance to combine magic with the power of Solderit. In desperation, he only asks if it really had to end like this. And if so, why was he even given the chance? Then we see Jin being transported back to her childhood. He is surrounded by men from his family. Jin wonders what's going on. He knows he's dead and can't believe what's happening. The girl turns to him and tells him not to hang up his nose. Jin recognizes the same nanny Jilly. Looking at the space around him, he sees a field littered with swords and recognizes the same sword. The sword of Barisan. Suddenly, Jin realizes that he's at the selection ceremony. He went back in time. He is only 1 year old now. Everyone who was at the ceremony was surprised that Jin chose the sword of the family head in his previous life. He chose this sword by pure chance. But in this one, he decided to make that choice himself. Jin made up his mind and chose the Barasada sword. The group of people were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. His relatives knew that this sword was the sword of the head of the family, and we see that the head of the family himself says that his youngest son chose the Barasada. With that, the selection ceremony was over, and the order was given. Jin must be taken to the Castle of the Storm. We have a view of the Tempest Castle. It looks really grand and even lives up to its name. A hand tries to reach the book. We can see that it's Jin. After failing to pick up the book, he picks up a chair to reach out. In parallel, he says that it has already been 6 years since he was sent here. According to the family's rules, Jin will stay in the castle until he is 10 years old. This means that he will stay in the castle for another 3 years. But as we can see, this does not please him. Suddenly, shouts are heard from somewhere. When asked what happened, a shocked maid sitting on the floor says to the main character, "There's a dead bird in his room." Seeing this, Jin says that only the castle can do such a thing. When his twin brothers suddenly step in and say, "Oh, look." From their facial expressions, it immediately becomes clear that it was they who killed the poor bird. One of these brothers is called Daytona Rankendel. He is 9 years old and the 11th of the 13 sons of Rankendel. The second one is called Hayton Rankendel. He is also 9 years old. He is the 12th of Rankendel's 13 sons. They sarcastically asked Jin if he liked the gift, but Jin didn't say anything. Jin only thought that he knew what kind of killers they would grow up to be. They're only 9 now and they've already killed a defenseless bird, just to torment Jin. Hayton tells Jin that he's annoyed with him, but Jin still doesn't say anything. Then they ask him about the fact that the future head of the family really does not put them in anything, and they joke about where his Barasada is. Jin said something, but Hayton didn't hear him, so he started teasing him. He told Jin to repeat it. Jin fell silent again. Then Hayton grabbed him by the shoulder. I almost hit him, but Jin blocked the kick just in time. Hayton was at a loss. Jin told Hayton to shut up. Jin was giving off dark energy. Jin then slapped his brother. Hayton, in turn, was outraged and exclaimed about how Jin dares to beat him. Then Jin hit him again. This time, the impact was even stronger. With the words that Jin had endured for a long time, he prepared for the next blow, and a mysterious dark energy was still coming from him. Jin punched Hayton again, this time in the stomach. The room was noisy. Jin said that from now on, it was best for his brothers to stay out of his sight. Just then, a man with a red cloak came to the noise. He saw that the twin brothers were lying unconscious and Jin was standing next to them. This person asked about what had happened here, turning to the young masters. Then Jin, still emitting dark energy from his hand, said the man's name. His name was Han. Han turned to Jin and asked him what he had done. The young master lied to the Khan, saying that the twin brothers had fought with each other. Han didn't believe the young master and asked again. Jin then gave Han a cold look and said that they had fought and then plummeted. Han had expected nothing less from the Rankendel. Even children were merciless, he thought. And with Hayton in his hands, he didn't argue with Jin and only accepted his lie. Han was about to take the brothers to the doctor, but Jin interrupted him and said that they didn't need to see a doctor right now. He motioned for Han to follow him. It was raining outside at this time and the weather was not the most pleasant. We see Jin just finished burying the very bird that his brothers killed. He was leaning slightly over the bird's burial site. He buried the bird under a tree, and there were 2 brothers lying unconscious. It was raining outside, and Han asked the young master if he really wanted to drop the twins right there. Han noticed that the rain continued to increase. Jin just said what they needed. Remembering again what they had done, he continued. Turning to Han with a cold look, he said that they needed to think about their behavior. Han had no choice but to obey the master's order. Jin went to the castle. He left his brothers in the mud in the rain. But I didn't feel for a second that I'd done anything wrong. Han just stared at Jin from behind him. Suddenly, he felt a strange power. It came from the boy. Han was confused because Jin's power is not like an aura. Han took a closer look at Jin's hand, which was emitting dark energy. He couldn't believe it was magic. If Han was right, then they had bigger problems than their brothers' quarrels. He must report to the head about what happened and that Jin has magic. Then the Khan called out to a passing servant. He ordered him to saddle his horse. Meanwhile, Jin was already in the castle. He watched Han from the window. Jin immediately knew that Han wanted to report everything to his father. Han wasn't just their security guard, but also the one who kept an eye on them. Jin realized that since he thought the boy had magic, he wasn't going to give up so easily. Dark energy radiated from Jin's hand. It turns out that this is the energy of shadows. It is proof of his contract with Solderlaw, the Shadow Lord. With this power, Jin realized that even death didn't break their contract. In this life, thanks to this power, he was immune to curses. In particular, the curse that was on him in his previous life, namely the Blade Illusion curse. Thanks to this, there was no longer a worse person in this life. The swordsman in the family's history, as he was called in his previous life. Jin was determined that a lot of things would be different from what they were in his previous life. Then Jin decided that he needed to do something, namely, meet your father. Meanwhile, Han had already finished reporting to his father about what had happened. He was kneeling on one knee. The father is clearly not happy with this course of events and did not comment on what happened, only repeated the words of Khan that the younger one beat up the twins. After that, my father turned to the Khan. He told him to gather the standard bearers. The father is going to the youngest. After bowing to his father, one of the bannermen announced that all 7 bannermen and 200 knights were ready. And then we see all the members of the standard bearers. Among them is a white-haired girl, the same guy who reported you were ready, a smiling girl with black hair and a guy next to her. The next shot shows us 3 more flag bearers. After gathering all the bannermen and knights, my father headed for Tempest Castle. Here we see for the first time what it looks like. He's dressed all in black, has ashen hair, and looks menacing. We see the Rankindle coat of arms wriggling in the wind, a woman's voice saying that everyone was gathered so suddenly. We see that it is a girl, one of the flag bearers. She asks Def, calling him little brother, if he knows why. She says she's already asked Luna, but she doesn't seem to know either. This Devuka is Mary Rankindle, the 7th standard bearer of the Rankindles. Yawning, she says that she is not up to it and that she needs to beat the magicians. Next to her stands Deeth Rankindle, the 4th standard bearer of the Rankindles. He thinks out loud and says that the twins are only a year old and that they are hardly the problem. Then he answered Marie's question. He said that the father went to see the younger one. Marie asked in surprise why he went to see the younger one. Deeth reminded her that Jin had chosen the family head sword at the selection ceremony. She wondered if this was the only Priscilla, but she immediately responded by saying that they couldn't understand what was on their father's mind. Then one of the flag bearers called out to Marie and Deeth. She motioned for them to keep their voices down. This girl's name is Luna Rankindle, and she is the first of the Rankindle bannermen. Marie suddenly wondered why her father had decided to check on her younger brother in person. The only thing that occurred to her was that he was really special. Meanwhile, the nanny straightens the young master's shirt and tells him that the head is coming to visit them. She suggested that maybe the father wanted to see the children. At the same time, Jin thinks that Han must have told his father everything. Jin thinks Han is he would never say it directly. Jin believes that Han probably just described everything he saw. While the nanny was brushing his hair, all he could think about was what was going on. He assumed that Han had described his power as something that was neither aura nor magic. My father was definitely interested in figuring out what it was. He wanted to see if this power of Jin could contribute to the greatness and prosperity of the family. Meanwhile, the castle gates opened, and the knights came in, their swords pointed at the sky. The knights wore iron shoulder pads and helmets that protected their heads. Then a voice greeted my father, who was the first to enter the castle. And here is the very sword of the head of the family Barasada. My father ordered the twins to be brought in. The twins were kneeling on one knee in front of their father. Their father asked them about their fight with Jin, and he asked them to tell him what their fault was. The twins stiffened at the question and were somewhat confused, but they quickly found a way out of the situation. They said it wasn't their fault, and Jin attacked them first. They put all the blame on him. Once again, they reminded their father that he had defeated them with his unknown power, which is not like an aura, more like magic. And then the twins, pleased with themselves, said that magic is forbidden in their family. Neri, who was standing in the room, confirmed that magic was forbidden and was about to start talking about questioning Jin when her father interrupted her. He turned to his sons and told them to remember that they would not survive in the Rankindle family like this. The twins were only startled and silently headed for the exit, and my father ordered me to bring Jin in. His father's name was Shiren Rankindle. He is the strongest and most indifferent person in the world. He is the greatest hero of the time, a demigod, the quintessential knight. After becoming a knight instead of a mere human, he lost most of his emotions. Now, he is only obsessed with the clan and its development. For Shiren, someone without a talent for swordsmanship is just an empty space. So it was in the past, when Jin was cursed. But now it's different. After collecting his thoughts, Jin was firmly convinced that everything would change in this lifetime. He will make everyone respect him. He headed for the entrance. He opened the gate and all eyes were on him. As soon as he took a step and entered, he immediately got down on one knee. He greeted his father, calling him master. Shiren asked him why Jin called him master instead of father, to which Jin argued that his brothers, sisters, and knights were here. Several hundred people. That's why he decided it was an official visit. He chose what he considered appropriate treatment. Luna was surprised by Jin's answer and admitted that it was very comprehensive. After finishing his answer, Jin thanked him and called him master again. Shiren told the boy that he was in the castle today for a different reason, so the boy can call him father. Shiren decided to ask Jin the same question he had asked the twins. He asked about what prompted Jin to do this. Jin clenched his fist and said, "It was just revenge." He said that every Rangandal should give what they deserve. Marie was surprised by his words. Jin continued by saying that it didn't matter if they did him good or evil. Shiren said nothing. He ordered Jin to stay and everyone else to come out. The knights began to discuss the situation. They talked about whether the junior was able to pass the head test. One of the flag bearers told them not to stand around and follow orders. The knights obeyed. Everyone headed for the exit. Before she left, Marie turned around and said with a smile that a conversation with her father alone was pretty good for such a small child. As soon as everyone left, Shiren said that he would like to ask Jin a few questions in person. According to the twins, Jin has some special power. Jin tried to hide it and started talking about how Rankindles aren't allowed to use magic. After all, then you cannot fully focus on fencing and reach the top of your skill. But Shiren was insistent and once again asked the boy what this power was. He said that if it was magic, he wouldn't just let it go. Jin started to answer, thinking that as long as his father knew about his powers, he wouldn't let go. The boy himself wondered what kind of power it was, the power of Solderit. Jin said that he doesn't know what it is, maybe magic, or maybe aura. It began to emit shadow energy. He himself was wondering what such a power was called. So he created a bundle of dark energy to demonstrate it to his father. He asked his father to help him figure it out. Seeing this, my father suddenly realized what kind of power it was. This is the power of the founder of the Rangandal family. By taking a look at this, the father realized that the boy has the energy of shadows, the same energy that the Barasada has. My father came to the conclusion that he was indeed destined to lead the family. The boy, holding a ball of shadow energy, turned to his father. My father spoke. He said that Jin had the power of Soderith, the god of shadows. Jin asked his father if it was really the power of the shadow god. My father confirmed it. My father told me that Solderit had made a contract with Lord Temer, the founder of the Rankandal family. Solderit has since become the patron saint of the family. However, since Temer's death, the shadow god was never seen again. My father couldn't explain why Solderit had decided that, but it looked like Solderit was trying to contact the Rankandal through Jin. Then the boy said that he wanted to ask his father something. He asked his father about the shadow god, why Solderit is stronger than Shiren. My father turned his back and pondered. He said he didn't know, and that he had never had to fight a god before. Jin pondered the answer, puzzled. Looking at Shiren's smiling face, he couldn't think of a better answer. My father turned to Jin. He called him son and his hand started moving closer to Jin's head. Jin was startled. He thought something was going to happen, but Shiren placed his hand on his son's head and praised him. He told him it was good to ask. His innocent question gave Shiren a great topic of conversation. Shiren said that seeing Jin was the right thing to do. He added that he also wanted to ask a question. He wondered what Jin would do with her power. Jin put his hand to his heart and said that he was going to use it for the good of the family. Then the father looked at the boy with disapproval and muttered his own words that he would use the force for the good of the family. After that, a smile appeared on his stubbly face, and he exclaimed loudly that the Jin made him laugh. Jin didn't understand what was going on. He stood silently in front of his father. Jin's father told him that he beat up his brothers. I put them outside in a thunderstorm, and I asked him how he dares to say that the power is for the good of his family. Jin stood silently with his head bowed. My father told me to tell Jin not to lie to him. Jin knew that his father wouldn't just forget about it. Jin was trembling, but he still found the courage and determination to respond. He said that he uses his power to achieve his goals. His father frowned again and looked at Jin in silence, when suddenly he said that he liked this answer. Jin was surprised that such an answer suited his father. Shiren headed for the exit. As he passed Jin, he said that he would keep an eye on him. Shiren walked out, but Jin was still standing in the same spot. Once the door closed, Jin could no longer contain his emotions. He was really scared. Panting, he was glad he'd gotten away with it. He was also glad that he was able to find out what this shadow energy was and that it was justified. He couldn't have expected his father to be interested. A moment from his previous life popped up in his mind. A moment where he was standing broken behind his father, who didn't even pay attention to him. But this life is the exact opposite of the last one. Clenching his fist, Jin thought with a smile on his face. Jin and his nanny were taking a walk in the Tempest Castle. Suddenly, someone called out to him. It was Marie, and she handed him the box. He asked his little sister what it was. She said it was a special gift from her big sister. She gave it to the babysitter, saying it was heavy. What was in that box Jin didn't know and couldn't guess. Marie told him to cook it well, to chew it thoroughly, and she wished him to grow up big and strong. Deef asked Marie where her suitcase was. She said she gave it to Junior. Hearing this, Jin wondered why she had given it to him. Jin opened the suitcase. When he opened it, the nanny was shocked. Orange energy radiated from the box. He saw that there was something that looked like a heart, and a strange energy was coming from it. It turned out to be the heart of a phoenix, and Jin could tell that he was confused. To give something like this to a child, you have to be crazy. Marie Rankandal, Knight of the 6th rank, 7th standard bearer of the Rankandals. They called her Raging Wind. She has another nickname, but few people know about it. It is also called the Fury of the Southern Lands. Obviously, the battle-mad sister had given Jin such a gift. Her wishes for him to grow big and strong were not empty words. She wanted him to fight her. Jin was sitting at the table. He reasoned that if you eat the phoenix heart at such a young age, you can not only get resistance to fire, but also grow faster. He also remembered that a 6th-ranked mage needed the phoenix heart to safely summon it. He had already imagined that he might even be able to summon a phoenix in this lifetime. Meanwhile, the nanny came over with a plate in her hands. She set the plate down on the table, and I noticed that Lady Marie had given Jin such a lovely present. She asked Jin to start eating while the dish was still warm. Jin was about to start, but there were 2 brothers standing behind him. They looked like they were hungry, too. He asked them not to delay and directly say what they want. They didn't show any sign of insinuating that they had cooked too much, that Jin couldn't handle the whole pot alone. Jin asked them if they really wanted it and they immediately started nodding. Then Jin decided to give them something to do. The 2 brothers went to the mine and dug. Of course, they weren't happy that they were doing this. They thought, why should they? We wondered what the point of all this was. They were afraid that they would get in trouble for digging around here. The second brother said that if something happens, the younger one will answer. Forgetting about all the inconveniences for the sake of soup, they continued to dig. Suddenly, it turned out that the mine they were digging was directly above a certain room. Suddenly, we see that a person is in a cell that is filled with water. It is immediately clear that it is well protected. We can see what kind of person he is. It gives off a dark aura that resembles the energy of shadows. Seeing his face, it becomes clear that he is unconscious and most likely he was imprisoned in such a place. The twins did return. They had completed Jin's errand. The nanny was at a loss as to what they were doing. Upon their return, Jin congratulated them and said that they had done it quickly. The 2 brothers were disheveled and their clothes were covered in mud. They were standing with a shovel, pickaxe, and lantern. One of them said that they had completed Jin's errand and were entitled to soup. Then Jin, who was wearing a raincoat, said that the soup was already waiting for them on the table. Daytona was glad to hear that. When they saw 2 spoons with some soup in them, the only thing they could say was to ask where. Then they turned to Jin and called him little brother. They were not happy with the fact that there is only a teaspoon and does not seem to him that this is not enough. Jin replied that he said he would give you some soup, but didn't say how much. After that, he rhetorically asked if he kept his promise, and then wished him a good appetite. The brothers sarcastically thanked him, clearly displeased. Then the action takes place in the forest, among the trees. Jin took off his hood. He seems to have noticed something. It turns out that Jin came to the same mine where the twins were digging. He had given them an assignment to dig a mine for a bit and didn't expect them to try so hard. After knocking on the wall, Jin determined that a 1st-rank spell would be enough to break through such a wall. After that, Jin created a green ball in his hands and a green-colored magic aura appeared around it. He said that he was almost upset that he didn't have anywhere to throw his magic. He leaned his hands against the wall. A round magic rune appeared. Rocks flew in all directions. Jin managed to break through the wall. He said that he was finally in his seats. It turned out that he got into the secret storage of the rank candle. Looking at the sealed gate, he thought that in his previous life, he never got here, so now he feels somewhat awkward. He stood in front of the gate and thought about what his older brother had told him, namely the code phrase needed to open the gate. Suddenly, Jin thought of something and smiled. Jin, standing in front of the door, said that the Rangandal child wanted to comfort Muraken. That was the secret code. The door began to move. It opened and Jin entered the vault. This vault holds the secrets of the families that the Rangandal have destroyed over the past millennium. This storage was really huge. Only the Rangandal bannerman could enter this vault. In his previous life, Jin's brother had said that he didn't need to know about this place since he wouldn't be the standard bearer anyway. Even so, his brother helped Jin. Remembering this, Jin decided that now he would find a use for his knowledge. Suddenly, Jin saw a strange dark aura. He didn't understand what it was. When he got a better look, he saw that there was a human inside the cell, but then he saw that he had scales on his face and realized that he wasn't a human. At first, he thought about where this creature came from, but suddenly he realized something very important. In the same code phrase, the name Muraken is pronounced. Jin guessed that the creature behind the glass was Muraken. Jin wondered if this was the Black Dragon Muraken. It is said that the first standard bearer defeated the Black Dragon and sent him into a deep sleep. Up until this point, Jin hadn't believed in legends. He thought they were just fairy tales. Jin stood looking at Muraken for a moment longer. Then he came to his senses and his priority was the books he was looking for. Jin continued to search for books. Suddenly Muraken, who had been sleeping for centuries, moved his finger. Jin found the book he was looking for. He was standing in front of a bookshelf and he said that it contained the secrets of various families. Deciding to start with the Kunjin family, who were also swordsmen, he picked up the book. As he read, he realized that the theory was too complicated for third-rank magic. Jin wanted to take all the books with him, but then he might be caught with the books, especially since there was nowhere to hide them. Then he found a way out of the situation. He decided that he would come and copy books. He came back from the vault and read the book copied from there as if nothing had happened, but no one could suspect him. The next day, he also sat and copied the book in the vault. Suddenly, he heard strange noises. He was scared, so he got up from the table and put things off for later. Jin asked who was there. He couldn't believe that someone would come here from Tempest Castle at this hour. Suddenly the doors opened and the man turned to Jin and asked who he was. Jin was shocked. He recognized Muraken. He couldn't understand why Muraken had awakened. Jin couldn't remember ever hearing about his awakening in his previous life. At the same time, Muraken stared at the boy in silence. There were scales on his face, and his eye was like a snake's and glowed yellow. Jin stood there in fear. He tried to reassure himself that Muraken the dragon was the Rankindle family's guardian and that if Jin showed respect, he would spare the child. Jin introduced himself. He said he was a Rankindle child, and that he welcomes the guardian of the family. Hearing this, Muraken's face changed. His veins bulged even on his forehead. Suddenly, he started shouting and asking Jin what he called him. Muraken asked Jin again if he had called him a guardian. He was very angry and shouted so loudly that Jin covered his ears with his hands. Muraken also indignantly said how dare Jin treat him like a servant. He started cursing Rankindle. He was shouting about what Rankindle had told the descendants that he was now considered a guardian. He said he wouldn't take it out on the small stuff, but he's furious. But come to think of it, he'd already snapped at Gina. Then Muraken calmed down, crouching down and repeating the word devil several times. He took a deep breath in and out, then said he'd been locked up for a while. Just woke up and sees the baby. Jin stood in front of Muraken, puzzled, and didn't understand anything. When Muraken suddenly leaned over the boy and tried to smell something, he asked why Jin smelled like shadow energy. Muraken said that even though he had slept for 1,000 years, he definitely hadn't forgotten the smell. According to him, only those who sign a contract with Solderit smell like Temer, the founder of Rankindles, once did. Suddenly, the boy understood why Muraken had awakened. It turned out that it was all because of his strength. Meanwhile, Muraken was trying to smell where the shadow energy was coming from. Then Jin decided that it was time to try something. He turned to Mr. Muraken. Muraken asked him what the boy knew about shadow energy. Back then, Jin personally demonstrated his mastery of shadow energy. Jin said that according to his father, the god of shadows gave the boy his power. This clearly didn't please Muraken. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing, hoping it was Solderit's joke. He was very upset that the one he had been waiting for 1,000 years was just a child. As a result, there was an awkward pause between them. The two of them stood in silence, looking at each other. Muraken was on his knees, exhausted, and turned to Jin. He told him a story about how he had once made a promise to Solderit, and it looked like Muraken would have to team up with Jin to fulfill that promise. Jin started to ask Muraken something about his promise to Solderit, but Muraken cut him off. He said that he would explain everything later because he had just woken up and wasn't thinking straight yet. And I don't think Jin will understand. But at least he wanted to introduce himself properly to Solderit's follower. Shadow energy appeared around Muraken. Jin was shocked at how much shadow energy Muraken was using. Muraken introduced himself and said that he was a representative of Solderit. His hand was shrouded in shadow energy and there were claws where his fingers should have been. Gradually his body was completely shrouded in this energy. Muraken also said that he is a friend of Solderit and the last descendant of the first creature created from the shadow. Muraken was completely different from his human form. His eyes glowed white and he had wings instead of arms. Finally, he turned into a dragon and a powerful shadow energy radiated from him. He said that according to the 1,000-year contract, from now on, he would serve Jin. Jin couldn't say a word, he just wondered if such a great being would serve him. Muraken, in the form of a dragon, asked Jin for his name. In response, Jin smiled and looked at Muraken. When he knocked off his fist, he revealed himself as Jin Rankindle, the 13th and youngest of the Rankindle family. The Black Dragon Muraken. Mount Muraken, a place with violent winds, is named after this dragon. Once upon a time, the Black Dragon Muraken ruled the lands of the Rankindle, but 1,000 years ago Temer slain Muraken. Bura Castle is said to have been destroyed as a result. Muraken fell into a deep sleep. Jin came out of the vault. He wasn't sure if the founder's guardian dragon was telling the truth. Anyone who makes a contract with a god must be paired with a guardian dragon. However, the guardian of Solderit didn't know anything about the dragon. Jin assumes it's all because of Muraken's hibernation. But now that he's awake, he's going to be a personal guardian, Jin thought. At the entrance to the vault, he indicated in advance that he had come. Muraken was glad to see the boy. More precisely, what he brought with him. Jin gave him a snack that the nanny had prepared for him. Jin said that since they would spend the next few days together, it is worth asking Muraken about everything that he is interested in. That's how Jin hid Muraken in the secret library for a long time. While Muraken ate, Jin asked him questions, and once again Jin asked about the battle with Temur. Muraken said he shouldn't remember because it was 1,000 years ago. Jin just stood there, not knowing what to say. Muraken said he was sure of one thing, but before he finished, he asked for another strawberry pie. It turned out that the ancient black dragon liked strawberry pie. Muraken asked Jin what he was doing here. Jin said he brought empty books and wrote down everything Muraken said. He was surprised and asked if Jin understood anything at all. Only 30%, Jin said. Muraken told him not to lose heart and complimented him on how good it was for his age. Other children are not capable of this and even lazy. Jin retorted that this was true for ordinary children, and he's a Rankendel and he can't afford it. He has 12 older brothers and sisters, and also mom, dad, grandparents, and if he wants to crush them, he'll have to try harder. Jin asked Muraken how much of this book the founder himself would have understood. Jin thought about how he would look compared to the strongest man in history, how he could have proved himself. Muraken replied that at Jin's age, he wouldn't have understood a single line. But theory is not always necessary. Muraken said that even though Temur didn't read books, he still fought well. He added that Jin has the potential of Temur, but he is no match for him. It seems that Jin is very hurt by this. He asked Muraken if this meant that he would never lead the family. After a brief pause, Muraken replied that he wasn't. He said that once Jin signed a contract with Solderit, so did Temur. And read something so complex. Putting his hand on Jin's head, he said that Jin was still young. He needs to be patient and train more, and then he will be as strong as Temur. Muraken said that Jin might even be able to surpass him. Then, when Jin asked if he really believes there, Muraken replied that this is indeed the case. And he said that Solderit had a nickname for infinity. Solderit's power is limitless, so he's like a follower, too. So he told Jin to keep his head down and believe in himself. So Muraken decided to teach Jin a secret technique to lighten his mood a little. Muraken placed his palm on Jin's back and released some energy. The boy was in pain and asked what kind of technique it was. Muraken said that this is a technique for releasing shadow energy. It was the first time Jin had ever heard of such a technique, which wasn't surprising since he wasn't experienced in using shadow magic yet. According to Muraken, this technique should be able to be done by anyone who is connected with shadow magic. Beginnings and endings of shadow energy subjugation training. But Muraken warned that if the boy did not master everything, it could be dangerous. So they will learn carefully and gradually. Interested, the boy accepted the terms and immediately asked where to start. Muraken said that first you need to learn how to unleash mana. Jin asked why it was necessary, but at the same time, he remembered that he often did this in his previous life. Muraken explained that releasing shadow energy is opening and moving the flow of mana. To do this, you need to have perfect mana control. He said they would be doing it for the next 2 or 3 years. Jin then thought that it was too long. Muraken smiled and looked away, saying that you can't learn something advanced without knowing the basics. So once they learn how to move their mana, they'll start learning how to move it. Meanwhile, Jin had already revealed his mana. Holding the magic sphere in his hands, he asked Muraken what to do next. As soon as Muraken saw this, he was shocked. How did he do it? Asked Muraken. It turned out that Jin has been able to do this for a long time. Muraken said that he couldn't believe his eyes, so he asked Jin if he wanted to learn how to move mana. But Jin, as if nothing had happened, immediately moved the mana sphere from one hand to the other. Muraken was pleasantly surprised by this. He said that only the greatest geniuses are capable of such a thing. Since the boy had all the basics, Muraken had no choice but to show what the release of shadow energy looked like. Muraken explained that the energy of shadows is drawn, oddly enough, from shadows. Solderit created all the shadows in the world. Meanwhile, we see that the shadows around Muraken begin to distort and seem to reach out to him. That is why, Muraken continued, Solderit is the lord of all the shadows of the world, and Jin is his follower. Suddenly, shadows began to move across the floor. Shadows from all objects suddenly came to life and gathered in one place under Muraken's feet. Muraken said that Jin could also become a shadow lord. He turned to the boy and asked him what he thought about it. This was the release of shadow energy. Jin's face was ecstatic. At the same time, a battle took place somewhere in the forest. Lady Luna stood with a sword in her hands over the monster she had defeated. A knight turned to her and informed her that everything was clear on their territory. There are 5 areas left to be cleaned up, which you need to deal with in order to complete the task. According to Luna, 4 months is enough for them, and now the knights can rest. With a look full of sadness, she was standing on a battlefield. She swung her sword, shaking off the blood on it, and wondered if this was something that 9-year-olds liked. The corpses of various creatures were scattered around her. Half a year after Jin met Muraken, the twins left the Tempest Castle. The twins said that they would see each other again, and Jin wished them to take care of themselves. And so the twins got into the carriage and drove away. Meanwhile, Jin has already turned 9 years old. His nanny Gilly wished him a happy birthday and gave him a cake. Jin thanked the nanny and asked her to give everyone a piece. Then, all of a sudden, Han came into the room. Han apologized for interrupting. Jin asked him what had happened. Jin started talking as Luna was already entering the castle. Han informed Jin that Lady Luna had arrived at the castle. Jin and the nanny were surprised by Luna's visit. Luna was the first standard bearer of the rank candle and a knight of the 9th rank. She was the firstborn of the head of the family. The nickname White Whale has been established for her. Even though Luna was stronger than her siblings, she wasn't interested in a power struggle. She's not involved in a dirty war for the throne, so she's really like a lone white whale. That's why Luna never cared about other children. In a previous life, Jin and Luna didn't even seem to be a family. They were so far apart. That's why her visit surprised Jin so much. At first, Jin thought something terrible had happened. He then assumed that she had somehow found out that he was in the secret library, and so they met each other. Luna's first sentence was just that Jin had grown up. Jin thought it was an official visit, so he told Luna that if he had known she was coming, he would have dressed appropriately. Luna, in turn, only said that he was cute. And did she really need to notify everyone in order to see her younger brother? Jin was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Luna took him by the shoulders and asked if he was ill because he didn't look well. Jin replied that he wasn't sick, but just a little nervous. Suddenly Luna was lost in thought. Jin said it's the first time he's seen her up close. That's why he's on edge. Suddenly Luna thought about his words. She thought Jin thought she was trying to follow him or something. Because it's normal in the rank candle family to follow relatives, steal from them, trample them in the mud. Suddenly Luna became nervous and after a short pause hesitantly said that she had behaved disrespectfully. Jin was surprised and asked her again. Then Luna said that Jin might be Mal, but she shouldn't have forgotten that he was rank candle after all. Then she lowered her eyes and apologized to Jin. She got down on one knee and called Jin baby and said to him. She wanted to talk to him in private and asked him if Nanny and the knights could leave them for a while. Jin was surprised that she wanted to talk to him alone. He replied that he would also like to talk, but he still didn't understand what she wanted, but he assumed it was nothing bad. Jin, little brother Luna said. She wanted to tell him something. That was something that was the reason why she came without an invitation. Jin is interested and asks what it is. Luna said that when his father visited him, his behavior attracted all the siblings. Then she took his hand gently and told him that it meant that once he left the Castle of Storm they would be watching him closely. Luna was clearly worried about her brother's fate and said something else to him. She hoped that he could live happily ever after without getting involved in a family conflict. Luna really didn't want Jin to be harmed by the Rankendel family's customs. After saying that, Jin realized why Luna had decided to visit him. It turns out that my sister came out of the war for the throne. Jin then wondered why she didn't tell him about it in her previous life if she didn't want him to get involved in the war for the throne. There were two possible reasons why this happened. Perhaps it was because he was unworthy to even speak to her. Or maybe in her previous life, she didn't warn him because no one even saw him as a rival. Jin put his hand on Luna's wrist and said that he was really grateful to her, but he really wasn't going to get knocked out of the game. Then Luna tried to change his mind by saying that she really wasn't joking and that she wasn't talking to him because she thought he would become her competitor. Jin let it be known that he knew it was serious, but there was already an attempt on his life. By assassination, he meant that he had a curse on him and his death in a previous life. Suddenly Luna's face changed abruptly and she asked Jin what he was talking about. Jin said that because of this, there is no turning back. Suddenly, a dark purple aura began to emanate from the moon and she asked Jin who dared to do this. Angered, she asked again about who had dared to attack him in the Tempest Castle. The entire room and even the cup on the table began to shake from the aura of the moon. Jin looked up at the moon. At that moment, he saw a different moon from the one that had communicated with him a moment ago. Her eyes were filled with anger, and she was ready to kill the one who dared to attack Jin. She asked Jin a few more times who wanted to kill him, but Jin chose to hide it by saying that it was classified information. Then he clarified that he didn't really know who it was. But even though he was attacked, he's fine right now. Thanks to Luna's reaction, Jin realized that not all of his relatives hated him, and he was glad to see that they didn't. Suddenly, Luna, full of sadness, hugged Jin. It turns out that Jin has already been dragged into this vile conflict, Luna said. It saddened her. In his previous life, Jin wouldn't have thought that Luna was so kind and empathetic. Luna changed the subject and said that today is a holiday and you should not talk about sad things. It's Jin's birthday, after all. Luna came to congratulate him, and with that, she reached into her pocket and pulled out something. She took out the box and presented it to her brother. In this box, there was a pendant with a blue stone in the center. She asked Jin to turn his back for a second while holding the pendant, and after putting the pendant on him, she said that if he was in a desperate situation, he would have to break the blue stone. And when he breaks it, she will come to his aid wherever she is. So she asked Jin to never take off this pendant. Luna leaned a little closer to Jin, a smile on her face, and wished him a happy birthday. Everyone was sitting at the table drinking tea, and the nanny had brought strawberry shortcake. Luna even managed to spoon-feed Jin like a small child, so it made Jin uncomfortable. Meanwhile, his nanny stood there and watched with a smile as Luna loved her little brother. After all this, Luna said goodbye and said that it was time for her to go. Jin told her to take care of herself and waved goodbye to her as well, now wearing a pendant with a large blue stone. Jin came to Murakan, judging by the way Murakan he greeted him and waited for Jin. Murakan didn't really have time to say anything before he noticed what was on Jin's neck. When asked what was on his neck, Jin said it was a birthday present. Then Murakan told Jin that the person who gave it to him seems to love him very much. Judging from Murakan's reaction, this pendant was special. Jin asked Murakan what it was. This pendant is an artifact of the Demon King Orgel. Murakan told the story that 1,000 years ago, people risked their lives just to get one of his artifacts. Is this pendant really that amazing? Asked Jin. Murakan replied that this pendant gives the wearer resistance to attacking magic no higher than rank 5 and also increases their magic power. And it is possible that it has the ability to summon. Murakan knew a lot about the pendant because he was living in that period. He said that there was a person with very strong energy here and assumed that the gift was from him. Jin said it was a gift from his older sister and asked if he could sense her energy even from here. Murakan actually sensed her energy even from the secret vault, but more than that, he said that she also noticed his energy. Jin was afraid of that. He asked Murakan if she would tell anyone about it. Murakan said that there was no reason to worry since she had given him something so precious after all and pointed to the pendant. He asked if Jin thought she would turn on her brother and leave him to die. He assured Jin that he could trust her, and yet, it turns out that the moon actually felt Murakan's energy. On the way out of the Tempest Castle, she said that there was a strong energy coming from here that wasn't there before. But she wasn't hostile, quite the opposite. She is ready to pretend that she doesn't know anything even if her brother is up to something. Jin, in turn, should always remember that no matter how much he grows up, she will always be on his side. Jin thought that life at Tempest Castle would be incredibly boring. But it brought him a lot of things. Father's recognition and hopes, Phoenix Heart from Sister Marie, friendship with the moon, and even getting to know the dragon guardian Murakan. This was something Jin had never dreamed of in his previous life. Jin is doing really well right now because he's only 10 years old. The action takes place in a room with a lot of weapons. In it, Jin fights with a man who punches him, but the teacher blocks him. It turns out that this is part of his preparation for moving to the central castle. The man hits him back, but Jin manages to block it. Jin lunges again and lands a powerful punch, but the man blocks it again. This man did not expect any other. After fighting with Jin, he understood why the master himself was interested in him. When this man was training others, he was judging their abilities, but judging by the look in his eyes, it was Jin who was judging whether he was fit to be a teacher. And so their duel ended. This man is Jin's teacher. He said that she had enough today. Then the teacher turned to Jin and asked if there was anything that didn't suit him during the training session. The man bowed and said that it was an honor to teach Jin. He added that it wasn't long before Jin left the castle, and the teacher promised him that he would do his best to prepare him in the best possible way. Jin just smiled and said that he would rely on the teacher. After practice, Jin held a candle in his hands and looked at it with interest. He stuck his finger right into the flame. Suddenly, he exclaimed that he had finally succeeded. The nanny who saw this was worried that he might have been burned. Gina turned to the nanny and said that now for him fire is like warm water. The nanny giggled and said she was glad Lady Marie's gift was working. She had only heard of the Phoenix Heart but had never seen its effects in person, and neither had Jin. Jin got this ability because he ate half of the Phoenix Heart and he planned to eat the other half in a couple of years. Meanwhile, his nanny was already packing up her things and informed him that they were leaving the castle at dawn. When she saw 2 books lying on the table, she asked him if he should take them with him on the journey. Jin said yes, he would read them on the way. The nanny asked him if he could take anything else, to which Jin said no. After packing up his things, she told him that she would also make him a strawberry pie. Jin said that he would like to have a pie and suddenly jumped up and remembered something. He said he'd take a little walk. Jin went to the secret vault and met Murakan there. He told Murakan that he was leaving tomorrow. Murakan said that he had been waiting for this day. But Jin wondered quite logically how he was going to take Murakan with him. In response, Murakan replied with a grin that he was a legendary black dragon and there was no need to panic. As a friend, Murakan started talking about how he was weak, but even that wouldn't stop him from going after Jin without anyone noticing. Jin asked Murakan why he hadn't said anything about being weak before. It was all because he had been asleep for 1,000 years. Jin asked if Murakan would be able to regain his strength, but he replied that they would become stronger together. After all, Murakan is his dragon guardian, so Mirakan told Jin that he was becoming a strong swordsman mage like Temur. Jin asked Mirakan about the fact that the Rankindle were originally both swordsmen and magicians. As a friend, he recalled what he had heard from Solderit in his previous life. Solderit had told him that their family were swordsmen and magicians. The founder of the Temur Rankindle family was the strongest swordsman mage in history. Apparently, at this time, everyone forgot about it. Suddenly Mirakan started talking about how Rankindelv had rejected magic and was only aiming for swordsmanship because of a humiliating contract made 1,000 years ago. Although Mirakan is revered as the guardian of the family, it is unlikely that anyone will be happy about his return. But if that had happened 1,000 years ago, he and Jin would have been honored for bringing back the world's noblest creature, Mirakan said. Jin asked Mirakan if he really thought so. Mirakan thought for a moment, then admitted that it sounded like nonsense, but whatever it was, he would hide well and asked Jin not to worry about it. Jin asked Mirakan what would happen if someone came to the vault and found him missing. Mirakan said that he would cast an illusion using dragon magic. Jin asked what would happen if the illusion was discovered. Mirakan got angry, grabbed Jin's head, and rhetorically asked Jin if he had forgotten that Mirakan was a shadow dragon. Mirakan said that for him to cast an illusion is a mere trifle, but since Mirakan has weakened, this illusion won't last long. But he promised that he would support her as long as he could until he regained his strength. Jin was about to leave and thanked Mirakan. Mirakan only pointed out that since Jin was grateful, he could have shown more respect. Jin suddenly remembered that he had something for Mirakan. He reached into his bag and pulled out a strawberry pie as well as the wine he'd stolen. Mirakan was very happy with this offering. After giving him the wine, Jin only asked him not to get drunk so as not to impose some strange illusion. Miraka couldn't contain his emotions and exclaimed that he had raised Jin for a reason, and also asked Jin to introduce him to his nanny. And now it was time to leave. Jin was warned by the nanny not to expect life to be as peaceful as it was inside the walls of Tempest Castle. Hajin may have trained hard at the castle, but now his life will be much more complicated and she won't be able to make him cake anymore. Jin told her not to worry and that he understood everything and would give it his all. The nanny bowed to him and said that she would also devote herself completely to him. Suddenly, someone came up to them and called out to the young master. It turned out to be the Knights of the Guard Jerome and Holtz. They greeted him. These two knights had to make sure that Jin arrived at the Garden of Swords in one piece. So Jin left the Tempest Castle. On this day, October 30th, 1790, Jin left Berry Castle. As I climbed into the carriage, he was only thinking that he was finally leaving this place. And so the horses started and the carriage drove off. Jin was really waiting to be sent to the Rankindle estate, to the Garden of Swords. Jin and his nanny were on their way to the Garden of Swords. It was snowing heavily outside. At this rate it's going to snow all the way and they'll have to wait it out in the nearest village, Jin said. The nanny said that if there was too much snow, they wouldn't be able to teleport. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. The knights outside reported that it was an ambush and asked them to stay in the carriage. The nanny hugged Jin and said that everything would be fine and asked him not to worry. Jerome and Holtz are 7th rank knights and Gilly is with him. From the sounds coming from outside, Gilly could tell that there were about 20 enemies out there. Among them are magic, war, and perhaps even archers. But there's hardly anyone above the 7th rank. Suddenly, Jin thought of something. He told Jilly to get out of the carriage at once. Jilly didn't understand and asked Jin what he was talking about. Jin said that the Knights of the Guard should not leave a Runendle child unattended under any circumstances. One of the knights had to stay, Jin said, and suddenly Nanny understood too. This meant that at least one of these knights was a traitor or an imposter. Jin said that something might have been planted in the carriage, so they should leave. Jilly was angry and took the attack as a mistake. Suddenly, from behind the sleeves of Gilly's battle claws appeared. She said that she would protect Jin and asked him to forgive if he could not control himself. Gilly slammed her claws down hard, and the door shattered into splinters. The snow continued to fall outside. Gilly was carrying Jin in her arms. Running with him in her arms, she said that as soon as they arrived at the estate, she would accept the punishment she deserved. Jin said that he needed to go back to the knights because he wanted to make sure of something. When Gilly asked him what he wanted to make sure of, Jin said what kind of war their allies might have arranged. Jin supposed that if the attackers wanted him, they would have attacked him when he got off the carriage, but it was too quiet and suspicious. The nanny listened to Jin and decided to give him a chance to see for himself. When they arrived at the scene and saw a one-eyed, red-haired man shouting for his subordinates to find Jin Rankadel, Jin's guess was correct. There were two groups on the battlefield, one called Demon and the other called Black Sakura. One of the groups was a group of magicians from the Yuta family, which in turn was part of the Mytle family of magicians. The second group were the mercenaries from the Black King's squad. One of the mages spotted Jin's nanny, Jilly McLaurin, and Gina Ranchendel with her. Their main goal was to protect Jin Rankendel. Suddenly, the same red-haired, one-eyed man stepped in front of Jin and Jilly, blocking them out. He introduced himself. His name is Murika and he is the captain of the Black King's squad. He came here on the orders of the Rankendels to rescue Jin Runkendel. At the center of the battlefield were the two knights who had promised to bring Jin to the Garden of Swords in one piece. It turned out that they were the ones who dared to attack the young master. They were in a fighting stance and were ready to fight to the last. These two knights weren't traitors, they were imposters, as if they were truly 7th rank knights, they would have no problem dealing with everyone. The two knights were surrounded by the men from the Black King's squad and the mages from the Yuta family. The knights were desperate with despair. Suddenly Jilly screamed and asked who they were working for and what they needed. One of the knights said with a grin that it was an obvious question. Enraged, he said that he would not answer the Rankendel mutt. The nanny asked Jin what she should do. Jin coldly ordered her to kill one of the knights, then cut off the other's hands and bring them to him. Jilly obeyed the order. She made a sharp lunge towards the knight who had been rude to her. The last thing this knight saw was Gilly's menacing gaze, so she stabbed the knight in the throat and killed him. After finishing the first one, she started moving towards the second white-haired knight. The knight was terrified, but nevertheless prepared to defend himself. Before he knew it, Jilly had already stabbed him and he saw his own blood. She knocked him down and chopped off his arm. Then, she also mercilessly chopped off his other arm. The knight was terrified and screamed in pain. The seemingly fragile girl ruthlessly defeated her opponents while never doubting her actions. Holding the knight by the hair, she dragged him to Jin's feet. Jin told the knight that some of their patrons had greatly underestimated their opponents. After all, to become a nanny in the Rankendel family, you need to be a warrior of at least the 7th rank. So Jin advised him that if they wanted to kill any of the children, they should send 3 or 4 8th rank knights. Lying on the floor with 2 arms missing, the knight shouted with all his strength that this was just a warning and the rule of the Rankendel would soon come to an end. Jin said that he understood and that he wanted the same thing, because if the Rankendel rule comes to an end, then Jin Runkendel's rule will begin. The knight raised his head with the last of his strength as he looked at Jin and shouted glory to the great Zippel family. Jin thought about it and remembered what kind of Zippel family it was. Here we are introduced to another famous family. Apart from the Rangendels, there was another strong family that ruled the other half of the world. Unlike the Rangendels who chase after swordsmanship, this family is honing their magic skills. 1,000 years ago, after the death of the Rangendel founder Temur, Zippel and the Rangendels made a humiliating pact forbidding the Rangendels from using magic, and all their magical abilities were sealed. The Zippel family has been a sworn enemy of the Rankendel family for 1,000 years, and now it becomes clear what a humiliating contract Muraken was talking about. Jin said that he was wondering who would do such a thing, but these knights are just followers of the Zippels. He told Gilly that they would leave the knight somewhere nearby, since there was no point in talking to him. Then the nurse took the knight by the hair and dragged him somewhere. The knight only asked to kill him. Jin stood there thinking that even though the Zippels were sworn enemies of the Rankendel and still made the Rankendel fearful, they had nothing to do with what had happened today. It looks like their followers are doing whatever they want. Still, Jin felt that something wasn't quite right. What confused him was that no matter how good the disguise was, it wasn't that easy to trick a Rangen 7 warrior. And then he wondered if that had helped them, and the image of a man in a white shirt and glasses standing with his back turned made it impossible to make out his face. After throwing the knight out somewhere nearby, the nanny informed Jin that he had obeyed his orders. Jin then spoke to the captain of the Black King's squad. He told the captain that he had survived only because they had diverted attention to themselves and that as soon as Jin arrived at the castle he would report on how Captain Murika had helped them. Jin said that he had no doubt that the family would reward the captain handsomely, but for now, he ordered him to take care of the teleportation gate. Suddenly, the captain looked at Jin standing next to the nanny and thought that Jin was just a child. But even though he was a Rankendel, wasn't it too early for him to walk around so freely outside the castle? Captain Murika didn't understand why Jin was so confident, since he was only 10 years old. And then Murika seriously thought about Jin's words. That really Jin's words about establishing the rule of Jin Rankendel are not childish fantasies and he is completely serious. After some thought, he turned to his subordinates and ordered them to monitor their behavior while the gate was being prepared for teleportation. He also ordered them not to do anything. The members of the Black King's squad didn't understand what the order was at all. They were upset and wondered why they should bother with their behavior at all. Apparently, I've never ordered this as a captain before. Jilly informed Captain Murika that they were ready to leave. Then let's go, he said, smiling awkwardly and putting his hand to his heart. The soldiers had never seen the captain behave like this, so they were also in a slightly awkward situation. The captain, Nanny, and Jin walked through the snowy location in front of Kama while the rest of the group walked behind. I don't think anything will happen if they leave those imposters unattended. Jin said that nothing would happen, even if they were found dead or alive, they would serve as a good example to their comrades. And he praised Jilly. Judging by the words of the Black King's squad, the heroes will reach the village in 2 hours, and there they plan to wait out the snowfall. Jin turned to Jilly. He said that she shouldn't blame herself for what happened today and that even Han, a knight of the 9th rank, didn't suspect anything. Therefore, it is even harder for her, warriors of the 7th rank, to notice something, and there is nothing wrong with what he says that a knight guardian should do. Jilly turned her back on Jin and apologized, feeling ashamed. Jin suddenly remembered that Jilly hadn't changed at all. The fate of every Rangandal nanny is linked to the fate of the child entrusted to her. Jilly had been his nanny in a previous life, so because he didn't have the talent, she was bullied by the other nanas, but she never blamed Jin. And when he was exiled from the family, Jilly was exiled with him. And then she only apologized to him for not being able to serve him properly, as she said while bowing her head. This was how Jin was treated by Jilly in his previous life, so he decided that he wouldn't be too hard on her. The new life is radically different from the past, so Jilly also needs to harden her character. Young master, I will gladly accept any punishment for what has happened, Jilly said, putting one hand on the other. Suddenly, Jin started yelling at her. He told her to stop blaming herself and that it was in order. Jilly, meanwhile, stood submissively with her head down. Jin said that as long as she was his nanny, she was his only guardian. And if she freaked out over such trifles, it would only cause more problems in the future. He asked her not to be forced to repeat it twice and asked if she was clear. And then Jilly again lowered her gaze and feeling guilty promised that she would definitely improve. Jin led the way, a drop of sweat rolling down his face, embarrassed that he had just yelled at his babysitter. Along the way, Jilly thought that she had no idea that the master was so worried about her. She knew it was all for her own good. Therefore, she was determined to muster her willpower for Jin's safety. After thinking about it, she cheerfully and enthusiastically said that she would give it her all. Finally, the heroes reached that very village. The heroes came to the hotel, where they took 2 rooms. Meanwhile, Jin continued to think about what had happened and the imposters, and he assumed that he was probably the one behind it. And here we were introduced to the same man in glasses and a white shirt. It turns out that he is a magician of reincarnation and his name is Buber Gaston. Although dragons are also good at reincarnation, even they are not able to reincarnate perfectly as they cast an unusual shadow. There's only one Buber in the world who can do that. With the help of his magic, he committed far more than one crime, reincarnating in various people, and all in order to sow chaos around the world. In that case, it was more complicated if Buber was really involved, even though he hadn't done anything special yet. And so our hero settled in a hotel. Jin recalled that in his previous life, when he was 20 years old, the Bement Empire's special branch arrested Buber. Jin reasoned that Buber might be useful. You just need to poach it. But Jin immediately wondered why you'd want to poach someone who once pointed a sword at you. Already sleepy and yawning, Jin thought that before Buber did any more damage, he needed to make sure that something was different from his previous life. Jilly hung up her fur coat, then turned to Jin and told him that she would guard him outside. Jin was already asleep. He was sleeping pretty soundly, so it wasn't a big deal that Jilly had almost accidentally woken him up. When she saw that Jin was asleep, she just smiled sweetly and left the room. Suddenly, sounds began to come from somewhere. We see that it is a black cat vigorously wagging its tail. It was meowing so loudly and insistently that Jin could hear it even in his sleep. Suddenly Jin woke up, and he didn't know how he fell asleep. Jin stretched, even though he had trained a lot in the Castle of Storm. But still, such loads are not suitable for a 10-year-old, he noticed. Meanwhile, strange noises continued to come from outside the room. Jin couldn't just let it go and decided to check out what was going on. He looked out the window and saw a strange black cat standing right behind him. When Jin saw this, he was speechless and surprised at the same time. At that moment, he remembered Muraken's words about hiding well. Jin leaned on the windowsill with one hand and covered his face with the other and said to the black cat that he had promised to follow him without being noticed. Did he mean to turn into a cat? An enraged Muraken in the form of a cat apologized, continuing to scratch the window. Jin let the cat in and said that he was surprised and didn't expect Muraken to look like this. Jin thought Muraken would turn into one of his servants, like a stable boy. In response, Muraken took on his human form and told Jin that he would have been declassified and if Jin had thought of it himself. Muraken continued to approach the boy, saying that Jin didn't know how hard it had been for him. At that moment, Muraken tripped over a plank sticking out of the wooden floor. Suddenly he fell with a crash, hit the windowsill on his face, and screamed in pain. Jilly immediately came running to such loud screams, she was agitated and literally rushed into the room shouting about whether something had happened. There was an awkward pause. Jin was standing awkwardly smiling and looking at the nanny, while Muraken was squatting next to him and holding his face. It hit so hard that it broke the thick wooden windowsill in two. Jilly asked Muraken how he dared to pursue the master. She was really angry at him and prepared to attack. She threw Muraken to the ground and stood over him, threatening to cut him to pieces if he didn't tell her everything. Even though Jilly was Jin Rankandal's nanny, she logically didn't know Muraken by sight, even though she might have heard the legends about him. At this time, Jin, fearing for Muraken, who was already half conscious, hurried to stop her. He told her to stop, but he said her name because he wanted to explain everything to her. But then Mirakin remembered something that had to do with Jilly's name. Suddenly he sat up, put one hand to his chest and the other he held out to Jilly. His eyes were full of love and his face was flushed except for the bruise he'd received when he'd hit the windowsill. Mirakin told Jilly that they had finally met while calling her his strawberry shortcake. Hearing this, Jin felt very ashamed for Mirakin and lowered his head and covered his face with his hand. Mirakin told Gilly that he had been waiting for a long time to meet her, thus embarrassing her. Jin only realized that he and Murakami were in trouble. After that, Jin decided to start over and introduced Mirakin to the nanny, saying that he was the Rangandal guardian. The black dragon Mirakin. Why did he decide to introduce his nanny? But Mirakin interrupted him and said that he knows who she is. He said that she is still his strawberry cake. When she found out who Mirakin was, she said that she was only a lowly servant in the Rangandal household and apologized for her behavior. She bowed to him and asked him to forgive her. He told her not to worry and how he could be offended by calling her a strawberry. Jilly was confused and she asked Mirakin why he called her that. Because you are wonderful, beautiful and bake the most delicious strawberry pies, Mirakin replied. She thought about it and suddenly realized why the master asked her to make strawberry pies every day. Jin asked the nanny to sit down so he could explain everything. After hearing Jin's entire story, she said that there were a lot of things she didn't know about Master. Jin apologized to Jilly for having to lie to her. Even though Jilly knew that the Master had an exceptional talent, she couldn't imagine that the Master had magic, and she didn't know that he had signed a contract with Solderit, and now he had a dragon with him. She said that as his nanny, she was both shocked and happy. Jin said she was one of them now, and no one else should know about Mirakin's awakening and Jin's connection to him, at least not yet. Jilly said she understood. Then Mirakin told her not to worry, calling her a pie girl because he would always be with Jin. Jilly thanked Mirakin for his kindness. Suddenly, she started talking about that noise. She asked if it was from Mirakin's reincarnation. Then Mirakin replied that it wasn't so, and Jin warned him to be careful. Mirakin said he just fell. Jilly then went up to Jin and asked him sheepishly if he was sure Mirakin could be trusted. To which Jin hesitantly replied that yes, you can. At this time, Mirakin was laughing as if nothing had happened at the fact that he himself had fallen. The heroes were standing outside the middle teleportation gate building. The captain of the Black King's squad was also standing next to them. They were talking to Gilly and she said they did a great job addressing the entire Black King squad, and that the Rankandel family would reward them handsomely for their work. The captain thanked her and said that they had learned a lot on this mission, and that he would look forward to seeing her young Rankandel grow up. Jin was also standing next to him. Mirakin in the form of a cat was sitting on his shoulder. Now he could be next to Jin even in the form of a cat. Suddenly, the captain turned to the nanny by first and last name and asked her if it was possible to ask a personal question. Jilly allowed it, and then the captain said that she had an amazing talent, so why did she leave her family and become a nanny for young Rankandel? Jilly didn't say much, but after a short pause, she turned her back and said over her shoulder that it didn't matter and there was nothing interesting about it. Then the captain realized that it was rude of him and apologized to her, so they said their goodbyes, and so the heroes came to the middle teleportation gate. There they were met by a man who asked them to introduce themselves. Then Jilly took out the bundle and opened it to show the man what looked like the end of a sword with the Rankandel family crest on it. She said they needed to go to Kelowna, to Hewfester, to join the Allied forces. When he saw this, he immediately knew that they were from the Rankandel family. He said it was an honor to meet them and asked them to follow him. He said they'd give Jen and Jilly the best seats. This person informed them that they would have to wait 2 hours, but then they would be home in no time and wished them a pleasant trip. Jin and Jilly were sitting on a luxurious sofa with Mirakin the cat. Jilly told Jin that she was actually worried, because even if Mirakin was discovered, they might be able to get out of it, but what if? And then Jin beat her to it by asking if she was talking about magic. She said that none of the Rangandels are capable of using it. Then Jin smiled and told her not to worry. He knew that himself, so he would hide his magic. Suddenly, there was a commotion from somewhere. All 3 of them sitting on the sofa turned around to see what it was. Jin saw this and became alert. Suddenly, a man wearing a green robe with a golden dragon on it walked into the room. It was a guy with purple eyes and long white hair. Behind him were 2 large guards. They were all from the Zippel family, which is a sworn enemy of the Rankandel family. The man sat down across from Jin in silence. Jin was silent, but looking at this man, he tried to remember who it was because this man from the Zippel family looked familiar. Suddenly, the guy arrogantly clicked his tongue and said that he didn't want something in the Hewfester, showing contempt with all his appearance. Then he added, looking at the Rankandels, that he hadn't expected to see these dregs here. Although the nanny was full of anger, she was still silent, and Jin was as calm as possible and did not give in to provocations. Seeing Mirakan a cat, this man said that the cat is cute. Smiling naively, he called the cat over and called it a good boy. but Murekan mercilessly attacked this guy, scratching his hand. Suddenly, the two men who were next to the boy became alert. They were about to use force, but the boy stopped them and said that everything is fine, this cat is just an animal, and he himself provoked it, and that it is better to keep your swords in the scabbard when Rangandela. Suddenly he thought about it and looked at Jin. This boy was trying to hurt them, but he didn't expect them to just ignore him. He noticed that the younger one, so he meant Jin, was very reserved. After that, he introduced himself. He said that his name was Veridon Zippel. He apologized for his rudeness, walked over to Jin and held out his hand. And then Jin exclaimed in his mind, he finally remembered who it was. Veridon Zippel is a genius magician, most likely the next head of the family. He is the equal of all young magicians, both in terms of skills and in terms of character. He's the one whose magical abilities Jin considered an unattainable ideal. But it was like this before. Jin didn't think that he would meet him at such a young age. Jin said that he was also curious about what Veridon was like. He's glad Veridon wasn't a complete. They started arguing and Jin said that if the guards had taken out their balls, Veridon would have gone to Hoofester without guards and without a couple of fingers. Veridon laughed and said that even the Rankhandle jokes were cruel. Jin asked if it looked like he was joking, giving Veridon a cold look. Then Veridon thought about it and decided to give Jin some advice. He said that if Jin meets someone else from the Zippel family, then don't rush to cut off someone's fingers, because this will add to the problems of both families. To which Jin replied that it was quite funny, and that their fathers, Shiren Rankhandle and Celiac Zippel, wouldn't start a war over some childish quarrel. Veridon considered this. He agreed with Jin and said that they would probably compensate for the damage with gold or something. He added that Jin had taught him something and said that he would pay him back later. Jin told him to pay him back right now, to which Veridon asked with a smile what he should do. Jin asked them to keep quiet until the gate was activated and let him rest. Veridon looked at Jin with interest and thought that in a couple of years he would become someone amazing. But despite Veridon's interest in Jin, they couldn't make friends with her because of their background. But Veridon was also happy with the idea that they might become sworn enemies. Jin, looking at the behavior of Veridon, who had already annoyed him, thought that the Ziploves were not all right in the head. Suddenly, a voice came over the loudspeaker, thanking them for waiting and telling them that teleportation was about to begin. Before teleporting, Veridon called out Jin's name and said that it was nice to meet him and would look forward to the next meeting. Jin, on the other hand, showed no sympathy and said that he hoped that their meeting would never come. And so the main characters came to the castle by carriage. As soon as they got off the carriage, they were immediately met by the butler. He introduced himself as Pedro, the second manager of the house. It must have been hard to get here, Pedro said. He said that he would welcome them to the main castle of the Rangandles, and in the Garden of Swords. And so the main character found himself in the Garden of Swords, in the main castle of the Rangandle. The Garden of Swords is a place where those who have contributed to the prosperity of the Rangandle family can leave their sword. Thus, this garden is a symbol of the hopes and honor of every Rangandle. Walking along the Garden of Swords, the hero talks about how he once hoped that after his death his sword would be placed here, in the garden. He remembers that in the past he was weak, deprived of potential. He was never a leader or a blade. He didn't know why he'd ever thought that hard training would make a difference. But now, as far as Jin was concerned, his life in this worthless place would make sense. So Jin entered the castle. There he was met by his father and other members of the Rangandle family. He was first greeted by his mother, Rose Rankhandle, lady of the Rankhandle house, who goes by the nickname Black Panther. Jin also greeted his mother in return. Murekan and Shiren suddenly locked eyes. Shiren's gaze wasn't gracious at all, and his face was sullen. Jin's father asked him what kind of cat was on his shoulder and where he had picked it up. The boy replied that he had taken him in. Shiren emphasized the difference between picked up and sheltered and said it was good that Jin could choose his words, because that's how a real Rankhandle should respond. At the same time, all of Jin's siblings in the room were looking at him with hatred because of his father's praise. Suddenly the cat jumped off Jin's shoulder and ran to his mother. His mother rose, while petting the cat, asked what his name was. Jin replied that his name was Moth Raknekdal. Hearing this, Jin's older brothers were outraged. One of them began to appeal to his father and mother, saying that this should not be allowed to get away with it. You cannot give an insignificant animal their last name. Then he turned to Jilly and asked her how she'd raised Jin in the first place. But then his father interrupted him. He asked Jin why his son had given the cat the name Rankhandle. Jin replied that he did it in order to be responsible. He said that maybe it's just a cat, but it's the first time he's sheltered someone, and if so, then the name should be meaningful. Murekan in his cat form just looked at Jin happily. Jin's father Shiren found this very funny and asked him if he understood the significance of their last name since he was talking about it. Jin replied that he understood and said, while holding the cat in his arms, that if someone hurt the moth, he would pay for it. Shiren commented on Jin's words, noting that the boy has a talent for making enemies. Meanwhile, Jin's siblings were looking at him with angry eyes. Jin said that apparently he really has this talent, but he also has a talent for getting rid of enemies. We see Shiren smile broadly at this and say that his siblings should be more careful if they decide to deal with what he called Jin, the cheeky kid. Then Jin's parents, Shiren and Rose, went their separate ways. And here we are transported to the future. 4 years have passed since Jin came to the main castle of Rankandel. It's the summer of 1794. We see Jin standing with a wooden sword in his hands. He was training in fencing. At the moment, Jin Rankandel, is a 14-year-old knight of the second rank, also a cadet. We see him standing with his fencing coach. The coach said that it was time to finish training and that Jin had done a good job. Jin asked if that meant there would only be a morning workout. Coach Jin's name is Garen Altamir, and he is the guardian of House Rankandel, a knight who trains low-ranking cadets. He reminded Jin that young Lady Luna was planning to train him. Jin remembered this and decided that in that case, he should have a bite to eat, so he put the wooden sword back in its place and went to eat. Before he left, Garen asked him if he would have lunch with the cadets again, and he said that Madame Rose would be upset. Jin sighed heavily and said that it couldn't be helped because he didn't want to play peekaboo with his siblings over the food. Garen expressed his understanding and said that he would inform the lady. Jin was sitting on the stairs when suddenly a guy came up to him. He called Jin master and said that he had brought food. This guy is Belop Schmitz, guardian of the House of Rangandel, a low-ranking knight cadet. Jin thanked him for the meal. Belop sat down next to her and they both started eating. Belop was an ordinary commoner, 13 years old. Because of his lack of training, he was stripped of his rank and banished, and it was clear from Jin's look that he felt sorry for Belop. Jin then asked him if it was good for him, and Belop just smiled awkwardly. After that, we see what kind of speech Belop made. He said it was really delicious. He is very grateful to the Rankandel family for being able to eat such wonderful meat. He is especially grateful to the young master because Jin is always ready to share meat with him. Jin was embarrassed and asked Belop to stop. Jin said that Belop said the same thing yesterday and then asked if he knew it by heart. Belop scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Then Jin told him that he should be more careful because of what Belop says, what's on his mind, everyone looks down on him. Belop really looked simple and seemed very naive. Jin continued to give him advice and told Belop to straighten his shoulders, hold his head higher and become at least a little more confident. He reminded Belop that he was a Rankandel Knight cadet. Then Belop confusedly said that his grades were terrible and he hadn't even reached the first rank. Jin sighed heavily and reassured him that even becoming a cadet wasn't easy. No matter how bad Belop's grades are, he's still better than his peers who didn't make it here, Jin said. Jin watched Belop eat and thought that he was so pure and sincere. I wouldn't be surprised if even his relatives, Jin thought, but at the same time, he couldn't understand something. How someone so pure, trained by Sword Master Hiron, became a loyal of the Bement Empire. How he turned into a ruthless killer. When Jin found out that Belop had become an imperial bodyguard, Jin was shocked, and when Jin found out that he had committed suicide, the master was upset. So Jin couldn't afford to leave Belop, because then who knows what would happen to him. Jin then shared a piece of meat with Belop. Belop was happy even for such a seemingly trivial matter. Jin was personally going to make sure that Belop wasn't kicked out this time. He said that he was already dead, and he wouldn't repeat his mistakes again. We see a picture of Jin walking down the hall and talking about what he has achieved. He has 2nd rank Shadow Energy Release, 4th rank Mana, and 2nd rank Swordsmanship. Everything is not going badly. At this rate, Jin plans to reach the 3rd rank in Swordsmanship. And we see that Jin has come to the training room. The moon was already waiting for him there. She said that today they will continue yesterday's training. However, this time it will be a little different, Luna said. She said the phrase that the heart is your eyes. She told him to look with your heart. Jin obeyed and did what Luna said. He was embarrassed because he had never heard of such training, but he had no choice. Luna explained that for those who live in fencing, it is extremely important to open their inner vision. She told him not to open his eyes. Standing with his eyes closed, Jin thought that only knights who have reached the 7th rank can comprehend inner vision, and Luna wants to train someone who can get the 2nd rank. In addition, inner vision is usually achieved by dispelling the aura, but during training with the moon, Jin can't use the aura. He decided to trust her, so he continued to do what she told him and focus on his training. He firmly believed that one day he would understand how to do it, and now we see that the training session has already come to an end. Luna praised Jin, saying that he was doing great as always and that he could come back again. Jin was grateful for what she was doing. After training, Luna thought that as she expected, he was doing well, but each time, he exceeds her expectations. Jin shows a concentration that is not typical of a 2nd rank knight. Luna is sure that with such a potential, he will understand everything in a couple of years. Jin was leaving, and we can see that Luna glanced at him and wished only for him to keep growing. And we are transported to the open courtyard in the castle, where all the cadets were already standing and they were lined up in a row. Jin went there and was greeted by Coach Garen. Jin glanced at the cadets and said they were nervous. Garen replied that today was a crucial sparring session. If the cadets get a good grade, they will become a Night Guardian faster. It's hard not to be nervous, Garen said. Then, turning to Jin, he said that today was also an important day for the master. According to Garen, Rose said that if Jin defeated 10 higher-ranked opponents, he would be able to start training in the advanced group starting next year. Then Jin saw Bellop among the cadets, who was shaking with fear. Jin thinks about doing something to keep Bellop from getting kicked out, but Bellop still lacks confidence. It was time for Coach Garen to announce to the cadets that today they would take turns fighting 3 opponents, and the top 10 will face Jin one-on-one. The cadets understood the command, and now we see that they are already fighting. Coach Garen watched the fights of the cadets and commented on one of the fights, saying that it was very good and the training did not pay off in vain. There were 3 cadets left on the bench who were not selected, and Garen told them that they could sit back down. And we see the following picture. Garen tells Jin to get ready, and Jin himself is in full combat readiness. And so he quickly delivers a crushing blow to his opponent, which knocks her sword out of her hands. Jin won in just one blow. Standing over the defeated opponent, he remembers that earlier, in a previous life, he defeated 8 opponents. Right now, he only needs 2 more wins. But as it is clear from his words, he was wary of one of the rivals. At the same time, Garen called out to the next opponent. And then the girl he'd been wary of came out. This girl's name is Meza Milkano. She is a Knight Cadet of House Rangandel from the normal group. She was one of the few people who would become a Night Guardian after completing her training. When she came out to fight, she told Jin that she would beat him today, no matter what the cost. Jin replied that he was looking forward to it. But in his mind, the battle with her was the most important moment in the trial. After exchanging a few words, they began to fight. Meza immediately took off and threw a punch at Jin, but he managed to block it. Jin thought back to his previous life. He noticed that Mesa was even stronger than before, but it wasn't enough to defeat the current Jin. Still, Jin knew that he would have to fight 8 more after her, so he started attacking Mesa with simple punches. She noticed that he had previously demonstrated a wide variety of techniques. She was sure there was a reason, but she couldn't figure it out. Or, as she thought, he was underestimating her because he didn't think she could win. At that moment, Jin attacked Mesa. She still chose to think that he underestimated her. Firmly gripping her sword, she fiercely attacked Jin in return. She wanted to show him that she shouldn't be underestimated. The cadets standing to the side could only watch this battle in surprise. Jin, meanwhile, kept up the pressure, and we see Meza not wanting to let Jin push her aside and wanting to surpass him. She pounces on him, swinging her sword wide, and then her strike reached Jin's sword. The moment their swords came together, Mace's sword couldn't withstand Jin's precise strike in the middle, so the other half of Mace's sword flew out of the way. Meza was confused, and she didn't understand what had happened or how her sword had broken. As a sign of his victory, Jin held a wooden sword to her throat. He told her it was a good fight. Then Jin looked at the sword and said that it was useless now. Suddenly, Mesa realized that the Jin had been hitting the same spot all along. She was thinking that even though their strength and stamina were the same, she would never be able to beat him in accuracy and perseverance, since Jin was Rankandel's son after all. After thinking about everything, she turned to Jin and said that she would devote herself to training completely and would definitely win. Everything was going according to plan. It was hard for Jin to fight the others in this state, but because of Mesa's crushing defeat, the other cadets were sure beforehand that they couldn't beat Jin. And now we see that the challenge is over. Jin won all 10 opponents. Jin was glad that everything went as he expected. It's easy to see that Jin was pretty exhausted after 10 fights in a row. Coach Garen told Jin that it was amazing and added the following. Starting next year, Jin will be trained by real Rankandelas, and then Garen congratulated him. Jin thanked Garen and said that as long as he wasn't transferred to the advanced group, he was counting on him. It was almost time for the morning training session to end, and Garen wanted to take stock of it and go to lunch. But Jin wanted to take on another cadet in the 10 minutes that remained. He picked up his sword, and when Garen asked him who Jin wanted to fight, Jin loudly called out the name Bellop Schmitz. Bellop was confused and afraid. What can I say? Even if the cadets standing nearby were scared. Jin told Bellop to fight. Bellop was very scared. He tried to object, but then Jin shouted his name again. He pointed his sword at Bellop and said that he couldn't survive in the Rankandel family there. He ordered Bellop to come forward and fight, and threatened to destroy him. And then we see a picture of Bellop walking unsteadily towards Jin. Bellop was standing in front of Jin, holding a sword, and he didn't understand why the master had chosen him, if only because Bellop was weak and Jin wanted to teach him military discipline. Jin looked at Bellop seriously and told him that he was quite tired from all the fighting, while Bellop was full of energy, but he was still stronger, so Jin called Bellop. Bellop couldn't understand the master. Right after saying that to Bellop, Jin charged in. He hit Bellop. Bellop asked why Jin was doing this. Jin continued to attack. Bellop's shouts rang out. When Bellop blocked another shot from Jin, Jin came up and said that he was blocking well. After that punch, Jin jumped back. Then he threw dust in Bellop's eyes. I started attacking while he couldn't see anything. Jin swung down and knocked Bellop off his feet. Bellop's eyes filled with tears, and he was in pain. Jin told him that he didn't just call him out for a fight, but because he wanted to fight him. Standing over Bellop, Jin said that he could have killed him. He ordered him to get up and that he would not spare him again. Meanwhile, the cadets continued to watch in horror. Suddenly, Bellop began to rise, and a golden aura began to radiate from him. The cadets noticed this, and it turned out that Bellop was watching with an aura. Bellop was crying, but there was also anger on his face, and a yellow gold aura enveloped him. Meza said they needed to stop right away, because if this continued, Jin might get hurt. The trainer was in shock. He was watching the fight closely, so he didn't hear what Meza was shouting. Jin ordered Coach Garen that whatever he saw now, he would take with him to the grave. Garen said he understood, and Meza was shocked. Bellop then asked if this was what Jin wanted. He replied that this was exactly the case. Jin told Bellop not to hold back if he knew how to use aura. Bellop bared his teeth and said that Jin had made a terrible mistake if he wanted to fight him and that he should have acted sooner. With that, Bellop attacked Jin, and now we see that their swords collided. Jin blocked Bellop's attack, but his sword didn't hold. Bellop broke Jin's sword in two with a single blow. Jinwoo, meanwhile, was thinking that he knew that Bellop was strong, but he didn't think that he was that strong. During training sessions, Bellop always managed to understand the opponent's strategy and assess their skills, and then deliberately lost. But Jin would never have thought that Bellop already had an aura. Jin was extremely surprised. Jin's sword was broken, leaving him unarmed. Then he decided to fight with a different weapon, namely with his hands. He hit Bellop's arm while he was swinging his sword. With that blow, Jin knocked the sword out of Bellop's hands. Suddenly, Jin approached him and grabbed him. Bellop was also left without a sword, and Jin knocked him down and took a chokehold. Jin held Bellop and waited for him to give up. But he didn't give up, so Jin let him go. Bellop lay exhausted on the floor as Jin approached. Bellop, holding his throat and standing on all fours, asked Jin why he stopped, because he himself wanted a decent fight and said that then it was necessary to fight to the end. He asked Jin if he really enjoyed playing with people that much. Jin replied that it wasn't. Bellop countered by asking why Jin had arranged all this. Jin replied that he didn't want to provoke Bellop and that he had no idea how much. All of a sudden, we see Jin get down on one knee in front of Bellop. Bellop asked him what Jin knew about him that made him so stubborn. Jin, reaching for the sword, said that he didn't know anything about it, but he knew this: to be kind and caring, you need to be strong. Bellop is weaker than Jin, but kinder at the same time. Putting his hand on Bellop's shoulder, he said that he liked that trait about Bellop. But the good cannot survive in this hell. Jin then asked Bellop to become stronger so that he could protect the good with him and the others. Jin apologized to him for being rude. Then Bellop burst into tears. At this time, the servants of the palace came with food. They asked if the training was going on and if they should come back later. Jin replied that everything was fine and told them to bring in the food. Bellop was still sitting on the floor, wiping away his tears, and he had told the master to go to lunch. Jin smiled and said that he would take a portion for Bellop as well. And we are transported to another location. We see that Shiren is sitting on the floor and Han is standing next to him. After Shiren listened to Han, he asked him if the younger one really said that. Han confirmed it. Then Shiren laughed out loud and said the following sentence: so that's what his beliefs are. Jin wants to rule the strong and help the weak. Shiren said that in this case, it is necessary to understand whether such an approach is beneficial to the Rankandle family. He ordered Han to go back and hand Jin over, and he said it was time for Junior to go on his first assignment. And were transported back to the academy. It's January 1795. Jin is 15 years old and has been promoted to a third-rank knight. The first vacation started. The cadets either left for their hometowns and villages, or they stayed to continue their individual training sessions. When cadets advance to the advanced group, they can forget about wooden swords and they will be given a custom-made sword. Some of the cadets had already given the blacksmiths instructions regarding their swords. Jin was thinking that he also wanted to find a suitable sword in their armory, but Luna would choose his sword because she wanted it. It turns out that a month ago, Luna tried to persuade Jin to let her choose his own sword. But Jin didn't mind, because Luna is a better swordsman, so you just have to trust her. And so Luna showed the sword she had chosen. Jin clearly didn't like this sword. He was embarrassed. Luna said that this sword is also called Veil Slayer. At Jin's age, she'd used it a lot herself. Back then, she wanted to use something like a sword axe with a similar shape. She looked at the sword and said that the shape of the crantle she used to fight with came from him. She asked Jin if he liked the sword. Jin didn't know what to say. After collecting his thoughts, he said that he was grateful for her help in choosing a sword, but it was unlikely that such a sword would be suitable for him. Then she was disappointed and said that she was just joking. But Jin knew it didn't sound like a joke. Luna then tried to talk Jin out of it, telling him that Veil Slayer was a really good sword, even if it was a little heavy. Jin was embarrassed to watch and watched in silence. Then Luna saw his expression and understood. She said that she understood him, and so be it with another sword. Jin let out a sigh of relief. Luna opened the doors of the armory and said that she really tried her best when choosing it. She was thinking about which sword would suit Jin best, which sword would suit only him. And then she took the sword in her hands and said that she had thought of him. Since Jin had chosen Barasada at the selection ceremony, this sword would suit him best. Jin was pleasantly surprised. He recognized this sword. This sword is called the brother of the Barasada, which belonged to the founder. This sword is called Bradamante. Jin was thrilled, and Luna said he seemed to like the sword. This sword is unique. Even the other swords from the family collection can't compare to it, Jin said. He reasoned that he would have done anything to get that sword, and was delighted that Luna had chosen Bradamante for him. Bradamante and Barasada are best compatible with shadow energy. If Jin had chosen it himself, then his siblings would have objected. Then Jin said that the others wanted Bradamante too, and he didn't even know how to thank her. Upon hearing this, Luna told him that something didn't add up and she thought he was still uncomfortable with her. This started to upset Luna. Jin quickly retorted and told her that it wasn't true at all and that he wasn't lying to her. She said that she was already upset, so he would have to comfort her. After that, they started training. Luna asked him to remember something else. She said that among all the brothers and sisters who try to trample on each other, there are also those who selflessly love him, and once again asked him to remember this well. Then she took him by the shoulders and told him not to upset her again. Luna said that she had already spent enough time alone, long before Jin was born, and that she didn't want him to be alone like she once was. So Luna went back to training, and she told Jin to watch with his heart. When he returned from training, he immediately showed the sword to Muraken. Muraken, without distracting himself from the comics, told him to put the sword away. It's too early for him because he didn't master the shadow energy enough. He explained that to properly use Bradamante, shadow energy must be at least rank 3, and Jin is still a brat with the 2nd rank. Besides, Muraken said that Jin wouldn't even be able to awaken the sword. But Jin didn't listen and believed that he would soon reach the 3rd rank and be able to use Bradamante. And suddenly Muraken was distracted from reading the comics. He made a remark to Jin and told him to listen carefully. Muraken took Jin by the head and told him that Barasada and Bradamante couldn't be used randomly. They needed 3rd rank shadow energy, and that was the bare minimum. He ordered Jin to use a normal sword until his strength reached the 5th rank. Jin retorted that he didn't like waiting too long and that he only needed to reach rank 5 in a year. Muraken frowned, then said that it was impossible even if Jin won the shadow contest. Muraken ridiculed Jin's plans, said that it was nonsense and asked him not to talk such nonsense anymore. Jin was annoyed, so he picked up the comic book like he was going to tear it up and asked Muraken what he was saying. Suddenly I came into the room and saw this picture and asked if everything was all right. She then informed him that Coach Garen was calling for him. Jin was asked to come himself because Garen had to explain the strategy to him and show him everything on the map. Jin asked what strategy he was talking about. Jilly said that Coach Garen would be helping him with his first assignment and that Jin would move out as soon as he was rested. Jin mused aloud that it was a good time for the mission since he had recently been awarded the 3rd rank, but it was strange that they were moving out after a rest. He came to the conclusion that perhaps this is due to the complexity of the task, because they are usually assigned from an advanced group or higher. Jin said that he probably already proved himself worthy. He went to the coach and asked Gilly to wait here with Muraken. Jin opened the door and went into the office. He told Garen that he had come for a mission. Garen asked Jin to pass and said that only 10 cadets from the normal group, including Jin, got it. And then Garen began to explain the strategy to them. The cadets will be divided into 2 groups. This is a search task. They will go to the southern border of the Jin Kingdom. It was quite a dangerous place because this kingdom is not far from the land of monsters as well as from the base of the Flame White Wolf. They shouldn't send low-ranking cadets to this place, Jin thought. He noticed something was wrong because this is quite difficult for the first task and it was issued earlier than it should be. The cadets were given a map and instructions for the squad members and then everyone was shocked. The squad included cadets with average scores and even Bellop, whose grades were constantly fluctuating. It looked like someone had deliberately set it up. Jin knew that someone was his father. He realized that his father might have been informed of their battle with Bellop and that Shiren had decided to test Jin in this way. Jin was very serious. He accepted these conditions and was determined to show his father what he could do because his beliefs are unshakable. We're being moved forward 3 days, and the cadets are already at the southern border of the Jin Kingdom. In order to complete the mission, they must find Sember Will, the heir of the Will family from the Jin Kingdom. According to their plan, they will set up camp in the central section of the border, and after that, each squad will go on a search. They also decided that every day at the designated time, a selected person from each squad would come to the camp to share information with the others. Jin ordered everyone to call themselves the commander and said that the injured should stay in the camp until they fully recovered. When everyone stopped, one of the party members said that they had noticed a monster from the Water Tail tribe. These monsters from the Water Tail tribe are cute creatures that avoid predators, which means they won't run into the White Wolf tribe right now. Jin had ordered what appeared to be Bellop to go to camp 2 hours earlier and then return to Sector 13, since he couldn't go fast because of the snowfall. He ordered the rest of the team to start searching Sector 13. Jin had a bad feeling that his father had personally assigned them to this mission, but everything was going too smoothly. Jin allowed for the possibility that he had misunderstood everything and this was just an assignment, not a test from Shire. And we see that a bunch of cute little creatures have come up to the cadets. One of the Tail Tribe monsters said that they felt sorry for the guys and gave Jin a fried fish. Jin accepted the gift and thanked him, promising to repay his kindness later. The hero carefully considered his plan of action. After Sector 13, the land of the Beastmen begins, and the cadets from the normal group are no match for them. Therefore, they should not strain too much for the sake of results. For the next 3 days, Jin will only confirm the results of the search in each of the sectors. And suddenly we see someone running towards Jin. It turned out to be Bellop. He informed Jin that the second squad was ambushed. The cadets were frightened. Jin ordered the cadets to prepare to move out and Bellop to report the situation. Bellop reported that the second squad had spread out to get away from the enemy, and only one had been able to reach the camp and report what had happened. Jin started questioning Bellop, and we find out that the ambush was set up by ordinary people. There were 3 of them. Bellop said why would anyone attack the Rangandals with such a small force. Jin agreed and said that he was sure there were many more of them. He then ordered Eddington and David to return to the camp to guard it and the surrounding area. He told them that it was forbidden to make contact with the enemy when detected. He ordered them to report to him first if anything happened. Jin thought about how many people might have set up the ambush, but he couldn't even guess what their goal was or why they were attacking the second squad instead of the first, which included Jin himself. He doesn't know who they are, but he was determined to personally make them pay for daring to touch the Runendals. Suddenly, Jin motioned for the group to stop. They saw footprints and blood on the snow. Bellop was horrified when he saw this, and he didn't want to think about the possibility that Mesa and the entire second squad might be dead. Jin reassured him that the blood was still fresh. After examining the place, he said that there were no signs of falling or pieces of flesh. He added that they fought here, but the second group escaped. Judging by the tracks, they were only attacked by one person. Suddenly, Sierra, one of the group members, found a bandage made in Hewfester where the cadets came from. She said she found them on the west side. In his mind, Jin imagined a map that showed a rough outline of the squad's movement. While the second squad was dressing the wounded man, someone else attacked and they had to flee to the west. Jin then ordered Sierra to go to Eddington and David's camp and explain everything to them, and ordered Bellop to follow him. And so they ran. Suddenly they stopped and hid behind the birches. They saw the second squad, but Mesa wasn't with them, and the cadets themselves were guarded by all 3 of them. Jin ordered Bellop to close his eyes briefly and attack the one on the left in 2 seconds. Jin took out a knife and started using shadow energy on it. It turns out that Murakan taught the hero to use the energy of shadows in such a way as to increase the sharpness and destructive power of the object, so the knife was more difficult to notice. Jin then threw a knife at one of the attackers. One of the squad members killed one of the guards. The second one was attacked by Bellop, but the guard noticed him and blocked his attack. Suddenly, Jin arrived from the other side and threw a punch at him. The guard fell, screaming in pain. Jin stood over him and asked if everyone was safe. The battered members of the second squad said that they were fine, but Mesa was a prisoner. They said that they were not forgiven for this. Jin told them to take care of themselves first. Jin was standing over one of the guards, the guard begging for mercy. But Jin said that for a Zippel follower, he valued his life too much. Jin decided to give him a choice. If the guard tells you who they are, what their purpose is, and where the base is, then only he will die. Or else, if he kept his mouth shut, Jin would kill not only the guard, but also his loved ones. He said that he would keep his promise because he is Jin Rankendall, and then he swore on the honor of his family. The guard chose the first option. He said that they are a group of revolutionaries Canzello, and we see that the genie is transferred to the Memories, a terrorist organization that was active just before his death. The world was filled with panic when they killed a bunch of people in King Jin. They call themselves revolutionaries, and revolution is for them to overthrow kings and put their own at the head of the whole world. And here we are transported back and see the dialogue between Jin and the guard. The hero asked the guard if they wanted to cause trouble in the Jin kingdom by killing the Rankendall cadets. The guard replied that he didn't know anything because he was just a 6, and that he didn't even know where the base was, but his group was located right near the Beastman lands. There are about 24th rank warriors and more mages. Jin then asked one last question. He asked why they had taken Mesa. The guard replied that it was just for the sake of propaganda to promote the revolution. They were ordered to take all the girls alive. Then one of the members of the group, being enraged, said that they were just scum. And we see Jin taking the sword and saying that he will keep his promise. Then we see that the blood has been left on the snow. After killing the guard, Jin asked the squad members how long it had been since Mesa disappeared, and they said that it had been about an hour. This meant that they were already close to their campsite. Jin ordered the group to give everyone first aid and request backup. One of the cadets asked Jin if he was going to go alone. Jin had a reasonable assessment of his own strength, and he knew that there were 24th rank men out there, and the cadet was right, it was too dangerous to go alone. Scott said that they were only cadets, and cadets often died during missions, so he asked Jin not to take any chances. But the hero was determined. He said that once one of them was captured, Rankendel couldn't leave him. Jin said that he was stronger than the cadets thought and that any objections would be considered insubordination, and then turned to Bellup. And he said that all the members of the second squad were injured, so he is the strongest among them. Jin hurried over to Mesa, wanting to be in time before they did something terrible to her. As Jin ran, he assessed the situation. His swordsmanship and energy are ranked 3rd, and his magic is ranked 4th. He is growing quite fast, but now he can't cope with all of them at once. The main thing for him is to save Mesa, so he decided that he would try to avoid fighting. He focused on the search and cast an exploration spell, and then the wind tracking spell. A green line pointed him toward the meadow, and he ran. While Jin was running, he was attacked. Several revolutionaries and a magus charged out of the bushes. He used magic to kill one of them. An enraged revolutionary with a sword attacked Jin, but Jin deftly drew his Bradamante sword and repelled the attack. And we see that the magician began to cast fire magic and warned the warriors to move back. Suddenly, with the help of fire magic, he grabbed Jin's hand with something that looked like a fire whip. Seeing this, one of the warriors decided that this was the most convenient moment to attack, since Gino was being held by a mage, but Jin beat him to it and hit him right in the stomach with his sword. The mage was holding Jin with a flaming whip, but suddenly Jin pulled on it and dispelled the magic. The mage was confused and didn't understand why his fire magic didn't work on Jin. The mage then started using ice magic, but that didn't bother Jin either. The mage couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there in horror, trying to figure out what was wrong with his magic as Jin approached him. Jin threw a punch and there was blood splattering everywhere. Jin called them the Kinzello. He suggested that perhaps they are not trying to hide because they expect that the opponents do not have combat experience. He saw the tracks and realized that the others had left in a cart. Kinzello has its own hierarchy, and Jin guessed that they probably split their loot according to their position in the group. This means that they will not dare to touch the share of the one who is more important, which means that there is still a chance to save Mesa. Jin took a look at the map. He said that he was already close to the Beastman lands and Kinzello base was somewhere nearby. And then he decided to distract them. He used fire magic. Then he set fire to the forest and started a big fire. It was part of his plan. The Kinzellos noticed that they were on fire. Everyone ran outside and went to put out the fire. Jin surreptitiously observed this. One of the revolutionaries began to command. He ordered the magicians to use water or ice magic. Jin thought that he was the boss, but it turned out that he was. They called him boss. The boss shouted that the fire couldn't have started in this weather and said that it was definitely set by someone. Just as he started giving the order to find the instigator, Jin was already standing behind him. Suddenly, the boss turned around after hearing something, but Jin silently knocked him down. There was so much thick smoke from the fire that Jin and the revolutionary boss couldn't be seen on the roof. After knocking out the boss of the revolutionaries, he found the keys. Then we see him open the door to a certain room. There, he started looking for Mesa. He saw that there was a basement. After that, we are shown pink hair. And then we see that Jin has found a connected Mesa. She said why he did it. It's dangerous here. Jin told her not to worry about him and asked if she could go. She said she could, but she didn't think she could run, so Jin released her. Suddenly, they heard strange noises. Suddenly, Mesa asked Jin to promise her something. She asked him to leave her if he was in danger. She couldn't let Jin get hurt. Then he just held her back and said that we need to leave and that it's dangerous here. When they went outside, they saw that all the revolutionaries were killed and everything around them was destroyed. When he saw the claw marks on the revolutionaries, he realized that it was the beastmen from the warrior tribe who had tried. We can see that Jin and Mesa are looking somewhere else, and it's clear from the look in Mesa's eyes that she's obviously not happy. Then we are shown a shadow whose silhouette looks like a wolf. After that, we see a hand that is covered with fur and holds a weapon. And here we see a beastman from the White Wolf tribe. This beastman was huge, and he was holding something that looked like a hammer axe in his hands. Mesa said she would distract him and asked him to run. But Jin knocked her out with a blow to the neck and she fell unconscious. At that moment, the beastman clicked his tongue and said that they were all useless and were of no use because they couldn't even put out a fire. Then he turned to Jin and asked if it was all his fault. Jin replied that this was true and introduced himself, saying that he was the son of Shiren Runkandle, Jin Runkandle. And the next picture opens up. The beastman was much larger than Jin, and he was also very angry. Jin was fearless. He ordered the beastman to give his name. Hearing that Jin was a Rankandle, the wolf simultaneously bared its teeth, apparently having a grudge against the Rankandles. All of a sudden, we are transported to the events a few days before the start of the search mission to the Rankandle house. We see that he is holding his Bradamante sword and the energy of shadows begins to radiate from it. Suddenly, Muraken appeared out of nowhere and interrupted Jin by kicking him. Muraken was angry. He told Jin that Jin might die. Muraken warned him. He also said that Jin wasn't ready yet, and if Jin tried to awaken the sword again, the shadow energy would poison him. He warned Jin that if he didn't want to die from too much shadow energy, he shouldn't even think about awakening the sword. And so we are transported back to the present. We see that the beastman is shouting at Jin, calling him Runkandle. He said he was going to have a better hunt today. The wolf introduced himself and said that his name was Kuajito Truka. He was a warrior of the Truka family. He was from the White Wolf tribe. This tribe is made for battle and slaughter. An adult white wolf is at least a rank 6 warrior. Everyone knows that the White Wolf tribe doesn't like Rankandles, and all because a long time ago, the founder of the Rankandle family called their god, the great white wolf Javier, to him and killed him. Jin knew that he couldn't escape with Mesa. Kuajito screamed that he would sacrifice Gina to Javier so that his soul could rest in peace. Kuajito gave Jin a choice and said, either they fight in a fair duel, or the wolf will tear him to pieces while Jin runs away with his tail between his legs. Jin took a stance and said that he was choosing a fair fight. Kuajito started the attack. While he attacked, he said that the choice of Jin means that the Rankandellas are not devoid of nobility and that then let the strongest win. He hit Jin with his axe, but Jin managed to jump out of the way. But the wolf didn't stop and immediately launched a second attack. Jin blocked this attack, but he no longer had the strength to block its attacks. They exchanged blows again. However, Jin estimated that he could still win. He has an ace up his sleeve that Kuajito doesn't even know about. A pendant given by the moon and the energy of shadows. But Jin wasn't sure if it was worth wasting the pendant on such a threat. If Jin couldn't handle such an opponent, then he didn't have a chance to become stronger, he thought. However, in addition to all this, Jin couldn't use magic, since his 4th rank magic wouldn't even leave a scratch on a wolf. In addition, if the Guardian Knight is sent to investigate Canzello, he will immediately see traces of mana, and then Jin will definitely be discovered and expelled from the family. And so, after thinking about it, Jin came to the conclusion that there was no other choice and he would have to use the energy of the shadows. The wolf continued to press, while Jin continued to block and dodge the attacks. Pushing Jin back, the wolf said that he had a good sword, but for some reason it wasn't black like the famous Rangandle swords. After that, the wolf rushed at Jin, swinging his axe and said that Jin was stronger than he looked, but Jin managed to dodge. He tried to remember what it felt like when he tried to awaken the sword. The wolf, meanwhile, continued to morally push Jin. He said that he was finished and he would sacrifice both Jin and his white sword to Javier. When Jin was already at the peak of his emotions, he remembered. What we can see is that shadows have formed around Kuajito and Jin. The wolf could not understand what was happening. Everything was dark in his eyes. He said that he could not see anything. Suddenly, Gina threw a punch at Kuajito's stomach area. Jin's sword blade was shrouded in shadow energy, and the wolf now understood why the Rankandle were famous for their black swords. The wounded wolf was killed without understanding how Jin managed it. Jin just said it was a good fight. After defeating the wolf, Jin came to his senses because he was very tired. Suddenly, his eyes filled with shadow. Jin was screaming in pain. It looked like what Muraken had said had happened. Suddenly, Jin collapsed on the ground. He was in a place where everyone was calling him names, calling him a jerk and a disgrace to his family. This place was filled with shadow energy. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. It was Muraken's silhouette, and he reminded Jin of what he had said about what would happen if Jin decided to awaken the sword while he didn't have enough energy. He said that he would have to pay the price. Muraken asked Jin how much longer he would lie in the mud poisoned by shadow energy, and then told him to get up, because if Jin lost, it would all be over. Muraken asked Jin if he still didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Jin remembered to release the energy of the shadows. The shadow energy surrounding Jin was destroying everything and he couldn't use the release, but he wasn't going to give up. He relaxed, and then after a couple of tries, he finally succeeded. He let out a sigh of relief. He noticed that the pain was suddenly gone, which bothered him and seemed too strange. His body didn't change at all, but he was filled with the energy of the shadows. But he could still move, so he decided it was time to pick up Mesa and leave. When he suddenly heard a noise behind the rocks, he asked who was there. A guy poked his head out, terrified, and begged me not to kill him. Jin thought the man was from Canzello. The man said that he was Semberville from the Jin Kingdom. Jin introduced himself to Sember and said that he was sent to find Sember. Sember was very happy to have met Rankendelv and he was crying with happiness. Jin even managed to forget about him because of Kinzello. So Jin met Sember and they met. Then we see Jin take Mesa away. She said she would never forget his kindness. Jin replied that it was nothing and that he was paid for it after all. After taking Mesa, Jin asked Sember how it was that he was kidnapped by Kinzello. Sember said that he was following his beloved. Jin asked if they really decided to run away together. Sember got nervous and said it was because she had died 2 years ago. But her face, her voice, even the 2 moles on her arm are exactly the same as when she was alive. Jin immediately thought that since it was an exact replica, it must have been Buber Gaston's handiwork. He supposed they probably wanted to kidnap Sember for the money, but he couldn't figure out if there was any connection between Buber and Kinzello. The last time Jin encountered Buber was when he was 10, and here he was again. Jin suspected something was wrong. He was thinking about meeting Buber, finding out what kind of person he was. Fortunately for Jin, Buber's atelier is located in the Kurano Principality, and when Jin moves to the advanced group, he will definitely stop by. Jin said that reinforcements will be arriving soon, so it's time to head back. When Sember heard this, he burst into tears because Gina had summoned the Guardian Knights for his sake, but it was actually for Mesa's sake. Sember said that he would never forget their meeting and that if Jin ever needed his help, he would just let him know, but Jin only responded coldly. We see that the heroes have returned. Where Gina was met by the nanny, she was very happy and congratulated him on the successful completion of the task. She said that Jin was probably tired, so she prepared a bath for him. Jin was happy and was thanking Jilly when suddenly the cat in the back called Jin over. Jin pretended as if nothing had happened, walked up to Muraken and decided to pet him, asking if he was behaving well. But the Muraken cat bit him. Jin threw the cat away. Jin and Muraken were angry. Gina asked why Muraken bites, and in response received a question whether he is in his right mind. Muraken lashed out at Jin, during which he reminded him that he had told him many times not to awaken his sword. He had said this many times. Muraken said that Jin might ruin everything, and that he was worried about him. While Jin asked me to just listen. All of a sudden, Muraken transformed into a human and was already attacking Jin in this form. He said there were no excuses for Jin and asked what could be more important than the life of Solderit's sole follower. Jilly tried to separate them, but she said that the master had just returned. Then suddenly he said that she didn't bring strawberry shortcake and it looks like they have a problem. Jin tried to justify himself by saying that his friend was kidnapped right out from under his nose and who knows what would happen if he left Mesa. But Muraken said that Jin has a pendant and this is not some costume jewelry. By the way, Jin said that he didn't want to waste it, explaining that he might encounter much more powerful enemies. Muraken was even angrier that it would be considered a waste for Jin to use the pendant. Jin didn't understand why Muraken was so surprised, as Muraken continued to speak negatively about Jin. But then Jin asked how Muraken knew that he had tried to awaken the sword, to which Muraken replied that Jin's shadow energy rank had skyrocketed from 3rd to 4th, so it wasn't hard to guess. Jin said that he felt the energy of the shadows overwhelm him, but he never imagined that he would jump an entire rank. But Muraken said that Jin should thank Solderit for his mercy. A total of 10 people had experienced shadow energy poisoning. Now counting Jin as 11, and 9 of them had died. Jin is one of the survivors. He asked who the other one was, assuming it was the founder. But Muraken said he was second, and Temer would have died. Jin waved his hand and said that it meant that he and Muraken were similar. He asked him not to worry, because he wasn't ready to experience such pain again, and then Jin went to wash up. Muraken told Gilly that he would have to starve Jin out to get a grip on himself, but Gilly said that she would probably make the master dinner. Muraken was jokingly jealous of Jin. And now we see that the action takes place in a luxurious room framed in gold. In it, the siblings discussed that there was no way Jin could defeat a white wolf warrior, and they joked that Jin could only defeat a bandit wearing a wolf skin. They wondered how he managed to do this since he had only just reached the 3rd rank. One of the sisters said that it was possible, but only if Jin met the weakest white wolf. This is Gina's sister, Anna Runkendel, the 9th standard bearer of the Runkendels. But Mayu Rankendel, the 8th standard bearer of the Rankendels, said that even so, it was impossible, and that it made even less sense that Mom believed Jin right away. She asked Mew if she thought so, and then we see Hayton and Daytona. They discuss whether Jin really killed the wolf. Hayton said that no matter what kind of monster Jin is, it's impossible. The problem isn't whether or not he killed the white wolf, but whether or not he moves to the advanced group. Daytona agreed. He said that if Jin studied with them, they would be finished. And they both imagined an evil genie in their head who wanted to beat them up. They agreed that it was terrible. Then someone called them. It was Mew, and she asked them what they were whispering about, if they were afraid of what would happen when their little brother came to them. They said they weren't afraid, and Anna smilingly told them not to lie to their older sister. Then she made a threatening face and said that what she hated most was being lied to, so much so that she was ready to rip out their tongues. The twins, under pressure from their sisters, admitted that they were afraid of Jin. Then she offered to help. She allowed them to use them. She told them not to miss their chance and take slaves. The twins were happy. In the advanced group, everything follows the laws of the jungle. Both knights of the 3rd and 5th rank are engaged here. Newcomers are mixed with those who have been here for 10 years. Miu and Anna choose several cadets and turn them into their. She allowed me to take them and show Junior where he belongs, because they don't like him either. Then she grinned and told them to hold on if they didn't make it. Meanwhile, Jin took a dip and talked about how he had completed the first task, so it was finally decided to transfer him to the advanced group. In addition, his shadow energy had reached the 4th rank, and if he wants to use it properly, he should reach the 6th rank in swordsmanship in 5 years. Knights of the 6th rank are excellent swordsmen, 7th masters, and those who have reached the 8th rank and above are considered exceptions to the rule. For every 2 million people on the continent, there are barely 100 who have reached the 9th or 10th rank. And only one could go even further, the demigod, Star Knight and part-time father of Jin Shiren Rankandle. Jin firmly believed and was determined that in this life, he would be able to become a Star Knight, and he wanted to surpass his father even more. Suddenly, we are transported to another place. We see someone knocking on the door. Rose was sitting in the room. She allowed us to enter. It was Jin, and he asked his mother if she had called him. Jin's mother, Rose, said that she did call for him. She told Jin that she had heard that he had successfully completed his mission and that she was very happy with his results. He thanked her for her words. Suddenly, Rosa started talking about Petro's report, and she said that she understood that Jin had refused her advice to move to another room. She asked Jin if he knew that only the child who becomes the next ruler can use these chambers. This room has been empty since Joshua the Jew used to live in it when he was younger, but it's time for Jin to take over the room. Jin thanked his mother but said that he couldn't accept the offer. When asked why, he said that no matter how good the room is, it remains just 4 walls. Besides, it is too luxurious and big for him, according to him. When asked if Jin really didn't want to live there, he said that he really didn't want to and had already made up his mind. His mother just tapped her finger on the table and then let him go. When Jin left, she speculated about whether the younger one didn't have a drop of greed or whether there was too much of it. She was thinking about what she had offered quarters for those of the children who would become the head of the Rankandle family in the future. Rose is sure that Jin knows about the support he will receive from the moment he enters this room, but he will become a target for those who did not get this opportunity. She assumed that Jin probably realized that she was testing him, that his mother would be looking forward to Jin's results in the intermediate class. And here we see Jin standing in front of the cadets, telling them that from tomorrow they will be transferred to the intermediate training class, which consists of several factions. They found a place in his faction. He warned them that they would get caught up in territorial battles and face aggression. But he told them not to be afraid, because he wasn't just going to watch if something happened. He said that it would all disappear once he completely left the intermediate class. Until then, he asked them to move in groups of 3, even if they weren't in training, and not to act alone. And now we see the following picture. Here is Zed Runkandle, the eldest member of the Runkandle family, a knight of the 8th rank, and the younger brother of Shiren Runkandle. He's standing in front of the cadets. Zed has told them that a dozen recruits have dropped out this year and 27 have dropped out. He turned to the new students and told them to gain experience from their mentors in the intermediate class, and he would only teach them how to use the sword and evaluate their skills. Zed said they'd have to deal with everything on their own except for the murder. Then he turned to the mentors. He shouted and asked about what he always repeats. And all the mentors shouted that the Rankandle didn't need weaklings. They screamed again, and again they screamed louder. Jin just thought about how loudly they were trying to scare them. As they stood there, Jin noticed the twins, too. They also stood there and shouted that the Rankandle didn't need weaklings. Jin noticed that the ugly guy behind the twins seemed to have been training for quite some time, and there was no way the twins would defeat him alone. He realized that they must have enlisted the help of sisters Miu and Anna. Jin decided that even though they were trying to bully Jin and his faction, he had to let them know that they had misunderstood. Suddenly, he started walking towards his brothers and the guy standing next to him. The brothers were scared and didn't understand why he was going there, but they tried to reassure themselves that their sisters would support them. Suddenly, Jin unsheathed his sword and slashed at the guy standing next to the twins. The brothers were horrified. Zed was surprised to see it, too. Jin chopped off this guy's arm, and all the cadets froze in horror. The guy fell to his knees and screamed in pain, clutching his arm, or rather what was left of it. Jin thought that it shouldn't be him who was terrified, but them. Then he ordered a doctor to be called. Daytona took out his sword and started asking Jin why he did it and if he was. But Jin ignored him and turned to the cadet who had his arm cut off and asked him his name. The cadet introduced himself. His name is Kajin Romero. Jin then asked him if he knew why Jin had cut off his hand. At that moment, Daytona pointed his sword at Jin and asked why he was ignoring them and told him to draw his sword again. Jin frowned into his eyes and turned to his brothers, asking if they couldn't see that he was talking to Kajin, and also said that he would accept the duel later and told them to keep quiet. Hayton was infuriated, and he called Jin names and said how Jin dared to act like this after injuring his student. Suddenly, he closed his own mouth as if he had said something he didn't want to say. Jin understood what was going on, and when he heard that Kajin was part of the Hayton faction, he said that Kajin was looking at him too bloodthirstily, so he crippled him. The cadets were shocked when it turned out that a battle for political supremacy had begun between the brothers. Zed only enjoyed what he saw and was glad that the twins had been dealt a decent blow after trying to suppress their younger brother. Thanks to the twins, Kajin's position as part of their faction was stable. Because of this, Jin's actions weren't all that unpredictable, but the battle for hegemony is an established tradition in Rankandle. It was a very, very bold move from Jin. Jin then ordered all the new recruits to listen as he shouted out his name. He told them that they could point their swords at him or suddenly attack like he did. But he told them to keep in mind that if he saw even one hint of hostility, he would not hesitate to respond in kind, thus intimidating the cadets quite well. Suddenly Zed turned to Jin. Jin was ready to listen to him. Jin was calling him senior. Furious, Zed asked if Jin really thought he could do something like that in front of him. Jin answered without a moment's hesitation that he thought so. Jin said that he was confident that he would not fight the twins, but the older one. Zed was angry. He materialized an object in his hand, while also saying that Jin's words about fighting it were quite interesting. And now we see that Zed has a sword in his hand. He pointed his sword at Jin and ordered him to explain. According to Zed, depending on Jin's response, he can decapitate him. So Zed got angry and ordered Jin to explain. Jin replied that the senior had decided to use a unique technique to intimidate students, even though Jin was in the classroom. Jin was thinking about this when the older one attacked him. The elder swung his sword around. The sword passed very close with Jin, but Jin didn't even move and kept looking at the elder. There was a small cut on his face from the elder's punch, but he continued to stand still and only remained silent. Zed asked about how Jin didn't like Zed scaring the students, so he decided to make a fuss. Jin replied that, except for the fact that he didn't like it, it was exactly as Zed had said. Zed said that in such a case, Jin should have challenged him right away. Why would he hurt another cadet? Jin replied that it was because he couldn't beat him right now. Meanwhile, Bellop and Meza looked on in fear. Jin went on to say that if he thought he was going to win, he wouldn't have attacked Kajin or his brothers, but Zed. Zed said that Jin didn't seem to value his life too much or hope too much for the status of the patriarch's son, but Jin said that wasn't the case. The hero said that in his opinion, sitting idly by simply because his opponent is stronger than himself is not what a member of the Rankandle family would do. Zed looked at Jin seriously as he listened to this and then said that his death would only be a moment and his honor would be a legacy, and chuckled. The twins, like the other cadets, were surprised. How Zed said and grinned. Then he loudly said that Jin's bravado was so absurd that it made him, Jin's uncle, happy, and then he laughed out loud. The elder said that Jin should be allowed to do so, and that Jin was truly worthy of his surname. Then he turned to the cadets and told them to remember this day. Today, they saw what it was like to be in the Rankandle family. He said that this brat decided to show that they were crazy fanatics, then shouted at the cadets to fight and not forget who they were by clenching his fist. The senior officer released the cadets and informed them that their training would start tomorrow. The cadets were tense and scared. Jin, with his back to them, said that as their little brother, he was giving them advice. Right now, the twins are more afraid of their older siblings, but will it be the same in the future? He told me not to focus too much on what is happening now, and advised me to think better about the future. And now we're transported to Jin's room. He's back earlier. Then he turned to Jilly, who was bringing him tea, and said that he had declared the battle for hegemony to the twins. Jilly was surprised, and a drop of water slid down her face. But as Jin thought, the older sisters Mayu and Anna were probably covering for them. Jilly couldn't believe it, so she asked Jin again if he had actually declared a battle for the hegemony to both of them at once. Jin said that he had injured one of his brother's students, and after a bit of questioning, it turned out that this student of their sister's faction was his because his brother couldn't keep his mouth shut. Right now, the disciple belongs to the Gemini faction, and if the sisters find out about this, they will surely be furious. Jin said that there was no way his brothers would be able to recruit a 5th-ranked knight to their faction, since they usually recruit those who are weaker than them to their factions. Nervously, Jilly said that both sisters had already reached the rank of standard bearers, and she explained that there was an unspoken rule that standard bearers could only fight with other standard bearers. Jin said it was true, and he was glad that his sisters were holding him back. It's a huge blow to them, as they're both standard bearers, and they can't leave Jin's side yet. The only thing they can do is disrupt the distribution of his room and increase the difficulty of missions thanks to their authority. Then there is a chance that Jin will be injured or killed. But do not forget about single-player missions among those that come with high difficulty. That's where no one will be watching Jin, which means he can use all his power. Jilly wasn't nervous at all, but on the contrary, she was even happy and said that then this would be a great opportunity. Jin only said that he should thank his sisters and strive for more. All of a sudden, he picked up Moth and said that he was sure no one would mind if Jin took the cat with him. After Muraken gave a questioning meow, Jin said that he wouldn't take him on missions. For Muraken, he had something else to do. Muraken asked him what he was going to do, but Jin didn't answer, saying that he would tell them later, and until then Muraken and Jilly needed to lay low. And now we are transported to the training session. Zed said that they would all move out after finishing their day's training at the secret Runkendel family-only training ground. Only Hayton, Daytona, and Jean were standing there. The elder said that these were special privileges for purebloods, but warned them not to think it would be easy. Zed revealed that their family's sword skills are based on destructive power. They fight, they win, they own. Rangendel's character traits are reflected in this art. They don't have a specific definition, but there are secret techniques that can only be learned as a standard bearer. When Jin saw the twins' faces, he realized that it was probably the sisters' fault. Zed went on to say that fencing doesn't have a fixed form, whether it's a leg position or a stance. This is the main difference between the Rangendels and other noble families. He asked if they knew why. Jin raised his hand and replied that it was because of the unique physical abilities and talents that the Rangendels possess. It was Vero. My uncle said that being a Rangendel meant having a great bloodline. Their physical stats and sword skills were even beyond the dreams of an ordinary person. Zed said that if they had any minor flaws, their level was still much higher than average. That's why it was so easy for them to learn, Zed said with an evil smile. He gave each of the brothers a steel ball. Jin looked at the ball and thought that there was something inside. He assumed that there were steel parts. Zed said that this ball is called a pure stone, and when it hits, it makes a ringing sound. My uncle said they were going to hear 3 kinds of sounds, so he asked them to pay attention. The first time he hit the edge of the ball, the sound was so unpleasant that one of the brothers even had to cover his ears with his hands, and the others were clearly not happy either. Then he struck again, but this time weakly. For them, the sound was no longer unpleasant. As they understood, the sound of a stone depends on the force with which it is hit. If you hit it weakly, the sound will be quiet, but if you calculate the strength well, the ringing will be truly beautiful. The essence of training is to make sure that the sound is perfect with each beat. This is done to train the strength of the spirit, will, perseverance, and concentration. If you take into account the physical abilities of the Rankendel family, then this exercise is perfect, although its essence is simple. However, they only hit a piece of steel, which is too boring for the Rankendel's special training. So Zed made the last sound. Jin wondered what the third sound would be, because he could definitely hear that there was something inside the ball, like steel shards. While Zed was beating, Jin suddenly realized something. He ran to his brothers and shouted for them to fall down. The ball split, and then there was an explosion. He was very strong. The brothers were lying on the floor with Jin on top of them. They didn't know what had happened, but it was clear that Jin's reaction was good. Zed said that if they hit too hard, it would end up like this. And that's how they started training. After they survived the explosion and escaped unscathed, Zed said they were the first since Luna to be unharmed by the rock. Most of their siblings learned from him, so this brutal performance is part of the initiation. Zed never thought there would be another unharmed child. Jin then asked him if he could find out how Luna was able to escape the damage. Zed said that Jin would probably be disappointed when he found out, at least his brothers were annoyed. Zed said Luna didn't shy away like Jin did. Like the others, she took the blow on herself, but it was so strong that there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Zed told the 3 of them to start training anyway. He ordered them to beat until they could produce a clear sound at any time and in any situation. And now we are transported to the moon. Her nanny, Nanny, started talking about what Luna had said earlier. Luna asked if Nanny was saying that someone in the family wanted to kill Jean. Nanny said she suspected young ladies Mew and Anna. Given how much they try to keep an eye on Jean, Nanny is pretty sure the sisters had something to do with it. Even though it looked like they wanted to kill Jin, Luna still couldn't believe that the sisters would be so crazy as to try to kill in the Tempest Castle. She said that it was forbidden for those in the Tempest Castle to vie for inheritance. Besides, if Shiren found out about something like this, the family would be turned upside down and their own lives would be in danger. Nanny asked if there was a good chance that Jean had lied or taken the wrong approach. Jin was 10 at the time, so both options are possible. Since then, Luna and Nanny have been investigating for 5 years, but have not achieved any results. Luna doubted that Jin would lie. She thought of what he had said to her. She said he was careful with her then, not because he felt uncomfortable, but because he felt threatened with his life. It was in the air, Luna said. Nanny asked if young ladies Mew and Anna should be looked at. Luna said that she probably should and shared that she was worried about the fact that they still hadn't found anything. It was kind of creepy for her. Nanny said she was worried, too. She worries that Luna might be harmed by her siblings. Luna replied that she was able to survive her 30th birthday and made it clear to her that there was no need to worry so much. Luna said she hoped Jin was doing well. Nanny asked if she meant Master Jed's training. She said it was true. Jin should feel the effect of her mind-eye training. The clear stone really hits hard, Luna said. She was sure Jin was fine. She loved watching them grow up. We'll move on the next day. The training session started 4 hours ago. Jin and the twins were very tired. Then Zed gave them a 5-minute break. Jin thought it was an exercise to control his strength and develop his mind. But he was wrong. He needed to increase the destructiveness of his aura. Zed hit the rock without using it, but Jin doesn't have enough physical strength. So he decided that it needed to be strengthened with aura control. First, you need to focus the aura and achieve a clear sound. Only then can Jin break the stone. The main thing is not to rush. Even the twins were able to do this in their previous lives, so Jin was sure that he would definitely be able to do it. Zed looked at his brothers and thought that they were all holding up well, but when he looked at Jin, he thought that this kid was special. He wondered if Jin might be able to break Luna's record. And now we see that the day is already coming to an end. Zed told Jin to tell them that if they were going to be tomorrow, they weren't coming at all. As the brothers left, Zed pondered. The twins were exhausted much later than he thought. They are real Rankandellas, after all. And then there's the youngest, and suddenly after that, Zed starts to get angry about why Jin is the youngest. Zed believed that if Jin had been born 10 years ago, all the Rangandel forces would have been concentrated in his hand. Then he said that his brother was a disgrace. Then Zed sat down, annoyed, and repeated what a shame it was. We are now fast forward a month to March 1975. Middle-class cadets are being trained. The man announced that the middle class had received their first mission. Those cadets whose names he names should come forward. Their first mission is security. They are assigned to guard the new recruits from the Blacksmith Association. Then he called out the names. The third mission is the destruction of demonic creatures. The target of the mission will be orcs. Location: unprotected lands of the Kurano Principality. He looked at the page he was reading from. He didn't understand something or was surprised, and then read out the names. Mesa and Ballop were among them, and they were shocked. The man said that there were 2.5 dozen orcs on them that needed to be destroyed. And as the orcs move in rootstock or groups, they will have to muster their resolve and give it their all. The man said that this was all and wished everyone good luck. The cadet ranks began to talk about how destroying orcs wasn't for new recruits. They discussed that those sent on a mission would return half dead. Suddenly, a cadet standing next to Kajin. He grinned and said that he thought they should prepare incense and graves. Kajin said he had a moment before leaving for the mission and asked if they would like to make a will. One of the cadets got angry, but the other one continued to sneer, insinuating that Jin's faction was very weak without him. Meza pulled away one of the faction cadets and told Tomet to keep his cool. So far, they are not strong enough to compete with them. There's a mission ahead, you'll still have time to hurt yourself, Meza said. Tamet started snapping, and that's when Meza lost her temper. She told him to stop and stand still. She said that since their commander was Rankandel, they should focus on the mission they received and return unharmed after her successful application. She said it was the only way they would put them in their place. We see that the brothers continue to train with clean stones. Suddenly Hayton hit him too hard and blew him up, sending shards of rock flying straight at Jin. Hayton asked Jin if Lion was okay, to which Jin replied that he was still alive and asked not Hayton to do it somewhere far away from him. It's been a month since Jin started training with pure stones. His older brothers started blowing them up, but Jin had a strange feeling. It was as if a path of iron beads had appeared in front of his eyes and was imprinted as clearly as the trajectory of an arrow, and if the pure stone shards hit him again, he would definitely be able to dodge. Perhaps this was the perception that Luna had trained him in. Jin decided that before he forgot, he should try again. But suddenly Zed asked for attention and said that they were assigned a mission. The brothers whined about being sent to the celebration. They are being sent to the Bement Empire. Zed offered his condolences and said that thanks to them, the rest of the brothers wouldn't have to dance at the imperial reception. But he chided them for even if it's such a small thing, aren't they ashamed to sigh about their mission? He said that if he saw it again, he would make you dream of death. The brothers were terrified. Jin also thought that the Mayu and Anna sisters were also mean, punishing their ignorant brothers by sending them to a social event in the Bement Empire. My uncle said it was a big event and it was hard to refuse even if you were a Rankandel. He ordered them to go there and learn something useful. The Blitznits are gone. Then my uncle looked at his notebook again and gave Junior a task. Jin's task is to eliminate Vip. The target is the toy of the Ice Palace Master Talaris. In other words, one of her many lovers. Zed asked Jin if he knew about the palace. Jin said he knew. The Ice Palace is a huge tower in the middle of the continent's western sea. It is owned by the master of the Ice Palace, the 51st Master Talaris in Dorma, also known as the Spider of the Abyss. She became famous for being ruthless to anyone who attempted to kill her lovers. Zed warned that the palace and its master were very strong, and that this palace was beyond the reach of Rankandel or Zippel. Jin's target is Alcaro Shandor, who is accompanied by the Ice Palace's men and lives in the Mamita crime district. Hearing this, the twins were taken aback. The twins whispered that if it was in Mamita, they would know that the knights had ordered it and that it was too much even if the younger one was so good. The customer was the Shandor family itself. They ordered the murder of their own. It looked like the family couldn't get Alcaro back, so they decided to kill him. Jin said firmly and decisively that he would do it. Zed was surprised by Jin's choice, because if Jin had refused, Zed would have talked to the knights. My uncle laughed and told Jin that he liked his straightforwardness. The uncle said that the three of them would leave in 3 days. The twins couldn't believe that the younger one would actually go to Mammoth. My uncle said that since Jin agreed, there was no need to stop him. Suddenly, the brothers approached Jin. They said that in case of danger, he would open up, then they would not touch him. They were worried about Jin. Jin told the older brothers to decide who they liked best, him or the sisters. Zed then turned to Hayton and Daytona and said that Jin was telling them not to go against him if they wanted to live happily ever after. Then we fast forward a few days. Meza and the other cadets came out to see Jin off, and she asked him if he was going to Mammoth. She noticed that his hair is a different color. Jin said that he can't go there as a rank handle, so he disguises himself. Jin said that their tasks are different, so they need different gates. After asking them about the mission, Jin replied that they looked gloomy and asked if something was wrong. Meza said everything was fine and they came to say goodbye. Jin asked about what it means to say goodbye, and she said that it won't be the last time they see each other. Meza said that if it didn't go so well, one of them might die. To which Jin replied that nothing would change from their excitement and advised them to focus on their task. Until he returned, he asked not to waste his energy and worry in vain. Jin said goodbye to Bellup, too. Jin then asked Jilly to keep an eye on them. Murakin in the form of a cat told Jin not to worry, because this body is gorgeous black. But the genie should not be caught or noticed. Before leaving, Murakin told Jin that he had to be careful not to be discovered, and advised him not to be careless because of his miracle disguise. Jilly said Sir Murakin hadn't arrived yet, and it would be quiet for a while. Jin told her to think of it as a vacation and that he would bring her some souvenir. Gilly said that he was worried about him because he had to kill the mistress of the Ice Palace's lover. Although Jin isn't just an ordinary cadet, Mammoth is a very dangerous place, so Gilly asked Jin to take care of himself. Jin got on his horse and said goodbye to the nanny. The place Mammoth went to is a crime district, a place where the most repulsed criminal elements gather. And now we see that a man came into the bar and shouted to everyone to meet the new guy. This man's name is Tonk. This bar is a hideout for criminals. Because of the energy that comes from these creepy types, they say that even grass doesn't grow. And then we see Jin enter the bar. The people sitting there were a little surprised that it looked like they really had a new one. After entering the bar, Jin tossed a silver coin and said that there would be a glass of water and a light snack. Everyone was surprised at his audacity because he's just a kid. Tonk went up to Jin and told him that Jin was new, but he was acting like one of them. Tonk asked him where the genie came from, if it was some rank 9 knight from a faraway land. Then he viciously said that since Jin had arrived in Mammoth, he should learn his rules. He ordered him to kneel down and then do something else, but Jin didn't let him finish and stabbed him in the throat. Blood splattered on the table, and Tonk died. Jin put the knife down on the table and asked him how long he would wait. Everyone in the bar was shocked, and then they laughed out loud and started drinking, saying that they expected Tonk to die like this. Jin just kept thinking that just like Zed had said, all the madmen gathered here. Zed had told Jin that if he wanted to impress the local outcasts, he needed to show them his strength and fearlessness. Jin had received a huge amount of support in his previous life, and he hoped that one day he would be able to repay Zed. So the bartender handed Jin a glass of water and a light snack, saying he hadn't poisoned them. Jin said that poisons are not favored here, and he knows it. The bartender said that Jin was well informed and asked if he had anyone from around here. Jin said it was none of his business. Then the bartender started asking Jin what he wanted. He offered him drugs, said the last batch was pretty good, and also asked if he was looking for someone. Jin asked if someone who introduced himself as Easter had passed by. The bartender said that he was absolutely sure that such a person was not here, so Jin asked him to tell him where to spend the night. No bedbugs or anything like that. The bartender said there was only one place, an inn in the west of the city, the Moonwell. He said that even kings stay there, so Jin can rest easy. So Jin came to the Moonwell Inn. As he walked, he thought about the task at hand. Alcaro Chandra, son of the Count. He grew up not knowing what need was, going crazy with entertainment and pleasure. All he has is a noble family name, Alcaro, a man who trembles before the strong and mocks the weak. The reason he's staying in such a dangerous city is because he wants to attract the attention of the mistress of the Ice Palace, so the only place he can be is a hotel. Jin thought of the new drug the bartender had mentioned and assumed that Alcaro was brewing it in his room. Jin also assumed that if Alcaro was the Ice Palace master's lover, then he must have security guards. So Jin went into the hotel to investigate the situation in the lobby first. And the first thing he saw was a disgruntled Alcaro yelling at the knight. Jin was lucky, he didn't think that he would meet him so soon. Alcaro, meanwhile, continued to argue with the knights. He was fiercely begging them for something. One of them said that something was wrong and that it was their duty to protect him. The knight was about to say something about Alcaro's pampering, when suddenly Alcaro shut him up, saying that he didn't even want to hear about it. Alcaro said that if he got it, he would do anything for them, and he called them names and said that when his darling came back, he would blow their heads off. The knight behind him sighed heavily, and Alcaro was angry, and he was beginning to boast that he was a member of the Chandra family, and they were peasant brats, when suddenly the knight knocked him out with a blow. The knights obviously didn't want to protect Alcaro, because he wasn't very smart. They would be happy if he died of an overdose. The guard said that he didn't understand why they should let Alcaro live, but they were still determined to do what they had to do, without any reasoning. Jin analyzed the security detail. Alcaro's security is about level 6 or so, he thought. He also knew that killing Alcaro would be much easier than he thought. Problems will start after. Jin needs to get him out of the way, avoid the guards, and stay safe. Jin reflected that it was an unspoken rule of Mamet not to use poison. Everyone would be insulted if he used poison, and the guards might get in the way. Alcaro should be removed quietly in the secret room of the Moonwell, Jin thought. And slamming his palm down on the table, he made up his mind to act. And here we see some people coming and discussing how many guardians Alcaro has. The girl clearly hates Alcaro, saying that all the difficulties are because of him because he doesn't know his place. One of the knights walking nearby said that it would be over for today. He called the girl mistress and said that she came personally to get rid of him. They are going to the Moonwell, and the girl said that she can get rid of his kind at any time. She continued by saying that she couldn't wait to tell them the good news. Suddenly, thunderclouds appeared in the sky, lightning flashing everywhere. The guard said it was from the Moonwell side. The girl said they were crazy and definitely picked the wrong day. And now we see Jin again, who has decided that he will raise the entire Moonwell with magic directly from the room. Once he added the 4th rank shadow energy, he would gain the destructive power of the 6th. That way, everyone will assume that the mage is at least rank 6, and no one will be able to suspect Jin, because who would think of a brat who is barely 15? After all, even Verid and Zippel barely reached that level. In addition, due to the properties of shadow energy, Jin will not leave any traces of using magic, so there will not be a single reason for suspicion. He decided that a lightning bolt would be enough to make it look like it had come from outside. As the shadow began to gather around him, he used the release of shadow energy. We see that Jin is surrounded by darkness while summoning lightning. He said that no matter how much he thinks, this plan is a bit crazy. And so he began to summon lightning. It was Jin who created the lightning bolt that struck over the Moonwell. It turned out that the girl was Ceres Indorma, the commander of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace, the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace. Lightning struck the building and destroyed it. The guard told Ceres that it seemed some high-ranking mage had a grudge against the Moonwell. Ceres said it was probably true, but the mage might be up to their liking. Ceres added that there were 6 palace men in the inn, and that her mother's lover, Alcaro, was definitely there. Ceres told them to hurry up, prioritizing the lives of their people, and said that Alcaro didn't care. The entire sky was blue with the glow of lightning. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning struck right in front of the girl. The bandits fled in terror. They thought it was one of Zippel's magicians, because one of them had recently killed Zippel, but it turned out that this bandit was lying. Suddenly, one of the guards got scared and started to run away, but suddenly lightning struck in front of him. It was incredibly strong, stronger than the others. Hetten was shocked. Ceres said that judging by the force of the impact, it was the last attack. Ceres hoped they were okay. Suddenly, Jean emerged from the rubble. He was thinking about the fact that his last lightning bolt, which he had spent all the energy of the shadows on, was very close in power to the 7th rank. He managed to avoid serious injuries thanks to the pendant. Jin saw that the Ice Palace guards were alive, but he didn't see Alcaro. Jin thought that if Alcaro had survived, this was a great chance. But suddenly Ceres appeared in front of him and was surprised that there were people of her own age in Mamita. She asked Jin if he was okay and said that he had been hurt by lightning. Ceres said getting out of here would be a great solution and told Jin to move and get up. Hetten said that their men were hurt, but they were all safe. This was a relief to Ceres, who ordered everyone to gather outside, and if Alcaro was with them, she ordered them to kill him. Ceres said that magic was uniform and that it was definitely one person, and ordered them to capture the magician if they found him. Jin realized that the Ice Palace Master's daughter was standing in front of him, and from her words, he deduced that she had come to deal with Alcaro. Jin decided that Alcaro was going to die anyway, so there was no point in leaning out. The problem was something else. It would be bad if the daughter of the Ice Palace Master remembered him. Jin decided that he needed to hide his face as much as possible and pretend that he was damaged in this mess in order to leave as soon as possible. One of the guards said it was a shame that Alcaro had been killed by a magical attack, which meant that they had failed the mission to escort him, but Ceres wasn't so annoyed. She said that she had come to relieve them of this burden, and that she had had enough of his whims. Jumping onto a small dais and raising her sword, Ceres loudly announced that the inn was now under the control of the Ice Palace. She also shouted her name and said that she was the daughter of Talaris, the master of the Ice Palace, and the commander of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace. She said that anyone who resisted would be declared an enemy of the Ice Palace. 2 bandits decided to object. She shouted that they didn't care whose daughter she was there, it was Mammoth. The second man shouted that it was the kings of this city who ruled here, not Ceres, and that maybe the Ice Palace was to blame for the attack. In an instant, she cut off their heads. As she had said, the protesters would become enemies of the palace. Then, she said that playing the ruler of this garbage pit really allows you to look down on the Ice Palace. Ceres said that if it turned out that the attack was caused by the Ice Palace, the bandits would receive compensation. But what if the mage's target was them and the Ice Palace was an accidental victim? And she asked if it was not clear why they should take control of this place. The bandits told them to do what they wanted and that they agreed that this magician should be found and killed. Ceres replied that of course they would start looking for the mage among the survivors, but it couldn't be any of them. There wasn't a single mage there. Ceres said who knows whose anger the bandits might have attracted, and immediately told them to keep their objections to themselves. And then she went back to Jin. She asked why a kid like him was still here when she said to leave. Jin said he was just a little scared and hurt his leg and apologized. Ceres laughed and said that he must be too cowardly for a man and too cute for a swordsman. She took out some salve and told Jin to roll up his pant leg. She said that Jin was lucky to have survived the attack and that she, Ceres, was sharing the medicine with him, and she told him to take it as a great honor. Jin asked how he could repay her kindness, but she smiled and said it was nothing. She asked how someone like him could repay someone like her. She told him to think of it as a pleasant memory and thank the Ice Palace now and then. So she said goodbye to him, and Jin waved back. Jin's mission was accomplished. And so we see cadets killing ogres. They just killed the 18th ogre. One of the cadets said that he thought they would return at this rate without any losses. Cadets Tamant and Scut were happy that everyone would survive and rubbed their noses at those who laughed at them. But Meza immediately interrupted them, telling them not to relax because there are still 7 monsters roaming around. Meza had thought that orcs usually moved in groups, but these ones moved singly, so they were easier to kill. She thought that the gods were watching over them after all, or that Master Jin was blessed and that the blessing affected them as well. She told everyone to return to the search and ordered that no one relax until the end of the mission and that everyone remain vigilant. And now we see that Mirakin in the form of a cat is watching them from the bushes. He was bored because all he could do was wait for the cadets to catch the remaining 7 before he could go home. Suddenly, we're flashed back a few days to when Jin's squad started their mission. We see the orcs gathered in a large group. Mirakin, standing on the dais, ordered them to listen and said that from now on they should walk one at a time. He threatened them that if they disobeyed his orders or hung around in pairs, he would destroy them all. He told them to get out of his sight if they understood. The orcs scattered in fear, and now we are transported back to the present. Miraka in the form of a cat talks about how Jin forced him to do such unworthy things. He wondered what if Jin was a millennial contractor. Mirakin was not happy that everything was on Gina. As he watched Jin's party from the tree, all he could think about was what would make him buy new manhwas when he got back. In this body, Mirakin needs to do everything possible so that the squad returns from the mission in full force. Suddenly, Mirakin noticed someone approaching. Mirakin was confused. That someone was coming from the other side. Mirakin couldn't figure out where they'd come from, but he knew that the cadets wouldn't be able to just come back. Then Mirakin was forced to use shadow energy. The good thing was that the cadets were somewhere in the 3rd rank. After all, if it was Jin, he would have instantly noticed Mirakin's barrier. And now we see how the shadow outlined a circle, and then a dome was formed. Belop noticed something. He noted that it was getting dark rather suddenly, but he thought it was going to rain. As we can see, there is no face on the head of this huge knight, only something big and glowing red. Mirakin transformed into a dragon and started flying towards whatever was approaching. He was outraged that someone dared to send their warriors without his permission. As he approached, he saw that it wasn't a living creature but a relic from ancient times. It was a grave giant, with a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, and the giant was completely covered in armor. Muraken was sure that his dragon clan had gotten rid of the grave giants a couple of thousand years ago. Besides, he couldn't understand how a giant guarding the graves of dead gods could be here. It wasn't a pleasant meeting. At this moment, Muraken started to form a ball of shadow energy. He wanted to end the grave giants in one fell swoop. He used shadow energy on the giant. From such a force, the giant began to collapse. Its eye burned red for a while, but soon the eye went out and the giant fell to the ground. Muraken began to descend and descended to the ground. He reincarnated as a human and said that he hadn't used his powers in so long that his bones were cracking. Muraken said there was no way the grave giant could have appeared here by accident. No matter how much he thinks about it, the Zippel family is clearly involved. He couldn't understand what was going on in this world. Muraken decided that it would be best if he didn't tell Jin anything yet, because if something happened, Muraken would be able to protect him. Muraken was thinking that Jin had grown a lot in 10 years. He was sure that he had enough strength to go up against the Zippels. Suddenly we are transported to a workshop, and now we see for the first time the magician of reincarnation, Buber Gaston. He told Bishkal that there was a problem with Buber's creation, the grave giant, and Buber was very nervous. The one who entered the room was Bishkal Ebriano, the head of the Kinzello terrorist group. Bishkal said that he had already heard the news and that as far as he knew, the cadets were attacked by the grave giant during the night. Buber said it was true, but he would never have thought that anyone would dare destroy his precious creation. Bishkal said that this is not so important now. After all, the one who defeated the giant is a dragon. Moreover, the shadow dragon, Bishkal said that he specially went there personally to check everything out in person. Buber got nervous and asked Bishkal if he meant that the dragon had noticed their work. Bishkal said he wasn't sure, but he thought it was a warning. Bishkal then told Bubara to look around here and that he would send people to help. After all, he urgently needs to meet with the Zippel family. We are transported to the castle and see the following picture. Zed, with a smile on his face, praises Jin for successfully completing the mission and returning from Mammoth in one piece. Zed said that the bannermen who gave Jin this assignment would be surprised. Well, they'll be furious when they find out how it went. So Zed ordered all the fighters to disperse. Jin and his squad stood and congratulated each other on their successful missions. Jin told the group that they had done a great job, and they said they were very happy that Jin was safe. Then we see the cadets standing in the distance start discussing them. One of them said that by some miracle on the same day, the magician staged a terrorist attack at the hotel where the target of the task was staying. One of them said that Mr. Jin was really lucky. Another began by saying that they live in an unfair world, because not only is Rankindle kissed by fate, while some people, no matter how hard they try, still can't get above the average cadet. One of the cadets said that he didn't know how skilled they were, but young Master Jin was only rank 4 and his cadets were only rank 3, and then asked Kajin if he was going to leave it like this. Kajin said that even if he was arrogant and the youngest lord, he still had pure Rankindle blood in his veins. Kajin said they couldn't do anything until the lady gave the order. Suddenly, Jin came up to them. They started whispering about whether Jin had heard them. Jin said that, unfortunately, he had excellent hearing. The cadets were surprised. Jin asked Kajin if his arm was okay. Kajin replied that the doctors said that with the way Jin cut it off, it would be easy to restore it. Jin said it looked like the cadets were having a very interesting discussion. Kajin replied that most of them, ordinary people who encounter people like Jin, whisper behind their backs and ask them not to pay attention. Jin said that no matter what he does or doesn't do, as long as he doesn't become a standard bearer, it's none of their business. Kajin asked what kind of flogging he would get if Jin wanted it. Jin asked why he would do such a thing, to which Kajin replied that it was because he was being extremely brazen. Jin said that Kajin really is an eyesore. Kajin got up in a huff and said that he didn't think it was pleasant for anyone to watch a young master receive universal acclaim after completing a mission based on pure luck. Jin said that it looked like there was a misunderstanding. He didn't say that because Kajin was making fun of him and acting impudent. Jin told Kajin that as a 5th rank knight with outstanding abilities compared to intermediate class cadets, Kajin should be stronger than Jin. Taking out his sword, Jin asked so why did he choose to discuss behind his back. Jin reminded Kajin that he could challenge him at any time. Jin told Kajin to draw his sword and that there was no need to give in to him anymore. Jin wanted to deal with everything properly. Kajin said that it sounded like Jin didn't want them to put an aura restriction. Jin said that Kajin understood correctly, to which Kajin responded by drawing his sword, saying that Jin would regret it. Kajin attacked Jin, but he blocked them. Jin was thinking that Kajin's attacks were really heavy, but he wasn't a match for the ones Jin was going to fight. While fighting, Kajin shouted in anger that Jin was still too weak to fight him. Jin blocked Kajin's next attack, but then Kajin hit him. After another swing of the sword, Jin had an idea. Something occurred to him, something that was happening to him like the day a steel ball hit him because of Hayton, and he began to understand the trajectory of Kajin's next strike. There are an infinite number of places that a Kajin can hit, but not so many for a 5th ranked knight, especially when the enemy is not visible behind the blinding veil of anger. So Jin decided to finish him off in 3 strokes. They exchanged words, Jin saying that Kajin can't beat him because Jin reads all his actions. Kajin said that Jin keeps saying such meaningless things. Jin made a backhand push, then an unexpected uppercut, and then the final attack. He created an aura of power around the sword that the 4th rank couldn't even dream of successfully blocking. Kajin's sword flew away, and Kajin himself fell to the ground. Kajin couldn't figure out how Jin had just blocked the kick. Pointing the sword at Kajin, Jin said that he knew how many years it had taken him to reach the 5th rank. Kajin asked if Jin had deceived him. He didn't know that Jin was ranked 5. He said that he wasn't lying, that Kajin just didn't know anything about him. Jin never gets into a fight if he knows he's going to lose. Suddenly the 2 brothers Hayton and Daytona came running, shouting about what had happened. When they saw this picture, they suddenly stopped and were surprised. They couldn't believe that their little brother had defeated Kajin. As Jin walked past them, he said it was easy. The twins were shocked. And then we see the sisters asking Kajin if Jin really beat him. Kajin said that he was very ashamed of himself. One of the sisters asked if Kajin had been bribed or if he had succumbed because Jin had run candle. Kajin said none of that. Mayu asked what was the matter then. She couldn't believe that Kajin was seriously claiming that a 15-year-old boy had defeated a rank 5 knight so quickly. Kajin said that not only he, but everyone who was on the training ground can confirm. Kajin also added that Jin's strength surpasses rank 5. Grinning, Mayu said that it was her own fault for expecting something like this from someone like Kajin and told her to just leave. And so the sisters were left alone. My sister said that she thought the younger one was showing them his teeth. Mayu replied that it wasn't just them, Jin was grinning at the whole family. Mayu said that on Gina's next mission, experiment with their kids. This must be the place from which he will return dead. Next, we see Gilly telling Jin that there is a commotion in the Garden of Swords. Everyone is amazed by his abilities. Jin said the first chapter, Father and Sister Luna. In the entire history of the Runkendals, only 3 became 5th rank knights at the age of 15. And so Wu Jin now has the 5th rank of swordsmanship, 4th of magic and shadow energy. Jin hadn't even expected this level of swordsmanship. After all, he was just training normally with a pure stone and had reached the 5th rank. As he stared out the window, he thought that it looked like if one of his 3 powers, shadow energy, magic, or aura became stronger, it affected the others. When Jin was overloaded with shadow energy earlier, he opened up auras and mana afterward. No one has ever possessed such abilities in history, so it's useless to search for records, but Jin is sure that these 3 powers are definitely connected. Suddenly Jin noticed the flowers and asked Jilly if she had put them up. Jilly said they were brought in while Jin was away, so she didn't clean them up. Then she asked if she should get rid of them. Jin said no need, there are no curses on the flowers and everything is fine. Returning to the topic of conversation, Jin said that since they discovered that he had become a 5th rank knight at 15, his brothers would start to get a little nervous, including brother Joshua, who is vying to be the next head. And they show us Joshua Rankendall. When Luna Runkendall relinquished her position as first standard bearer, the second standard bearer of Runkendall became a strong candidate, and with the support of his mother, Rose Runkendall, he secured the position. Jin said that it would be a good idea to hide the abilities until the time comes and he decides that revealing his achievements will do more good. Since it was reported that Jin had reached the 5th rank, news of him would spread further than Rankendall and would surely be covered in the press as well. Nurakin said that Jin is so open about complimenting himself. Nurakin is sure that if Jin becomes the center of attention, then his brothers will become more obedient. Jin said that was true, but more importantly, Father would personally arrive at the Sword Garden. And then they were both surprised. Shire needs someone else to be the heir. Other than Luna, his father was never happy with any of Jin's seniors. Sister Luna, who was the only one who got his attention, was not interested in the throne, so he decided that she was not suitable for the role of head of the family. Then Joshua strengthened his position. Brother Diff, Sister Runcha, and Sister Marie became temporary successors. This line was set in stone, but things have changed since Jin came along. Jin thought about how Shire didn't look at age. Father is the kind of person who gives everyone a chance, so he will chase Jin around just like when he was a regular rank. Jai is sure that his orders will include 2 things. First, it's a test of whether Jin can overcome the age gap between him and his brothers. The second is protection, and Shire doesn't want Jin to die at the hands of his relatives before he passes the test, because Jin is a special case. Jilly said that if Jin's story was published in the newspapers, he would be inundated with invitations from families and groups from all over the world. Jin said that she was right, But Jin had a plan to deal with all the meetings at once, which was to hold a banquet when Shion arrived. He told Jilly to be ready and told her that it would be her responsibility to keep a particularly vigilant eye on Muraken. If Muraken turned into a human and made his way to the reception, it would be the end of them. Muraken, surprised, jumped up and said that he was not a child and he had no intention of doing this. And so a few days passed. Jilly says that the butler seems to be very busy answering an endless stream of emails. When she asked Pedro, it turned out that even the ruling family of the Bement Empire wasn't left out. Jin said it was funny that they were also very curious about what was going on. Jilly said that the head had sent a schedule of home visits through Han. Shion is scheduled to arrive in a month, so even the arrival dates of other families were scheduled. Jin noticed that the young gentleman had become quite quiet lately. He said that if they tried to take control of him when everyone's attention was on him, it would be like showing either their fear or hatred. Suddenly, the butler entered the room, shouting. He was shocked and said that Jin was assigned a mission and sent straight to the ruins of Colin. Then we see Jin's mother, Rose Rankendel, yelling at the flag bearers. She asked how they, who call themselves standard bearers, could have done their job so badly. She was furious that they'd sent Junior to Zippel territory. Suddenly the door opened and Jin came in, and my mother calmed down at the same time. There were standard bearers in the room, among them Runsha Rankendel, the third standard bearer of the Rankendels, Ran Rankendel, the fifth standard bearer, Vigo Rankendel, the sixth standard bearer. Rose asked Jin if he had already heard that his next mission was in the Colin ruins. Jin replied that he had, but Rose immediately said it was cancelled. There is no chance that Jin will go to Colin. The sisters were outraged and decided to object, but Rose was furious and shut them up. She said that they only think about killing the younger ones. Miu asked if it was weird. The second sister also said that she didn't understand why my mother was protecting the little one. Rose said that if the sisters were crazy, then let them continue to talk nonsense. The sisters began to talk about how their mother and father had always silently forgiven their quarrels. They asked if it was because their family needed competition. She said that she was sure that everyone here grew up fighting. Second sister said that it was true. After all, she had been sent on ruthless missions so many times when she was only mid-rank. Rose finally agreed and said that competition is really needed, no matter what the methods and techniques are. But then she asked if they had reached the 5th rank at 15. The sisters were shocked. Rose said that Junior was different from all of them. She said that if they had jumped to the level of a junior at his age, she would have protected them too, but the sisters didn't deserve her protection. Rosa said that he could see the state they were in now that they were standard bearers, and he didn't regret it in the least. Then she turned to Runsha, Ran, and Vigo. She said that since the three of them were also standard bearers, they were responsible for the ruckus the sisters had caused. She ordered Runsha to practice self-discipline for a while, and Rana and Vigo to return one family sword each from their vaults. Rose said that if it was up to her, she would have taken all the prestige swords they had, so the brothers still got off easy. With that all sorted out, Rose wondered what action Jean would take next. In this situation, with Rose dragging in his non-Eddie siblings, Rose wondered if Jin would pretend and coax her to relent, or enjoy favoritism. She wanted to see how he would resolve this situation. So Jin turned to his mother and said that he really liked the mission assigned by the sisters. Shocked, his mother asked him if he really meant it, knowing what a rotten place the Colin ruins were. Jin said he knew it was part of the Zippel territory that the Rankendel had wanted in the past and failed to get. The sisters were also shocked. Jin said he understood the risk, but he wasn't going to back down in this battle. He said that he thought the mission assigned to him was fine. Jin told the sisters that the place was really dangerous, but he didn't believe it was an irrational decision. He said that the sisters probably thought that he had quite high abilities, so Jin turned things around in his favor. Rose said it was reckless and asked Jin if he was trying to make his mother lose her temper. Jin said no, and that if they suddenly decided to replace a person on a mission, it would be tantamount to admitting their incompetence. Rose said the partners wouldn't have suspected them of that. The Jin sisters are just trying to hurt him because they can't break him in battle using their authority. Jin also knows it's true, but she said that if he faced the sisters head-on, victory would be on their side, but if he succeeded in the mission, he would deal them a heavy blow. In other words, Jin saw a chance to win this battle. Rose said that the Colin ruins were a place where he could die if he made a wrong move and asked if he was sure he wanted to go there. Jin said that he was confident and asked if when he successfully completed the mission, he would be able to get the swords that were taken from his brothers. He said that this mission is marked dangerous, so he asked to get at least such a reward. Rand said that they were just swords and that if Jin wanted them so badly, he would give him one of the items he had so that Jin would forget about this mission. Rand asked Jin if he didn't think staying alive until his father arrived would be enough. Jin thought it was funny and said that if it was so important, Rand would have stopped the sisters before they assigned Jin a task. His mother interrupted their conversation and told Jin that if he successfully completed the mission, she would give him the swords of his brothers. After these words, she dismissed everyone. Rose was afraid that Jin would do what Luna did, so she trampled on the other's pride, but she realized that it didn't seem necessary. She was sure Shiren would be happy to see the younger one grow up well. When everyone was out of the office, Anna asked Jin if he really thought he was lucky. Jin said they probably didn't know, but he wasn't too lucky. Anna said that soon his calmness will fly off because the mission is a team one and Jin will not be alone. Jin thanked her for her concern and then said that they would see each other again. And here we see Jin meeting up with his team for this mission. Miles Haas introduced himself first, then Lima Haas, and Kajin was also in the middle. Miles said it was an honor to be with Jin and apologized for his past mistake. Lima said he doesn't make a mistake on a mission. Kajin added that this also applies to him. Jin forgave Kajin and offered to put the past in the past, where it belongs, and get to work. Kajin thanked the young master. Jin wondered what kind of honor it would be if all three of them were members of Mayu and Anna's faction. He thought they were planning to stab him in the back and blame it all on the danger of the mission. Miles said he would introduce Jin to the situation. This is a search mission. The place is the ruins of Colin. Artifacts to be found, 4 pistols. And here we will learn more about the Colin ruins. Initially, a native settlement was established on these lands, but now the territory belongs to the Zippels and is associated with the kingdom of Phylon. Although Colin was discovered several hundred years ago, the Zippels who stumbled upon the ruins and the local inhabitants killed and enslaved almost the entire population. Of course, now they say that they respect the locals, but this is only at first glance. Although they appear to be happy with their conditions, they are actually only the lives and rights of these natives are not important to most people, so they are ignored. Jean speculates that the reason Zippel spared their lives was to rule Colin's land. This is a hypocritical act of alleged redemption of the past. Usually, the Zippel family is committed to good governance, and their people are genuinely loyal to them. Jin recalled that in any case, the Zippels had gone too far in their previous life, and they had blackened their reputation for a reason, but all for the sake of a mirror-shaped artifact that the natives had carefully hidden. His existence is the Zippel family's biggest secret. But thank you to the brave journalists in Jean's past life for bringing the whole truth to light. The published report contained evidence of the atrocities committed by the Zippels in an attempt to find the artifact. According to local residents, it turned out that it was called the Fountain of Mana, a thing that just looking at it could raise one's mana level to 7. With it, the Zippel family would create an army of mages, but Jin knows it's going to start in 10 years because they haven't found the source yet. This time, Jin decided that he wouldn't let the Zippels take him. Miles said that the mages were coming back and then explained the strategy. He said that the artifact they were looking for was in the 3rd warehouse. Miles said that a surprise attack alone wouldn't be difficult, but there's detection magic in there. Kajin asked them not to worry because according to him, no matter what happens, they will protect Jin with their lives. Jin was skeptical, but he thanked her. Jin said that safety directly depends on endurance. He suggested that we rest for a while and start in an hour. Jin took some dried meat out of his pocket and offered them a snack. The 3 of them ate what Jin gave them. When they had all eaten it, Jin said he would go and wish them sweet dreams. Miles started to fall, and Kajin asked if it was poison. Jin said it was just sleeping pills. They got on the floor. Jin asked Miles if he really wanted to admit that they were here to kill him. Jin said that he would be less suspicious of him if he acted as arrogant as usual. Then Jin chuckled and wondered if it was only dogs who followed their master's orders with blind loyalty. And so, after Jin put his companions to sleep, he was left alone. We see 2 security guards talking about something and suddenly one of them was neutralized by Jin. The second guard got scared and asked who he was, then hit Jin with a spear. Jin managed to dodge the spear. Then he lunged and kneed the guard in the throat. After knocking them out, Jin deduced that it didn't look like there were any other guards outside. He went to the vault doors and was surprised to see that they had a simple lock with no signaling magic. Sometimes they let ordinary people hang around the 3rd warehouse, so Jin thought the Zippels didn't think it was particularly important. When Jin opened the door, he saw a magic circle of blood and blood on the floor. It is known to the public as a protective magic that allows you to recognize the bloodline. In fact, the circle distinguishes between humans and demonic beasts, as well as victims of the epidemic. Jin realized that it didn't matter whose blood it was, as long as it belonged to a common person. Then he cut the guard's hand because he didn't want to leave any evidence. He spilled the blood of one of the guards on the circle. The circle glowed red, and Jin thought that the first signal was simple. But suddenly the circle was activated. Jin couldn't understand, because he was using the man's blood and yet the circle was activated. Which means the guard is sick or not human at all. And Jin saw that those 2 guards turned out to be monsters. They turned into huge muscular creatures, and their eyes glowed red. Jin couldn't figure out what was wrong. He used the Wind of Silence spell. Any mages in the area can detect spells, so Jin wanted to minimize their use, but the situation had changed. It seems that the battle cannot be avoided. The monster ran at Jin and hit him, but Jin dodged, then drew his blade and hit back. The monster screamed in pain and got even angrier as it hit again. This time Jin jumped out of the way. Jin then decided that he should use Bradamante, so he drew his sword from its scabbard and an aura enveloped his blade. The giants were surprised. From their reactions, it was clear that they knew that the aura was dangerous. Then we see the monster pull Jin's knife out of its belly. Jin was surprised to see this, as the giant's wound was immediately repaired. This kind of regeneration rate is only found in the highest class of demonic monsters, but these two were humans just a moment ago, which made Jin feel confused. Jin reasoned that there were a lot of mages passing through Zippel's territory, and the locals were in. Jin assumed that these strange monsters were living golems. Their creation is a serious crime. Jin wondered if the Zippels could use the Kallen ruins as a laboratory for experiments with forbidden magic. Living golems have the strength and speed of smaller and 4-rank monsters. Their movements are clumsy, worse than those of rank 4 swordsmen who have been properly trained, and it's not difficult to fight them, Jin thought. He knew that normally a magic weapon, a golem wouldn't stop even if it was seriously injured. To neutralize it, you need to destroy the core. We can see that a golem's core can be its head, heart, or stomach, although these golems are illegal and live, but they are no different from ordinary golems. So Jin started hitting the cores. First he hit the golem in the head, but there was no core. The golem's strength and speed didn't drop at all, moreover, it became more aggressive. Then Jin decided that if not the head, then there was only one place left. He cut the golem in half and a blue ball fell out of it. This was the core. Jin of course broke it. He couldn't believe that the Zippels would even outrage their fellow humans. Suddenly, a golem pounced on Jin from behind, but he managed to react and hit his arm with the sword, causing the golem to cry out in pain. Then Jin hit the heart and it turned out that there was a core and the golem died. Jin let out a sigh of relief and thought about how the magic was almost released and it was close. Suddenly, Jin heard someone pleading. It turned out that a half-finished golem that looked like a man in tears was asking to be killed. Jin felt sorry for him, but he pulled himself together and did it. Jin didn't know what had happened to these people, but no one will become a living golem of their own volition, especially since after the transformation, they become consumable material with no future. Still, Jin knew this wasn't the time to be angry. However, he didn't expect this to happen and witness this terrible sight of the Zippels. Jin assumed that the sisters were aware of the situation when they gave him the mission, but no one cancelled the mission. Jin knew that even if he told the whole world the truth, the Zippel family would find a way to cover it up, because creating live golems is a serious enough crime for the Empire's investigative committee to press them. In the meantime, he decided to gather evidence and continue the mission. Still, Jin knew that even then the Zippels would be able to completely deny their involvement, but that was not a problem. So far, the mages haven't made any big moves. This means that most of them are unaware of the real situation. If they had known that the guards were living golems, they wouldn't have been so careless about guarding the warehouses. Consequently, not everyone in the Kallen ruins was involved in the crime. After entering the warehouse, Jin saw that the defensive magic on the stone slab was simple, but the one on the dishes was quite strong. According to Jin, usually the wards are removed from the body, but 2 live golems are dead, so the Zippels will have to bury all the mess Jin makes. He started using magic, and flames appeared in his hand, and shadow energy appeared in the other, and he combined them together and decided that he would burn everything there that he could. He used explosive flames. Then we see Luna angrily asking the sisters who sent Jin to Zippel's territory if they're out of their minds. After all, Jin is 10 years younger than them. Luna asked why they did it. One of the sisters asked if Luna was asking because she really didn't know. Luna said that wasn't an answer and asked the sisters if they had started a battle for the hierarchy with a junior of the middle rank. Luna said that the unspoken rule of war is that standard bearers are against standard bearers, and non-standard bearers are against each other. Luna told them to be ashamed, because even she was sorry that the sisters were the family's standard bearers. Sister Anna screamed that Luna had never interfered in their squabbles because she had such power. Luna interrupted her by saying that if they had won after Junior's trial, she wouldn't have said a word. But Jin had succeeded on the mission in the Kallen ruins and must be reporting back to Mother right now. Luna asked if the sisters understood why she was talking about shame, because after all, the sisters had given him the wings he needed to soar. Luna wondered if there had ever been a situation in their family where sabotage had failed in the same way as this one. She ordered the sisters to leave, but before the sisters left, she managed to say that according to her observations, Jin wasn't the type to show mercy. She asked them to be careful and said that she was only saying this out of concern for them and that even if something went wrong, they were still her younger sisters. And now we see that the moon is already in her room. Nanny said she thought Luna was going through puberty again since she'd raised her hand against her younger siblings as soon as they got back. Luna said that at her age, what kind of transition age can we talk about? Nanny said she was worried, given Jin's temperament, he would never forget something like this. Luna asked Nanny if she also thought that Jinu's sisters were no match for her. Nanny said she didn't think they'd be able to face him in a real fight in 5 years, so they didn't have much time to live. Luna told Nanny not to say something so terrible out loud since they were still blood relatives. Suddenly, Luna asked Nanny if she had found the person who tried to kill Master Jin. Nanny said they weren't two ladies because they were middle ranked at the time, so it's no use looking at them. Luna said it made sense. According to her, it's definitely not Mary and Yona or the Tone twins, so the remaining suspects are Master Joshua, Master Diff, Master Ran, Vito, and Miss Runcha. Nanny said that aside from Masters Rana and Vigo, she couldn't recklessly study the others. Luna confirmed that this is the case, as the other two are known for their deception skills. According to Luna, Nanny is more likely to get a headache trying to see them. Luna said they would just watch them, and Nanny would definitely get into awkward situations, taking care of her suspicions. Nanny said that Luna had thought well, and then added that even after the assassination attempt, the young master was growing well and that there was no need to worry too much. And then we see Jin come home. Jilly was crying, glad that Jin was safe and sound. Jin said that everything was fine and that soon even she wouldn't be able to beat him. Jilly said that Jin was sent to a dangerous place and that if something went wrong, she would take revenge with her life. Murakin asked Jin if he had reported back. Jin said that people would probably say that he completed this mission with outside help, but now he's worried about the gossip. Then he remembered something and asked Gilly and Murakin to take a look. In the jar, Jin had the heart of a living golem. Murakin said that Jin was a favorite of fate, and that since Jin himself had returned unharmed, the golem must have been the result of a failed experiment, and then Murakin asked Jin if he had found this heart in the ruins of Colin. However, Jin replied that the two guards had turned into monsters and told them that they regenerated each time he hit them, and this appeared when he pierced their cores. Hearing about the living golems, Murakin was shocked. Murakin seriously wondered what Zippel's plan was. If last time there was a grave giant, now there are living golems. What's next? Murakin said that in any case, if Jin's words were true, it was the Zippel's doing, given that the ruins were their territory. Murakin then suggested that they visit Colin again later because he wanted to ask them a few questions about what was going on. Although Jin didn't really want to go back to the living golems, it would still be safer with Murakin. Jin thought that if he was lucky, he might even be able to find the source of mana and that no matter what mess they made there, the Zippel family would do their best to hide the situation. Jin agreed to Murakin's suggestion and said that he would set aside some time. And now we see the results of the mission. Shortly after its completion, Kajin and the Haas brothers returned on their own, but Mayu and Anne stripped them of their cadet qualifications and kicked them out of Runkandel. Expelling cadets who had officially completed their mission was a harsh punishment, but no one felt any sympathy for them. It is now June 1795, and Jin continues to train with Pure Stone. Zed said that starting today, Junior's training with the Pure Stone is over and that tomorrow he's only expecting the twins. However, Jin also needs to come to morning training sessions with the rest of the cadets. Zed said that the head would tell them something next week, and the twins were surprised to hear this, but Jin was calm. The twins were thinking that it was impossible for their father to promote the younger one to trainee flag bearer. The twins quietly discussed that the trainee standard bearer must leave Rankadel to earn the honor. Daytona confirmed that the trainee must act independently without any family support. Jin only thought that it had finally happened, that he wouldn't have to endure the dissecting attention of everyone around him anymore. He was happy to be able to develop his strength the way he wanted. And here we see Shiren walking at the head of the army. Han informed him that they would reach the Garden of Swords in 2 hours. Shiren said that the last son continues to interfere with his training. Shiren planned to stay on the Black Sea for 10 years, but this is not the first time. Han said that he had sensed that young Master Jin was unusual back in the Tempest Castle, but he couldn't have guessed how much, and what Jin was doing in the Garden of Swords really shocked him. Shiren said that his fighting spirit is extraordinary. Even though Jin was a child, his eyes showed deep regret when they first met. Although Shiren thinks Jin was still trying to hide it. Shiren said that he couldn't forget how Jin provoked his siblings as soon as he arrived at the Garden of Swords. Although no one had ever taught him this, the junior instinctively knew the rule of destroying opponents. Shiren said that the other brats knew this and tried to keep Jin, but he survived and came back every time his siblings threw him into the clutches of death, and now he's rank 5. Apart from Mammoth and the ruins of Colin, Shiren was more interested in the first mission. The fact that Jin fought one-on-one with a White Wolf tribe warrior and won, Shiren expected the younger to use his subordinates as a shield, but who would have thought that he could handle it alone? Shiren said that by doing this, Jin was able to prove the validity of his own promises. Han asked Shiren if he really believes that Jin killed one of the White Wolves on his own, to which Shiren replied that he does. But the truth is not quite true. But anyway, according to Shiren, Jin is a funny guy and Shiren is going to learn the details of the first mission from him. and so they arrived at the gate of the Garden of Swords. Cheyenne was walking along the red carpet, and soldiers were lined up on either side of Cheyenne. Rose and Luna met Cheyenne and he told her that she did well, but Rose said that Joshua had prepared everything himself, so she didn't have to do anything. Cheyenne then replied that if Rose said so, since the grown children could do just fine without him, there was no need for him to leave the Black Sea. Cheyenne said that the guests they would receive today would be overly attentive to him and asked if it would make life difficult for the children. Rose said that it was alright and asked everyone to go inside because she had prepared their favorite dishes. Suddenly, as Cheyenne was passing by Jin, he noticed that Jin had 2 swords in his scabbard. He turned to Ran and Vigo and asked them if they had returned the swords he had given them. Ran said that it was Junior who stole the swords from them, and they agreed to give them back if he successfully completed the mission in the ruins of Colin. Cheyenne smiled broadly, then laughed out loud. Cheyenne placed a hand on Rand's shoulder, told them to make sure they got them back, and noted that Jin Chudo was perceptive, so much so that Cheyenne sometimes wonders if he's really his son. We see Jin and Cheyenne standing side by side. Cheyenne also told Jin that it seems to be his first banquet. In his previous life, thanks to his teacher, Jin had attended some of the other family's receptions, but this was the first time he had visited the main family. On the rare occasions when banquets were held, Jin hid like a criminal, and now he is the guest of honor at his father's side. Jin started to think about something, but Cheyenne threw him off by talking to him. Cheyenne said he was sure Jin knew this, but their family rarely held such events because they only celebrated those occasions that were worth celebrating. In other words, Cheyenne said that Jin's achievements are quite high. Cheyenne placed a hand on Jin's shoulder and asked him how many guests he thought they had invited. Jin guessed there might be about 1,000. That's right, Cheyenne said. The number has increased by about 200 since the last time 7 years ago. This shows that the Rankandel family's prestige has grown in these 7 years. Cheyenne said that from time to time, other families organize huge banquets, but all the 1,000 guests gathered here today are outstanding people. For 7 years, Cheyenne did nothing but continue his training, destroying demonic creatures in the Black Sea. Cheyenne said that their family's authority continued to grow, however, because in the current era, he was the only one who had become the quintessential knight. Cheyenne knew that if he disappeared, it was very likely that most of the people here would turn their backs on the Runandals. Jin also understood that without his father, the Runandals would not have had so much power. The Rankandel and Zippel families are the 2 main families, but with my father gone, the gap in military power between them will widen significantly. In that case, the Zippel family would have absolute superiority over everyone else. Jin turned to his father and said that if it wasn't for him, if all these people decided to turn their backs on them, if the Zippels started to oppress them and push them into a corner, Jin would leave the family. Cheyenne asked what Jin was talking about. Jin continued that if the Rankandel family failed without Cheyenne, it would indicate the incompetence of the next head. Jin said he wasn't going to die a miserable death under such a patriarchy. Jin then asked Cheyenne how many other people's vulnerabilities they had at their disposal. He said that in exchange for the return of his brother's sword, Vigo asked him to show him the family's custom contracts, which only standard bearers have access to. The head of the Wernga family deceived the emperor and pocketed the treasures of the empire, but through their efforts, his relatives can attend this banquet without a twinge of conscience. The Clover family recently asked them to remove magicians from the Zippel family. Gerald's daughter sold the family heirlooms to support her SVL gambling addiction and appealed to them, and she also did not pay the commission fee. Jin had a bloodless weapon at his disposal with a single glance. He said that there should be a lot more weaknesses in the secret contracts that only Cheyenne and Mother are allowed to view. Cheyenne asked if Jin was saying that even without him, he could have protected the family. Jin said that if the head, without becoming the quintessential knight, leads the family, then everything will depend on his diplomatic abilities. Cheyenne said they weren't the only ones who knew about the alien wormholes, though, since the Zippel family had just as many of them in store. Jin said he was sure of it, but the Zippels would never be able to justify owning such things. Jin said it was because the role of villains belongs to the Rankandelas. He went on to say that regardless of whether the next chapter can use this weapon or not, Jin will leave the family without a second thought and then prepare for revenge on the Zippels, no matter how long it takes. Cheyenne grinned and said that it wasn't so bad. After all, they had to be alive to get their revenge. It suddenly occurred to him that the other children didn't have the guts to talk about the possibility of the Runandal falling in front of him, just bragging or whining. But Junior, he thought with a smile, Junior is bluntly stating his conclusions while remaining completely unperturbed. Cheyenne was only sorry that Jin had appeared in his declining years, but Cheyenne felt that Jin had all the talents of Luna, Mary's wild nature, and Diff's fighting spirit. Cheyenne reflected that 10 years was a sure thing, but not more than 15, so long as he could be in charge. He was thinking that he would enjoy watching Junior turn the line of succession upside down. Cheyenne said that it looked like most of the guests had already arrived and it was time for them to join in. At that moment, Shiren remembered something. He told Jin that there was something Shiren would like to discuss with Jin after the banquet, and that Jin would be called. Jin was sure that this would be a promotion to trainee standard bearer, and it looked like he would be leaving the family soon. Jin was thinking that the 4 days of the reception would be really long. Suddenly a man ran up to them, shouting and calling for Shiren. It turned out that the guests had arrived uninvited. Shiren couldn't understand. He was starting to think that since they were intruders, he assumed they were the Zippel family. And so it turned out. Shiren asked if they were Zippels, and the man said that there were 5 of them. The assistant had Andre Zippel and his family, which was very bold of them. Shiren ordered Heinz to tell Andre to get out and invited the others inside. At this moment, Jin thought about how Andre Zippel had really brazenly intruded. But Jin didn't expect that his father would reject the deputy mages like this. Shiren asked Jin if Jin thought it was too rude, to which Jin replied that he thought it was fine. The moment Andre Zippel expresses his displeasure and leaves with his family, he will ignore the order of the head of the rank candles to enter the other 4, which is forbidden in the Garden of Swords. Andre will comply, and if he doesn't, he'll come home with his legs cut off. Shiren said it was about time for the banquet to start. And here he is standing over the hall and thanking everyone that they came. He said that after receiving such a beautiful son in his declining years, it seemed that he would finally be able to get rid of his burden. Shiren said he wanted them to express their appreciation for his youngest son. So Shiren began to talk about the rules of the banquet, which are only 2 in number. If a guest is caught up in a fight while being high, follow the guards to the arena. The loser must obey, and the winner must show mercy because they are at the banquet after all. Jin knew it was inevitable. Hundreds of influential people are gathered in one place, and all of them are entangled in a web of favor and malice. If it was a peaceful party, they would just stare at each other and disperse, but this is a banquet in the Garden of Swords. By following the rules set by Shiren, you can knock out all life from your enemy, even if you don't kill him. In any case, guests have the opportunity to show others who is really the best. Shiren, standing on the balcony, said that he hoped that each of the guests would have a good time. Shiren then turned to Jin, who told him that if Jin found someone who liked him, then let him drag him to the ring, but he didn't choose those who looked weaker if they didn't offend anyone. Jin said that he was sure that losing was forbidden. Shiren said that it was obvious and that if Jin lost, his father would take everything from Bradomania to the nanny. It was the first time my father and Jin had had such a conversation. In his previous life, Jin had never dreamed of such a thing, and they had interacted like father and son. However, Jin's goal isn't to get his father's calling or become a pet, his only goal is to surpass Shiren. And then we see Jin talking to the guests, and suddenly the twins come up to him. They congratulated Jin on his 5th rank and asked if he would mind if they stood together. Jin asked them how the Pure Stone training was going. Hayton said it was better, they had done well after using the weapons their uncle recommended. After that, Jin said in Hayton's ear that this is enough to look natural and ordered to leave. Suddenly, a man came up to him and said that it was nice to meet him. It was the first standard bearer of the Ken family. The brothers went and Jin wished them good luck with their training. Jin told the man that he had heard many impressive stories about his heroic deeds since he was a child. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and grabbed Jin's head, and the standard bearer in front of Jin was shocked. The man who grabbed Jin said that he was just dying of curiosity about what kind of child got the 5th rank at 15. He said Jin was a small kid and looked 10 years younger than him. Finally, he introduced himself and his name was Wooger. Jin held back. He just said hello to Wooger. Wooger said that Jin was really an amazing guy and asked if he was going to shame him for talking to Jin a little informally. Wooger told Jin that even though he was a rank candle in the world of martial artists, Wooger was still his senior. Jin then told Wooger from the Tuco family to listen carefully. Jin said that his actions just now offended Jin and all the guests for being respectful to him. And he said that if he was going to make a big fuss about who was older, he should do it more carefully. The 1st and 2nd standard bearers of the Ken family, the Knight Order of the Dragon King, the Order of the Black King, and Wooger were younger than all of them, but they still treated Jin with respect. Jin told Wooger to admit his mistake and then added that he would pretend it didn't happen. The standard bearer approached Wooger and said that Jin had just saved his life and asked him to do as Jin said. The standard bearer from the Ken family also said that he knew that sooner or later Wooger would get in trouble for having a long tongue, and then asked Wooger to handle things in a nice way this time and not act so narrow-minded. So Wooger listened to his companions and apologized to Jin. Then Wooger left in shame. Luna came up to Jin and said that he definitely has a talent for finding enemies, although it would be nice if Jin could act like a normal child too, she said. Jin replied that he was actually a representative of the Rangandela family right now, and they had a drink together. Luna asked Jin what he would do if Wooger challenged him to a duel, since Wooger is about rank 6. Jin said that if that was the case, the family head Kyung and the other seniors watching them would have stopped the fight. Luna asked in surprise if Jin had even considered this in his calculations and asked when he had learned how the elite hides all quarrels and agreements. Jin said that if there was someone who could teach him such things, it would be nice to keep him around. Luna said that the sword training is enough, what else is needed? Jin said it would be hard for Luna to understand, but there are still a lot of things you need to survive in a family where you are so hated. At that moment, Luna was thinking that Jin was talented and had a head on his shoulders, and was that why they were trying to kill him? Luna was wondering who had noticed Jin's talent so early. Luna said that she was only here because it was Jin's banquet anyway, but it's kind of boring here, so she said that she would go to a more fun place. She said that Jin was too short to dance with her now and that she would take him somewhere nice when he grew up. And before she left, she decided to try sending a message in the elite way. She took Jin's head in her hands and put hers to him. Luna said that it would become clear to everyone how much she valued Jin, so few people would dare to be rude to him in fear of her. The guests saw this and immediately understood the message. We can see that somewhere in the distance a man was jealous. He said that he also wanted to put his head on the head of Lady Luna. It turned out to be Bouvard, and next to him was Vishkal, who shut Bouvard up. And then we see that Vishkal's younger sister, Margella Iviliano, asked Vishkal not to be so cruel to Bouvard because this is important to him. She said that the only reason she could safely attend the banquet was because Bouvard believed in her and took her with him. Vishkal only covered his face with his hand while Bouvard talked happily to her. Someone not far from Jin noticed him. Jin only thought that playing host was tiring. He wondered where Zippel was and if he should go look for them. Suddenly, someone loudly placed a glass on the table right in front of him. She asked if Jin would mind if she dared to ask the rising star of the Rankendel family for a drink. It was Ceres and Dorma. Jin pretended not to know her. Ceres smiled as if she knew something and said it was an honor to meet him. So she introduced herself and they met. Jin said that he was glad to meet the daughter of the Ice Palace Master. Ceres said that they were the same age and asked how Jin had achieved so much so quickly. She said that she envied the genetics of the blessed Rankendel family. Jin said that he was convinced that she was also very gifted, because the blood of the Ice Palace is a gift in itself. Jin said that he didn't dare to guess how much the head of the Ice Palace valued her. She said that she was extremely happy because unlike him, she was the only daughter. Sorara then suddenly apologized for being rude. Jin said that wasn't the case at all, since everyone knows that he is the youngest. At the same time, he was thinking that it was quite tiring to have so many siblings. Jin thought it was strange, because he was sure she recognized him, but he couldn't understand why she hadn't brought up the subject of Mamita yet, and he knew that the soot on his face hadn't stopped her from putting it all together. Ceres then turned to Jin and said there was one thing she wanted to know. She asked if his leg was okay. There was an awkward silence in the air at first, but then Jin said that everything was fine, even though he couldn't return the favor of such a great person who used medicine for Jin's humble good. Ceres said that Jin was being more impudent than he looked. She said that Jin owed her an explanation about what he was doing in the Moonwell. Ceres said that her people were unable to find the terrorist mage, and this dealt a severe blow to her pride. Then she wondered if the boy she let go was guilty. Jin asked her if she thought he was a criminal, and then said that she knew exactly which Rankendel family was. Ceres said she didn't think so, but the Rankendel family had assigned him a mission, and if Jin had hired a mage because the scope of the mission was beyond Jin's abilities, then things would have been different. Furthermore, of the possible targets of the Runendels, there were only members of the Ice Palace there, and as the head of the seventh sword of the Ice Palace, she can't just ignore what happened. Jin realized that she had misunderstood everything and believed that he was after her people, but considering that he had inadvertently harmed the members of the Ice Palace by targeting Alcaro, there was truth in her words. Jin pretended that he didn't understand how this confirmed his involvement and said that everything he said was just her speculation. Ceres was annoyed that he was playing innocent and decided to react. She said she would drag him into the arena, then beat him to a pulp and spit in his cocky face. She challenged Jin to a duel. Jin said that his father had warned him sternly not to fight those who were weaker, but if Ceres wanted him to, he was willing to make a concession. Now Jin is on his way to the arena, telling the guards that he wants everyone except the medical team to temporarily withdraw, and ordered to give 2 swords in good condition. The guards said they wouldn't let anyone in until the duel was over. Jin was thinking that Ceres was still the daughter of the Ice Palace Master, so breaking her in front of everyone would be too much. Ceres told Jin that before they started, she wanted to get a promise from Jin. If she wins, he will tell her everything that happened in Mamita that day, without missing a single detail. Jin agreed and said that in return, if he won, Ceres would pretend that she had never seen him in the Moonwell. Ceres realized that it looked like Jin's conscience wasn't clear, so they started and Jin charged. The sword of Ceres was covered in ice. It was an ability passed down in the Endorm family, 10,000 ice swords. Jin thought it was funny and told Ceres that he didn't think she would use the secret technique in the first place. He said that he was a little sad since he hadn't learned his family's secret technique yet. Ceres got angry and said she didn't care. They continued to fight, but so far they were on an equal footing. As they fought, Ceres realized that Jin was definitely rank 5. Although he was in a hurry to block her ability, as the battle progressed, his real skills would be revealed, and Ceres knew it. However, she believed that the difference of 1 rank would more than make up for 10,000 level 3 ice swords. She was thinking that Jin was superior in both strength and stamina, so she couldn't let this battle drag on. Jin was learning her moves and would counterattack, so she had to put an end to it right now. Jin knew that she was a 4th rank swordmaster. Even if she was able to use 10,000 ice swords, there was no chance that she would be able to defeat him in a fair one-on-one duel. Jin is sure that she is aware of the gap between them and is preparing to end it with just 1 punch. She will definitely use a secret technique, but Jin doesn't know how strong the ice sword's attack will be. Jin decided that then he would just respond with his own secret move. And now the hero is transferred to memories. In the Tempest Castle, Jin had memorized dozens of forbidden books out of the many secret techniques he had learned, and of these, there was also the strongest one. Suddenly, during the battle, Ceres smiled as she told Jin that this was the end. Ceres used the 3rd style of ice sword, Avalanche. The ice crystals flying at Jin were imbued with an aura. Ceres was just standing on the sidelines and was sure that Jin would lose, but suddenly Jin smiled. She was baffled by the fact that he was smiling because Avalanche was released. She thought about how Rankendel might be a prodigy who reached the 5th rank at the age of 15, but he wasn't able to resist the secret technique, but Ceres had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a sword appeared right in front of her face, but she managed to dodge. Suddenly, Jin started screaming, and then there was an explosion. After the explosion, Jin thought that he should have used something other than the Attila family's storm, since this destructive power is not something that the 4th rank can handle. If Ceres didn't dodge, then she's probably dead or unconscious. Then he saw Ceres sitting on the floor. She was confused and thought about how she was afraid of death and avoided it by choosing life. She hadn't expected this from herself. Jin asked her if she was okay because he almost killed her and apologized to her. He knew that Ceres had heard his warning, but she hadn't tried to avoid the storm of blades. As much as she values her honor and pride, Ceres is still just a 15-year-old child and too young to suppress her desire to live. Jin then told her that if he were in her position, he would also dodge, and he was sure that she would also advise him to duck, so Jin asked him not to discuss it. He was trying to calm her down. Ceres took something out of her pocket and told Jin that he had a cut on his face, which turned out to be the same salve. She said it was the price of saving her life. Jin asked her if she didn't think too low of her life, being the most successful in the Ice Palace. She said that she would start to appreciate herself again and asked Jin not to worry. As she left, Ceres said that it was a pleasure to meet her and that they had met for the first time today, but they would see each other again tomorrow. And now the next day has arrived, now you can watch the duels, so the real banquet starts now. Jin was thinking that he might be able to meet those guys from Zippel. Jin had heard that they were all between 15 and 20 years old, which was fine, since Jin would be able to compare their skills if they were the same age. Jin wanted to ask a few questions about Colin, but he knew better than to say anything. In any case, when he became the reserve standard bearer, he would have some free time to take a leisurely stroll through the ruins with Muraken. Jin thought that using Muraken to find the mana fountain wouldn't be a problem, so Zippel wouldn't be able to continue forging mages. This time, Jin will be able to prevent something terrible from happening. Suddenly Jin saw the cat and wondered why it was there. Ceres saw the cat and started playing with it, while Jin was angry. She looked at the cat's collar and saw the name Moth Runkendel. She asked if Jin Lai gave the cat that name, and evil Jin said it was him. Then someone approached them, saying that they knew they would find them if they followed the cat. It turned out that it was Veridon Zippel, who said that Jin had no idea how long he had been looking for him. Jin asked him who he was. Veridon said that he couldn't believe Jin was saying this place of greeting. Veridon didn't immediately say his name or wait for a hint that it starts with the letter B. Jin said he didn't remember anyway. Veridon then gave another clue, saying that the place where they first met was the teleportation gate, but Jin said that he still didn't remember. Veridon said that Jin's memory was much worse than he expected. Then he finally gave his name. Jin said that if he insists on acting like he's seeing him for the first time, it should be obvious that he doesn't want to show recognition. Jin only thought that the person in front of him would become a 9-ranked mage by the time he was 30 and take over as the head. Veridon said that if he could use magic, he would find Jin faster, but this is Rankendel territory, so using magic is forbidden. Veridon said that it's been 5 years, and that he can't believe that Jin is already rank 5. Veridon said that he didn't waste any time either, his magic abilities are already rank 6. Jin couldn't believe that the Zippel family's greatest prodigy, Veridon, was only ranked 6th at 18. Jin thought that if he were in his position, he would probably have already received the 7th rank. Jin thought that for some reason Veridon was lying about his rank. Veridon said that he was looking for Jin for the sake of that expression and that he would look forward to the day when he could fight Jin, so he asked Jin to work hard. Jin was thinking that regardless, if Veridin was actually able to reach the 6th rank only in his 18th year, then after the current head of the Zip family, Celiac, then Jin is the closest to the pinnacle of magic. Jin told Veridin to learn to close his mouth and save his breath. Jin asked Veridin about why the Zippel family came to the banquet uninvited. It turned out that it was all because of Veridin, because he was annoying Uncle Andre because he wanted to see Jin. Veridin said that they were just on vacation in the Hufester area when he heard about the banquet and realized that it was fake. Jin told Veridin to be quiet and then leave. Veridin said that Jin should also come to the Zippel banquet unannounced. Jin then asked him what would happen if he committed a terrorist act. Veridin replied that he always kept his word, and he said that even if Jin did, Veridin wouldn't kill him, and if there was a fight, he wouldn't take part in it. Suddenly Jin said that there was a nasty guy who had been staring at him for a while, and here we see Bouvard, terrified. Jin asked him if he had anything to say to him. Bouvard asked when Lady Luna was coming. Bouvard said that he wanted to give it to her. He was holding in his hand some notebook on which he and the moon were depicted. This is a collection of poems that he wrote all night and filled them with his love. Bouvard had said that when she read it, he was sure Lady Luna would understand that he was better than he looked. Bouvard had said that Jin might become his brother-in-law in the near future. Jin got angry, and Veridin even spat out the wine he was drinking. Jin grinned and then said that it looked like the dear guest needed a good beating and immediately tore up the collection. Jin said that Bouvard not only mentioned the name of Luna's sister, but also dared to call Jin his brother-in-law. Jin said that in Bouvard's eyes, the Rankindle family looked pathetic. Jin ordered the guards to escort Bouvard to the arena. Bouvard only shouted that he simply showed his love and did not understand why they were doing this to him. He screamed in horror about how Jin could treat a guest like this, and so they came out of the building where the banquet was being held. The knights threw Bouvard into the arena while he was wondering why. Jin took off his raincoat and said that they would continue the melee. As they walked, Bouvard couldn't understand why Jin was doing this. He wondered if Jin had found out that Baobair had reincarnated those Zippels 5 years ago. And here we see Jin saying that they will continue with the melee. Vishkal, who was standing nearby, saw Baobair and was shocked. Margella said it looked like Baobair and young Master Jin were engaged in a duel. Vishkal was angry with Bubara. He said that he and Margella should come closer. After seeing Baobair and Jin duel, Ceres was confused as she tried to challenge him to a duel during the banquet. She couldn't understand why Jin would fight with such a guy. Meanwhile, Veridin said that it looked like pestering his uncle until he allowed him to come was a good decision. Veridin didn't even consider meeting the Ice Palace heiress. Veridin said he was pleased to meet you and was about to introduce himself, but Ceres immediately made it clear that she didn't want to talk. So the referee started introducing the contestants, first introducing Jin, the rising star of the Rankindle family. He then asked who was fighting against young Master Jin. The referee had never seen him. Veridin, watching from Ceres' side, said that he had heard that Baobair had come with members of the Iveliano family and that despite his appearance, he might be an experienced fighter. Baobair asked Jin to give him a chance to at least formally introduce himself before the duel. But suddenly, while Baobair was introducing himself, Jin punched him in the face and broke his glasses. Jin said he didn't even want to know his name. Enraged, Baobair swung his hand, a green aura emanating from his fist. Jin guessed from this aura that Baobair was somewhere in the 6th rank. Ceres said that the young master chose a stronger opponent, because it seems that Baobair is completely focused on the fight. Baobair still hit Jin with a punch. Baobair began to gloat over Jin. Baobair thought that Jin dared to attack him with such meager abilities. After enduring the blow, Jin said that Baobair would whine for forgiveness. Then we see Jin hit Bubara in the face with his palm. He was clearly very angry. Jin then continued to throw punch after punch, with Baobair just defending and blocking. Still, Jin managed to break through Baobair's defense, and the last 2 blows knocked Baobair unconscious. Veridin said that Jin unleashed a barrage of attacks when he made him lose his guard, but Veridin added that he didn't expect anything less from Jin. Suddenly Margella screamed at Vishkal, and everyone's attention shifted to them. She said that she was disgusted by Master Jin's actions. He said that he couldn't believe that Jin could beat up a person like that after he had already lost a duel. Margella said that it wasn't fair for young Master Jin to pick on a weak opponent. Then she asked Vishkal if he was going to just sit there and watch, since Baobair was their friend. Vishkal said that Baobair is no weaker than the young master. Margella said she was disappointed in Vishkal, and wants him to teach young Master Jin a lesson using a much more noble method. The guests who were nearby wanted to see the continuation of the fight and tried in every possible way to encourage Vishkal to do so. Vishkal had to agree, even if he didn't want to. And then we see Vishkal call out to Jin, who was holding Baobair, who was unconscious, by the shirt. Vishkal said, "Why don't Jin let Baobair go and fight him?" Jin knew about Vishkal Iveliano that he was a knight of the 7th rank. Jin planned to come out of this duel with dignity regardless of losing or winning. Besides, it would be a good experience for Jin to be able to fight Iveliano, After all, even Shiren recognized the strength of their previous leader. Then Jin shifted his gaze. He thought that Margella Iveliano was a funny young lady, putting her brother in a difficult position to watch their fight. Jin said that Vishkal seemed to hold his sister very dear. Jin added that as someone who also has a sister, he understands Vishkal's feelings. Jin said that his sister was important to him, so he said that he wanted them to keep a good eye on the servants from now on. Vishkal, in an awkward state, said that Jin had misunderstood one point. Vishkal said that the man Jin had just turned into mincemeat wasn't a servant, but their companion. Vishkal asked if Buber Gaston had made a mistake. Hearing this, Jin was shocked. Vishkal said that Buber is only present to help his sister, who has difficulty moving around and his abilities are not quite suitable for the Rankandle banquet. Vishkal told Jin that he was sure that Buber had no ill intentions, so he asked Jin to ignore his actions. Jin was surprised and kept thinking about Buber. He couldn't believe that this guy was Buber Gaston, the reincarnation mage. Jin was thinking about the relationship between Vishkal and Buber. Jin was sure that there was no mention of the Iveliano family's connection to Gaston in his previous life. When Buber was arrested, Jin wondered if Vishkal knew that Buber was a reincarnation mage. Although Jin had finally found Buber, he now had more questions. He gathered his thoughts and decided that he couldn't afford to be distracted when his opponent was ranked 7. So Vishkal urged Jin to do his best. Jin decided to focus on the duel. He said he hoped to learn a lot from Vishkal. We see Vishkal immediately launch an attack, but Jin is able to block it. Jin was surprised that judging from one punch, Vishkal's strength was more than rank 7. Jin was surprised that Vishkal's swordsmanship was on par with Uncle Zat's. Jin knew that he couldn't comprehend the trajectory of Vishkal's sword, so he defended himself with one hand wrapped around the blade of the sword. The guests discussed Jin being pushed back quickly, but still holding up well. The guests said that the Iveliano family's swordsmanship was famous for its cunning and unconventional essence, and anyone who suffered at the hands of this swordsman would never want to fight against Iveliano again. Veridin smiled and thought that the guests didn't know anything, because in such situations, these guys of Rankandela only shine brighter. If the Iveliano family's sword is like a treacherous snake, then the Rangandel sword is an indestructible rhinoceros. Even if its horn is almost broken, it doesn't stop rushing forward. Then their swords collided again. With this blow, Vishkal scratched Jin in the chest area. Jin tried to counterattack, but Vishkal easily dodged. Jin knew that Vishkal obviously wouldn't fight at full strength, but still, Jin manages to fight well against an opponent with a rank higher than 7th, while he himself is only on the 5th. Jin had almost reached his limit, but he was starting to feel it again. We see Jin reminiscing about the duel with Kajin. Jin felt the same way he did in that fight. Jinwoo suddenly took up a stance with his eyes closed, and an aura began to radiate from his sword. Suddenly, Vishkal said it was a good fight. Then he took a quick swipe at Jin, but Jin still had his eyes closed. Vishkal hit Jin's sword and a crack appeared on it. Jin's sword was shattered into 2 pieces, but even then, Jin continued to stand with his eyes closed. Vishkal raised his sword to Jin's neck's throat, indicating that it was all over, and then caught a piece of Jin's sword altogether while Jin himself fell unconscious. Vishkal then began to feel his neck. He found that a scratch had appeared on his neck. Although Vishkal won, he was shocked that Jin was able to injure him. Vishkal looked at Jin, who was lying unconscious and couldn't understand what happened at the end. The moment the sword broke, Vishkal felt something sharp graze his throat. Vishkal assumed that Jin had realized the state of the sword during their duel. If Jin had reacted a second earlier and Vishkal a second later, Vishkal would have died. So the servants carried Jin away on a stretcher. Vishkal thought that Jin was a scary guy. Then we flash back to Jin, who has woken up to find a cat sitting on top of him. Jin shooed the cat away from him. Then he threw it away. It turned out that Jin was already in her room. He passed out right after the fight with Vishkal. Jilly came into the room and said that the master was finally awake. Jin asked how long he had slept. Jilly said that he had slept for 2 days, and Jin was surprised to hear this. Jin sighed heavily as the banquet was already over and he didn't have time to greet the guests who had arrived to meet him. Jilly said that for the last 2 days, everyone had been discussing Jin's fight with Vishkal, and that was enough of a confession. And all because the young master showed the Sword of the Heart. The fact that Jin was able to do it at the end of a duel with an 8th ranked knight is truly impressive. Jin himself was thinking that even though his heart sword wasn't perfect, he got what he wanted, and the days of Luna guiding him were starting to pay off. At first, Jin didn't understand the training at all, but it really helped him. However, Jin's heart sword is still at the level where it can only be activated in an emergency. Jin knew he needed to be patient, but it was amazing that he was able to stand up to the 8th-ranked one, however clumsily. In addition, he received enough buns, confirmed Veridin's status, and he'd made a sort of friendship with the Ice Palace heiress. I also found out that Buber Gaston and Vishkal Iveliano know each other. Jin was thinking that there were many ways to commit a crime through transformation, but it wasn't urgent, so he decided to dig up more information first. Jilly came into the room and put down the flowers, saying that the heiress of the Ice Palace had left them. Nurakin asked if Ceres liked the Jinn, but in the language of the Ice Palace, these flowers mean never-ending duel. Jin said it looked like she wanted to fight him again. Nurakin asked about how it wasn't the first time Jin had received flowers from a girl. Challenging as it was still a memorable moment, and then Jilly remembered something. She told Jin that the head told him to come see him as soon as he recovered. She said it was time to prove his worth. Jin guessed that he would probably live away from his family for a while. Then we see Jin walking down the dark street, and so he came to Shiren, who was standing with his back to Jin. Then Shiren turned around. He finally waited for Jin. Shiren said it had been a long time since his children had come to see him in such comfortable clothes. Shiren asked Jin if he was aware that he was being sent away. Jin replied that he knew and planned to leave today. Jin could tell from the look in his father's eyes that he was satisfied, and after being reborn, Jin was able to read his father easily, even though he didn't know why. Shiren asked if Jin knew this place. Jin replied that it was a mausoleum, a place where only those who had done meritorious deeds in the name of the family were allowed to enter through the Garden of Swords, a place where great heroes are buried. Shiren said that in other words, this is the land of those who have protected the family for thousands of years. Shiren started talking about the first head, Tema Rankendel, and then immediately said that he wasn't here. Jin replied that he knew about it, and he also knew that his grave wasn't in the Garden of Swords either. Suddenly, Shiren started talking about Jin's dark power. Shiren said that the reason why they can't pay homage to the first patriarch. After his death, they made a humiliating pact with the Zippels. They can no longer use magic and honor their ancestors. The Zippel gods joined forces and cursed their bloodline. Because of this, all Runendels born after the first chapter were born with a body unable to withstand magic. Shiren asked Jin if he remembered that when Jin defeated his Tong brothers with his aura. Shiren didn't ask how Jin gained this power. Jin said that he remembers, because he even lied that he would use it for the benefit of the family. Shiren said that it was lucky that Jin was a little boy back then, but if it was now, Shiren wouldn't let it go. He then asked Jin if he had heard Solderit's voice, to which Jin replied that he had heard Solderit refer to him as a contractor. Shiren said it wasn't fair to Jin's siblings. Shiren then asked Jin about whether Jin would be able to use this power to surpass them and take over the family's care. Jin replied that he would go away and tell the world. However, if there is nothing more valuable than Rankendel, then he is in business. Shiren smiled and said that others left the Garden of Swords for the sake of other people's recognition, but Jin leaves to see if the family is worthy of Jin's recognition. Shiren didn't even know if he should say that he was proud of him or that he was arrogant. Shiren showed an open palm and said that Jin had 5 years. During this time, he must obtain recognition or recognize the family and return with an answer. Jin drew his sword from its scabbard. Then, he held the sword out in front of him, pointing it up. Jin said that he would welcome his father again in 5 years. And here we see how Jin came out of the castle and Jilly asked him if the conversation with the head went well. Jin said that everything went well, but suddenly he saw something. He looked at Jilly, who was standing with her suitcase and Murakin on her shoulder, and called out to her questioningly. We see something on Jilly's arm glinting. It was sticking out of the brush, and it was the object of Jin's attention. Jilly said that they say it blocks the aura. At least she heard from the elders. She said that she was even a little clever, that she couldn't use her powers. Jilly said that when you're a babysitter, you don't earn your own reputation, but it's based on your master's achievements. So Na asked me not to make such a face, because it's for him. Jin then said that he would continue to defend Jilly and apologize to her. Jilly said it was enough that she could become Jin's backup and regain her powers when he completed his test. Then Jin turned around. He looked at the gate of the castle that stood behind him. The sun was shining on his thoughtful face, and Jin thought it was funny that he wouldn't be here for 5 years. After all, it looks like this is the beginning. And so they set out on a sunny day like this. Jin was only intrigued to see the world. Then we are transported back to Shiren, who stood in the mausoleum. He thought that he had only reached the level of a half-god with his sword, but he couldn't break the oath that his ancestors had sworn to the Zippel family. Still, a contract with Solderit and Shadow Energy, it is very likely that Junior is the last hope of the Runendel. Shiren thought that Jin might have enough power to free the Runkendel family. Shiren was looking forward to seeing what Jin's future held. So we see Jilly and Jean walking through the woods, and Jilly asks Jean if it's okay for them to leave without saying goodbye. She said that the cadets under Jin and young Lady Luna would be disappointed. Jin said not to worry. After all, Luna is quite free-spirited herself, and as for the cadets, Jin isn't going to die. If Jin had warned them, they would probably have had a send-off with their swords raised. Jin was sure of that, and the thought made him uncomfortable. Jilly asked where Jin was going, because from what she'd heard, most of the bannermen went to Mammoth first, because destroying evil is the most effective way to earn fame. Reserve bannermen of Rankendel before becoming full-fledged bannermen. must travel to the outside world and build up their reputation from scratch. In addition, one of the mandatory conditions is independence, which means no family support. For example, Sister Mary defeated all the strongest people in the southern regions of the continent and became known as the Fury of the Southern Lands Berserk Wind even before being ordained as a standard bearer. Jin thought about it. The other siblings were away for 6 months to 2 years, but his father gave Jin all 5. Jin understood that there was only one reason for this decision. Jin had to learn everything about shadow energy. Jin said that they would go to the Arkan Kingdom. Jilly asked if Jin was referring to a nation affiliated with the Luthero Mage Federation. Then she asked worriedly what Jin wanted in Zippel territory. Jin said that when he was on a mission in the ruins of Colin, he heard that a large number of unregistered mages were rampant in the area. They seemed to be teaming up with martial artists and causing a lot of trouble for the locals of Arkan. Jilly suddenly exclaimed that this was a great idea. She told Jin that she enjoyed getting rid of bad guys when she was on duty. Jin had never actually heard of it and had taken all the information from his previous life. Every unregistered mage and warrior in these lands is a puppet of the Dark Tessing family. What Jin really needs is underground auctions run by entertaining guys. There will be a lot of items whose true value is unknown to anyone, of which Jin has a couple of grimoires and a ring in mind. Jilly took her money bag and said that she didn't think they would be able to use the teleportation gate to reach the Arkan Kingdom. Following the family's rules, she was only able to take 10 gold pieces with her. And Jin, as a reserve standard bearer, is forbidden to reveal his Rankendel identity, so the choice of transport is limited. Jin said that he would settle everything when they got to Jin Kingdom. Jilly was surprised and asked how they would get there. Jin said that they would just fly, and Mirakan became interested when he heard this. He asked what Mirakan was waiting for and told him to transform. Jilly was worried that someone might recognize Mirakan, but Jin said it was fine and they should try it at least once. Mirakan jumped down from Gilly's shoulder to the ground, and then we see shadow energy start to appear around us. And now we see Mirakan reincarnated as a dragon. Mirakan told them to hold on tight, because they would have to fly at full speed to get there by tomorrow. Then we are transported to the castle and see the moon. Suddenly, she felt something. She looked out the window. There, she saw a flying dragon. She couldn't believe it was Jin. She was shocked that he rode a dragon when he became a reserve standard bearer. She said Jin was very special, and she noticed that he'd sped off without even saying goodbye to his sister. She wished her cold little brother good luck. And now we are transported to the kingdom of Jin. We see Mirakan in human form, and after the ride, Jilly gets seasick. Mirakan started yelling at Jin. He said that Jilly was feeling bad because of Jin. Jin replied that it was Mirakan who couldn't drive. We can see that Jilly was even worse and Mirakan was worried about her. He was trying to help her, and Jin was confused as he watched. Jin, seeing the current Mirakan, wondered if Mirakan had behaved badly enough to meet people's expectations of black dragons. Mirakan said it couldn't be helped, he would take care of Gilly and urged Jin to find the money, but he didn't believe in sports betting. Jin put on the hood and asked them to just stay here and not make any noise. Suddenly, we are transported to the center of the Jin Kingdom's capital, the Villa family mansion. Sitting on the bank of the pond was the same person that Jin had saved. Despite the grandeur of the banquet in Jin's honor, he didn't find out about it until after it was over. This guy was thinking that even if it was an errand, Jin had saved his life. He wants to meet Jin again and thank him for saving him, just like he promised to do. And then we see Jin coming out of the bushes. This guy was talking about when he would be able to see Jin again and repay his kindness. Suddenly someone called to Sember, who turned around. But Jin immediately put his hand over Sember's mouth. Sember started screaming in fear, and Jin tried to calm him down. Jin introduced himself and said that he was the one who saved Sember from the Kinzello boys. Taking a deep breath, Sember asked about how Jin got here. Jin replied that Sember himself had told him to call if he needed help. Sember said that he couldn't forget Jin's kindness, because if it wasn't for Jin, Sember would have been dead by now. But Jin interrupted Sember and said that he would wait here, and Sember asked him to bring some gold and cash. Sember was shocked and confused. Suddenly, we are transported to another place and see the story that standard bearers must hide their identity. These are the rules. They must earn a reputation only by their own efforts, without the help of their family. It is expected that the young masters of Rankendel, who learned only to fight, lead a poor lifestyle for the first months, until they can save up enough by completing tasks to catch criminals or provide the services of mercenaries. Well, everyone has a hard time being penniless, but Jin is different, because apparently Sember still thanked him for his kindness. Jilly said that the food in Jin Kingdom wasn't bad. She had prepared for frequent stops like other standard bearers do, but thanks to Jin, they made it in no time at all. Mirakan confused Jilly by asking if she was the one who said it was extortion yesterday. Jin said that by helping with the money, Sember was able to pay back his debt. As can be seen, Sember gave Jin a whole bag of money. Jin then looked worriedly at the belly and asked Mirakan if it was a girl or a boy. As they were about to pass through the teleportation gate, Jin asked Mirakin about what he would do if he started to vomit again. Mirakin said he was a glutton, and it was sacred to eat too much even if he started to throw up. Jin said that if it wasn't for him, Mirakin would have had to starve for the next few days. Mirakin said that they can fly if Jin doesn't want to watch Mirakin throw up. According to Mirakin, only Jin insists on teleporting. Jilly then chimed in, feeling awkward and saying that if she was seasick, they could just put up with it. Jin said Jilly's seasickness wasn't the main problem. They head to the Arkan Kingdom, which is connected to the Luthero Mage Federation run by the Zippel family. Currently, 80% of the active dragons cooperate with the Zippels, so if they carelessly fly in, it would be equivalent to declaring war. Mirakin exclaimed that more than half of these mages would shit their pants just hearing his name. Mirakin reincarnated as a cat and said that the world has become a beautiful place since the villains hold their heads high. Jin chided Mirakin for turning in the middle of the street. Dragons, gods who are in debt to dragons, and dozens of contractors associated with these gods support the Zippel family. On the one hand, Jin is the only Rangandel who has made a contract with God, and if it weren't for his father, the Zippels would have destroyed them by now. Jin then suddenly wondered how they had managed to gather so many contractors. And even in the same generation, this is hardly a coincidence. And then they came to the gate, and the man at the entrance asked them to show their documents. Jin was so lost in thought that he didn't notice them coming. Jean gave him the documents and introduced himself as Jean Grey, and Gilly was named Python. He said that they want to visit the Arkan Kingdom, see the sights. Then they're sitting on the couch in the waiting room. It was announced that the move to the Arkan Kingdom was starting. Possible headache and dizziness. Passengers were asked to stay in a comfortable position and not get up. Jilly said that as expected from the identification cards made by the family, they passed without problems. Jin said that the cards were certainly sophisticated enough to fool even the Bement Empire's Special Affairs Department. And now the start of teleportation was announced. Merkin, as expected, became ill. Jin thought that the Arkan Kingdom reminded him of something from his previous life. But it's been 15 years, and now we see that the heroes have arrived. They arrived at the Luthero Magic Federation, Arkan Kingdom. Jin was thinking about something. He was thinking about the capital. After all, here he spent the last year before rebirth. For 15 years he was not here, and the landscape is still the same. Street vendors roam, homeless people lie around. People with grim faces. Jilly said it was a strange place, despite the fine weather. Jin guessed that it was probably because of the looters. He had heard that it was particularly bad at this time. Jin suggested that we settle down first and then track down the victim. And here is the throne of our heroes standing in front of the house. Mirakin asked Jin if he was serious about staying in this godforsaken shed. Jilly said that Jin probably had a plan, but Mirakin grumbled that since Jin was rich, there was no point in them staying here. Jin asked if it was a good idea for a bunch of unregistered magicians to come to such an environment and show that they had a lot of money. Still, Mirakin was still angry. In his opinion, not even orcs would come here. So they went into a dark room and there they saw a sleeping man. Jin asked the man if he was the owner of this inn. The man apparently did not see the guests for so long that at first he did not believe it. This person assumed that Mirakin Jogolo, Jin is an aspiring swordmaster, and the young lady next to him is a maid. He smiled horribly. Then, unexpectedly, he pulled out 3 clear glasses of drinks. He greeted them, told them that they were at Jet's Inn and that he had plenty of rooms available. He said there was orange juice in the glasses, and let them help themselves and choose any room they liked. The innkeeper wanted the guests to drink the juice, and when they woke up, they would start a new life in the underground auction house. Mirakin eyed the drink suspiciously, then noticed something. Mirakin smashed the glass and threw it directly at the innkeeper's forehead. The innkeeper was horrified. He didn't understand what Mirakin was doing. Then Mirakin jumped up on the counter. He kicked the innkeeper right in the head. Mirakin asked the innkeeper how dare he try to poison him. Meanwhile, Jin poured out his juice. Thankfully no one took a sip. The innkeeper pretended not to understand. Mirakin was furious. He told him that he was going to die today. The battered hotel owner started asking Mirakin to wait and offered to talk. But Mirakin was so angry that he didn't listen to him and kicked him in the face again. And so Jin is transported back in time. He remembers that Jet is a self-proclaimed high-class informant, someone to whom Jin was in debt in a previous life. Thanks to his help, Jin, who was exiled from his family and had no foundation, was able to settle down here in Arkan. Over time, they became closer, but this did not lead to anything good. Under the pretext of getting to know the underground auction houses of Tessing, he had cheated Jin countless times and taken everything but his clothes. Just thinking about it pisses Jin off. Jin watched Mirakin beat up Jet. Jin thought about how he was going to make the most of Jet this time. Mirakin continued to beat up Jet, who was curled up on the floor, but Jet suddenly exclaimed that he was going to ask them a question. He said that despite his appearance, he was rank 5. Mirakin said that no one cares and hit Jet again. Mirakin wasn't going to stop, so Jet started shouting that he was wrong. It wasn't poison, it was a sedative. Jin stared at it and decided for a moment that it was probably enough. Jin ordered Muraken to stop and offered to listen to what Jet had to say. Muraken was angry and couldn't understand why they should listen to someone who tried to poison them. Jet begged Jin for salvation, calling him his lord. Jin sat down across from him and said he would ask a few simple questions. If Jet lied, he would die. If he told the truth, he would live. Jin said that he would judge his answers subjectively based on his feelings and instincts. Muraken stopped hitting Jet, entrusting Jin with further decisions. Jin asked Jet what he was doing. Jet replied that he was the innkeeper and an informant, but Jin knew, so he pressed Jet. Jet continued his answer. He said that he is a customs officer and also a human trafficker. Then he begged Jin for mercy, because in that case, he promised that he would be useful. Jin said it looked like Jet was trying to drug them so he could sell them somewhere, to which Jet said yes. Jin put his foot on Jet's toes and asked where. Jet asked again, but Jin immediately pressed his fingers and Jet said over his screams that Tessinga was in the underground auction house. He said that Tessing is a dark organization that runs auction houses. People, illicit drugs, stolen treasures and even artifacts, in other words, a place where everything is. Jin said that Jet would heal by the evening and asked if he knew what to do next. Jet said yes. Muraken asked Jin if he was going to spend money on medical bills for such scum. Gilly supported Muraken, saying that if they spared Jet, he would try to deceive them again. Jin said about the dark organization and the underground auction house. Muraken and Gilly didn't understand what Jin meant. Jin asked if there was anything better than destroying them, and then said that it was never too late to get rid of Jet. Jin said they would trust him because they needed a guide through Arkan anyway. But first, he's going to find someone to take care of him. Muraken frowned. He was not happy with Jin's decision. After leaving the inn, Jin let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect it to be so tiring to play ignorant when you know everything. But it's not his plan to tell anyone about the rebirth, so it can't be helped. And now the heroes are in the hotel, and it's night outside. The doctor said not to disturb the hand until the bones are mended. When the doctor left, he told them to call at any time if they needed him. Jet was surprised that the man they met on the street turned out to be such a talented doctor. While Jet looked at himself in the mirror, he couldn't understand why these crazy people first beat him up and then cured him. Jet wondered who they were. He assumed that Jin was the heir to a martial arts family or Bament's special affairs department, but whatever it was, he knew that there would be nothing left of him if he decided to stab him in the back. Jin told Jet that it was time to move out, and Jet got scared and asked Jin again. Jin said again that they had to go, and here we are transported to an underground auction house. The guards standing at the entrance saw Jet and our heroes. They asked him why he brought such a crowd. The guard asked if it was merchandise, but Jet answered, telling the guard to stop talking nonsense and open up because they were his guests. And so they went through, and then there was a wooden door where the doorman was standing. He opened the door for them, and something luxurious was happening behind it. Jin looked at it and saw that there were huge shiny chandeliers hanging there. There was also an orchestra led by a conductor, all of them wearing masks. Muraken said that these guys were funny since they brought a whole orchestra. Jet said it wasn't much for a bandit-run hole. Although everyone knows that Tessing's boss is called Salka, the real puppet master is someone else. Jet handed the mask to Muraken and asked him to take it. He said that if they wanted to go to the auction house, it was better to hide their faces. Jin put on a mask and asked who the real boss was. Jet replied that it was someone called a Luck Spiderhand. He said that everything here was designed to suit his taste, because he did his best to hide his rudeness and lack of education. For a small fry like Jet, everything is different. Jet said that not only does Allah have the ability to pacify these dirty streets, he is also a 7-rank martial artist from Arable land. Jet said that there were rumors that Allah had connections with the pure-blood Rangandal family across the sea. Muraken said just ignore it and asked Jin if he really thought these guys were hanging out with scumbags from the bottom of the neighboring state. Jilly supported Muraken and said that she didn't see anyone matching the description. Jin didn't say anything, but he was thinking that there was one, the person who had put a curse on him that made Jin unable to wield a sword. If there's a connection to the Federation of Magic, then it's very likely that it's him. A 9th rank curse that hinders one's ability to wield a sword, Blade Illusion. Jin denied the possibility that there was a mage in Tessinga who could cast such a complex spell, but 10 years in Storm Castle and 5 in the Garden of Swords, Jin had been unable to find a single clue for 15 years, so he decided that he should try to grasp at straws. Jin said they were here to blow this place up, and a nice bonus will be that they will find out the identity of this Aluk. And here we see them walking somewhere in the mine. Muraken and Gilly were not happy with Jin's plan, as they didn't really know anything about it. Gilly said that the guards they saw along the way looked pretty strong. However, Jin said that he had thought everything through and asked not to worry. Gilly asked him what exactly he had planned, but Jin called them over and told them the whole plan. And after that, Muraken says that sometimes he doesn't understand at all what's going on in Jin's head or how he came to think of such things in the first place. Gilly said it was definitely unusual, But was Jin sure what would happen? Jin told her not to worry because they could always just run away. So Jet stopped and said it was here, deliberately taking a place that wasn't too obvious. Jet said welcome, opening the screen a crack. And here we have a top view of the Tessinga Flower, an underground auction house. All the heroes sat down on the balcony on chairs and the auction began. The person who announced the auction also said that it doesn't matter where you are from or what your story is. Their first lot today is something that guests can use to suit their tastes. And now we see people in shackles coming on stage. The host said they were all in good condition. He encouraged me to take a look at the guy at the very end, because it looks like he will be very useful. Jin realized that Jet had sold out of trying them the same way and told him so. In response to this, Jet put his hands around his neck and said that he didn't understand what he was doing. Jin was saddened by the sight, but he was still glad that he didn't see any children among them. Muraken asked Jin what they would do. Jin said to wait. Jin said that he had heard that sometimes some interesting items slip through at these auctions. He said that if something like this happens, he will buy it first and then make a move. Muraken was concerned about Jin's decision. Jin was thinking about the artifact at the same time. He remembered some ring that was rotting somewhere in the vault. Jin can only get it after their plan is implemented. And so the host happily turned to the ladies and gentlemen and said that the auction had begun. Jin planned to wait patiently, and now we are transported to a week and see how the host calls prices and conducts the auction in full. Then we see Jet whispering something to the young master. Jet said that Jin had spent a whole week just watching. If the master didn't buy something today, the people from Tessing might cause Jin trouble. Jin asked Jet if it was his job to prevent them. Jet pretended to say that the young master could do as he pleased. But Jet was angry and his job and his life were in danger. Jet was thinking that whoever Jin was, they were going to throw him out at this rate. Jet just wanted Jin to buy something and not involve him in his mess. Meanwhile, the host announced the next lot, the first grimoire of the evening. The host said that this grimoire belonged to Matthew Wanek, a magician who once ruled the world, and they couldn't neutralize it, but powerful magic must be etched in the pages. Jean watched it as if it was fun, because this was Matthew Mornick, and they were crooks themselves. In addition, most of Mornick's grimoires are controlled by the Zippel family, which means that the chance of originality of this lot is 0. Jin thought about how he had been at the Tessinga auction for a whole week, and every day was the same. The host continues to talk nonsense, and magicians are willingly led. We see that the host announced that Chenmi was the author of the grimoire and set the initial bid at 50 gold. Jin thought about how they sometimes put up such grimoires, obscure ones, like lottery tickets. Muraken then put his hand on Jin's shoulder and told him to buy this, because the grimoire, if it really belonged to the Chenmi, Muraken knew they needed it. The host looked at the balcony in surprise. Everyone was surprised that Jin had placed 150 gold coins. Jin looked at Muraken, thinking that since the grimoire had recommended Muraken, there was no reason to ask questions. The host announced the next grimoire. This is the Shujil Easter grimoire, and Jin recognized the name and was surprised. Of course, no one had ever heard of Easter, and neither had Chenmi. The host looked again in surprise at the balcony where Jin raised his hand. Jin placed 200, and everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone was discussing who this person was who kept buying up strange things. Muraken asked Jin why he bought the book and if he knew it. Jin said that he just thought it would be a good idea to buy something else, but it's actually his master's item from a previous life. The Easterom family was destroyed hundreds of years ago and Jin found their trail here, and so the host announced that the lot was sold for 200 gold. Jin thought about what he would give to the master when he met him, and then said that it was enough and time to make a move. After leaving the auction, Muraken flipped through the grimoires. It turned out to be the Chenmi he was thinking of. Muraken then asked what kind of grimoire Easter has, which has a bizarre and strange code. Only the master and he can read this code. Jet said that it was good that Jin bought something, because otherwise they would be in trouble. Jay and I turned to Jet, who was smiling happily. Jin said that he needed to meet Allah and Jet immediately changed his face. Jet said it was impossible, but Jin just put his hand on Jet's shoulder and told him to go and tell Allah that Veridin Zippel wanted to see him. Jet was shocked to hear this. He ran to Aluch's office and told him that this madman wasn't from Bement's Special Affairs Department, but a full-blooded Zippel. Jet was incredibly happy, thinking about becoming an informant for the Zippels and leaving this hole. Jet opened the door and shouted for Allah to come out. Veridin Zippel is here. There was a crowd of security guards in suits standing there. So the guard came out to Jin and called out to him disrespectfully. We see that behind this guard was a beaten Jet and other guards. The guard started to say something, but Jin hit him right in the jaw. Jin then used fire magic and asked if they were bullying him. He asked the guard if he was a luck while holding a fireball. The guard was horrified and said that Sir Alug had ordered him to be escorted to him. Jin still used magic. He made a small explosion. Jin said that he revealed his name, but Aluk dared to send his pawns. Jin told the guard to tell Aluha to come here himself, to crawl on all fours right at Jin's feet. and then we see that the man in the red suit and all the guards were lying on the floor bowing down to Jin. The man said he was Allah, the one who took care of testing. He said that he made a mistake by not acknowledging what he called Jin, the Lord of Heaven, and then begged for forgiveness. Jet stood behind Jin and thought that if someone else claimed to be Veridin Zippel, he would laugh in his face, but Jin was different, his aura was different. Jet smiled ominously as he thought about the fact that Jin had used a fireball before, and that was at least rank 5 mana. It would be difficult for others to use it freely at that age, but not for Zippel. Then we fast forward to events a week ago. Jin said that he would pretend to be Veridin, and Mirakan and Gilly were surprised to hear this. Jin said that even if this Allah knew someone who knew the Zippels, it was unlikely that this person was above the status of an old servant. In other words, Allah can't prove that Jin isn't Veridin. Gilly was worried, because it wasn't a matter of Jin being found out or not. If the family or the patriarch got wind of it in the future, then Jin wouldn't be in any trouble. Then we flash back to find Jin ordering Alutz to get up. Alug immediately stood up. He called him sir. Jin then showed 2 grimoires and asked Allah if he knew what they were. Aluk replied that they were magical manuscripts and apologized for requesting ancient magical manuscripts without Zippel's permission. Jin said these manuscripts were highly valued by the Zippel family. He asked Dalaga how much money he had earned that way. Aluk said it was a pathetic excuse, but he was a martial artist. He was stupid enough not to be able to determine the value of these items and inconvenience Veridin. He promised to do everything possible to get them back and asked for a chance. Jin said it was easier for him to get them back himself than to rely on a guy like Allah. Jin then ordered Alutz to and bring the list of auctioneers and the account book. He then said that the Zippel family would launch an investigation tomorrow, which left Alau confused. He was terrified and lowered his head. This is the end, because no matter how hard the Tessingers try, unlike the Zippels, they are just a small local gang. If anything comes up during the investigation that the mages don't like, Tessing is finished. And so Aluha gave them, as he himself said, almost everything that was at the auction. Jin asked if there were any others, to which Aluk said yes, but they were in a heavily guarded vault. Aluk said that it was located in the workers' residence, and if Jin would allow him to leave temporarily, he would deliver them immediately. Jin said it would take a couple of hours, so what the heck was Aluk trying to do? He asked if Aluk was going to run away and destroy important documents, then check if Jin was real and why he was here, asking the guys who were bribed by Aluk. Aluk only lowered his head in annoyance. Jin said that Aluk could do whatever he wanted, but he had to remember that he was still on Jin's hook. Then Aluk turned around, saying that he would be back soon, and ordered the servants to show Veridin the vault in his absence. While Aluk was leaving, he ordered one of the guards to keep Jin in the mansion until he returned. Aluk was furious. He thought about how Jin was arrogant and thought that everyone obeyed him. He was angry that he had spent so much money on the Zippels, but he decided that he would find a way to buy them back. We see Mirakan throwing boxes around and yelling at Gilly to give up everything. She asked if everything was absolutely fine, to which Mirakan replied that it was only stolen goods. While throwing objects, Mirakan hit the guard. Mirakan whispered to Jin about Aluk. Mirakan said that Aluk would find out that Jin was lying when he got back, so what would he do? Jin said they just buy at 100% discount and run away before he gets back. Then he saw a box and he opened it. There was a ring lying there. Jin finally found the ring he was looking for. Gilly asked Jin if they were going to throw themselves headlong into the pool, but Gilly was still in shock. Jin said he'd take it as a compliment. Jet suddenly burst into the room with a stack of papers in his hands. It turned out to be the same papers that Jin had requested. Jet said he had recorded all the birth regions and ages. Jin headed for the exit, saying that they were done here. But he was stopped by a security guard and told that the boss would bring the account book soon. Until then, he asked them to stay in the mansion. But Jin immediately punched the guard in the jaw. With this blow, he knocked out his tooth. And then the guard fell unconscious. Jet had said that Jin was great and not only a powerful mage, but also a great fighter, but he was thinking about why Jin had put Aluha on the scoreboard for his subordinate. Jin asked Jet if he had a family. He replied that he had a son. Jin then told Jet to grab him and run, better go to the Bement Empire. Hearing this, Jet was surprised. Jin advised Jet to give them the bills and introduce himself as an informant, because this is the only way he can survive. Jet started to get stubborn about staying with Jin until the end, because he had worked so hard for this opportunity. Jet asked to be allowed to serve Jin in great deeds for the rest of his life. Jet wanted to succeed at something for once. Then Jin said he wasn't Veridin Zippel. Jet was both shocked and heartbroken, and now 2 hours had passed. We see Aluk standing in that room and the security guard that Jin knocked out. Aluk said that he had heard that Veridin Zippel had long silver hair. Aluha's subordinate then said that they took information about the and other clients, and then ran away, saying that testing was finished. Aluk was so angry that even the veins in his neck bulged, and he ordered them to catch up. The subordinate hesitated. Then an enraged Aluk grabbed him by the head, swung, and then with incredible force threw him against the wall. The throw was so strong that the subordinate almost broke through the wall. The other subordinates felt fear. Aluk started shouting to his subordinates to take all those who were left and bring back these crooks. He shouted at the top of his lungs that he would skin them with his own hands. Then we flash back to the next scene. The characters are sitting around a campfire and Muraken says that he still doesn't understand why they are idle. Jin said that he didn't think they would get anything by fussing over Allah. He needs to find out if Aluk is connected to the Rangandals. Muraken said that he would just take it as a farewell before leaving. In the end, Aluk gave Jin a Chenmi grimoire and even gave him a masterpiece. Muraken said that he went crazy when he saw this ring in Jin's hand on the way out of the auction. Muraken asked how Jin even knew about something so old. But suddenly a red glow appeared in the sky. It was the guards of Aluk. He discovered the heroes and called the boss. They annoyed Muraken a lot, and Jin got up and said that now they would have a chat. Aluk was angry. He finally found them. He said that they were scammers and asked if they really thought that they could cheat Aluk and run away. An enraged Aluk started shouting that he would hang them in the market as a warning to others. Show them what happens when you get involved with the head of Tessing, Aluk Spiderhand. Jin then started talking about the Rietra, which contained the names of the abducted people from Bamet, the transaction ledger with the ancient grimoire that the Zippel family is looking for, and the client register which lists all the nobles who turned a blind eye to Allah. Jin said he would distribute it to all over the world. Starting tomorrow, the world will be watching Allah. Jin said that magic mail is incredibly convenient. And then he said that if I was being honest, I was done with Allah. Hearing this, Aluk lost his temper. He screamed that he wouldn't let Jin die easily, that he would skin him alive, and that every time Jin lost consciousness, Aluk would bring him back by burning him with flames. Jin then turned to Muraken. He said that he wanted to punch Aluha in the face one-on-one. Muraken only sighed heavily when he heard this. Then, reluctantly, he walked towards the enemy. Enraged, Aluk said that he was crazy and could not do anything alone, and ordered everyone not to stand like idols and attack. And so the mages began to attack Muraken. Aluk said to let the guy live and bring him to him. The others he ordered killed. Meanwhile, the subordinates attacked Muraken. Muraken was able to defeat the guard who ran into him with just his palm, but Muraken broke his sword with this blow and the guard fell unconscious. Then Aluk's other subordinates began to attack. Muraken defeated 2 more subordinates without using any weapons other than his hands. The guards were afraid to approach Muraken, even though there were many more of them. Muraken was angry, so he decided to attack them himself. He made such a fast dash that the ground beneath him cracked a little, and with that dash, he neutralized all the guards in the way. The other subordinates looked on in horror. They were very scared. Aluk shouted at them, telling them why they were frozen. The mage said that if they opened fire, they would hit their comrades. Then Aluk ordered them to aim at the pair, pointing at Jin and Gilly. Meanwhile, Jin pulled Gilly behind him and asked her to stand there for a second. So the mages created projectiles of fire, ice, and wind. They fired projectiles at Jin and Gilly. Jin said that they are all rank 5, and then we see how they were protected by a shield that appeared due to the power of the blue amulet. The attacking mages were greatly shocked by this. Jin just said thank you to Sister Luna for training. It's much easier after that. Gilly noticed that he hadn't even deigned to say goodbye to her before he left. And now an enraged Muraken is shouting. He called all the opponents weaklings and said that they have nothing but numbers. For Emmy, we see how the energy of shadows began to appear. Muraken wanted them all to drop dead, so he used shadow energy. And so he struck at Aluk's subordinates. Aluk himself and some of the mages standing next to him were horrified. Aluk was scared and confused. But then he smiled, picked up his sword, and started laughing out loud. He killed those who were standing next to him. Even though his subordinates were shouting that Aluk was angry, Jin didn't flinch. Muraken then asked if Allah was crazy, then said that it would save him some trouble. Muraken said that he had made sure that Jin was still alive, so now Jin can do whatever he wants. Aluk asked the heroes about who sent them. He was beside himself and once again asked who it was. Jin asked Aluk what difference it made to him, since he was going to die soon anyway. Then we see the aura fly at Jin, but he managed to dodge and it left a crack in the stone. Aluk is really fast. He said that he couldn't know if Jin was telling the truth or lying. Then he asked what he should do now. He said he wasn't going to suffer a one-sided defeat. Muraken chuckled and said that Jin had finally found someone to compete with, and it looked like the rumors that Aluk was a 7-ranked martial artist were true. Muraken happily shouted to Jin that Aluk is different from the Vishkal that Jin fought earlier, because Aluk wants to kill Jin. He told me to go all out and try not to die. And now we see Aluk and Jin standing there, opposite each other. Aluk called Jin an upstart. He asked how dare a lowly mage come out here. Jin asked if Allah looked down on him and called him a rookie. Jin then unsheathed his sword and they clashed in battle. Aluk was surprised when he saw that Jin had a sword. Jin jumped back, and Aluk realized that Jin wasn't a mage. He continued to attack Jin. He was incredibly fierce. They continued to hit and parry normal sword strikes. Jin thought that the timing was right and he was about to hit, but as soon as he hit, Allah seemed to disappear. Jin was surprised by the move. Allah hit Jin, but he seems to have bounced back. Allah was displeased and said that it was a weak blow, but still we can see that there was a small scratch on Jin's body. Jin thought that Allah was fast because he didn't fight at full strength, but it was already difficult for Jin to handle him. Allah was yelling about how the fireball Jin used at the auction was an artifact. But inside, Allah was thinking that he was in this situation because he had fallen for Jin's primitive trick. Still, Jin is not a problem in Allah's opinion. Allah turned around and looked at Mirakan. He is sure that Mirakan, who single-handedly took down all his sixes, is stronger than him. Allah was wary of Mirakan just standing there. Mirakan chuckled and said that it looked like that damn brat had taken some serious hits. Jilly asked him if he really wasn't going to interfere. Mirakan said that of course, since it was the young master's wish, but perhaps if it was still too early for him to get up against the 7th-ranked swordmaster. However, Mirakan then said that everything was fine and the brat should realize the cost of life. Jilly started to protest, but Mirakan interrupted her and said that he was beginning to think that she thought the young master was going to lose. And so their battle continues. Allah continued to attack with his aura and sword. Suddenly, for a moment, Allah struck Jin's sword, but Jin didn't let go of the sword and started falling backwards. Jilly started to worry when she saw this, but Mirakan was watching the fight closely. Allah just smiled madly. He bumped into Jin and said it was the end. At that moment, Mirakan grinned. He said that a long time ago, when the rank-handle sword mages were still fighting, a difference of just 2 ranks was nothing to them. And we see that Jin used a fire spell and shot Allah with great power. It was battered, but Allah was still alive, and Allah knew it wasn't an artifact, which meant only one thing. Realizing that Jin was a swordsman mage, Allah was shocked. Suddenly, Jin started electrifying, and then so did his sword. He raised the sword in front of him, then slammed it on the ground. He used lightning summon. Allah started to run away from the lightning, but another lightning bolt appeared in the sky and it hit right at Allah, but he beat it off with his sword. Allah said it was if Jin stood there unprotected, he would definitely die. Jin then took hold of the sword with both hands, and his ring began to glow and shadow energy began to radiate from his hands. He used helmet release. Allah hit Jin right on the head with his sword, but he was shocked when his sword stopped short of cutting through Jin's head. He saw that Jin was wearing a helmet that exuded shadow energy. Jin picked up the sword. Seeing this, Allah took to flight, but Jin had already launched a punch and hit Allah's shoulder. Allah was horrified. We see that Jin has a black helmet on his face. The cut that Jin made was small, but then Jin dealt a more serious blow and blood spurted out of the hole. After that, Jin put away his Bradamante sword and his anger dissipated. Mirakan said that it was supposed to be the rune of Mult. He told Gilly that 1,000 years ago, the rune of Mult was an object created for Bament, the first emperor, who was the demon's lover. At that there was a war going on for a long time. A masterpiece that blocks all attacks below the 7th rank. Mirakan couldn't understand how it had ended up in the hands of these bandits in the first place. Jin was thinking that the rune of Mult was an item that would be offered to the Imperator of Bament in 5 or 6 years. During this time, the Academy and the press were hysterical about the discovery, so Jin remembered the location and date of its discovery very well. We see that Allah is lying on the floor, powerless. Jin said he had one question before Allah died. Jin said that he had heard that Allah was somehow connected to the Rankhandle family, and he asked if it was true. Mirakan said that he should have asked earlier, because what kind of answer does Jin expect to hear from someone on their deathbed? Allah started to laugh, although he did it with difficulty. He said that now he knows. He smiled at Jin and said that he was Jin Rankhandle. Allah said that it was still true that he failed, but what to expect from the younger one. With his last breath, Allah said that Jin wouldn't be able to stop this man. Mirakan asked what Allah was talking about, and Jin thought about it. Jin assumed that Allah Spiderhand was not his real name and said that he needed to find out. Jin started thinking out loud. A 7th-rank swordmaster is a gang boss who has a connection to the Rangandals. Mirakan said that it wasn't so strange, since one of Jin's ancestors ran the bar, having the 9th rank. Jin said that he wanted to understand who Allah was talking about. Jin needed to make sure because he was going to become the head. Jin replayed in his head Allah's words about how he had failed and couldn't stop this man. Allah said that he knew Jin, so the fact that Jin failed probably has something to do with the shadowed illusion. And the reason he pointed out Jin's age and inability to stop this unknown is because he knows about the power struggle. Jin immediately crossed out Sister Luna because she left the family. Certainly not Mew, Anne, and the Blushies, who are too young and inexperienced. The others are not so smart and diligent as to get involved in these intrigues. Someone who is sensitive to rank, who pulled the strings when he found out about Jin's talent. Namely, the eldest heir, Joshua Rankhandle. Jin knew that no one else had that kind of influence. It doesn't matter if he jumped to conclusions or not. In any case, he decided that he would find out soon enough. Then we are transported to the city. We see people sorting through newspapers. It says that Tessing was eliminated thanks to a joint investigation by Zippel and Bement. An evil gang that mistreated the innocent was wiped out in one day. Jin read the line where it says Jet did a good job. Muraken heard this and clicked his tongue because he wanted to kill him right away. However, Jin said that Jet would have been harassed by the Zippel family or Bement, so it's a very small price to pay for his life. According to Muraken, this experienced more pain. He said that whatever it was, the Zippels and Bement got all the credit, but Jin wasn't without buns either. Jin started recounting what he had received and mentioned winning a duel against a 7-ranked knight. But then Jilly called out to him. She was concerned. She said that Allah's rank didn't mean that he was like the others. Jin shouldn't be careless just because he won against Allah. Next time, Jilly thinks, we'll have to be more careful. Jin replied that he understood her and would be more careful. Jin said that because of Jet, no one would think of looking for them. He suggested that we relax and go to the next destination. Jin said they were going to Tikin, an independent town, and Jilly asked if it was the same Tikin as the 7 flowers. Muraken asked what the 7 colors were, to which Jin replied that it was a large information house in Tikin. After Infocanals, Rangandela, Zipla and Bimenta are the most reliable places. Muraken asked Jin if this meant that Jin was going to find all the bad guys, just like Jet did. Jin smiled and said that was one of the ways. So they climbed aboard the ship and set off. Jin was thinking that from now on, as long as he moved on, his memories from his past life would be a priority, so he would have to come up with a goal. However, this is not all. It is also necessary to study everything related to Vishkal Ivaliano, Buber and Canzello, plus Allah's past and his affairs with the Rangandals, Fallen Ruins and Forbidden Magic, so much to check out. The most suitable place for this is the 7 flowers in Tikana. We see Jin and Muraken in the cabin. Muraken said that he found out what kind of trail Chenmi left. He assumed it was light magic. It seemed to Jin that light magic had disappeared in ancient times. Muraken said he was sure it was true. Since then, Chenmi has been an enemy of the Zippel family. They erased the stories of everyone who got on their nerves. This is a Zippel family trait. That's why there are no records, and the Rankandelas can't overcome the limits of their energy. Muraken said that the Rangandals will be the same in the near future. Muraken said that's why learning to do it is incredibly important. Jin asked him if he was going to show it right now. Muraken said that maybe this is what Jin needs the most right now. Muraken created a cloud of energy that was only white in the center. Jin said that since it's light magic, why is it dark? Then there was a flash and everything was filled with light. Muraken started laughing and asked how Gina was doing. He only stared for a second, but his eyes seemed to burst. Jin held his face as tears welled up in his eyes. He said that he could definitely use it in both defense and combat. Muraken said it was cool and called it a light grenade, Chenmi's most valuable magic. Jin really pulled out something passable. So Muraken took out another grimoire and started comparing it. But Gina asked why Muraken was taking out his beloved booklet again. Muraken said that this coded system was able to infuriate even the great Muraken. He's not sure about the content, but he wonders if it will do any good. Jin asked me to just leave it and said that one day he would take the grimoire to a good codebreaker. Then we fast forward a week. The ship has already docked at its destination and landed the heroes in Tikin. Jilly was thrilled with how beautiful it was. Tikin is a city on a small island in the south of the central continent that is not related to either the Rankandel family or the Zippel family. Although the population is small, it is a popular destination for tourists, as you can watch the ocean from anywhere in the city. It looks like the streets are alive, but they were, just like the name says, Independent City. Jilly suggested we look for a place to stay. Jin agreed and offered to explore the city center. Then we see Muraken jump off Gilly's shoulder and reincarnate. He grudgingly asked if Jin was going to choose bedbugs again. However, Jin rebuked Muraken, saying that he had asked 1,000,000 times not to reincarnate in front of everyone. Muraken said that no one cares, but then someone exclaimed enthusiastically. A girl behind him shouted that the cat had turned into a human. She pointed at Muraken and asked him how he changed from a black cat to an uncle. Muraken and Gilly were shocked. A girl named Julia was incredibly happy and asked to be taught this as well. And then we see Julia walking in with the ice cream. Jin tried to tell her that it was just her imagination and that it couldn't be that the cat had turned into a human. But Julia said that she saw everything correctly. The black cat turned into an uncle. She asked him why she's lying when she calls him Mr. Jin said he wasn't lying, and he wasn't a mister, but the girl was stubborn. Jin said that since he bought her ice cream, they could have pretended, but Julia immediately interrupted him and told him not to make her lie. Jilly said they thought the girl was lost, so they took her to the garrison, but if word got out, wouldn't the Zippel family catch them? Muraken asked him not to worry, because no one would believe the child, but suddenly Gilly looked at him with contempt. She said that if Muraken had listened to the young master, nothing would have happened at all, and so the girl finished her ice cream. When she saw the building, she said it was an information house. Julia said she didn't like the garrison, so Jilly asked what was wrong. Julia said she didn't like it. That's all. They're always bothering Julia's mom and bothering her. Jilly said it wasn't good and asked if they were using cruel methods and exploiting people. Jin suggested that the child's mother might be a criminal. He decided to go inside first and check. Suddenly, the employee of the information house recognized Julia. She was clearly not happy about it. The guard shouted for the leader to be brought in and said that little Miss Julia was here. Jin asked if the guard knew the child. He said he knew it was a bad word. Julia is the daughter of their leader. Jin didn't understand, but Julia exclaimed happily and pointed a finger at her mother. And we see her mother, who came out of the information house. Jin reflected that he didn't think the center's leader was the only thing her mother did. Her mother looked formidable, with a scar on her sullen face and a short haircut. But all of a sudden, she smiled and then got down on one knee, shouted her daughter's name and welcomed her with open arms. She went from a formidable leader to a sweet mom. She said she told her daughter not to go too far. She apologized for not playing with Julia and promised that they would play for a long time after Mommy finished work. Julia said that Mummy had better keep her promise, to which Mummy replied that Julia couldn't just leave because she was busy. The heroes looked at it and couldn't understand what was going on. Julia's mom said that most of the townspeople knew Julia, so it looked like she was being nonchalant. Then she introduced herself as Alika Badger, head of the Tikkun garrison. Jin also gave his fake name and said they were passing through Tikkun. Alika said that she should somehow thank them and asked if they needed anything. Jin asked if she could recommend a better place to stay. Alika wanted to suggest something, but Julia wanted to tell her something. She whispered something in her ear. Then Alika took a pen out of her breast pocket and asked for a paper, which the guard immediately gave her. Then she wrote something on a piece of paper and gave it to Jin. She said it was a letter of introduction stamped with the garrison commander's seal. Wherever they go, if they show it, they will be welcome everywhere. Alika thanked them again for finding her daughter, but Jin said they should thank her. Then the heroes left. Alika turned to Julia. She asked if the cat really turned into a human. Julia said it was true, but those people didn't want to talk about it. Julia said she pretended not to know, for which Alika praised her, saying it was a good job. Alika thought about the transformation from a cat to a human. She knows it's something only dragons can do. Then we are transferred to a certain hotel. Jilly was pleasantly surprised. She said that the service was excellent. She only got this kind of service when she was in Hufester. Murakin said that the bed was as soft as the filling of a strawberry pie, and that's what the bed should be like. Murakin said that in the Vatican things are going well. Who would have thought that they would be so lucky right after arriving? Jilly said that now that she thought about it, she could have the ice cream that Julia had eaten. Jin said that she didn't have to ask and could order as much as she wanted. And so Jilly left the room, saying that she would be back soon, while humming something at the same time. Jin said it's been so long since they've lived like this, it feels like they've come for a vacation. Murakin asked Jin about how he planned to get into 7 flowers, because it wouldn't be easy. Jin said that he wanted to find one person first, because 7 Colors is the best information house in Tikkun. At its center is someone called the Noble Kashmir Sword, a famous swordsman that everyone knows. He was recommended for the role of the Rankendel primary swordsmanship teacher. This is the only information known to the house. But in 10 years, he will reveal that he is actually the Bement Emperor, who uses the information gathered by the 7 flowers. He will gain sovereign power from the Bement, Zippel, and Rankendel families, and then enlist support as the first king of the independent city of Tikkun. A meticulous person who is not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also has enough skill to hide for so long. Jin thought that the swordsman might be able to support him. The problem is that we need to get closer to it somehow. Suddenly, Jilly burst into the room. She said something was wrong. The loggia is empty, all employees and guests have disappeared. Then a hand reached out from the darkness, and it turned out to be the Kashmir swordsman Jin was thinking about. He put his hand on Jilly's shoulder. He greeted her and asked if she was okay, and if they don't mind if he invades for a little while. Murakin lost his temper when he saw the man put a hand on Jilly's shoulder. Jin couldn't understand how the noble Kashmir sword ended up here. Suddenly, Murakin slammed his right hand into the threshold wall so that his fingers left holes in it. Jin was shouting at Murakin to stop and not kill him. Kashmir sword gripped the hilt of his sword as he saw Murakin turn into a bundle of shadow energy. Murakin brought up the Kashmir sword issue. Murakin said that everything was not going well, and then approached him closely and asked him what he thought. Jin wondered how the noble Kashmir sword could have ended up here. He must have a lot of work to do in Arkan. They didn't cause any trouble either, since they'd just arrived in Tika. More importantly, he wasn't alone. Then Jin started counting and realized that there were a lot of them. Jin realized that at this rate, they weren't going to get any wet spots left. He told Murakin to calm down because the space is too small, and if Murakin fights here, Gilly might get hurt. And now we see how Murakin looks like a bunch of shadow energy. He turned to Kashmir's sword and asked if he knew Murakin. Murakin hugged Gilly and began to reproach the noble cashmere sword for using a disrespectful tone. Murakin asked if he really looked down on everyone because he had a sword on his belt and had sixes trailing behind him. Murakin continued to push and said that this man just barged in and accosted a stranger. Murakin got even angrier with this guy's answer. Jin interrupted Murakin and said that was enough. Jin then turned to the guest and said that if he came without malicious intent, then he would relax and put the sword away. Jin said that he knew that he was a noble cashmere sword because he had heard a lot about it. He asked how Jin knew his name and who he was. Jin remembered that he didn't even introduce himself and did so. This time he introduced himself as Runcandle. Murakin wasn't happy about it, and Jilly was also worried. Jin told Cashmere that it looked like they had something to talk about. Jin asked if he was okay with it moved to a more appropriate place where Jin can answer his questions. And here we see our heroes and Cashmere sitting on the grass. Jin thanked him for his trust and decision to communicate privately. Cashmere was tense and thought about what the soldiers had brought after reporting the dragon's appearance. But it was a mistake that made him even angrier. Cashmere is sure that Murakin is a dragon because such a feeling of incredible pressure cannot be created by a person. If Jin hadn't stopped Murakin, they would all have ended up dead. Cashmere also recognized Gilly McLaurin, having met her before he was kicked out of Bament's palace. He still remembers what outstanding skills she showed in the training hall back then, but he couldn't feel her aura and couldn't figure out how she was related to Jin and Murakami. Cashmere said that it doesn't look like Jin is lying about his name, but Cashmere has a question about it. Cashmere asked why he was with the dragon, because since ancient times, dragons only deal with mages who have contracts with a god or with someone who has special powers. For example, not by rain candles, but by zipples. Cashmere asked if Jin's family knew about the dragon. Jin replied that the family didn't know. Cashmere then said that if it was discovered, the family would be in chaos, but Genie shares a secret that could easily cost him his life. Jin said something else was important. He asked Cashmere why they had come to the dragon. Cashmere says that since they have told him their secret, he will tell his own. Cashmere said that they met his daughter, and the reason Cashmere was here was because she told them about a cat that turns into a man. Jean debated whether Cashmere believed the child's words, but it turned out that Julia was an unusual girl and the contractor Asmilla. It was about the god of sight, so they don't think there's any chance that Julia saw anything wrong. Jin said that there must be a lot of powerful people in the world who want to become contractors for Asmil, and then asked if he was afraid to tell them about it. Murakin then interrupted them and said that something was wrong. He asked if she was a contractor, so where was her dragon, but Murakin couldn't sense its energy anywhere near her. Dragon Asmilla is known for being overprotective of the contractor, but he left the child alone. Jin said that there seems to be a problem here. Cashmere said that Julia's guardian dragon went missing about a year ago. Most likely, the Zippel family or the Bement Empire had a hand in this, but there is no evidence. Murakin started shouting that it didn't make sense. There wasn't a dragon born yet that was enough to be kidnapped. Then suddenly Murakin asked Cashmere if his daughter was really 5 years old. He said that if this child was really an Asmilla contractor, then without a dragon at that age, Cashmere's daughter would go mad and become disabled. Cashmere was shocked by what he heard. Murakin said that the contractors of Asmilla are able to see the future. What people don't know is that these visions cause huge damage to the dragon's psyche. Right now, Julia is too young to separate the dream from reality, so nothing much has happened yet. If she continues to see the future unprotected as she is now, in a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. Jin asked for more details and asked if she saw the future, she would be incapacitated. Murakin said it was a matter of the principle of causality. Those who know the future must follow what they see. If he does not do so, Asmilla's punishment will begin. When there is a vision of someone's death, nothing can be changed. Contractors who violate this rule will eventually be destroyed. Murakin said that from the very beginning, Julia lived in a different world than usual, and judging by Cashmere's expression, Murakin hit the bull's eye. Cashmere said they needed to find her guardian dragon as quickly as possible and bring her to the baby. Suddenly, he got to his knees. Then he said that he actually runs the 7 Colors Information Center. Cashmere is confident in his abilities, but for a whole year he could not find the guardian dragon. Murakin said that meeting Julia was not just an accident. Asmil asks for their help for his young investor. Cashmere started asking for Murakin, but Murakin said it wasn't necessary. He said he couldn't do anything even if Cashmere begged. Murakin then pointed at Jin and said to ask for their leader. Murakin asked Jin what he was going to do. The first thing Jin asked Cashmere to do was get up from his lap. Even though they weren't close enough, it was about the child's life. Jin asked them not to lose hope and said that they would find Julia's guardian dragon together. Cashmere burst into tears and said that Niklaus would never forget Jin's kindness. It turned out even better than Jin had planned. Jin thought that even if the 7 flowers couldn't find his location, They needed the information from the Rankandel and Zippel squads. Murakin asked if Tiki was not with Zippels, to which Jin replied that this city was not attached to anyone. Murakin asked Kashmir if they had any information about dragons. Kashmir replied that they knew which dragon was on which continent. Jin had asked Kashmir for all the information about dragons in the Bement Empire. Murakin said that this method is a kind of last chance, there's actually nothing that the dragons don't know about. Then we are transported to a cabin in the woods. There we see Miss Quickantle, a white-haired girl with white eyelashes and eyebrows and pointed ears. We also see Enya, who was surprised by Jin's achievements and held a newspaper in her hands with the words that there was news about him again. Quickantle said that Enya is also a good contractor like him. Then we see that Enya is a girl with purple hair and glasses. She asked if it was true, to which Quickantle said yes. Unlike a child from a family whose guardian is a black-haired guy, Enya is a contractor for Ulta, the god of time. Quickantle didn't have time to finish and sensed danger. She ordered Enya to lock herself in the house and not come out until she returned. Enya asked if something had happened. Quickantle said it wasn't really, just a blob that showed up. Then we see Murakin flying over the water in the form of a dragon. He told Jin they were almost there. Murakin is going to fly closer and release the energy, then Bement's dragons will come out on their own. He told Jin to hide well so that he wouldn't be caught. Then Murakin stopped and hovered in midair. He said he was starting. We can see how waves started to appear under Murakin due to its energy. Jin suddenly remembered something. We flash back to the past and see Kashmir handing Murakin a piece of paper with a list of active dragons in Bement's territory. Murakin studied the list thoughtfully and realized that some of the dragons he knew were hiding here. The list included such dragons as the Earth Dragon Bertella and the Silver Dragon Quickantle. Seeing this, Murakin understood something and became indignant. Jin asked him if there were any problems. Murakin said it was a dangerous idea, but there was something between them, the dragons, so he and Jin had to go because they had a long way to go. At this point, Kashmir addressed Murakin, calling him the Great Dragon, and asked him to wait. But Murakin was embarrassed by being called that and yelled at Kashmir and asked him to call him by his first name, and then asked if he really looked like a sect leader. After that, Kashmir leaned over and said thank you. He said he was leaving Murakin to save his daughter. Murakin replied that he would say two things before he left. Murakin said that first, until Julia's dragon returns, Kashmir should make his daughter tired every day. If she gets tired, Asmil's power will weaken. Kashmir should play with her when she wakes up and do everything possible to make the girl fall off her feet. Kashmir said that he would keep her busy all day and asked what was the second thing Murakin wanted to say. Murakin didn't give Kashmir time to finish saying ice cream. He asked me to bring him some ice cream since someone couldn't eat it because of the Kashmir. Jilly said that Murakin was so kind, and he said that she herself had said that she wanted to make dessert. Jilly said she didn't mean that, but that Murakin had managed to calm Sir Kashmir down so quickly. And here we are transported back. Jin reflects on the fact that Murakin is actually pretending that he doesn't care about strangers. But in fact, Murakin is very attentive. Murakin said they were coming, and at that moment we see two dragons in the distance. Murakin recognized these dragons and did not attach any importance to them. According to him it was Labis and Intel, which he most often soaped their necks with. Murakin told Jin to put on his helmet. Jin, wearing a mask, asked Murakin how badly he had beaten them, that they had only come after hearing his energy. Murakin replied that he used to beat up anyone who came into his territory. One of the dragons shouted and asked what Murakin was doing here. Murakin called them Earth Dragons, Labis Muntal, and then he said that he woke up from a dream because it was time and asked for help. The dragons wondered if they should tell him, since he didn't seem to know anything. Labis shouted to Murakin that they didn't know what Murakin's request was, but it wasn't the best time, and advised Murakin to take care of himself. At the same time, Untel shouted to Murakin to leave quickly, because they have young contractors in this area and he does not want to create a problem in the Bement Sea. Murakin became angry and said that they could not order him to retreat, because there was no place under this sky where he, Murakin, could fly. Then the dragon screamed for Murakin to run, and he said that the energy that Murakin had just spread was causing chaos. Murakin didn't understand what he was talking about. Then the dragon said that Quickantle was hanging around here somewhere to kill Murakin, and at that moment he understood what he was talking about. Quickantle is a silver dragon. Jin asked about Murakin's relationship with the guardian dragon of the time god, Ulta. Murakin felt uneasy. He said she was his ex, and Jin was shocked. The dragons begged their older brother Murakin to just hide. Their contractors are still very young, and if they get caught up in this, they may die. The dragons said that the other dragons didn't know about Murakin's awakening, so if he didn't leave now, there would be rumors. Suddenly, one of the dragons turned around, and Murakin saw something and became alert. Murakin told Jin to hold on tight. We can see that something is emitting light in the distance. Then the yellow beam passes close to the dragons, but they managed to dodge. This one left a huge mark on the water and even smashed a huge rock, it's so strong. The two earth dragons fly away in fear, simultaneously blaming Mirakin for everything, while Mirakin and Jin watch the situation. Mirakin shouted at Jin not to relax because there will be another volley. Then we see the dragon's hand, in front of which a strong white glow forms. And after that, a powerful yellow beam appears. We see that the dragon sent out 3 beams at once. They crashed into the water and created a huge wave. The sea began to swell and a funnel appeared. Jin assumed it was an ultimate skill of rank 8 or higher. He couldn't tell how many there were. And then we see the girl shouting Mirakin's name. She was clearly angry. She said that Murakana couldn't even be repaired by a grave and asked how he dared to show himself shamelessly here. Jin asked if they would have to fight this monster now, to which Mirakin responded positively. Jin asked Mirakin about his ex, specifically how long their relationship lasted. Mirakin said that the relationship lasted 500 years, which is about 5 in human years. Mirakin said that no matter when there was an opportunity, Jin should chop her Bradamante. Jin asked her if she was going too far now that they were done. Then he said that Jin didn't seem to know. Mirakin does not associate with those who are below him in class. So when the situation gets bad, he gathers his forces and wreaks havoc in one fell swoop. One thing must be done to strike. And now we see that she has already reincarnated as a dragon. She told Mirakin that it was too late to run. She was full of rage and said she would kill him in the sea. Upon hearing this, Mirakin immediately tried to calm down Quickantle, saying that he knew that she hated him, but that wasn't what was important right now. He suggested that she first deal with the current situation and then talk. At this moment, Quickantle was using magic, her mouth was open, and a white sphere was forming in it. Then, she shot out that yellow powerful beam. Mirakin dodged, and she flew after him. Quickantle fired the beam again, and this time it hit. Jin had been holding on to Mirakin the entire time. Quickantle approached Mirakin and tried to bite him, but he was able to dodge in time. Mirakin was outraged and asked her why she was so angry, but she didn't say anything, just swung her tail and hit him right in the face. He was a little surprised, and he said she was crazy while she was preparing to shoot the beam again. Mirakin was shocked that she was going to shoot him from such a distance. Then we see that she did. Mirakin grouped up, and Quickantle was a little surprised. Mirakin used the release of dark energy. He was in a huge sphere of shadow energy. He breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had bought some time. Jin, who was sitting on his shoulder, said that it was a good thing that he followed Mirakin, otherwise Mirakin would have died if the silver dragon had hit him. Mirakin replied that he wouldn't die, and no matter how strong Quickantle was, she couldn't get in here. Mirakin thought about what he should do, because since talking didn't help, he needed to find a way to calm her down. Meanwhile, Quickantle was trying to break the sphere with her paw, and she succeeded. She asked Mirakin if he really thought he could use dark energy release. Mirakin was shocked and wanted to ask her how she did it, but Quickantle interrupted him and said that he had no idea how weak he had become. According to Quickantle, Mirakin is very wrong if he thinks that he is the same as before. Mirakin told her to stop and offered to leave everything as it is in memory of the good old days. Mirakin said that he only came because he wanted to ask for something. But Quickantle said that when she thinks about the past, she understands that simply tearing Mirakin to pieces is not enough. After saying that, she gave a creepy smile. At the same time, Mirakin quickly flew up to her and then bit her shoulder. She was shocked. Quickantle screamed in pain. Mirakin, not letting go, told her to calm down. He asked her about why she was going so far when they just broke up. Quickantle was furious when she heard this. She was annoyed that he thought they were just breaking up, so she hit him. Mirakin seemed to lose consciousness for a moment, but then suddenly woke up and gave a signal. He gave a command to Jin, who immediately jumped on the Quickantle. She was at a loss and underestimated Jin. As Jin flew, he was thinking that even Miracanus couldn't bite through the outer shell of Quickantle, so it would be difficult for Jin to break through it. However, with the vulnerable spot that Mirakin made and what's left of his shadow energy, it might work. And now we see how the energy of the shadows began to envelop Bradamante. Jin had already gathered the energy of the shadows and swung his sword. And the moment he hit the vulnerable spot, he used the release of shadow energy. Quickantle screamed in pain, tears streaming from her eyes. Jin, with the help of Bradamante and shadow energy, was able to land a great hit. And we see Jin chop off Quickantle's arm and wing, and then he falls into the sea. Mirakin immediately rushed to catch Jin and caught him with his hand. Quickantle fell into the sea. Jin was sitting on Mirakin's arm, trying to catch his breath. Mirakin said that Jin was at 0. But the job was good, while Jin himself was thinking about how he had become a dragon slayer. Mirakin said he just hoped she was calmer now. Jin was shocked and asked if that wasn't enough. Mirakin replied that a normal dragon would have died. However, Quickantle is different. The Time Master will not die so easily. Jin said that they might eventually go missing, even before they find the missing dragon. Meanwhile, Quickantle was visible in the water. Also in the water you can see a huge clock and many mechanisms for their operation. The hands on the clock go in the opposite direction. and the quick-antle wound, or rather the missing arm and wing, returned to its place and everything was as before. Jin asked if quick-antle rewinds time. Mirakin replied that this was the reason why power and magic were separated. However, Mirakin told Jin not to worry, even though it's a scam, it consumes a lot of energy. But he told Jin not to move an inch, just in case. Then quick-antle changed from a dragon to a human. Mirakin asked if she had calmed down, but she glared at him. He said that he didn't know that she still had feelings to the point where she was furious. And then he asked if they had parted on a good note. But quick-antle shouted that Mirakin had suddenly abandoned her without any explanation. She asked if that was what he called a good note. Mirakin also raised his voice and said that quick-antle was angry when he started talking about breaking up. According to him, frankly speaking, he did not cheat on her, they simply did not get along with their characters. Jin was embarrassed by this, wondering if this was really a conversation of dragons that lived for thousands of years. Then Mirakin said that their argument was not important because he did not come to fight, but to ask one question. Quick-antle decided to ask about Jin first. She asked if it was possible that Jin was a solderic contractor. Mirakin said it's not that important right now. One of them is in danger. Quick-antle looked at him coldly and said with a chuckle that Mirakin was disgusting. She said that he had killed so many dragons, she thought he was. Quick-antle offered to count how many dragons had died at his hands, but Mirakin suddenly interrupted her and said that her brother's enemy was among them. Hearing this, she froze. Mirakin said that for her revenge, for someone with whom he had no connection, he killed him. Then Mirakin turned around and said that whatever it was, he was wrong to go to her, he should have asked others. But quick-antle started yelling at him to wait. Quick-antle swore and said that when she sees Mirakin, she always gets emotional, and then she apologized for what she said. Mirakin had told her that one of Asmil's guardian dragons had recently gone missing. She asked him if he meant the Tikkun Latri. Jin, meanwhile, was thinking that they had now come to the main topic. Quick-antle asked if it was strange, since Valletta had recently taken the child. Hearing this, Jin immediately remembered the name. The wind dragon Valletta is one of the dependencies of Melzier, the wind god, and the guardian dragon of the seven Zippelweiss head, Andre. After some thought, quick-antle says that they said that they would teach Latra the language of dragon magic, and in her opinion they should change places. If they went back a little, they would be able to avoid the traps and get into the basement. Then she told them to follow her, and she would show them to her room. And here we are transported to the forest on the outskirts of the capital of Bement. We see that Jin says that he did not have the opportunity to introduce himself earlier, but introduced himself as a solderic contractor. Quick-antle said she knew and asked him if he was Temer's descendant, and then called Jin by his first name and said he was the youngest son. Mirakin asked her in surprise about how she found out. She said she couldn't help but understand when Jin was emitting the same energy as Temer. It turned out that the three of them, Temer, Mirakin, and quick-antle, had often hung out thousands of years ago. She said she was just guessing the age. Mirakin was shocked. While drinking her tea, quick-antle suggested that in any case, she should return to the main topic, to the fact that Valletta had taken Ladder away a year ago. Mirakin asked her if they had talked Ladder into learning the language of dragon magic, and then added that it didn't sound very good. To which quick-antle replied that it might be true. Mirakin said that the current contractor Asmilla is too small to control the abilities. She asked if it would be dangerous if the guardian dragon wasn't around. Quick-antle then said that she expected as much and asked if they had a motive. Mirakin asked her what exactly she knew. Quick-antle began by saying that when Valletta was picked up by Ladder, he was staying in Bement. He said he wanted to introduce Ladder to her, but kept getting hung up on her contractor and asking her to meet him just once for no reason. Quick-antle said she had no choice, as the identity of her contractor had already been revealed. Since there are a lot of people in Bement's upper class, the Zippel family is on the short side. If she was acting on the basis of her character, she wouldn't have allowed her contractor to stay here. Jin turned to quick-antle and said that according to her, the identity of her contractor was revealed, but no one recognized contractor Asmil. It's suspicious how they found out and contacted Latra. Mirakin said it was really strange. He asked if the contractor detection magic was created while he was sleeping. Quick-antle said that this was impossible, because no one could find out about the contract until the contractor personally proved himself. And then she asked about how even if this magic existed, what good it would do them. Jin, while drinking tea, said that they would benefit from this in two ways. First, they have a way to minimize the dangers and eliminate contractors outside their territory. And secondly, if they kill the contractor, the Zippel family will have the opportunity to make a contract with God. Jin then drifts back into his memories. This isn't really just a chance to make a contract. Jin is sure that they have a certain method. In his previous life, the god of time, contractor Oltaha, officially appeared at the stone statue after 10 years. The contractor was a full-blooded Zippel. Jin doesn't doubt for a second that they can make contracts if they kill the previous host. That's why Julia's guardian dragon was stolen, considering that Jin hadn't heard anything about Princess Takana in his previous life. Then we flash back to reality, and Quickhantle is already saying that there are a lot of assumptions about Solder's contractor, but she can't accept them. She said that Jin was acting ridiculously suspicious. However, Jin suddenly interrupted her and said that she was telling a lie that she didn't even believe in herself. Jin said he wasn't sure how the dragons were doing, but there was no limit to human greed. Even when they reach the top, they will not be satisfied, but will desire things more than that. They are also people who have ruled for thousands of years. No matter what they do, there is nothing strange about it. Jin is sure that the heads are up to something and added that he doesn't fully understand why Quickhantle pretends not to know. He assumed she was afraid of the Zippel family. After hearing all this, Quickhantle was shocked. Mirakan began to argue furiously that the Zippels were truly greedy, but while he hated to admit it, they were capable people. Mirakan said there was nothing wrong with being careful. Hearing this, Quickhantle smiled a little and snorted. Then she laughed out loud. She told the surprised Mirakan that he had changed. She got up from the table and said that she would hide her contractor first, and then help them. Hearing this, Mirakan was somewhat displeased. Quickhantle said that she needed to see Valletta and find out the truth. If the heroes weren't lying, they must be looking for an opportunity right now and would come right at her call. Then she put her hand on Jin's shoulder and said that in addition to that, she had obligations to Temur. One of his descendants is here, evoking memories of the old days. She said that Jin's provocations, and even his audacity, reminded her of Temur. Quickhantle said she would call Valletta and was about to tell her the plan when the contractor girl came into the room. Mirakan and Jin were surprised, and Quickhantle reproached Anya because Quickhantle had told her not to come out. But then Quickhantle said it was actually better that way, and then introduced them to each other. She said it was her old friend and contractor that he was protecting, Jean Rankandle. Suddenly there was a scream. She screamed at the fact that young Master Jin was right in front of her. Quickhantle, feeling ashamed, said that she had forgotten to mention it. Anya tearfully shouted that she was dreaming of something, and then asked young Master Jin to give her an autograph. Quickhantle asked Anya if she wanted to keep her dignity as a contractor. Suddenly, Anya bowed down and introduced herself, saying that she was from the common people, but was attending the academy as a scholarship student. Jin thought that Ulta valued the bloodlines of her contractors, and if she was a commoner, did that mean that she was so talented? Jin smiled and said that she had nothing to apologize for, no need to be ashamed of the enthusiastic reception. Quickhantle scolded Anya and asked if she had ever told Anya not to leave the house without Quickantle's permission. Anya said it was sad there and so she thought it would make her feel better if she saw Quickhantle. But suddenly, young Master Jin appeared in front of her, which meant that she definitely made the right choice by coming here. Jin thought about Bement's nobility. He could imagine them her, which was why Jin hadn't interacted with people from the academy since his previous life. Jin then started to approach her while Anya was asking Quickhantle about why young Master Jin was here. Jin replied that the reason he was here was because of Anya. He said there was a chance someone was after her because she was a contractor for Oltach. And then he smiled, held out his hand, and asked her if she would come with him, calling her Miss. She was embarrassed and her face was red. Suddenly, she screamed that Jin was taking her away, and Ulta finally heard her prayers. It was really very loud, so Quickhantle asked Anya to stop. But Anya screamed and begged them to take her with them. She was praising the time god Oltach, but suddenly Quickhantle came up behind her and hit her. Holding Anya, who is unconscious, in her arms, Quickhantle said that she was afraid that Anya would not want to go. Quickhantle said that Jin and Anya would follow him to the Rankandle underground prison. Jin replied that their family didn't have anything like that. Quickhantle told Jin not to pretend, because there was a dragon there, too. Jin was surprised to hear this. Then we see Mirakan asking them what they were talking about. Jin and Quickhantle looked at Mirakan, who was already asleep on the couch. Quickhantle then turned to Jin and said that she had agreed to help because, apart from keeping her loyal to Temur and Anya safe, this slumbering Mirakan didn't realize how weak he had become. She wouldn't tell him, but he couldn't stand up to Valletta, so if they had to fight him, it would be her. Jin asked if Valletta was really that strong. Quickhantle said it was, but Mirakan was incredibly weak, too. According to her, her attack at sea would have been a joke to him 1,000 years ago. She said that they both needed a place to wait for Valletta to arrive and offered to stay with her. Jin asked if they would push them back. Quickhantle said it was alright, but he needed to convince the stubborn man. She was sure Mirakan would make a big fuss because this was his ex's house. Jin had said to leave it to him, but at the same time, he was thinking that Silver Dragon Quickhantle, contrary to his first impression of her, was quite thoughtful. She got up from her knees and said it was just in time. Quickhantle said that Anya would wake up in 10 seconds and asked her to explain the situation carefully. Jin was surprised and asked if Quickhantle had just hit her, since even trained martial artists wouldn't wake up so quickly. We then see Anya lying unconscious, but then she suddenly wakes up. As soon as she woke up, she started repeating the same thing, namely calling out for Jin. Quickhantle said that there are things in this world that go beyond common sense and reasoning. We flash back and see Jin and Anya discussing something. Enya is informed that the Tikkun contractors are being hunted by a certain force and she may be her next target. She said that she trusted Jin completely, and Enya was excited about the intrigue and adventure of a child, a girl, dragons, and a young master Jin, which sounded very romantic to her. Jin said that maybe she could look at it that way. She replied that it was better to think positively, and she should also prepare to leave her family in Tikkun. Jin asked her when they were leaving and said the sooner the better. Enya replied that she was ready for tomorrow, because her whole family is a 7-year-old younger brother and an old dog, Poppy. Jin said they would move slowly. Quickhantle ordered Enya to return and begin preparations. As she left the room, she said goodbye to Jin. Quickhantle asked Jin if she could tell the academy that Enya was ill. Jin commented positively and said that if she reported that Enya was in hiding, they would investigate. Enya was just saying that she needed to worry about Willette now, when suddenly there was a knock. This one asked if anyone was home and said he needed some wood. Quickhantle said it was strange because there were so many trees outside. Jin asked her to wait. He asked her if it was true that this man had come to get wood, and Jin himself wondered if all dragons were so careless. Jin put on a mask and said that it was probably the person outside from Bement's Special Affairs Department. Jin said it was about Miss and I. From now on, they will monitor this place. They probably want to confirm the presence of outsiders that Quickhantle brought with her. Quickhantle was furious that anyone had dared to follow her. She opened the door and the guard started to ask her something, but she immediately grabbed him by the throat. She lifted it into the air with one hand. She told him to tell the truth and asked if he was from Bement's Special Affairs Department. The man choked and said that he wasn't from the department. Then Quickhantle asked him who had sent him here. Suddenly, a man appeared in the house and said it was him. The man asked Quickhantle to loosen her grip. The red-haired man with the face mask said that if she killed him, another officer from the Special Affairs Department would come. Quickhantle released the officer and guessed that the red-haired man was the commander. She attacked him with her fists and said that if she needed to kill someone, she would start with him. She hit the commander and the room became very bright. Dust rose all over the room. Then we see that it hit him right in the face, but he was still standing there. Quickhantle was shocked by this, and he asked her if she had let off steam. Jin was shocked that the red-haired boy was fine after being prescribed a blow to his forehead. This is definitely not an ordinary officer from Bement's Special Affairs Department. He has a red mask that only department group leaders can wear, plus he wields a curved sword. Only one person fits all these characteristics. The Emperor's right-hand man, leader of the third group, codename Raz. One whose skill with the blade is recognized even by the rank handle. No doubt he's strong, judging by his energy, at least at rank 8. Jin is glad that he has covered his face with the rune of Molt. Quickhantle told Raz that it was good for a human. He said he was sorry if he offended, they had no other option to verify the identity of her guests. And now that they've confirmed them, Raz is leaving. Quickhantle said that apologizing for the fact that they had so rudely invaded her space simply exceeded the limits of human arrogance. Raz replied that Miss Enya had just left the house. He asked Quickhantle if she thought walking late at night alone was dangerous for Enya. If she fights now, she will win, but she won't be able to help Miss Enya if something happens to her in such a short period of time. He told her that if she didn't want to continue, he would just leave, and then, as he left, he wished her a good evening. Suddenly, Quickhantle told him to remember something. As she spoke, she was furious. Next time, he would have to put the treasure on the line. Every little thing he defended with his life. She warned him to be prepared to lose everything because of what he had done. He said nothing and said goodbye until the next time. Raz said that he had confirmed the smuggler's appearance and then ordered the officer to go back and find out their identities. And he said that all sightings of the Silver Dragon would be suspended for a while. The officer asked if they needed to continue monitoring the movement of Quickhantles and guests. Raz replied that if they provoked the Silver Dragon any further, it would only get worse. He said that he would take responsibility and ordered the officer to move out. Once I thought that they were definitely up to something. He told the officers that they were all in danger and ordered them to stop close surveillance while the targets were active. Then we see an annoyed Quickhantle viciously banging her fist on the table. She says that she shouldn't have left Enya in this wretched city, and that if Jin and Mirakan hadn't come, the consequences would have been different. Jin said it was good that they were able to avoid this, and now they would make looking after Miss Enya a top priority. Quickhantle said they were moving out tomorrow. We flash back to the next morning and see Jin and Quickhantle standing on a cliff with a wonderful view of the blue sea. Jin said it was a great relief that they found a merchant ship bound for Tikkun. Jin told Quickhantle not to worry because he had paid the captain more than enough and he would not neglect Miss Enya. Besides, Mirakan is accompanying her, so there's no need to worry. Quickhantle said she'd go check in with Willetta. They can meet him as soon as Mirakan returns. And here we are fast forward a week. We see Mirakan standing in front of the house and thinking about something while looking at it. Jin praised Mirakan saying that he did a good job. Mirakan said that Quickhantle is more violent than he expected. Murakin revealed that the two of them made this house when they were together in the past. He knows why she leaves them here. Jin asked him if his cold heart was melting. Murakin irritably told Jin not to say something so ridiculous. Reviving old feelings is something that is hard to deal with. They're just memories. 1,000 years ago, a house like this had had the good old days with Temur and Quickhentle. No matter what they did, it was fun. He clearly saw Temur, who called him by name. Then, he suddenly had a headache. When Jin asked him what had happened to him, Murakin said that it was nothing special, just a sudden headache. Quickhentle said it was pathetic and asked him if he was tired from the short flight already. Murakin got angry and told her to shut up, saying that no matter how weak he became, he wouldn't be exhausted by something like this. Quickhentle told me to hurry up and collect my thoughts, because Valetta's answer came, it will be tomorrow night. The place is an uninhabited island off the southern coast of Bement, and now we are transported there. Quickhentle is standing on a vacant lot and waiting. Jin and Murakin were hiding somewhere behind the rocks. Murakin asked Quickhentle what she was going to do when she met Valetta tomorrow. Quickhentle replied that she would tell him that the reason she had called him here was to find out the location of Asmil's guardian dragon, Lathri. If he pretends to be innocent, Quickhentle will beat him up. Murakin smiled and said that it was not a bad thing. In her place, Jin would just avoid such a tedious situation. He said that since Anya wasn't with Quickhentle, she could do whatever she wanted. Quickhentle told Murakin not to do anything, because she would fight alone, she didn't need him. Outraged, Murakin started shouting that no matter how weak he became, he didn't need compassion from his ex. Quickhentle asked about the person who said that she was compassionate and asked him to stop talking nonsense, because it was related to Anya. Besides, the other side takes the dragon's honor seriously. This means that he will definitely come alone. Quickhentle told him not to worry and just relax. Jin, meanwhile, was thinking about it and doubting his honesty. If they really did kidnap Lathri and plan to create a contract, they'll probably come fully armed. So we're transported back to the island and see a green portal opening in front of Quickhentle. A dragon comes out of it, and we see a man laughing and saying that it's an honor for him. He never thought that he would meet the silver dragon of time, Quickhentle. He leaned in a little and said it was nice to meet her. He introduced himself as Winged Dragon, deputy head of Zippel and Messler's contractor, Andre Zippel. Then a disgruntled Quickhentle turned to Valetta and said that he should have come alone. Valetta said that when he received Quickhentle's letter, Andre was there for him. Valetta was interested in the history of contractor Oltach, and Andre seemed just as excited. Valetta asked the Silver Dragon for understanding. Quickhentle said that Valetta had made a terrible mistake recently. Valetta replied that since he had made a strong impression, it was worth moving on to the main topic. He has a lot to discuss about the Oltaha ladder contractor. Quickhentle immediately asked where Ladder was now. Valetta shouted that it was obvious that this was what Quickhentle had been thinking all along. Quickhentle also screamed and told him to answer the question, because he took Ladder a year ago, and from that moment on, contractor Asmilla can't find his guardian dragon. Valetta said he didn't know what answer would satisfy her. He said Ladder was fine. Quickhentle was furious and asked how dare he joke with her. Valetta told her that he didn't know what her relationship was with the Asmilla contractor, but that it was a bad idea to focus on the Zippel family. Quickhentle said that Valetta was really mad and asked him if he really had kidnapped a young dragon who didn't understand the ways of the world. Meanwhile, Jin and Murakin were watching this and thought it was arrogant. Then Valetta exhaled heavily and called it boredom. Two green tornadoes appeared next to Quickhentle, but Quickhentle didn't stagger. Valetta said he had a suggestion for her. Valetta offered to hand over the contract and in return promised to keep Quickhentle alive, to which Quickhentle grinned and replied that this was nonsense. Valetta said Quickhentle was just an old lizard. Valetta then shouted that if she did, she would sleep forever and then attacked her with a tornado, sending rocks flying at Quickhentle. There was a flash and Quickhentle was reincarnated as a dragon. She said she also had a suggestion for Valetta. She told him to return Ladder right now, and then she would let him go painlessly. Andre then exclaimed that she had managed to fend off Valetta's attack quite easily. He shouted that for the first time in a long time, he could go all out and raised his magic staff up. He used mana release and a bright blue ray of mana shot into the sky. Jin saw this and thought that it was rank 9 mana, the first time he had seen it since his rebirth. Andre Zippel, the Runkendels rejected him, but he is the deputy head of the wealthy Zippel family. Jean was interested to see what level Andre was on. Andre shouted for the silver dragon to get ready and there was a green mana pool in his hand. Quickhentle decided that she needed to dodge and started flapping her wings. But suddenly something went wrong and she couldn't take off. A ray of mana flew into it. Quickhentle was shocked that she couldn't fly. Valetta said that it looks like the wind turned its back on her and unfortunately, all the air currents on this island belong to him, and then he took off. He is the king of Messler, the wind god. Valetta said that no one would fly without his permission. Soaring over Quickhentle, he said that she was no match for him and began to prepare the projectile. Quickhantle was angry and asked if this was the best thing they could do. Andre shouted that it wasn't good enough and said he would show them how it was actually done. Quickhantle asked if she thought he could only control the wind. Valletta then shouted for her to die and fired. Andre and Valletta teamed up and shot out raging thunder. Jin was excited and shouted at Muraken, but Muraken said that now was not the time. Muraken said that Quickhantle had indeed become complacent, but these empty-headed people were also too confident. Meanwhile, a blue ring appeared above Quickhantle's head. Then that ring broke and everything went dark. Jin was shocked because it looked like time had stopped and the raging thunder had also stopped. Then, Quickhantle took a deep breath and fired her magic at the enemies. Andre was also a shock iron, because it was the ability to control time and even stop magic. It had been many years since he had seen such a sight. Quickhantle said that today she would tear his filthy mouth apart, and Andre was horrified to hear this. He shouted and seemed to reproach her for being so angry after just one spell, while Valletta ordered her to quickly start the next attack. But Valletta didn't answer, and Andre started hurrying her and panicking. Meanwhile, Valletta froze. His body didn't move. He assumed it was the power of time control. Quickhantle prepared herself and made an incredibly fast dash. I grabbed Valletta by the tail, and Andre flew out of the way. Quickhantle tugged on Valletta's tail and threw her into the ground with all her strength. Valletta was lying unconscious on the ground. Quickhantle leapt at him, hitting him with all her weight. Valletta screamed in pain, but Quickhantle didn't stop and decided to use her mouth. It bit and tore Valletta's arm off. Valletta was terrified and screamed in pain. Andre Zippel was running towards Valletta, shouting. Quickhantle asked him how he dared to keep talking and called him a jerk. Andre yelled at Quickhantle, but she told him to stop and watch because he was next. Quickhantle thought about taking care of Valletta, but she was using too much strength. She understood that she needed Jin and Muraken's help to deal with the mage. Andre told her that she had gone too far. He took out a blue oval object and said that such arrogance is only allowed to the best. Muraken was shocked when he saw this item. Muraken recognized the item as the Source Stone. A monster's head appeared out of that rock. Muraken said that it was impossible because this stone must be destroyed. He couldn't understand where the old man got the Source Stone from. The monster that emerged from the stone had teeth but no eyes. This monster started attacking with its jaws. Andre said that Quickhantle was born a silver dragon of time and lived with the idea of her own superiority, but she was wrong. According to him, humans, dragons, and even gods will all eventually fall into the hands of the Zippel family. He shouted at her to stop denying it and accept it. Meanwhile, the monster opened its mouth wide and then bit Quickhantle, who screamed in pain. Then we will learn more about what this Source Stone is. The Source Stone holds the power of all the gods. When danger came to the world, they created it as a security measure to prevent the end of the world. In the end, the gods themselves destroyed it. It was so powerful that it could erase the world instead of protecting it. After that, we are transported back and see that Muraken is furious that the Quickhantle was attacked, but at the same time thinks about why the item that should have disappeared is still in the hands of the magician. Meanwhile, Quickhantle was holding her sore side, which was emitting something dark, and she asked what it was. Andre chuckled and said that was where she belonged, where the weak must bow before the strong. Suddenly, Muraken was reincarnated. Already in dragon form, he shouted and told Andre to stay away from Quickhantle. Andre was a little surprised by the black dragon because there were only 2 of them left in the world. So Andre realized that this black dragon was the Rankendel Muraken. Andre asked him if he had woken up from a 1,000-year slumber and then suggested that the guy near Muraken was his contractor. Andre recognized the younger one who had recently left the house, Jean Runkendel. Andre was on his way here to get his hands on contractor Oltach, but his appetite grew and he smiled horribly as he said that. Adre then said that if it was fair, he would wake up his sleeping friend. The monster approached Woolet and whispered something to him. Violetta suddenly woke up. The magic that had been working on him dissipated. When he got to his feet, he said that he shouldn't have saved energy. And then Andre apologized to Violetta, calling him an old friend. Violetta said he thought Andre was dead. Muraken said they were crazy. Violetta replied that he and Muraken had not seen each other for a long time. Then they began to fight furiously. Muraken called Violetta a corpse, and Violetta replied that although Muraken had lost ground, his words were just as harsh. Then he started collecting a mana sphere and shouted for Muraken to go back to sleep. Muraken used shadow energy, and when Violetta fired, Muraken suddenly disappeared, leaving a trail of shadow energy. Suddenly he was behind Violetta. He turned back into a dragon and was about to strike. Muraken hit Violetta on the back, but Violetta managed to grab Muraken's fist and said that he would be upset if Muraken lost to him quickly. Both dragons started to charge the magic sphere and Violetta told Murakana that he should be happy, because Violetta will be known as the one who killed the legend, to which Murakana replied that Violetta should stop deceiving himself. Then we go back to Andre and Quickhantle, and Andre said they should continue as well. According to Andre, he was going to go easy on her. But now that she has seen that face of the Source Stone, she will have to be put to death. Andre suddenly became alert. Andre suddenly remembered and exclaimed that Jin Rankindle was definitely here. Jin used the magic that Mirakan had shown him. Andre said that the child's intervention wouldn't change anything, but Jin used flashbang magic right in front of Andre's face. Violetta noticed it too, and even turned around. He saw that Jean was running towards the blinded Andre with a sword in her hands. Violetta, agitated by the situation, ran to save Andre. Mirakan tried to stop Violetta, but Violetta managed to hit Jin with his tail. This one was very strong. Jin lost consciousness for a moment, and then it flew into the stone and split it into small pieces. When Jin came to, he looked up and saw a Violetta shell flying at him and a monster approaching. Jin sat down while the projectile flew at him, and then took off the chain that was around his neck. He threw the rock with all his might. The stone shattered into fragments, and then a strong beam of light hit this place. And we see the sword of Luna. Luna herself said that in all this time, Jin never contacted her. She asked if it was true that circumstances had changed now, and called him Junior. Then we see what happened before Jin intervened in the fight. Jin ran across the battlefield and thought that it would be suicide to get involved in a dragon fight. He knew that the only place he could be useful with his level of power was to thwart Andre with flash magic. Then we see once again how he blinded Andre, and we see how he smashed the blue stone on the ground, and then the moon appeared, which stood up to protect Jin. Andre was shocked by what he saw. He recognized the white whale. Luna commented on what was happening and said that the deputy head of the Zippel family and the wind dragon should be enough to call her sister. She said he did a good job and asked if he was hurt. The battered Jin replied that he had barely held out. He thanked his older sister for coming. Luna looked somewhere and said the magician's name. She asked Andre if he had swallowed his tongue. She said she wanted him to explain how he was connected to her little brother. Jin, meanwhile, was thinking about how their opponents were Deputy Head Zippel and the Wind Dragon animated by an artifact with the power of a god. In Jin's opinion, they would be difficult for even his sister to handle. But for some reason, Jin was sure that this fight was over now. Mirakan told Jin to move away. Mirakan carried the battered Jin and Quickhantle on his back and apologized to Jin, explaining that he couldn't block Woolet because he was controlling the wind. Mirakan said that Jin had a good sister anyway, because if she had arrived a little later, Jin wouldn't have been left with a wet spot. Thanks to Oi, Jin is alive. Meanwhile, Andre said that this was an unexpected turn because the white whale itself looked at the light, and besides, he had evidence. Andre shouted that the Rankindle family had broken the Zippel family's oath because Luna's brother Rankindle had used magic and the Zippel family would not be able to turn a blind eye to it. Luna smiled and said that no matter what, Andre didn't have to worry because he wouldn't be able to tell his family the news. Andre was scared, but he said Luna was just a girl. He attacked her with a monster and asked her how dare she not know her place. As the monster flew to attack Luna, she slashed her sword straight along its body. The monster crumbled to dust. Luna said that all the Zippels she met were insufferable windbags. As she expected, the deputy head isn't any different. Luna made an incredibly fast lunge. It happened very quickly. In an instant, she was behind Willetta, and even more than that, she managed to cut him down. Luna said that it looked like the dragon preferred to stay in its true form, but that it was better for Luna since her blade had a place to roam. Willetta grinned in shock and clicked his tongue, and then he reincarnated into a man. It turned out that he was a man. Andre shouted at him, and Woolet said that he understood Andre. Woolet then created a mana weapon in one hand, which was a spear. The second arm was covered in something dark purple. He grabbed the spear with his other hand, and the tip of the spear began to emit the same energy as the hand. This power is not magic. It looks like both dragon energy and demon energy at the same time. The reason why the wind dragon goes out of its way. Luna said that it looked like Woolet needed time to use the artifact properly, and she said that the deputy head of the Zippel family and the wind dragon had to rely on such a pathetic tool. She asked them if they really thought that this small thing could save them. Meanwhile, Woolet launched an attack with a spear tipped with strange energy. This spear was huge, but Luna managed to jump out of the way. Woolet was furious and shouted at Luna to shut up and try to attack her again. He said she didn't know anything, so she should stop making such claims. She drew her sword and slashed at the spear, deflecting the attack. Woolet wasn't going to stop and continued his attack. Luna and Woolet exchanged a huge amount of blows, but here's another moon strike to stun Woolet. Woolet was in a bad position. Luna hit him with her sword and he jumped back. He paused with his spear stuck into the ground, his body covered in a wound from the moon strike. Luna said that this was Woolet's limit, which made Woolet angry. Luna asked if he had anything else to show her, but Woolet didn't answer. She said that then she would finish quickly. She raised the sword above her head. After that, a pillar of light hit the ground from the sky, and the moon used the third and final Rangandal movement. The pillar of light even cut through the clouds, and everything was flooded with light. Willette and Andre watched in surprise. The moon used a meteor shower. Then we flash back to the hero's memories and see Zed. He's talking about how if he needed to describe the family's sword technique in one word, that word would be dominance. According to Zed, she is destructive and ruthless. Fight, get, possess. The Rangandal mindset is contained in the sword. That's why there is no method. Not for the Rangandal sword. The only things they have for killing opponents are secret technique and final move. Then we flash back to see Jin shocked that Luna used the third final move, the meteor shower. Jin couldn't take his eyes off it, because it's beautiful to the point where you go blind. And we see a white balloon flying towards Andre and Willette. There were a huge number of these balls, it was very strong. Andre was frozen with fear. Willette, who had been reincarnated as a dragon, was hiding Andre from the meteorites and shouting at him to pull himself together and come to his senses. Andre was silent and only wondered if it was possible. He realized that it wasn't like she was using the power of a god she had a contract with or a rare artifact. He was horrified and at the same time wondered how this was possible with just human strength. Meanwhile, Willette was shouting that Andre just needed to survive, Andre was alive, so they could still win. Willette said that as long as they had the Devil Stone, they could turn the situation around. Willette asked to be resurrected if he died protecting Andre. Andre came to his senses and squeezing the stone decided that Willette was right and this was not the end, because as long as Andre had the Devil Stone, he would not die. In his mind, he exclaimed that he was a god with this stone. After the meteor shower ended, Luna looked at the battlefield in annoyance. She said she was still a long way from her father's sword. Then she looked at Jin and thought that even so, it had paid off. Looking at Jin, she realized that he was clearly provoked, and after all, if Luna couldn't take her father's sword, then Jin definitely would. Then we suddenly see that a huge creature appeared with a source stone in the center of its chest. The monster had a mask with horns. Luna said that her pride was a little hurt and she would be annoyed if the clowning continued in front of her little brother. The monster screamed horribly. Jin was surprised and asked what it was. Nurakan said it was now clear that the Zippels had used contractors to create the source stone. The origin stone is a weapon against the gods, although it is currently of low quality. However, it's still dangerous, saying that Murakan reincarnated as a dragon. Murakan, holding Jin in the palm of his hand, said that they were leaving. But Jin said that they should fight too, and you can't leave someone so dangerous to your older sister. Jin was really worried about her. Murakan said that it wasn't necessary, since big sister Gina could handle such a pile of manure, and they would just get in the way, so Murakan suggested retreating. Jin gritted his teeth. He thought about how after signing a contract with Solderit and being reborn, he met Murakan. Jin could have started with more luck and strength than anyone else. Jin was ashamed of having to retreat without being able to respond to the enemies properly, and he remembered the time when he had been assassinated. He decided that he never wanted to experience such helplessness again and that he had to become stronger. Murakan looked at Jin in silence. Murakan knew that Jin wasn't scared, but he didn't expect him to get all fired up after seeing such a sight. Murakan is so proud that he wants to bite Jin. Murakan realized that this was the moment when Jin's fighting spirit should not be stopped. If Gina continues at this pace, she will be the best. Until then, Murakan will support him because Jin is his contractor after 1,000 years. Luna asked the monster if it really thought it could kill her just because its shape changed a little. Luna said that in that case, he was very much mistaken. She called Andre a pathetic person. He pointed his hand directly at the moon, then shot out a purple ray. The rays were so strong that they destroyed the earth they hit, but the moon was able to survive. Andre shouted out that there were 12 gods inside him right now. He asked about what she had, but then answered himself, saying that she had nothing but a sword that was too big for her. He told her to just admit it and give up, because even if her father were here right now, no one would be an opponent for Andre. Luna said that one blade was enough for a swordmaster, and her face was completely expressionless and unperturbed. She said that if Andre used the magic he had cultivated all his life, he would be able to see half of her combat equipment. And that was because she would show it out of pity. Luna said that a sharpened sword was very strong against something so pathetic, and the sword began to have a red aura around it. Andre was surprised, having fought countless swordsmen before, but this is the first time he's seen such a thing. But he pushed those thoughts aside and decided it didn't matter. After all, as he thought, he had reached the level of a god. He started calling out to her and said that he would show her, an arrogant girl, how weak she was. Luna launched an attack and hit Andre at the same time. She used the Sword of the Heart, a technique called the Red Moon. With this technique, she perfectly cut Andre into 2 pieces. She also cut the Source Stone. The rock suddenly exploded and energy was released from it. And then the energy began to condense into a sphere. Luna started to get sucked in, trying to resist by holding onto her sword. But she knew she was going to get sucked in anyway. Suddenly there was a cry and Luna looked up to where Murakan was flying. It was Jin who was shouting, sitting on Muraken's arm and holding out his hand to Luna. At first she was surprised, and then she smiled, because Jin had saved her today. Then we are transported to the time that reports what happened to someone. We learn that the island has disappeared without a trace. Raz said that the strange vortex also absorbed nearby matter, and a large amount of mana was found around this area. Although humans definitely played a role, what was more important was the magic power of the time and wind dragons. He said that the department suspected that Valletta from the Zippel family was involved in the case. Before the incident there was a report of him crossing the border. Then Raz said that at the same time, it seemed that the wind dragon had died. Raz showed the dragon's claw. The boss asked if they had found someone who was the owner of human mana. Raz said it looked like a contractor. The boss said that the contractors with guardian dragons and the sinister energy had something to do with the thing they were creating. Then he asked about Andre, but once said they were still studying. The boss slammed the desk and said that a lot of details had recently been removed from reports. He asked Raz if they had determined who was staying with Quickantle. Raz said he had no excuses. Then the boss looked at Raza with displeasure and then said that there was nothing to be done because if Raza couldn't do it, then who could? The boss ordered them to make sure they didn't tell the press anything, and if they can't find any by tonight, they can file a missing persons report. He ordered more people from the Special Affairs Division to be sent to Zippel's territory to check their condition. Even though they're on friendly terms, it's best to play it safe. The boss then asked Raz if he understood and knew that the boss was restless. Once he answered that he would live up to expectations, and then it turns out that this person is the Emperor himself. Emperor Bement, Amir Bement. Then we are transported to a small house where we can hear Buber shouting in awe. Vishkal said that there was a battle between the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon on the coast of Bement, and as a result, the island disappeared and a whirlwind formed in its place. So Vishkal is sure that the Devil's Stone broke. Buber asked how they had dared to destroy his creation, since he had warned them not to use the stone so carelessly until it was completed. Buber said he would never forgive them and offered to tell them what they thought of them. Vishkal listened to Buber, but thought that the Zippels had ruined everything and that they were making him delay killing Buber. Vishkal said that in any case, the head is now furious. Vishkal said that the head wants to renegotiate the alliance with the Zippel family, so Buber should ignore the connection with them from now on. Then we are transported somewhere and see how the meat is fried on the fire. Then we see a fire-breathing dragon and a man holding his hands over a pink ball. The white-haired man said Andre was dead. The dragon said that he must have left with Violetta, even the Devil's Stone didn't help him. The woman said it must have been one of them. Either the silver dragon's strength had exceeded their expectations, or someone else had intervened. The dragon asked who it might be. The dragon asked if it was true that the shadow dragon had killed the grave giant in Kinzello. The dragon thought about Misha. According to him, if this is Misha's power, then it's understandable, because she wouldn't be afraid of the Devil's Stone. The man asked about whether Misha, who is Muraken's sister in question. The dragon said it was, and besides, Quickantle was his ex, not exactly an outsider to Misha. The man told the dragon, whose name is Kadan, that then they would know what he should do next. Kadan asked if he wanted the dragon to find her. Kadan said it was impossible, because if the black dragons wanted to hide, no one could find them. The man laughed and told him not to be a child. Besides, they were disgraced by missing the Devil's Stone. Kadan asked if he was okay despite the death of his younger brother. He said he was obviously sad, but he knew it would happen. The man said he was shocked when he found out that Andre had attended Chiron's banquet and didn't even mention it. Kadan said that the man was lying. We should tell the creator of the Devil's Stone to make another one. Without it, they won't be able to rule the Rankindle family as long as the head lives, nor will they be able to rule the kings of the Black Sea. Zippel said that Kajuna wasn't the only one who was annoyed by what was happening. Kadan repeated Zippel's words about not being a child. Kadan said that if Zippel plans to take over the world, the stone is not bypassed. And, of course, if he, Kellark, wanted to become a god. Then we flash to another location and see Jilly going to open the door. Jilly opened the door and asked who was there. Then she saw Jin, Miraken, Quickantle, and Luna standing at her door. Jean said they were back and Jilly was shocked. Jin asked her if she would make them something to eat, since they couldn't eat while flying back. Jilly was very surprised that even Lady Luna was here, and then fainted. We then see Miraken trying to calm down Jilly, who is lying on the couch, and talk about the young master being kicked out. Luna told Jin that it looked like his nanny had misunderstood something. Luna said Jilly was very worried about him. Jean said Jilly was too good for him. Then someone entered the room and immediately addressed Jin. It was Sir Kashmir, who exclaimed that they were back and asked who all these people were. Jin introduced Kashmir to his older sister, Luna Runkindle. Luna greeted him and said that he was the same Sir Noble Kashmir sword that she had heard so much about. Kashmir was shocked and said that he was flattered by such a high rating. It was an honor for him to serve her. Kashmir then turned to Quickantle and Jin said that she was Miss Any Asgardian dragon, the silver dragon Quickantle. Kashmir greeted her and introduced himself, saying that he was the head of the Seven Flowers Information House and an acquaintance of Master Jin. Kashmir did this because he knew better than to step on the same rake. Jin said he was sorry that he hadn't made Kashmir aware earlier. Kashmir replied that everything was fine because they were in the same boat. Then Quickhantle called out to Kashmir and asked where Anya was. Kashmir replied that he was just about to tell her that Ladder had returned 3 hours ago. Jin was surprised and asked if Ladder was back today. Kashmir said that Ladder is with Kashmir's daughter and Miss Anya, but here's the strange thing. Ladder has absolutely no memory of his disappearance, and Jin was surprised to hear that. Then we see flash forward and see Julia's shocked mother. She was shocked that Ladder doesn't remember being kidnapped. He talks about how Violetta said they want to teach him dragon language magic. He asked about what happened after that. Then we see Kashmir talking about Ladder being too well for them to say that he was threatened by the Zippel family. Maybe he really wasn't abducted. Quickhantle said that she personally received a confession from Zippel. Nurekan got angry and said they were erasing evidence. He said they were covering up everything related to the Devil's Stone, including Ladder's memories. It's a family trait, and when things go against their plans, the Zippels burn their bridges. Kashmir asked in surprise about the Devil's Stone. Jin said it was an artifact they had created and said he would explain it now. Deputy head of the Zippel family, a wind dragon and an artifact that consumes contractors, Jilly said that Jin had been through a lot. They couldn't understand what the Zippels were up to. Nurekan said there was only one reason why the Zippels decided to imitate the Source Stone. Someone wants to become a god. They try to gather all the power of existing gods and destroy obstacles on the way to this goal, to become the only deity controlling the world. Kashmir asked Quickhantle to rest because he uses all possible resources of the 7 colors. He said that if she wished, he would show her to Miss Anai. Then Quickhantle left with Kashmir, who escorted her to Anya. Jean asked Jilly how she was feeling. She said she was feeling better and then wondered why she was lying down. She was very surprised to see the moon, which also looked at her. Then she fainted again. Sometime later, Luna reveals that after they destroyed the infamous testing organization, Tikkun, an independent city, became safe. Deputy Chief Zippel and Willetta are both dead, and all of this Jin did within 2 months of barely becoming a reserve standard bearer. Luna said that Jin even used magic without getting official confirmation. If Jin was caught, he would be sleeping in his grave by now. Luna was a little drunk and said it was an incredible achievement. Jilly said that when Luna found them, Jilly thought it was all over, but it turned out that Luna already knew everything. Luna laughed and apologized for scaring Jilly, but she might overlook it once. Jilly said, smiling, that then they should just avoid the chapter. Luna said her father already knew. Nurekan and Gilly were shocked. Luna said that Cheyenne knew everything from the incident in Tessinga to Andre's death, and soon Cheyenne would know about her involvement. Jilly was surprised and said that they were definitely finished now. Jin told Gilly not to worry because he had an idea. Jin said that he wanted to meet his father together with his sister and talk to him. Luna and Jilly were shocked by this. Luna said that Jin was not in his right mind and asked him not to do anything, because then he would just close his eyes. He said he only wanted to warn Cheyenne that the Zippel family was in the middle of executing a plan to attack the Runkendall family. Luna asked that maybe if it was a Devil Stone, she would report it. She asked him if he understood what it meant for a reserve flag bearer to return home without permission and if he was going to take the flag bearer exam. Jin said that Cheyenne would find out that everything happened because of Jin. And since it had come to that, it would be best if he spoke to his father in person. Jin decided that maybe he could make a deal with his father. Luna laughed and said she was old enough, but she never even mentioned it. Sitting back down on the couch, she said that if Jin continued like this, Cheyenne would just kill him. Jin smiled and said that he believed that when the time came, Luna would stop him. But Luna was frowning and clearly didn't appreciate Jin's words. She got up from the couch. She walked over to Jin, standing right in front of him. She frowned at him. Then she clicked her tongue and said that Jin had intimidated the family, and she can clearly see how hard it was for Jilly. Still, she said she would go with Jin and asked when they were moving out. Jin said that he planned to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow, to which Luna replied that it was good because it was better not to stay too long. Jilly was excited and wanted to ask Luna something, but Luna interrupted her by saying that since their family consists of those who are always trying to get at the throat of another, at least Luna should give him warmth. She told Jin that this was why she would become his shield. Luna is sure that Jin is up to something as usual. We are transported to the next scene. Luna and Jin are standing in front of some other standard bearer, and knights are standing around them. The standard bearer asked Luna that instead of trying to change Jin's mind, she had brought him along. The gray-haired standard bearer asked if Luna expected her to believe that. Luna turned to Jink and said that she should treat him very well. Jin's brother then shouted for them to look at these lunatics. He asked about why Jin had come back. How dare the future standard bearer look for the sword garden? Mayu said it was the result of her older sister's condescension. Anne said that Jin was shirking the responsibility of being a backup standard bearer and then added that she knew Luna probably thought it was too much, too. Luna was thinking that it looked like everyone had prepared as expected. Then we flash somewhere and see Marie talking about how shocking it is and wondering if Junior has given up his right to become a standard bearer. But then she said it was more likely that puberty made him wonder if there was an afterlife. Marie got angry and said that they should fight when Jin grew up. The nurse asked Luna why she had brought Jin here, but Luna said that he had come by himself. The sister said that it was Luna's job to stop him at the time and asked what kind of frivolity it was. Luna got nervous and said she didn't know, then asked where her father was. Jin watched from the sidelines and thought that for some reason, Sister Luna thought that Sister Runcha was difficult to deal with. Runcha asked Jin if he really wanted to meet his father. He told Runcha that it was, which surprised her. Vigo shouted that Jin had only survived by luck and asked Jin if he was being conceited because he had overtaken the twins. Runcha exhaled heavily. Then she told Jin to go to his father, who was in his office. Runcha then took out her sword and held it to Luna's throat. She said that from now on, the first standard bearer should lower his sword. This is the head's order. He told the reserve standard bearer to go back without the support group. Luna gritted her teeth in anger. She was furious and asked what would happen if she didn't mind. Then the standard bearers surrounded her, standing in a fighting stance and ready. Runcha said that this is the last chance for Luna because this is the head's order. Runcha ordered them to lay down their weapons. If Luna refuses, she will be killed. Jin told big sister Luna not to worry. As a member of the Rankandle family, as a son of his father, he must report. And he said that nothing bad would happen. Everyone was shocked, and Vigo was even more convinced that Jin was crazy. Now Jean is walking through the castle, thinking that her siblings don't know her father very well, although it's against the rules for a reserve flag bearer to return home. However, the head is not one of those who care about these rules. If he gives Jin a chance to explain like the last time Jin explained about his shadow energy, then there should be no problems. Jin was a little worried and let out a breath, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. And suddenly the door was smashed to splinters by the impact. It seems that Jin's expectations were too high. Shiren said that he was sure that he had given Jin 5 years. He asked why Jin had returned. Jin, meanwhile, was thinking about what he had heard that his father's sword energy completely destroyed enemies. He also uses an aura sword and it should be a demonstration. Jin was surprised that Shiren was weaker than Jin had imagined. Shiren said he wouldn't repeat the question twice. Jin asked if there should be a reason for his son to visit his father, while also thinking that there would be no apology even if Shiren smeared him right now. Jin knew he needed to be confident, but not arrogant. Jin said he came because he was bored. Shiren continued to stare at the book, but he was amused by Jin's words and wondered if he had ever heard anything like this from his children. Shiren said it was inappropriate and asked if Jin had become soft after contact with the outside world. Jin replied that it was nothing to do with the outside world, because he had always liked his father. Hearing this, Shiren looked up from his book and closed his eyes. Jin suddenly became alert and was almost blown away by a red aura. It was a bloodthirsty intent. Jin couldn't tell if he'd said the wrong thing. Shiren almost laughed at Jin's words, which was why he reacted like this. Shiren said that he didn't expect this from Jin. And then he asked me to stop talking nonsense and get down to business and asked him what Jin brought. Jin started talking about the deputy head of the Zippels who insulted Shiren at the banquet. Jin said Andre Zippel was dead. Shiren asked if Jin had killed him. Jin replied that it was Luna's older sister, but he put Andre in that position. In addition, there are a couple more details. He asked Shiren's permission to report on what had happened. After closing the book, Shiren said it was impertinent, but still allowed Jin to report back. He told Jin to sit down so that Shiren could listen. So after Jin had told him everything, Shiren said that from Arkan to Bement, Jin had done a lot of things in such a short time. Shiren understood that Jin's reason for returning was to tell his father about the changes in the Zippel family due to the death of their second-in-command. Jin said Andre wasn't a full-time deputy. The older sister was strong, but for the deputy head of the only family that could stand up to the Rangandals, he was too weak. It's just Jin's feeling, though. Shiren said that Jin was right. Andre was just a figure. You can't call him a real vice head. According to Shiren, there is clearly someone behind Kellark. In any case, Shiren can't share everything with Jin. Jin thanked Shiren for confirming his suspicions. Jin then said that there was something else he hadn't mentioned. They use a strange artifact. Jin said that Andre called this artifact the Devil's Stone. After gathering the information, Jin discovered that it was an imitation of the Origin Stone that the gods had created a long time ago. Shiren thought for a moment, then asked if Mirakan had filled Jin in on the details. Jin was surprised and asked if Shiren knew. My father replied that this wasn't the only thing he knew. He also knew that Jin could use mana. Shiren asked if Jin thought he could hide this fact. Jin replied that of course he knew that his father would find out, but he doubted that he knew about Mirakan. Shiren laughed out loud and said that he only suspected Muraken, and Jin confirmed it himself. Shiren was amused that Jin had belittled the great black dragon to a stray cat, calling it Moth Runcandle. Jin was embarrassed that Shiren was having fun with all of this. Shiren said that it was a good thing that Jin had obtained important information about the origin stone imitation and that he needed to talk to Luna. Shiren didn't know how far the Zippel family had come in creating the artifact, but this power is dangerous. He wondered if the kings of the Black Sea knew about this. A fragment of the Stone of Origin. Not without reason they lost something, and Shiren decided that it was worth visiting the Black Sea. Shiren said that he would turn a blind eye to his blatant violation of the rules, but Shiren also asked Jin to tell him what he wanted. Jin requested that Shiren not allow other members of the Runcandle family to visit the independent city of Tikkun for a while. Shiren said that this is the place where Jin secretly settled down. My father agreed, but he has a test for Jin. Shiren ordered Jin to make a hidden master of Tikkun, Kashmir, make one of his men and bring proof. If Jin succeeds, Shiren will not allow any of the Runcandle family members to set foot in Tikkun without his permission. Shiren gave Jin a year. He said that he wanted to see if Jin could prove that he was capable of getting this arrogant man who had turned down the Runcandle teacher position. And then we see Kashmir standing in front of Shiren. Jin was pleased with himself, and Kashmir was terrified of standing in front of Shiren. Shiren frowned and understood the situation. Kashmir was nervous and thought about who was standing in front of him, the world's strongest sword, Shiren Runcandle. Kashmir wondered if Shiren could be called the most worthy person. Kashmir gets indigestion just looking at it. Kashmir tried to pull himself together because he was a guest of young Master Jin, so there was no need to be afraid of Sir Shiren. Shiren turned to Kashmir, but Kashmir bowed down and asked him to remove the part with the noble sword from circulation and simply call it Kashmir. He's embarrassed to be called by his full nickname. Jin turned to Shiren. The hero said that his relationship with Sir Kashmir is like a common fate. Jin had proven their friendship, so it was time to keep Shiren's promise. Kashmir immediately imagined what Jin was saying about the common fate. He imagined Shiren thinking that Tikkun and Runcandle could unite. Kashmir was concerned that Tikkun's independence was in danger. Shiren said that Jin was cunning and confident even after tricking his father. Jin said he wasn't cheating, he was just lucky. Shiren said that Jin had passed the test and from now on, no Runcandle would set foot on Tikkun's land without his permission. Kashmir was surprised and thought that if so, then he was ready to share fate forever. Shiren said that if Jin didn't have anything else to say, then he could go. Jin told Kashmir that he would talk to him again. Jin said he'd wait outside for Kashmir then. Kashmir was very nervous when he was alone with Shiren. Shiren said that they finally met and offered to talk. Jin was walking through the castle and the twins came running to meet him. They asked if he was okay. Hayton asked Jin what the fuss was about. It looked like the twins were hiding while the atmosphere was tense. He asked them if they would listen to his request. Jin said it was about the cadets of his group. Jin asked the twins to take care of them until he got back. Daytona said it was more important if Jin was okay, but Jin only asked about when they were worried about him. The twins commented that Jin is acting as usual, so relaxed after meeting his father. Just as Hayton expected, Jin is intimidating. Jin then went back to the entrance and told Luna that her father was waiting for her. Jin told Luna that Shiren wanted to ask her about that day. Mayu shouted something at Jin, but he apologized and said that this was not information that he could spread right and left. Mayu was angry with Jin for his arrogance. Then Kashmir came back and Jin asked him about his conversation with Shiren. Kashmir looked exhausted, but said everything went well, much to his relief. Mayu started to get hysterical and asked Kashmir what the stranger was doing in the Runcandle garden, but Runcha stopped her. Runcha said that it looked like the head had finished his business, so they were free. Jin thanked Luna and said that he owed her, but she said that a simple thank you would be enough. Luna asked Jin if he was leaving, to which he replied that he wanted to fully devote himself to training for a while. So they parted and Luna asked him to take care of himself. As Jin left, he told his older sisters and brothers that they would see each other again. After these events, a month has passed. Jin is in the underground training ground in the Kashmir mansion. In the 30th sparring match between Jin and Alaka Badger, Jin suffered his 30th defeat. But Jin wasn't going to stop, and even though he was exhausted, he asked for one more sparring session. Then we flash back to 1795. At the beginning of August, the Zippel family officially announced the demise of Andre and Boulette. The cause of death was not named, which is why a lot of rumors began to spread. Some claim that the two were victims of internal strife, others that they were killed in a fight by competitors. There were even rumors that the men had incurred the wrath of Emperor Bement. However, the most reliable assumption was that they had died fighting the Runcandle family. There were terrified predictions that a war would break out between the Zippels and the Runcandle, and people began to wonder who would win, sword or magic. But the answer to this is simple: the one who turns away from the current neutral power will lose. We then see the butler inform Shiren that the prince of the Shiren kingdom, along with 5 secondary mercenary groups, has requested support and sent gifts. Shiren ordered the gifts to be sent back and accepted the request. Shiren ordered the Shiren kingdom to find a worthy sword and make sure that he would take the throne later. The butler understood and said that he would send an 8-ranked guard. Shiren said that all this was the result of the commotion that Junior caused on one of the Bement Islands. According to Shiren, Jin is an impudent person who already controls the family. Shiren then turned to him. Shiren said he wanted to visit the Black Sea, and he told Han that if Kashmir sent a letter, he would deliver it to Shiren. Shiren said that Han is personally responsible for this. Then we're transported back to Jin. He was tired, but he kept swinging his sword. In his opinion, even for the 10,000th time, the swing should feel like the first. But Jin knew that he still wasn't that good, and he didn't have the strength to do it. He was thinking that if Sister Luna hadn't come, he would have been dead by now. 15 years since his rebirth, he had reached rank 5 in both swordsmanship and magic, but even the 5th level of shadow energy wasn't enough considering what the future held. Jin told himself that he needed to get stronger. He wants to surpass all his brothers and sisters in the 5 years that his father gave him. Then Kashmir stepped in and asked Jin to take a break. Kashmir said that if Jin exhausted himself every day, even with the Rankendel family's gifted physique, he would be left with nothing. Then Anya exclaimed in concern. She ran up to him, took his hands, and told him that his palms were all wiped off. Kashmir said he understood Jin's impatience. Although there are no peers who can compare to Jin, the future enemies won't be ordinary people either. However, Kashmir warned that haste is the most dangerous poison. Sooner or later, it will take its toll. Meanwhile, Anya healed Jin's palms with magic. Jin said it's really embarrassing and he knows it too, but it's hard to fight. Kashmir said that there is no need to be ashamed. Jin tolerates such an amount of training that no one can complete in a day, which according to Kashmir is amazing. Kashmir then suggested giving priority to calming exercises. Kashmir said he was referring to sparring with someone much stronger than Jin. Jin asked if Kashmir was talking about itself. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, Kashmir said that he understood that he was only showing Jin a weak side. Then, he executed some strange attack that hit the area behind Jin even though he was standing in front of him. Kashmir said that it wasn't called the noble sword because of its pretty eyes. He offered to fight when Jin learned how to deflect such an attack. Instead, he suggested training with Tikken's strongest guardian. And Alika intervened in the conversation with Julia in her arms and said that she had not seen her husband's sword for a long time. Kashmir said it was 6 months, during which time he asked Jin to beat his wife. He said that swordsmanship, magic, shadow energy Jin can use everything he has. Julia asked her mother if she was going to fight her brother Jin, to which Alika replied that they were not fighting, but strengthening their friendship. Julia said that she didn't like fights, and Alika asked who Julia would support if her mother and brother Jin really had to fight. Julia said that of course she would be rooting for little brother Jin. Alika found herself in an awkward situation and said that Julia should always be on the side of her mother. Jin, who was standing off to the side, was thinking that if you took out Alika's outstanding muscles, she didn't look that strong. Then Julia explained that she was for Jin because he was weak. According to her, her mother told her that Julia should always be on the side of the weak and try harder. Alika laughed and asked Jin not to be offended and said that her daughter could not lie. Jin smiled awkwardly and said it was fine. And so Alika got down to business. She said that they would train after the end of her working day and dinner every day for 6 months. Jin said that it was inconvenient for him to take up so much of her time, but Alika chuckled and told the young master not to worry. After all, they will finish quickly. And so 2 days have passed since these events. Alika and Jin are already standing with swords and ready to spar. Wrapping bandages around her fists, Alika said that she wanted to warn Jin about something before she started. She used to work in Bement's Special Affairs Department. According to her, after such an experience, you stop holding yourself back, so if Jin loses, then don't let him get upset. Jin got into a fighting stance and realized why exactly 6 months. He knew better than to relax, and Alika quickly approached Jin and already hit him. But then we see Jin's helmet activate and he blocks Alika's attack with his sword. She retreated as she was surprised that Jin was able to block the attack. Jin then began to draw the Bradamante from its scabbard, which alerted Alika. He blinded her with his magic, but she could still see him. He lunged, but Alika ducked under the sword, and then she swung a powerful uppercut. When he saw that she was about to hit him, he asked if she would call a doctor. She responded positively and hit him. The blow landed on Jin's stomach. The blow was so strong that Jin flew away. Then we see the mansion. Alika told Jin that she was surprised. She didn't think that he would be able to attack twice on the first day. She said that Jin didn't put much effort into the first attack, and she asked him if he tried to weaken his position before sparring. Jin said she understood after all. Alika replied that it was an interesting move and she guessed at the end. Then she asked him what kind of light appeared while they were fighting. She had never seen such magic. Jin said it was an ancient spell, The veil of flashes. He covered his sword with it before starting, but even that didn't work. He said it didn't look like such tricks would work. Alaka asked him what he meant by tricks because it is usually called a strategy. At the same time, Alaka was thinking that Jin's ability to defeat much stronger opponents wasn't just due to luck. It's all about opportunities and changes created with detailed calculations and forecasts. She might have admired that sparring technique, but if it was a real fight, she thought, she could only imagine the faces of his rivals. Jin thought about how this was the first time he had been completely defeated after using every possible tactic, and he wondered if it was because she was from Bament's Special Affairs Department. But Jin was not discouraged, because he still has 6 months to defeat her. He will have to fight her for 6 months, he just knew that it would be fun. Then we see Kashmir standing behind the open door of the room that Jin and Alaka were in. He was eavesdropping and taking notes. Then we flash forward a month to September 22, 1795. To the unprotected territory in the east of the continent, also known as the Black Sea. We see how someone has just defeated a giant worm. Then we see Han make his way through the mob of monsters to report something to the head. Shiren motioned Han over. Han handed him the letter from Kashmir that had arrived 10 days ago. Shiren opened the email and saw the text of the email. Kashmir wrote that he, this humble knight from a small humble town, dares to write to Shiren. He regrets that he can't express how deeply moved and indebted he is to Shiren. It is night in the Tikkun, and the stars, wrapped in a dark, soft, velvety night, shine as if they sing to him about the greatness of Sir Shiren. Then Shiren squeezed the hand that held the letter. He was angry because he had told Kashmir to report on Junior, and Kashmir was obviously a very sensitive person. Shiren said he would ask Kashmir to drop the pleasantries, and as he read, he thought about when Kashmir would get down to business. Then suddenly Shiren laughed. Shiren said that he was wondering what the younger was doing on the isolated island, and all the time he was being teased by Kashmir's wife. The first sparring session ended in 3 strokes, the second in 5, and the 7th in 10. The 20th at 25. On the 30th, Jin passed 40, a letter from the 40th sparring session. Han said that Jin had a lot of losses, but at the same time, he wondered if Shiren was really amused by the young master's failures. Khan was then shocked when he heard that Kashmir's wife worked in the 2nd Special Affairs Department of Bament. Han said that the 2nd Division wasn't something that a young master could handle just by hoping for good luck, and then congratulated the headmaster. But Shiren continued to read the letter and said that wasn't all. In the 40th training session, Malloy withstood more than 120 blows. Jin had passed his limit. Shiren said that if Jin was the firstborn, he would have given the family to him without the slightest regret, but still, Shiren is sorry that this is not the case. Han was greatly shocked by the head's words. The head mentioned the identity of the heir for the first time. Previously, he observed, but never mentioned anyone in particular. Ever since Luna gave up her claim to the leadership position, Joshua has been in limbo since the head did not appoint him personally. Han said it was still too difficult. Han said that even though Jin's height is amazing, he is fit now, but that doesn't mean that he will continue to be so. Shiren asked Han what he was talking about. Han said Jin wasn't cold-blooded. On the contrary, the young master is good-natured, he has a gentle character. Shiren said that Han was right, and that was why Jin was different from Joshua. Khan said that when necessary, you need to be able to renounce your family. Shiren replied that it was true, that was the nature of the Rankindle. Shiren said that he understood and ordered the Khan to return. Before Han left, Shiren asked him why the letter arrived so late. Han apologized and said that he was in a hurry with all his might, but because of the excessive number of monsters, he was delayed. Shiren took out his sword from his aura and slashed at the rock. He said that he thought it would help and ordered to be sure to arrive earlier next time. Han looked at the result of the strike and saw that the impact had created a safe path. Then we're transported to Jin. Alaka said that today was the 93rd day. She said Jin was amazing, to think that Jin was already able to push her back. Jin chuckled and said that he would have to work hard to get it done. She asked him about dessert and said she'd heard about Ladder making ice cream. Jin said he'd pass because he had something to do. She asked him if he was going to do it again today. He said he had a long way to go. Then, he took the sword in his hands and continued to repeat swing after swing. Alaka watched from the sidelines and thought that every time she sparred, she felt how abnormal Master Jin's growth was. This is probably because his aura and magic power are growing at the same time. And this process is made possible by the black aura, which connects the aura and magical flows. Alaka marveled at the power gained through a contract with God. But even so, it only makes sense because of his tenacity. A genius who works hard, Jin can forget about 6 months at this rate. She smiled and said that she thought he would beat her tomorrow. And then we're transported to the next day. We see Jin and Alaka sparring. Alaka made a dash for Jin. Jin swung at her and she decided that it would be obvious to deflect the attack, so that's what she wanted to do. But suddenly Jin was behind Alaka, and they looked at each other. And then, blood gushed out of Alaka's shoulder, which she clearly didn't expect. Blood spurted from her shoulder and she clutched it. Jin asked her if she was okay. She said it was alright, but she hadn't felt that way in a while, and Jin said he'd call Miss Anya. Anya healed Alika's wound with healing magic. Jin was thinking that Alika might have dodged it and he was just lucky. Alika reflected on her incredible carelessness. When the shadow energy blocked her view, she thought Jin would be moving as usual, so she didn't calculate her next move. She blamed herself for losing her grip on her retirement. It was very unpleasant for her. Alika said that to think that she had lost before the end of the 6 months she had promised Jin. He asked her not to worry because it's better to call it a draw because he can't accept such a victory. Alika knew Jin would say that. She said that she was sorry for being so careless and disrespectful to Jin. But they can't ignore the obvious. She asked if this had happened 3 months ago, even if she had been careless, it would have turned out like this. She said that Jin had grown up, but at the same time, she thought that unwavering ambition, fighting spirit, and talent were a killer mix. Jin will soon reach rank 6 in both magic and aura. Then it will be visible to everyone. We flash forward to the 1st of December, 1795, on the street. We see a snow-covered city, and Muraken is walking along it, carrying some boxes and Jin. Jin asked Muraken why he bought so much fruit ice in such a cold day. Muraken said that cold dishes tasted better on cold days, and Strawberry Pie said she wanted ice cream. Jin asked Muraken if he planned to turn Gilly's acorns into ice. As they walked, they met Kashmir and Julia, who was wearing a little yellow dragon costume. Kashmir asked Jin if he had a moment to talk about work. Kashmir began the story of Vishkal Iviliano. Kashmir said Vishkal was the interim head of Iviliano, the only talent in a family that was losing ground due to a lack of capable people. Kashmir said this because Jin was asking for information about him. Kashmir asked Jin if he knew about Kinzello before he started clarifying. Jin revealed that he came across them during a mission when he was a cadet. Kashmir said he wasn't sure, but it was possible that Vishkal was a member of them. He visits the Principality of Kirana once a week, and every time he looks for a workshop with the strange name Explosion is an art. The owner of the workshop is listed as Baubert Gaston. From what Kashmir has learned, he also directs Kinzello. Kashmir said that it turns out that they have a close relationship. At the moment there is a possibility, but since they know that Vishkal carries food there, Kashmir thinks Baubert is in a higher position. Jin understood why Vishkal had gotten involved in their fight with Gaston during the banquet. Jin just thought the Kinzellos were just an extremist group. But if the 8th-ranked knight was involved, and given what all these people did in their past lives, Jin can understand. They couldn't fool around with the Runindles, the Zippels, or Bement. All the time they were walking, Julia was arguing with Muraken. She wanted to walk beside Jin. Muraken told Julia that Jin was still busy, but while he was talking, he didn't notice the icicle and hit it. Muraken got angry and took a piece of ice in his hand. Then he threw it, hitting Kashmir squarely in the back of the head. Julia called Muraken a bad cat because he throws himself at Dad. Jin then asked Kashmir for information about the spider-armed Allah. Kashmir said he had more secrets than he expected. Although the elite units of the 7 colors work hard, there is no trace of how Luck became the head of the testing department. It was as if someone had deliberately erased information about him. Jin thought that maybe he shouldn't have killed him. Jin thanked Kashmir for his hard work. Kashmir said that the informants are really trying, and Kashmir himself will continue to dig under Kinzello and report if he receives additional information about Aluha as well. Jin said he owed Kashmir a favor. Kashmir just smiled and said it wasn't worth it. Then he asked Jin to play with Julia. Jin replied that he could do it without any problems, but that it would be difficult today, just in time for sparring. Jin asked Kashmir if he would join them. Kashmir said it sounded great and he was interested to see Master Jin's height. Jin asked Kashmir to drop by because Jin had recently started to realize something. And now we are transported to the sparring ground. Alika was surprised to see Kashmir and asked him why he was here. Kashmir replied by asking if he could be there, and then said that a young master had invited him. She said she didn't mind, just that she didn't want Kashmir to see her fail. Then Alika turned to Jin and said that she thought today was their last training session. Alika said it would be great if Jin remembered her as a good training partner. He asked her what she meant, and then he said that he would remember her as a great teacher and friend. Kashmir was shocked by what was happening and couldn't understand what they were talking about at all after a little more than 3 months had passed. He couldn't believe that Alika was already talking about defeat, so they started sparring. Jin stood there holding onto his sword, then used summoning and a large amount of blue aura appeared around him. Kashmir was shocked by what he saw. Jin made a phoenix summon. Then we see what this technique is all about. At the 6th rank, mages get the opportunity to sign contracts with assistants, but no one knows who exactly they will meet. Since mages can only open the spatial gate to the world of fire, the choice fell on this bird. That's why mages are desperate to be chosen by a special phoenix, and the rarest of them is the one that summons the blue flame. That's why Kashmir was so surprised. He asked if Jin had made a contract with Tess. Those who managed to summon Tess became the greatest mages of their time. Alaka and Jin got into a fighting stance and started the fight. Alaka ran at Jin, but Tess stopped her with her fire. Alaka realized that this was rank 5 magic. In addition, the flame has a strange feature. If you touch it, the body becomes heavier. Alaka jumped over the fire and realized that it was a force pulling down. Because of it, the amount of stamina that Alaka loses increases dramatically, so you need to finish quickly. Jin attacked Alaka, but he will be able to support Tess for another 3 minutes. He thought he'd make it. With this blow, he wounded Alaka in the shoulder, and then suddenly struck with a sword and a blow flew at Alaka, but she managed to dodge. At first, she thought it was a sword attack, but then she realized that it was wind magic. Jin had reflected during the fight that although Miss Alaka uses different variations of moves, they all have one thing in common. Namely, dominance. She needs to dominate her opponent no matter what. Jin knew that she was probably trying to regain her advantage right now. Jin decided to take advantage of this to strike. He swung his sword at Bradamante, but Alaka managed to dodge. However, Jin wasn't going to stop. He continued to hit punch after punch. In the end, he used fire magic. He wanted to hit fire magic directly at Alaka, but she managed to dodge. But Tess was right behind them, attacking with her blue flame. Alaka turned and saw Jin running at her from the front, swinging his sword. She was standing in the center and couldn't figure out if she should dodge. Then, she rejected the idea, because if she did, she would have to continue defending against Master Jin's attacks. Useless, she thought, and smiled. She broke down and asked Jin Young if he was trying to show her that he was a magician and a swordmaster all rolled into one. Jin hit her with his sword, but she caught it with her hand. As for the blue flame, she didn't dodge and kept holding Jin's sword. And when Tess stopped attacking, Alaka braced herself for the blow and exclaimed that she had finally caught it. She was so engrossed that she didn't even notice how she was holding the sword and the genie in front of her was gone. She couldn't believe it, because she was sure it was Jin's sword. She realized that there was a flame on the hilt of the sword, which was creating pressure. She turned around and saw Jin, clearly not happy to see Jin behind her again. Jin used wind magic to strengthen his punch and hit Alaka so hard that she coughed up blood. She said that she admits defeat and that the victory belongs to the young master. She fell to the ground, and Jin was surprised by that. Jin started calling Anya, then asked Kashmir to call Anya. We're transported back to the mansion, Murak and Pierre, for Kashmir to repeat. Kashmir said that young master Jin defeated Alaka in a fight. Murakan and Quick-Antle were shocked. Kashmir said that he knew they would be surprised to defeat a fighter from Bament's special unit in just 3 months, but Murakan interrupted him and said that it didn't matter. He started shaking Kashmir's shoulders in a rage and asked about who Jin had summoned. Kashmir said that Jin had summoned Tess's phoenix. At this, Quick-Antle fell to her knees. She didn't want to believe it and was scared of something, and then she screamed so hard that even Jin from the dungeon could hear it. Then we see Jin and Alaka discussing sparring. She said that she overdid it and used the aura shield to win, but it backfired. She was defeated by a double attack from the back. She asked him when he had planned this. Jin replied that he planned it after the first match. Jin was embarrassed and asked if it sounded arrogant, to which Alaka replied with a grin that if it was young Master Jin, then yes. Jin thanked her for everything she had done. Alaka said that she had fun too, and that Jin couldn't imagine how proud she was of him. She asked Jin to share what it was like to put a special branch employee of Bament on his back at the age of 15. But suddenly Muraka and Quick-Antle burst in. Jin started to say something, but Murakan just shouted Tess's name. He asked Jin to call Tess immediately, so Jin summoned Tess. Quick-Antle immediately bowed and greeted the Flame Master. Murakan was embarrassed and scratched his head, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Tess started pecking at Murakan's forehead. He tried to fight back and said that he could talk normally. Murakan apologized and said he was sorry. At this moment, Kashmir felt a refreshing sensation. Quick-Antle was still lying there in awe of Tess, and Murakan was asking if Tess had anything to say and that he could tell her everything word for word, and he asked her to stop. Murakan told Jin to quickly recall this senior. So when Jin called Tess away, Murakan scratched his head and wondered why Tess had pecked him. Murakan then said that Jin probably wants to know why the great Murakan is up to the bird. Murakan said that this is not Tess's real form. The real one can only be seen in the realm of fire. Jin asked about the realm of fire. He asked if it was the Phoenix world. Jin knew about the existence of other worlds, but this is the first time he's actually heard about this one. Murakan said that of course it was, since only the gods and the dragon called him that. They came up with it for convenience, but even the highest ranking gods don't know the real name of this place. Jin asked if it was possible that it was beyond the power of the gods. Murakan replied that it was true that the flame god Shinu himself could not use the flames of the fire realm. Murakan then got to the point. He said that several gods had left the realm of fire in the past, including dragons like Quick-Antle and himself. But some of the gods were getting on Tess's nerves. On this day, they saw his true power. Enraged, Tess burned 5 gods and a couple of dragons on the spot. Jin wondered how strong he would need to be to show that power, but Muraken said that it was impossible, because no matter how strong Jin was, he wouldn't be able to summon all of Jin's energy. No one is able to fully use someone else's magic from another world. This is something of a penalty, which is why the gods who came to this world were powerless, and Tess himself can't use all the power here. Jin wanted to say something, but Muraken interrupted him with the words that Jin would just burn alive. The dangerous old man began to fight right after the summoning. Muraken said that if Tess got angry, she would burn Jin. Then he calmed down and said that if Tess was going to make a roast out of Jin, he wouldn't have chosen it. Muraken relayed what Tess had said about how much he liked Jin. Jin started to think that Tess was better than he'd thought. In addition, Shinu, the god of fire, controls all the fire in the world, so against his contractor, Kellark, and the dragon, ordinary flames will not work. But now Jin has Tess in the battle of the Runindles and Zipples. His blue flame is very welcome, Jin thought. Then we flash forward to the 2nd of January, 1796. We see Shiren reading Kashmir's latest letter. Shiren said it was very interesting that Gina chose Tess, but Shiren wasn't interested in the phoenixes. All that Kashmir has written about Jin's swordsmanship is that Jin's swordsmanship has grown tremendously and that Jin is growing stronger at an astonishing rate. Shiren crumpled up the letter and said that he had allowed Jin to use shadow magic and energy, but he still ran Chendal. Shiren then turned to Han and said that he knew about Ron Aaron's grandson. Han said that he did receive some information about the Aaron family's grandson a couple of days ago. Han said it was about the request of the space competition to remove the pirate involved. In the list of participants, Dante Heron is registered under a pseudonym. Shiren said that as far as he could remember, the space competition was organized by pirates, and 10 years ago Mary won 2nd place. This was the first defeat of the young miss, and 2 months later, she took revenge. Shiren ordered the younger one to be sent as well. With so many eyes on him, he wouldn't be able to use shadow magic and energy. Therefore, you will have to rely on the sword to win. In a match with a genius polishing swordsmanship, Junior will understand something, Shiren said. In Shiren's opinion, as a rank handle, Jin needs to prove himself with a sword. Then we flash to Jin and see Kashmir calling out to him. Kashmir, holding a piece of paper, asked Jin to look at it. This is an application to participate in the competition of the order. Kashmir said that Jin had been working hard lately, so he prepared entertainment for him. According to 7 Colors data, Dante of the Aaron family will be there. Kashmir said that Jin must have heard of his grandfather, the current head of the family, Ron Aaron. He was on an equal footing with Sir Shiren before becoming the head, and Dante Aaron is his favorite grandson. Kashmir asked Jin if he wasn't curious about how strong Dante was. Jin thought for a moment, then made Kashmir nervous by asking if he really needed to participate. Kashmir got nervous and started trying to talk Jin out of it by telling him to think hard because he wouldn't get another chance to cross swords with Dante. Jin didn't hesitate to say that since Sir Kashmir was so insistent, Jin had no choice but to participate. Jin had guessed, and now it was clear to him. Shiren wanted to talk to Sir Kashmir in private for a reason. Jin wondered if Shiren had instructed Kashmir to do something behind Jin's back. Jin realized that since Shiren had forced him to fight against the Heron family's grandson, then swordsmanship was a priority. Jin realized that Kashmir was bound hand and foot. Kashmir said that he would have to leave tomorrow because the deadline is a little tight. Then Kashmir ran away, wishing him a pleasant ride. And now we see that Jin is already in the Bellado Empire, which occupies an island in the south. For the first time since his trip to Mammoth, he was on his own. However, in Jin's opinion, it's even more disgusting than the city of criminals. He didn't like the fact that the battle competition would be held in such a place. Space competition, simple rivalry, but there are no restrictions in weapons. You can also kill or poison your opponent before and during sparring. To think that the grandson of the head of the Aaron family was going to show off in such a hole, Jin wondered if the head of the Aaron family was crazy too. Jin decided that it didn't matter because getting together with Dante for once would be a good experience. Then we see Veridin, who is smiling as usual. He exclaimed that it was time to have fun. Meanwhile, the rumors spread and the participants began to discuss that the Rangandal standard bearer was here. One of the men said that he just heard them when they were drinking with him yesterday. The man said that there was a strong guy among the participants and if the rumors are true, he is from the Rangandal family. The man laughed and said that then it could be Daytona, Hayton or Jean Rankindle. According to him, if the latter, then in general fly away, because Jin is so young and with the 5th rank. Jin wondered if any of the brothers were here, too. Everyone knows Jin's name, but it's strange that they also know the Tun twins. Jin decided it was a good time to find out the aliases of his relatives, if they were involved at all. Jin wanted to find them and make them keep a night watch. Suddenly, a salute rang out. The Space Pirate King began his speech by asking the guests if they were dead from waiting. Everyone started cheering on the name of Cosmos. He exclaimed that such a crowd had come to fill his pockets. He announced that they had 14 members in the group. 13 groups with 182 swordmasters are already ready. Then, he started announcing the heroes of the match. The first person he announced was the Shark's cutie, Mentis, and his opponent, a first-time rookie named Paul Meek. Jin was surprised that there was a child here, even though Jin had heard that there were a lot of young guys this time, but this one was too small. Jin guessed Paul was 13 or 14 and thought it was crazy to force the kids to participate. Then Jin realized that Paul was a young guy and seemed to guess that this was Dante. Jin remembered the man telling him that there was another one who had beaten up the captain, and so the battle began. They both reached for their weapons, but Dante immediately cut off Menti's head. All the spectators were shocked. Ment's head flew off and he fell to his knees, then fell to the floor. Everyone in the audience started discussing what had just happened. Cosmos just said that shark show-offs are very annoying. Jin realized that Dante had decapitated his opponent with the sword energy in an instant. From this, Jin realized that this young man was the same Dante Aaron. Suddenly Veridin started shouting that the match was over before it started, and the winner was Paul Meek. Veridin was sitting in the stands not far from Jin. Veridin was happy and shouted about the fact that here it is, finally a normal fight. Veridin shouted that he was betting everything on him. Jin was surprised to see Veridin Zippel here. He wondered why the devil was here. Veridin was so elated that even his guards decided to bet on Dante. Veridin said that even if they had to roll out all their savings, they should bet immediately. Jin assumed that Veridin was on a mission, even though he was enjoying it too much. If Jin gets caught, he'll be in big trouble. Jin was about to pretend, but Veridin noticed something at the same time. Veridin started shouting and asking what he was doing here. Dante wondered who was shouting like that. He knew it was Veridin Zippel. Dante had only seen him once at the Zippel family banquet and was surprised at how openly Veridin greeted him in a strange place. Dante waved back at Veridin and thought that he was glad to see him, too. While Veridin and Dante were enjoying themselves, Jin was in an awkward position. Cosmos offered to listen to what the winner would say before the next match started and asked Paul how he felt. Dante looked thoughtful, and then he said that he was happy to get rid of one of the world's villains. Dante said that he hoped that the opponent would not become a pirate again in the next life. Cosmos laughed and said that children are not recommended to become pirates. Then he asked if Dante had upset everyone here. Cosmos said that Dante was a funny kid and that the pirates would be happy to talk to him with their fists. He threw his hat in the air and said they were starting the next match. Jin watched the rest of the sparring sessions, but apart from Paul Meek, there was no one else to catch his attention. Jin is sure it's Dante Aaron. He looks young, but after judging the skill of his sword, Jin was sure that there could be no mistake. At that moment, Jin wondered if he could win. He evaluated his skills and reasoned that using magic and shadow energy, yes, he could win, but only swordsmanship would not be enough. But he decided it was too early to say anything. They said that tomorrow there will be several groups, so it would be Jin's turn in 4 days, and until then, Jin needs to get through these nights. Then we see a dark shape walking along this dungeon. It was Dante, looking tired and exhausted. Then we are transported to another location and see the following picture. Veridin is twirling some kind of golden amulet in his hands. Zippel, who was in the room with Veridin, said that even the deputy head only comes to him when very necessary and asked him to be careful. Veridin told the older man that he felt more confident with it. The senior said that the South Island of the Balado Empire has a martial arts event every year. The elder asked Veridin if he knew about the space competition. Veridin became nervous and began to deny what he knew about the tournament and say that this was the first time he had ever heard about it. The older man realized that Veridin was missing from the competition every time. The senior said that Dante Aaron was at last year's banquet, and this time he is participating. The senior had ordered them to go there to see how strong their future opponent was, to take the chance to see for themselves. That's what Veridin was ordered to do, which is why he's here, but now he has some pocket money. However, Veridin was dissatisfied with the fact that they had not played a single normal match in the last 2 days. Veridin found it interesting to watch Dante's skills, but everyone else is dead and this year is just awful in his opinion. Veridin looked at the tournament grid and wondered where all the cool guys were. He saw a familiar name there. Jin was written as Jean Grey. Veridin was glad that Jin wasn't just a spectator here. He was overjoyed and couldn't wait for Jin and Dante to fight. Then we flash to Jin and see that he has stuck his sword in the ground and is crouching down against the wall next to him. He was exhausted. 147 contestants left, 35 dropped out, 5 died in double matches, the rest out of the arena. The members from the other group would be attacking soon, so Jin couldn't let down his guard an inch. He knew that if he fell asleep, anything could happen. Jin may have trained without proper sleep during his cadet years, but this is the first time he stays up for 4 days. Suddenly Jin heard footsteps and became alert. The man didn't even hide his presence. Jin thought that it looked like someone was being overconfident. That someone opened the cage door and asked Jin to stop. It was Dante Aaron, who apologized for such a first meeting and asked for a minute of Jin's time. Jin was stunned that Dante would show up in such a state. Dante asked Jin to let him get some sleep and said that if Jin would help, he would pay him back. Jin asked what Dante was talking about. He replied that he had been watching Jin since yesterday, and I must say that Jin is a true swordsman. Dante asked for more sleep, then collapsed on the spot. Dante was asleep in an instant. Jin hadn't expected this and wondered if they'd trained Dante to function without sleep. Jin smelled a strong smell of blood and assumed that he was being suppressed by the amount. Jin made up his mind and picked up his sword. Meanwhile, the participants were already standing around the corner and preparing to attack on command. But suddenly for the participants, Jin came around the corner. Jin was angry, and he knocked out one of the contestants with a sword strike. Jin asked them if they had heard the warning, and then he said that everyone who enters this room leaves it without a head. One of the attackers said that he knew Jean Grey because he killed the whole group. He wanted to calm Jin down and said that they weren't here to attack him. He asked Jin to just give them Paul. Meanwhile, one of the people standing behind shot Jin with a crossbow, but Jin caught the arrow with just his hand. He chuckled when he saw that the tip was smeared with poison. Jin said they went so far as to kill a child. He said he didn't know who was behind it, but they would only walk over his dead body. Then we see that Dante has woken up. He saw something and was startled, but then he calmed down when he saw Jin standing in front of him. Jin said that the guys who are chasing Dante are under the command of a pirate named Cyclops Joe. He'd learned that from the last month before she died. They planned to catch the Rangandal guy and get the reward. Dante happily exclaimed that Jin had protected him and thanked him for such kindness to a stranger. Dante asked Jin if he really believed that Dante was one of those impudents. Dante said he thought Jin might be wondering what he was doing here. He said they were following him because he was from a noble family, not a Rangandal, but a Bement noble, if you will. Dante apologized for not being able to give details. Dante thanked him for his understanding and said that he was in Jin's debt. Dante started shouting eye for an eye and life for life catchphrases, which didn't really impress Jin. Dante said that whenever Jin's life was in danger, he would also put his own on the line to protect him. And then Dante swore on his honor. Jin tossed the sword to Dante and told him to do whatever he wanted, but he needed to sleep and was relying on Dante. Before falling asleep, Jin asked to be woken up before the match of the 13th group. Dante assured Jin that everything would be fine because he had promised to protect him. Dante realized that Jin was cold on the outside, but he was fighting for Dante, whom he saw for the first time. Dante decided that he must have found a good friend. Then we flash back and see Dante being attacked by a big, muscular man with brass knuckles on his hands. But Dante easily defeated the opponent and won this duel. Paul Meek again defeated his opponent with just one punch. Everyone cheered on his name. Then we see Jin, who has been named as another bright young man. Everyone was also cheering on Jin's name. Dante, watching him from the stands, thought that this guy was amazing. The audience discussed that Jin might even be stronger than Paul. But the other man with the blindfold said that wasn't the case. Jin was still no match for the Rangandal Reserve standard bearer. Dante clearly didn't like being considered a Rangandal. Then we are transported to another location and see two men. They say that this year's finalists were two children and because of these small ones it is completely boring. Then someone chimed in with a question about whether they were going to sit out their pants any longer. The bearded man with his hands wrapped around him said that they were capable, but they were still just ordinary kids. If these men gathered the guys and pinned down the upstarts before the final fight, but suddenly another one intervened and interrupted him. He said they couldn't handle the newcomers. Jean Grey's nickname is the God of Death, and he didn't get it for his pretty eyes. They also share the same room. The man said he cautioned them because they were quite popular and it would be a pity if they died before the match started. The man in the red armband said that although it was unpleasant to admit that the man who had just passed was right, they would have to back down. They decided that it would be best to just leave and then they just wouldn't run into any newcomers. They don't want to die in this hole. They agreed that everything would be between them, so Cosmos would never know, but that man in the red vest overheard all this. Then we are transported to the bar and see that the evil Cosmos has hit the table with a mug. The drunk Cosmos was angry that they had decided to manipulate the winner behind his back. The man who reported this asked him what he was going to do, because the competition would be boring and the audience would also notice. Cosmos said it was for the best. Then he sent the program to hell. He said that if Jean Grey and Paul Meek made it to the final, the cheaters and the rest of them would fall victim to the kids. Cosmos has ordered an increase in the dividend rate for all but these two to the point where the audience won't be able to sleep if they don't bet. Cosmos was happy with its decision, because it is a lightning-fast transition from the winner's match to the final. He planned to make a lot of money out of it. We can see that the competition continues and the audience is fiercely rooting for the favorites. Then we see Veridin. He commented on what is happening. One became Supernova Shakuryu from the first match, and the other was the god of death, who even before the start reeked of blood. Veridin asked his guards how they thought who would win. The guards agreed that Paul Meek would win, as his swordsmanship was more refined. The guard asked Veridin if he was betting on Paul. However, Veridin said that he had placed 100,000 gold coins on Jean Grey. The guards were shocked. One of them said that Jean Grey's dividend is multiplied by 3. Even if he wins, will the pirates pay out 300,000? Veridin said that space is quite popular. He has a couple of islands, so if he sells them, then everything can be. Cosmos entered the battlefield and shouted that he had kept the audience waiting. But the audience got angry and started throwing themselves at him. They said they didn't care and wanted to see the beginning and Paul Mick as soon as possible. The rich viewers also asked for Jean Grey, the Reaper of the 13th group. Cosmos decided to skip the chatter and call out the heroes. He stretched out his fist and shouted Paul's name. Everyone still held their hand up and started cheering Paul's name. Then out came Paul Meek, whose real name is Dante. Cosmos introduced Dante's opponent, the Death Reaper of the 13th group, an unknown young swordsman. And then Jin came out, and somewhere in the distance I could hear Veridin shouting that he had put everything he had on Jin. Jin only felt shame for Veridin. Jean and Dante met face to face. Cosmos exclaimed that there was no need to wait any longer. He shouted that the match was starting and the heroes grabbed their swords. They were in no hurry. They started walking around each other. They watched each other closely, and at one point Dante took off his cloak and disappeared from sight. And then we see that his sword is already in the face of Jin, who didn't really have time to react. But Jin still blocked Dante's attack. Then he parried it, knocking Dante back. Dante exclaimed that he knew this trick wouldn't work against Jin. Then Dante decided to use all his strength, and a sphere began to form at the end of his sword. Jin decided to keep up and used his aura, then shouted at Dante that he could do whatever he wanted. They were serious about winning, and then their swords collided and a cloud of dust rose from it. Now, the two swords finally clashed in battle. Such a huge charge of sand rose up in the air that nothing could be seen. The people who were standing around couldn't believe their eyes. They gaped as if they had seen a miracle, the pirate hat man opening his mouth wide to show off his golden teeth to everyone who liked the sight. By this point, the two balls that had an incredible aura were making more and more contact with the blades. Both opponents liked to fight against each other. They showed incredible movements. Our hero is sure of something. He understood that Dante's first attack was the fastest. Now we can say for sure that his opponent retains stamina and increases speed only when it is vitally necessary. Our protagonist realized that only in this case he should push himself a little harder. Dante, noticing this, also smiled widely. He realized that his opponent and finally began to fight in earnest. A huge smile appeared on the street. His white teeth, as well as a bright look, made it clear that his pace would remain the same until the very end. Both characters raced across the field like some kind of energy boost. Everyone in the audience thought it was just crazy, that it was incredible to have the good fortune to watch a professional fight in such a hole. All the people on stage wanted to make this fight last as long as possible, because they would definitely never see the same fight live again. Many onlookers thought that this was some childish babble. Can't two people fight to the death? The guy standing next to him, who had white hair with him, folded his hands. He was clearly stressed, because he couldn't figure out who would actually be able to win, would be able to withstand first in this battle. Dante, who was completely absorbed in saying that Gray was actually holding up well, that he hadn't even expected this result from him, but even if he was hiding something at the moment, it was better to show him now. Our main protagonist at first didn't understand why you were here recently, but then he heard that Dante was going to speed up. Meanwhile, the main characters were shocked by this. Apparently the same second noticed that Dante was right behind him. And so it turned out, Dante did his own attack and was already behind our main character. There was a swing so fast that all the dust rose up into the air again. The main character, thanks to his luck as well as his skills, was able to turn around, and then turn around with the same speed and try to strike, but this time he could not hit his opponent. It was Dante who was able to deliver a blow this time, which fell directly on the head of our surmounter. Blood came out of our main character's mouth, which clearly indicated that he was overexerting himself too much. The two opponents continued fighting. They didn't want to stop there, and the audience tried to support the opponents more and more, as well as the people who were fighting in the arena. Dante, who finally came face to face with our main protagonist, understood what his strength was. He understood that he is a master who has a devastating sword skill and a beautiful physique that allows him to develop 1,000 times faster than other people. Excellent endurance, which is also the basis of physical fitness. Our protagonist deliberately delayed the process, so as expected, but he also uses a pseudonym, or rather Jean Rankandle. That our character is actually trying very hard in this battle. He is trying that Dante's sword could not hit him. But Dante, who finally gathered all his strength into his fist, decided that if this is all we have for the protagonist, then he probably made a huge mistake by accepting his offer of battle. Dante, who swung his sword but was already too late. You could see that the eyes of our protagonist were filled with incredible rage, incredible danger, because of which Dante had to jump to the side. He realized that his attack simply could not pass through him. All the people watching couldn't understand what was going on. Why Dante had jumped out of the way? Because he was winning. Yes, who was standing in a defensive stance also couldn't understand what it was. If he attacked, he would definitely be flattened. Why so many terrible feelings he has on his soul? Now that our hero's outline was right in his opponent's head, he noticed that our protagonist exuded an incredibly sweeter aura, an aura of danger that had never been seen before. Our protagonist, who slapped himself on the shoulder, realized that he almost summoned the energy of the shadows, that Dante was so badly beaten that he almost had to use his trump card. Our main character, who breathed a sigh of relief, asked if it was really his turn now. Dante couldn't understand what he was talking about, but at the same time, our main character charged his sword with aura and then began to strain Dante with his heavy blow. Dante, who decided to defend himself from this blow, I think that nothing will happen to him, but it was at this moment that he realized that so our character became several times stronger. Everyone understood that these are not just blows, because all attacks have the same power as the first swing. Who also very much overexerted himself began to cough up blood. He understood that his opponent never missed, that now he is under an incredible onslaught of many blows. Dante wasn't sure if he should have gone all out in the first place, but after a moment's thought, he realized he shouldn't have. He watched as our protagonist already raised his sword and headed straight for his face, our character's eyes giving off an incredible glow. Second by second, this time passed on the battlefield, a huge point of dust rose up. No one saw what was happening there. But our main character, who finally turned his attention to Dent, asked him why he was shaking so much. Because he was a genie, so don't embarrass this guy with your behavior. In the eyes of our protagonist, it was considered anger, aggression, or resentment. His whole gaze was directed at his opponent, or rather Dante, who was clearly frightened by this whole situation. After a few seconds, Dante finally became more serious. He smiled and pointed his sword at our hero. He saw his serious face. He knew that this was what he would do. Dante decided to apologize to our hero, then said that he actually showed himself not to listen to Strange. So does our protagonist want to fight him again? Dante, as well as our main character, resurrected their swords, but it is clear to everyone that in order to continue, it was at this moment that, having gathered all his strength into a fist, he decided to take a foothold as best as possible, because now not only Dante, who remained more focused than then, but also our hero wanted to take a real fight. A few seconds later, both enemies were heading at each other, their balls flooded, each of them trying to do their best 100%. All people, so that the audience, looking at it, could notice that the blades were flying. No one could notice a single clear movement. Everyone did not understand what was happening. As well as our character entered their own when their sensitivity rises to a new level. Our hero was still able to beat off Dante's sword. Dante, who hadn't expected this turn of events, started to watch his sword fly up into the sky. He knew there was nothing he could do right now. Our protagonist, who opened his mouth wide and also shouted loudly, emptied his sword with such speed that only dust rose up again. Dante, realizing that if he stopped fighting now, he would definitely be defeated. Dante had no choice but to try to counterattack. Well, this time he did not succeed. The whole sword was again repulsed, so the character, who was even more upset about this, understood that most likely the enemy had already reached the limit, so why is he still moving now? Why exactly Dante, or rather the genius that emerged in this century, the talent blessed by the gods still stands. However, it was Dante who was born with a fragile and weak body, which simply turned out not to be the right vessel for such strength. Our main character, in turn, went through hell because of a damn curse, so he understands the person in front of him very well. That's why he sees it, that his lonely suffering is endless darkness, or rather despair when he looked at his bony body, when he behaved to the point of death to become who he is now. They did not stop for a second, fought against our main character. He understood that in front of him is truly powerful and talented, but why does he feel despair from him? Why are they both so unhappy? Is it really rage? Because there is a younger one here, because nothing will inherit. Well, no, actually. The reason was something else, that such nonsense had nothing to do with it. After all, they only saw one thing. They just wanted to become the strongest. Just for the sake of this, they must continue to fight, and for a second lowers their sword to the ground. How long do they even have to endure now to be in the same holy place where they are now? Both people couldn't remember how much they had sunk in without starting, how many times they had been discouraged, how many times they had pulled themselves together. They simply couldn't count the number of times, but still Dante, or rather his body, couldn't hold back such an onslaught of power. The pupil shrank enormously, sweat broke out on Dante's face, and blood flowed from his mouth. Our protagonist just couldn't bear to look at it. Is Dante's body breaking? He could see right through him, see how his veins and arteries just burst, how his bones couldn't hold up, how his muscles were torn apart by his incredible size. Our Prisno wanted to stop everything, but it would just be an insult to his opponent to pull his sword away because of this, so our main character continued. He threw him away with his sword. He did not finish him off. Flying ahead, he could no longer see anything. His hair covered his eyes. There was no fear on his face. They were one emotion, just an open mouth. Our main character, in turn, asked him to understand, asked him to forgive him, because he has no choice but to win. The sword stopped at one point, and then you just smiled, making it clear that he was actually having fun. Our main character, looking at this, could not understand what he feels here, but after these words, Dante just fell to the floor. Our protagonist, who noticed all this, just asked for a healer. At the same second, the same man with white hair drove. He touched Dante directly, checking him out. He said, or what he did is really bad, that everything is worse than he expected. But the healer only said that our protagonist should not worry, because it was the man with white hair who made sure that Dante survived. It was at this moment that the man with glowing purple eyes began to use a certain circle of magic. He began to shout that he would succeed. Our hero, who saw that Veridin was next to him, could not understand what he was doing here. But Veridin, with an incredible amount of sweat on his forehead, said that you just need to calmly look and stand, that a real professional is doing the job. Our character understood that the person promised him that everything would be fine, but it was already too late, because the line was crossed that should not have been crossed. But it was already too late. There was no time when this disease could be cured with magic alone. Not only Kostia, but everything that was inside this body just started to melt. Besides the aura, the recovery magic in this state will only increase the pain. There is only one way to save him life. At this point, our protagonist was approached, asked to listen carefully, and the person who conceived the plan, who took out his own, said that it was better to leave everything between them. Veridin continued to sit on the floor, but another man in a uniform asked Veridin to stop, that it was impossible to use that item in this way. Don Knight was clearly not happy with this. He asked to stop as quickly as possible, but Verdane only showed his hand to the side. He told the knight to slam it, and also come right up to him to cover them. The knight unquestioningly decided to go straight to them. He spread out his cloak with him to cover the eyes of their men, so that they would be behind them. People who were standing on the sides began to notice a certain coat of arms on the square of this knight. They saw that it was the coat of arms of Zippel himself, Zipla. But what were they doing there anyway? Had they come to kill Paul when they knew he was Rankandel? They knew that if they smeared themselves, they would definitely die. But the man in the pirate hat only said that you need to close your eyes and ears. He asked everyone around to close it. Many people who were sitting in the stands also did what we asked. Veridin, Omanyushi said that the cosmos actually caught the atmosphere. He liked it all, and our character could not believe it, because really Veridin the same item. Veridin, holding the amulet, said that it was just so, that he recently received something as a gift from the clan, or rather the blood of Numerous. He asked if our protagonist had heard about it. Of course, our main character has heard this name, because just before the foundation of the holy state of Vankela, the god of hope, or rather Numerous, who is known to have been destroyed in one event, left behind 8 rubber bands and 100 drops of blood. Tears revived the dead, and blood healed any diseases or injuries in an instant. Of course, then everyone wanted to pay a piece of the given god. No one even dared to estimate the cost. A large faction like the Zippels were desperately searching for them everywhere, but now the god's legacy was only a legend. Our protagonist couldn't believe it, because is the person in front of him really going to use this for real? Veridin replied that this was all true, but he had one condition. Veridin, without turning his head to our main character, asked him to keep it all a secret. But why is it doing this? Isn't the relationship between these families tense? Why did the person in front of him even take out this pill? Why is he sacrificing the relic? But Veridin, still without turning his head, asked if his man understood what was behind him, because losing an equal is like losing a friend. It was at this moment that Veridin placed the pill in Dante's mouth. Jin, who was watching, only started to see a light that enveloped not only him, but everyone else standing around. Everyone was happy, but our hero was only shocked. He saw when he opened his eyes, but he didn't understand anything. But I told Veridin that fortunately there are no side effects at all. Couldn't believe what a man like that was doing next to him. What a Zippel man was doing next to him. Our character still couldn't believe that the blood of the same god had revived the almost dead Dante in an instant, that the man in front of him had resorted to such a thing for such a reason. Veridin, on the other hand, turned and asked if they both knew that the price of Numerous blood was huge. But Veridin's face showed an incredibly intimidating smile, and Dante, who heard about this for the first time, became even more shocked, because really this blood was used on him. Dante began to ask how he can even repay for all this. Our character knew that now everything was actually more likely to be true, that Zippel was in front of him, that he could demand anything. But at the same time Veridin pointed his finger and said, slightly hesitating in response. He said that Jin should buy them drinks when they were done, and there was a clear smile on Jin's face and also said that he didn't accept rejection. Our main character, who was still in shock, looked at Veridin, who was clearly a little out of his mind. Verilyn said that when he saw him somewhere, he shouldn't act like he was seeing him for the first time. Did the person in front of him understand everything about it? Our main character just bent a little and started laughing. He thought that Veridin Zippel a real, but it turned out that he was just a cool, and both characters immediately slapped each other with their hands, which seemed like an incredibly friendly gesture, which is repeated by anyone who has known the other for many years. In front of us is the Colosseum. It is already evening on the street, many lanterns are shining, and a couple is beginning to open up. Now the three characters are already sitting together. Veridin listens to all the stories that are told to him. He can't believe that such an incredible person is sitting in front of him because they told him to choose one of the prizes for winning. But how late will it take to win both at once? Now we see that our character was able to take as many as 2 prizes, a bag of gold, and also a certain box that contained something that we don't know about. Veridin went on to say that a person sitting with a beer in front of him just doesn't have the nerve to hire. Of course, our protagonist understood that he almost died in this dump. Do they really want him to choose one thing? Jin said that there was a limit to all patience, that this time it was like this. Veridin laughed out loud, knowing that Jin was right, that the 2 people sitting at the table with him had actually almost died. That's what our character wanted to talk about, and he started moving the bag of gold right toward Dante's side of the table, and he said he didn't need all of it, so while we're talking about it, it's worth sharing. Dante said that there was enough money in his family, but he would still take it as a keepsake, even keep it in a frame. Veridin, who was shocked by such a gift, asked for something for himself. He was clearly a little interested in it. Then it was clear that our protagonist opened the box, and with an incredibly distant face, he took out a certain map. Veridin realized that it was probably the same treasure map that he had heard in the legends, so would the person in front of him give him such a valuable item? In our opinion, the character only threw this box in the direction of Veridin. He said the short but clear word no, making it clear that Veridin would get nothing but the box. But as soon as Veridin got his box, he was incredibly pleased. Our protagonist was obviously shocked by this reaction, but decided to ask Dante a question anyway. Dante turned to him and made it clear that he was willing to listen, so our main character asked him why he didn't use the secret technique, even though our main character asked him not to give in. But Dante replied that the same question applies to him because he is the same person. He doesn't know what our character is hiding, but he definitely has aces up his sleeve. As expected, but Lan knew exactly what was wrong. Clearly, Dante had an incredible intuition, but Jin only said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Dante, who had a clear smile on his face, said that he was always ready to fight an opponent like Jin if he asked, but now without any giveaways. Veridin immediately said that he supported this idea because soon the day will come when they will all fight each other, leading their clans. Veridin waited impatiently. Veridin took a mug of beer in his hands, and after drinking it, he cheered up. Of course, he said it was true, but in fact, they really should have stayed friends. Our protagonist, who just couldn't miss his chance, started telling Veridin that the future head of Zippel says something so sweet that he didn't expect it. Veridin immediately blushed. He started to feel embarrassed. He started making excuses, saying that he was just saying words, that one wrong move and it would all be over. But then Veridin stopped making excuses. He just took the beer again and asked everyone to have fun because he was very thirsty. And so it happened. Dante also took a beer in his hands. He also laughed at the jokes of his new friend. Our protagonist understood that even if they were sitting at the back table and making toasts, it was their destiny to turn their swords against each other when the time came. Enemy but friend, friend but enemy. It was these thoughts that swirled in the mind of our protagonist. The end of this contradictory relationship, I wonder what it will be like in general. But at the same moment, something occurred to Veridin, so he remembered something. He asked if they had ever heard of such a term as pseudo-Veridin. Our main character was clearly interested in this because he was a little unable to properly drink a sip of his beer. A few drops began to drip directly on his clothes. Dante couldn't believe it. Because how could this even happen? Could a copycat have appeared? Could he be impersonating Veridin in the Zippel family's territory? Who had the audacity? But he was even admired. Veridin, sighing that I made it clear that he was already tired of this topic, said that because of what happened with Uncle Andre, the honor of their family was greatly damaged. Of course, he is not trying to attach Jin. The rumor that the culprit from the Rankendel family was not confirmed. Our characters see what he clearly is. I was to blame for this. Decided to have a little drink. I don't pay attention to anything. And then he asked, so what would the person in front of him have to do as an imposter? Veridin clearly replied that he needed to be caught first. He was thinking of hiring a high-ranking mage to find the fake. Well, at the same time, John replied that this was not a good idea at all, because in the place of the imposter, he asked for the floor to confuse people. If he says that we'll have to look for Zippel on Earth's Zipla, then we'll have to wait for sidelong glances. Veridin is only making a fool of himself, so it's better to tackle the copycat later. Veridin, having accepted if he thinks so, then she is the main character where you will be right, so he decided to return to the imposter on his return home. The character, getting up from the table, asked if I should get ready for them. We definitely wanted to sit a little longer, but our Protoka did not say that a little more and get attached to such skinny people. Unlike them, he has too much to do. Veridin also wanted to sit down, but he asked if his friend was really that worried about being a reserve standard bearer. Our hero replied that this was exactly the case, so at the same time they decided to say goodbye. As soon as Jin reached the door, Veridin called him buddy. At first, our character didn't expect this, but then he smiled. It could be seen that the three people were clearly happy with their shared company. There was a certain person in front of us. He noticed that a letter from Kashmir himself fell into his hands, that there was a report. Also a note about what happened at the battle itself. But was this how he reacted to the request to write in essence? It was the patriarch who was being asked, did something really happen to young master? But the patriarch only replied that there was nothing wrong, that Jin had defeated Aaron's grandson and that obtained the 6th rank. It seems that his friend is definitely not wasting his time in vain. The patriarch then squeezed his hand, filled him with an aura, and asked him to tell Kashmir that he would like to have a drink with him if he could remind him of himself. While the patriarch was walking around, that person's body started to emit an incredibly intimidating aura, which scared his subordinate. The subordinate was already in the room next to the fireplace. He was trying to figure out what he had drunk for no reason at all. No one could understand why it was cold to drink a meter by the fireplace, whether I was ill at that hour, but only came to the conclusion that most likely it was necessary to take as many medications as possible. By that time, both people had moved on to talking about the map itself, should they show it to each other. And he said that it was a little shabby, but do you know what the person in front of him is depicted on it? The person began to look at this map. He understood that you are seeing this for the first time, so it is unlikely that you will be able to recognize the place simply from the map. But the person is distracted. He was turned on by a girl who is with a cat. She started shouting and then that she wants to find treasure. Looking at the map, she clearly noticed something. Everyone also noticed it, asked if she sees something unusual on it. Julia said there was something very important and dangerous there for her. She said there were people guarding this place. She also started to cry, an incredible sadness appearing on her face. She burst into tears and turned so pale that people began to worry about her. They all started asking what was going on with her, but all the girl could do was scream for the map to be removed. There was a man who said that the gift to a girl drives her crazy. The man immediately started shouting that it was necessary to summon a contractor dragon to calm the girl down. Everyone started saying that you shouldn't stand around like germs, you should call Latri. The person, who was clearly very surprised by this situation, as well as completely shocked, immediately said that it was necessary to act as quickly as possible. At the same moment, a certain man with a green hairstyle came to them. He was very concerned about the girl's condition. At the same moment, as soon as he entered the door, he was told that the girl saw something and started screaming, so you need to try very hard to bring her to her senses. Most likely, the right person approached the girl and began to say that Julia should take a deep breath to make everything go well, because he was there. Some kind of blue strange glow appeared around. The man told Julia not to be afraid. Because he was close, he began to say that everything would be fine. Another man, who had a scar on his face, also went to the door and started asking why Julia was crying at all. But the same person believes him, or that you need to be as quiet as possible, and when they looked away, they didn't notice that Julia fell asleep in the arms of the same guy. The girl was handed over to him, and then they praised the same guy for his work. The person who watched said that he didn't have time to say hello to Sir, but now everything is fine. Nurakan had just said that there was no need to worry about it, but what did the girl see? Could it really be the future? But the guy didn't say that it was just the opposite, that she had seen the past. Nurakan wondered if this was some kind of curse or something. Latri replied that it was just like that when a person who has signed a contract with Asmil Rita, he sees something connected with something in a certain way. This time the girl saw something related to the map. Minutes later, something irreparable would happen, already blood in her veins. Latri was asked to tell them everything the girl had seen, or if he knew. Latri, concentrating and also covering his eye with one hand, said that he was seeing an image of the primeval lands in front of him. The population of this place worshipped their gods and was completely cut off from civilization. Alarm does not know. The Zemstvo defended the world and existence until one day they appeared. People in some masks, the aliens turned out to be poppies, came supposedly to study the culture of the earth. However, immediately after their appearance, they began excavations in search of an unknown object underground, and residents asked for strange services. As a result, they didn't just kill the child, decided to be petty, got rid of all the residents who posed a threat, trying to get something. Everyone listened to this story very carefully. They started saying that these very people were looking for some sacred religion that the locals worshipped. Our main character could not believe really worshipped a sacred religion. Jin immediately asked Latri to draw an image of the thing. Latri agreed to do it. He said it looked like a normal silver mirror, but it was emitting a strange color. Our main character, looking at it all, realized that this is a fountain of mana, a plentiful source of magic, or rather a fountain of mana. Before the rebirth, he knew that from the materials of a brave reporter who made public the atrocities of the Zippel family Zippel. After discovering the runes of Colin, the Zippel family, she exploited the locals, so during one of the missions, he saw for himself everything that the freaks were doing there. All the people were strangely exhausted, they were being experimented on, they were all begging for death. It turns out that this map shows the mirror's location. At that moment, a man with white hair appeared in front of us, clearly one of the Zippel clan Zippel. He was sitting somewhere in the middle of nowhere, drinking alcohol. He, right, an incredibly huge sip, said that a little more and he would get attached to them. But finally, for once, the people who were under him finally fell silent. For such a swill that was in his hands, it was worth dying at all. And then there was another woman who had her eyes closed. She thought it was time to meet the guest, that it was her time. Our protagonists, who were still thinking about the fountain of mana, just couldn't believe that the treasure map could mean the location of this artifact, that the key to the oldest artifact is located there. Moore asked what Jin was thinking anyway. Jin, on the other hand, knew that it was impossible to show that he knew anything, so he decided to say that he just had a bad feeling, and then turned to Kashmir, told him that he was very sorry because Julia had experienced such a horror. In fact, Julia was not in very good condition. Her voices were red, and there were tears in them. But then they realized that there was nothing wrong with this, because those who made contact with God could not see an easy path in life. Everyone knew what it was going to do. Boy, Mira, don't worry, because he is always there. Whatever happens to Julia, he will help. Kashmir expressed a huge thank you to Latri, and then said that first he needed to find someone who could decipher the symbol on the map, because since they found out that the map was not simple, then they could start on their way. Kashmir only asked you to rely on 7 colors and wait. He smiled and also said that he was counting for all of them. Of course, he said it all, but it certainly wasn't that simple, because a few hundred years ago, the Zippel family, he destroyed the people, that is, the city itself, and the survivors were waiting for an unenviable fate. Be trapped in a fertile city for the rest of your life, and also if you didn't know that you could find the mirror before the Zippels. February 17th, 1796, it was deep in the night outside. There was even a drunkard in front of us who was obviously drunk. The whole world was spinning around him. He was fine until he stumbled, most likely even sprained his leg. Falling to the ground, he began to peer at the moon, but our character approached him, who said that the person in front of him actually looks tired. Does he really not want to share the company with the same lost comrade? The drunkard asked who was in front of him, but our protagonist, taking out another bottle of alcohol, said that it wasn't all that important, so the drunk immediately cheered up and said that nothing really mattered, but if there was something to eat, did he really meet an angel? But Jin only said that he just really likes helping people, so he picked up the man under his side and carried him forward. The drunk even said that since he was helping him so much, he should introduce him to his sister. Our main character turned to him, said that the person in front of him has a rather interesting skin tone. Of course, the man replied that everyone told him so, but the main thing is that all of his tribe has such a shade. She even asked me what those words meant about the tribe, but the guy said that his homeland is very far away from here, but he still doesn't want to talk about it. Of course, our hero understood that this conversation would be just about this, so he put his hand in his pocket and said that he had something from this place. But he did not understand what was written there. Jin took out a card and then handed it to the man, asking him to transfer it. The guy immediately threw the bottle to the side. He clearly recognized this map, but then he noticed that all the sides to the retreat were blocked. He began to ask who was in front of him. How does he know that he is a Colin? But our protagonist just smiled and said that he was a freeloader, the captain of the guards, and the sweet couple in front of them were dragons. Everyone wasn't quite sure what our main character said about it, but our character replied that it was nothing wrong, that the person in front of them asked him to tell them. They thought they needed to be careful about it all, but Jin said it was fine. Colonets, looking at all this, realized that these were not people from the Zippel family Ziplov. Well, how did they find him at all then? Our Jin only told him that he had stumbled upon this map by chance a couple of days ago, so that green-haired boy, the dragon of Asmilla, had helped him face the bitter history of his people. How his people were enslaved and used, only trying to find someone who could tell them about the map, all in vain, until suddenly they met him here in Tikkun. They assured the person that it was a pure coincidence, but the person was clearly not happy with this. He became incredibly serious and replied that I should not hang noodles on his ears, but only go after him. The man immediately said that they should meet his little sister. After a while, our protagonists finally came. They went to a certain building where this very woman we saw earlier is sitting. Her eyes were closed. She said that she was waiting for the people who came to her. She addressed them as the valiant men of Tikkun. The same man bowed at her feet, saying that he had brought guests without her permission. But the lady replied that everything was fine, calling the person in front of her pan. Of course, the dragons were also a little surprised, because what did her words mean that she was waiting for them? Was this really something new on the part of people new to them? Our character also confirmed that he also thinks it's all strange, because something extraterrestrial? He would say, just felt here. You'd never expect to find something like this in a shack like this, but this was definitely an unusual girl, even more likely from some noble family, or chosen by the god her people worshipped. But the girl only looked through her streaked eyes and said that before her stood a man, born in the land of swords, chosen by the Shadow, the last Shadow Dragon and the junior dragon guardian of the treasures of Asmilla. The girl asked not to be surprised, because it was her difficult gift. Our hero, who was still in a state of shock, realized that the same otherworldly aura that he felt from a woman was definitely familiar to him. He definitely met something similar. At the same time, he asked her if she was a goddess, but the girl only replied, smiling at the same time, that it was only a receptacle. She presented her hand to her chest and said that if you were a goddess, you wouldn't be forced to hide away from your native lands. The dragons realized that this was most likely the astral body of an ancient god, that she had an outstanding insight skill, but most likely not for long, that she would soon lose it as well. The woman had asked him not to rub salt in her wounds, but the black dragon hadn't expected to meet the ancient god Colin there. But what is she a god of? The girl said that even if she said it, she still wouldn't understand. No one understood what she was talking about again, but she just asked for a map. She wanted to look at it. The people who reached out to it asked what it said. The girl immediately began to say that the same nonsense is in the heart of Colin, who reads these lines, asks not to leave. You need to come to the rescue and shout that they are only a modest people, they all want to live, that even though God has placed difficult tests on them, he did not let them cope with them. It was all incredible. The girl, laughing at this card in her hand, replied that it was the handiwork of a long-dead grandfather, that the card had two destinies, become a doom or bring on clothes, or rather a genie, that daily her prayers were answered. The black dragon immediately wanted to make the assumption that they had lost all their remaining strength at 5 minutes, that it was appropriate to ask for help in this situation, that they were actually going to go to Colin anyway, that they should ask the girl to help them. The woman in her hand to face that it was quite kind-hearted, however she didn't believe in help from the heart or compassion. While turning to Jin, she said that it had been a long time since she had heard Solderet's voice. Solderetta, incredibly shocked by what he heard, or rather the name of Solderet, his eyes bulged, and the girl said that she, as a reward, can use all the remaining powers that she has left from her former body. She can use them to call out to the very deity that Jin has not heard for a long time. Now we were looking at the astral body of the ancient god and contractor Asmil, who just do not meet these days. The black dragon asked what our main character will do. Our protagonist, exhaling with an incredible heaviness, said that all he could do is go to that very place. But do they understand that they can't guarantee the safety of a woman and a man? But the girl only replied that she understood everything by herself, that she would report everything she knew about the internal state of affairs in Colin. Nothing would be superfluous. Of course, our main character was very grateful for this information, and then they decided to hit the road. When they set out, they didn't notice that it wasn't a good sign, but rather the coat of arms of Zippel. It said there was no passageway, that it was private property or a historic camp. Everyone was scratching their heads. They didn't think they should have sent all the flowers to investigate, but the black dragon insisted that if they hadn't sent their subordinates, the situation would definitely have been much more dangerous. Our protagonist, who did not participate in the arguments, only thought that before rebirth these lands were open, which is similar, but his training as a weapon has already had an effect, because the weapon is 11 years old. But in this scenario it may not happen at all, but there was nothing to do. One of the people asked what they would do now, because if there was a normal magic polygon, they would definitely enter without difficulty. I went the other way. The man couldn't believe where Jin was going, where Sarah was going. He also went with people, because didn't it confuse people that there was only one warning sign in the entire area, that there were no guards, no restrictive magic, nothing at all. They can't be Zippels. You're also in a safe place, but if you think about it, are they sure they found the artifact? The man immediately became shocked by his own opinion, but our main character said that he could. But after hundreds of years of digging, nothing was found. The black dragon also began to armor all the Zippels, saying that they were traveling here as if to a resort. But at the same time he began to feel something strange. He asked everyone to hide, and then I move. He noticed that there were locals right in front of them, hauling huge loads, carrying pickaxes, working tirelessly. But what did she draw? Gray hair. Could it be that the pureblood Zippel was in front of them? Judging from the way White Days Erase hums, it was true. It was Muron Zippel himself. Zippel. This was known as the Seventh Tower Psycho. Instead of being famous as the Sixth Son, he is popularly known as an eccentric spellcaster, which earned me my nickname. Our protagonist replied that it was actually a purebred Zippel without any escort. Odin also told you that the person in front of him was actually a 7th Tower Master, rank 8, so he probably has a bunch of artifacts on him. If you were in his place, he would also take care of the guards. The Black Dragon, who was already ready to tear the person in front of them, said that they would first tear off his head and then bring out the people. It was for this reason that they were brought there, but our protagonist cut off his happiness, which made the Black Dragon very upset. Our main protagonist said that their enemy is not made with a finger, so after killing Andre, they will not get away with another gray-haired man. Our main character used to say that they needed a good reason so that killing the person in front of them wouldn't cause problems with their guild. Now our character noticed that there was another person in the nearby bushes. This person was wearing a kind of cap, glasses were on his face. Our main character got better to him, pestered his throat with a dagger and asked who was in front of him. The blade that our character was holding immediately began to touch the other person's throat a little, pinkening a little blood. Our protocol officer said that he wouldn't repeat it, but the man confessed that he was Dino Jagloon, or just a reporter. Our main character heard this name, touched something the same journalist who told the world of Colin that his materials were only supposed to be published in 10 years. How did he redo this time so much? A fragile body, what was in front of him at all? Is it really the same brave journalist? Our genie asked him to turn around. Is it really this case that will start a war with the Zipples? Of course, this was commendable, so our main character had no choice but to ask him a question. Did he really come in search of another sensation? What was he sniffing around here at all? Now for our main character began to appear and other characters, or rather the dragon. The reporter asked where the people in front of him came from. Where they came from, our protagonist replied that the reporter should not worry, because they were just nearby. That one and his friend from cheap places asked for help, but since there is a reporter in front of him, then their goal may coincide. The reporter was very surprised, because do the people in front of him know about the situation of the inhabitants of these places? The Black Dragon asked if they could really tell all this information to the person in front of them, but they stopped the Black Dragon, saying that it was all for the good of the mission. The Black Dragon didn't understand what they were saying, so the man had to tell them that the reporter must have come to write an article about those hated Zipples, that the young master wants to negotiate a cooperation agreement so that he can set no precedent for attacking a family member, and the reporter should already have some information about the situation. The reporter, or rather her facial expression, gave him away that he actually has all the information. Or the reporter, after a bit of hesitation, also reached out for his briefcase, his fingers falling on a certain red book, rather shabby. There were a lot of bookmarks in it. Our character, having looked at it at the request of Dino himself, the reporter told him that it was a diary about the tribulations of the natives. In this book, an incredible number of dates were written. The 3rd of January, 3 people disappeared. The 5th of January, local residents who were in contact with him also went missing. It was written about how the inhabitants of this area actually live. Even the main character, after reading this all, said that everything he just saw, he is incredibly thorough. Who understands whether the brave reporters that stood in front of him about what would happen if this magazine became public? Does the journalist know that someone will say poor people who read this? Does he know how much the whole society will be alarmed? Does he know how the Zipples will react and try to occupy the tracks? But the journalist only replied that he understood everything. He even talked to Miron himself Zipple while he continued to knock out his drinks. Dino said that the last few days he does not dry out, that he constantly wants to drink, throws everything in a row, and also attacks all sorts of songs. After a couple of words from the journalist, he is sure that Miron is not waiting for trouble, that he is completely sure of his immunity here. The reporter said that the Black Dragon, the person next to him, and also our main character simply do not need to torture him or interrogate him, because now he was able to tell everything that he knows. Our main character realized that the reporter wasn't lying, so when they approached him, he handed him his own book and said that she really wanted to ask him a favor. An incredibly strange smile appeared on the face of our main character. Night has fallen outside. We see Miron again, who was sitting on his favorite belt and drinking the same wine. There were workers next to him. He was only thinking that in order for this old man in front of me to just be us, he will continue in this place. He will continue to drink all the wine that people bring him. Why was he even sent to this place for just the slightest prank in the first place? Miron was so angry that he hit the person in front of him, repeatedly knocking him down until the person flew to the side. All the bottles of wine that the old man was carrying with you rolled on the floor, but Miron immediately noticed that a certain person was addressing him. He sees that the same reporter who asked to accompany such a great person appeared in front of him. Because most likely Miron could not have a good rest for quite a long time, he has been very stressed for a long time. Miron recognized the reporter. He called him a favorite drinking buddy. He saw that the reporter was carrying some alcohol with him. Miron even said that he thought that the reporter had died somewhere along the way, that he had been dealt with by a tree or eaten by a beast. Miron even immediately started complaining about not being able to talk to the blockheads that live right in his area. He started waving his hands repeatedly with his hands, making it clear that he was very much expecting the reporter, and then immediately strained his eyes, noticing that other people, or rather our dragons, were coming out of the bushes, that it wasn't a big deal, these people, that there were only wanderers and bards behind him, so the reporter thought that Miron would be very happy. I'm glad he brought in new faces. The reporter, running up to Miron himself, immediately began scratching his head, saying that he was very sorry because he translated strangers. But Miron immediately started waving his hand, making it clear that it wasn't a big deal. But still, where did the reporter find all these people? The reporters started saying that he found everyone in the kingdom that was not far away when he was buying medicinal herbs there. So he asked all the people to introduce themselves. Our main character took off his cloak, said that it was an honor to meet a person, more precisely, Miron Zippel. Miron, who seemed to recognize the person in front of him, started to smile wildly as if he was in ecstasy. His smile never left his face. Brother Miron is just a disgusting person. The man said that the deceased Uncle Andre was not a gift, but even he was far from Miron. The white-haired man sighed with an incredible heaviness as he finally placed the mug on the table. He said that when he remembered what he had done, he would wake up in a cold sweat from even the sweetest dream. In fact, this character's face showed his complete despair. He even had no idea what the elder of the Mage Tower had done to make his familiar master. Dante had said that smoking like that about his own brother was rather vulgar, but what kind of person was he that even his new friend was talking about his younger brother like that? The same man said that he was a real monster, from a place so dark that no innocent mind would ever imagine. No one would be able to imagine what that same person was doing. At the same time, he turned to our Jin. He said that his family, as well as the family of our main character, will definitely clash in battle in the future, so if in case they stumble upon his little brother, then there's no way you should retreat to a fight with him. For the face of a new friend of our protagonist, it was a very strange expression. It was not at all clear what he was thinking, why despair, sadness, and pain were read in his eyes. Why did he say that our main character will face the horror described by her? But just in time for them to notice their little brother's face again, he asked them to tell Bucky about all their travels. He was actually already pretty drunk because he had a bright red blush on his face. That of course he would tell them everything they could see, but really Mr. the reporter didn't say they were travelers. Miron said that it was true, that he actually saw that the people in front of him had seen a lot. Miron, he said that there wasn't as much of him as a high-ranking member of the Zippel family Zippel. Miron Q, after all, if they met for a week ago, then he was very interested in it. You just had to figure out that some reporter had stumbled into the most dangerous wilderness on the closed territory of a family that is famous for its wealth, as well as terrible experiences. Miron was thinking now. He asked, who is a reporter anyway? The reporters immediately started to apologize, but Miron immediately picked him up, or rather just wrapped her arms around his neck and said that it wasn't really a threat. He just decided to think out loud for a bit, but still decided to ask, after all, why does the reporter communicate with the locals? A maniacal smile appeared on Miron's face, or rather his expression. He clearly wanted to intimidate the reporter with his behavior. The dragon was watching everything, as well as our character. They definitely didn't like this picture, but they just couldn't get into a fight. Beyond Miron, a lot of people showed up, and he said that every time he left, the reporter was poking his nose into other people's business, and he didn't understand how he was messing with those with whom the reporter was in contact. Or the partner could not understand what the person in front of him was talking about, but Miron only said everything in jest. He said that the person in front of him was actually a pseudo-intellectual. But did it reach such an intelligent interlocutor? Why did people, or rather citizens of this place, go missing? In fact, he did not guess anything. Miron smiled once again, and then started laughing. He started calling all the people around him ordinary insects that constantly crawled under his feet. He couldn't understand if they really thought it was appropriate to treat him as an equal, or even what they thought of him. Miron started laughing so loudly that he couldn't keep all his feelings to himself. He drank one bottle of alcohol, which immediately fell into the bonfire. A huge flame appeared from the fire, and the lord of this territory began to talk about how he simply couldn't understand how the people around him had so much confidence, why they were so confident. They actually dared to come out so close to him, but even so, the gentleman realized that the reporter, despite his frail appearance, as well as his inability to resist anything, also has a steely spirit. The reporter started asking, after all, what exactly does Sir want to do? But Miron only started laughing again, also making his maniacal smile. He only said one word, Sword Garden. He said that he knew who these travelers really were, that they were behind the reporter. Our hero, as well as the dragon, lowered their gaze, as if to indicate that they didn't understand that Miron had guessed them. In 1 second, the black dragon took the reporter by the scruff of the neck. It all happened so fast that the reporter couldn't even expect such a turn of events. He started shouting while everyone else started to pull their hands straight towards their swords. They immediately headed towards their opponent, who at that moment was magically declared aflame. Our clan has never seen such a thing, because Muron could really activate a kind of shield. But how is this even possible? Because our main character did not feel the magic that was able to erect such a large barrier at all. But was it really hidden when the alcohol got into this bonfire? Even if we assume this version of the event, it was still not clear why our protagonist did not feel anything. How did Muron manage to pull this off in the first place? The Black Dragon immediately asked his fellow not to yawn, because you can tell the presence of magic, but not its effect. Black Dragon could definitely see that their opponent wasn't that weak. After all, only a psychopath could make such a flame, or else the true genius that Muron was. He certainly looked like he had aces up his sleeve. Muron actually understood who was in front of him. He knew that it was the same Jin who most likely came at the request of the girl with the blindfold. Our character asked, how does this person know him at all? How does he have access to such secret information? Jin knew that Muron wouldn't give him any information just like that, so he knew that it was time to come up with another plan, a more violent one, and Jin took out his sword, letting him know that the battle was about to begin. Muron, looking at our main character, said that if he thinks so, then in front of him is an ordinary spare standard bearer. How did he even come to the girl? Will our protagonist tell him this secret? But Jin only replied that his opponent was talking too much at this moment, talking so much that he wanted to stop his mouth with his sword as quickly as possible, annoyed by his feigned hysteria. Muron, realizing that they didn't want to appreciate his acting, realized that it was time to get down to business. He immediately formed a kind of ice sphere in the air, realized that you need to finish, get down to business. Now we could see that the enemy had surrounded himself with a fire barrier and formed some kind of ice sphere around him as if to attack. And so, a few seconds later, two orbs immediately rushed into our character, not allowing him to concentrate, not allowing him to think through a plan of action, so Jin just decided to dodge, and then find a convenient moment to counterattack. The Black Dragon and the reporter were already flying away. The Black Dragon wanted to carry the reporter as far as possible, but noticed that the remaining sphere that did not hit our character flew to the inhabitants of this region. The Black Dragon had no choice but to throw the reporter, and also use its dragon power to erect an earth wall so that the ice spheres hit it exactly. The Black Dragon who erected this wall asked the reporters to stay out of the way, then lead the locals away. The reporter, who was also involved in this action, immediately obeyed and asked all the residents to come to him. However, as soon as he approached the residents, he noticed that none of them could speak. They were all disfigured. For some reason they were holding their necks. The reporter was put down. He could not believe his eyes. He immediately started shouting that Muron was just an unscrupulous brat. Our protagonist, who noticed this cry and came back, he noticed how the reporter screams with all his might and asks, "But how could you do this to people? How did you even dare? Why did every person who was in the neighborhood have a strange relationship that he did?" But Muron just reveled in the sight. His eyes were filled with pleasure, real ecstasy. He said that he had been waiting for such an expression on the reporter's face for a long time, waiting for him to finally be noticed. It was just delicious. Our protagonist, who had sunk his gaze and started peering at the floor, realized what he was really doing badly while Muron was talking about the reporter not knowing his place. A curious barbarian who had long since had time to tear everything down, so does he really think that if he behaves more pathetically than he does eat, then earn mercy? Of course, Muron was just sneering. He asked the reporter to look at what he was seeing as carefully as possible. He blamed the reporters that everyone who was there was just the result of the reporter's actions. Well, while I was telling you this, while the reporters were crying, not trying to hold back their tears, a blow from our main character flew right into Muron's face. Muron didn't expect this, so he flew to the side, crashing into a rock in the process. Our protagonist asked him to stop all these conversations, because it was already enough that the villain saw. Muron, in turn, did not receive any special injuries. He was able to defend himself with one of the barriers, but then he looked forward and noticed that our main character took the form of a shadow. He asked his opponent to because another person from the Zippel family. Zippel did not have very long to live. Our main character radiated incredibly an intimidating aura, the aura of someone who is about to avenge those who died the death of the brave. The dragons behind them couldn't believe what they were seeing. So much destruction, even though they had attacked when that lord had let his guard down. What kind of shadow power was in front of them now? Muron, who was clearly a little dissatisfied with everything that had happened, looked at how the magic circle was dissipating. While releasing some tongues of shadow, it was all infuriating, because why is it like this? Not magic, but not aura, draining energy like the most infusion. It was only at this moment that Muron realized that Jin might possess a shadow, that he had broken his vow. So in fact it was, our protagonist with his sinister face looking at his opponent, a ghost flew behind him, and our hero himself, wearing his sword, went straight to his enemy. But as soon as he recovered a little, he looked up and noticed a strange thing. He noticed a lot of stars in the sky, or rather ice fragments flying at him. The Black Dragon understood that this magic, Just like that time was not felt, so is Murong really that strong and a genius magician? Our character responded that their opponent is hiding mana flows, so it will be much easier to fight with the expectation that they are constantly worth something. Murong from the side said that he was quite quick and quickly identified what their opponent knew, even though it took Murong quite a long time to prepare the spells. But Muron did not despair. He again got up from his favorite log and pointed his finger in the direction of our main characters. He said that no one would be able to defeat him anyway, save all the cockroaches. It was at this moment that the black dragon, as well as our main character, did their trick, which they repeated several times, to get closer to the target. It was noticeable how the black dragon, with the help of his hand and the strength of our main character, was allowed to go forward. Murong didn't expect such an action. He didn't think that he would be approached so quickly, so he immediately began to change his position, started to jump back. But it was too late. The shadow, or rather the trace of the shadow of our main protagonist, was already making its way right through its icy thickets. Murong, it is clear that the matter is bad, decided to take his staff and start activating another magic. He began to combine the three elements, earth, fire, and ice. Jin, noticing all this, decided to concentrate on everything as much as possible. But after a second, we could see an incredibly large explosion. Murong shouted that for our character's sake, he would spare nothing, that he would use all of his mana to keep up. What he didn't know for sure was that our character was already right behind him, that he was wearing a shadow mask on his face. Murong, who felt a strange energy behind him, decided to go back. It was there that he noticed our main character sitting on a certain structure. Murong realized that it was actually something new, so he immediately decided to do something about it. He decided to create another ice barrier to block the attack our character. But it was fair. Jin was able to easily cut through this barrier. Only now did Murong realize that no matter what he used, the opponent would be able to absorb all the magic. Was this really the energy of Solderet's shadow Solderetta? Murong, opening his mouth in surprise, decided to say a certain word, but then the face of a madman appeared on his face again. He said that it was actually close to his defeat. Even the main character realized that something was wrong, and then looking under his feet noticed a certain seal. He realized that his foot was right on the seal. Pay attention to your opponent. It was clear that there are some chains coming from Murong that want to invite our main character. Murong was incredibly happy about this. He thought that Jen was finally able to get caught in his net, but our main character immediately decided to cut his chains with his sword. After a few swings, the chains were destroyed, and our protagonist returned to his original position. Crouching down, or rather landing on one of his knees, he began to look at Murong, who was clearly happy about this battle. Only now he was able to feel all the ecstasy as well as new sensations from it. Even it was not for nothing that he was imprisoned for several weeks in this remote place. In fact, the enemy was amused by all this throwing, so it would be great to send our main character to the next world, and thanks to him, this skillful place will finally play with new colors. It could be seen that Murong had gone mad, as there were even more no-seal circles around him. Our protagonist was just shocked by the number of traps, but did all these spells really trap him? Our protagonist will not be able to pull a frontal wheel like this, so you definitely need to dodge. A group of dragons immediately asked for help. They immediately began to make their way directly to the residence. But why is the reporter now standing like a pillar? Why does he not lead anyone out of the circle of magic? Why can't he help any prisoners? The reporter immediately replied that of course he would start helping, but there was also another exclamation from Murong, which made it clear that everything was useless. Murong laughed as he talked about how everything around him was magic circles that would reach everywhere his eyes went. He said that these circles will get to almost anywhere without exception. At that moment, a reporter was shouting at the other prisoners, pointing out the way they should go. The black dragon, putting on his shoulders absolutely all the prisoners that he could hook with him, began to run away, but Murong, who had really already entered, made a face that no one had ever seen in person before. Because this face was a real maniac who was kicked out of his own clan. He addressed to our wife, I asked him to have fun so that later there would be nothing to regret. After a few seconds, huge explosions began to be heard in the area. Stones flew. Huge flames rose into the air to such an extent that it was difficult to dodge them. The entire landscape that was around our protagonist changed with incredible speed. Jin, despite the sudden change in the landscape, he was still able to handle everything until he noticed a huge charge that appeared right in front of his face. He couldn't believe what he was seeing right now was the torn earth that cut through the earth door. It was necessary to touch it. It could mean that there was only one way to go forward. And so it happened. Our character immediately raised his sword and tried to pierce that very tongue of flame so that no one else would have any questions. However, as soon as he tried to cut it down, he realized that something was going wrong. He looked to the side and realized that the 8th rank simply couldn't be affected by such spells. Did Murong use some sort of artifact with it right in front of you, or is he still using it at all? But Murong, who was standing at the side, was clearly already tired. It could be seen from his expression, but he no longer had the same ecstasy that he felt at the very beginning of his battle. He realized that his opponent actually knew magic, but was it really that good? How in general could such a person evade a pillar of fire? Also did not leave the torn ground. How in general is it possible for an ordinary person without any artifacts? Is it possible that there was some master or disciple of the most brilliant bloodlines in front of him? As in general, these fire pillars of Mac, not versed in magic, would definitely not have done so. Murong couldn't help but ask, is this a swordsman mage? Our main character, who definitely didn't want to answer his questions, just looked at him with that same look full of hatred and indifference. But his opponent clearly wanted to know the answer. He understood that most likely the answer in his question is hidden in the eyes of our protagonist. Murong thought that everything he had assumed was actually true, that it was because he was casting magic himself that he was acting like this, so he was sure that he couldn't have screwed up now. Murong began to take out some strange items in his bags. He said that if there was a magician in front of him, then he would definitely be able to defeat him with a spell much tougher than any that our main character has. Most likely, he took out the current mana, or rather the most dangerous flying symptom for the mana owner. People who are exposed to this become dissimilar to themselves, manifesting a variety of card explosions that accompany damage to organs in the body. Blood begins to flow from the eyes, ears, mouth. My eyes pop out of their sockets, and my body starts to ache like a skating rink. Mages lose to the one who has little less, and therefore who is more likely to face the counter-current. A fairly simple but effective way to rank among mages. But Rankindle still hadn't used any mana, so it was possible to understand that the counterflow was impossible, which was not the case with his companions. Murong, who had directed his attacks, said that if one is in a person then there is nothing to waste time on. Murong immediately made a jump towards our main character and caught him off guard. At first, you might have thought distance, but in fact it was predictable for our main character. But it was expected because Jin prepared a gift for his opponent, a certain dark sphere. Our main character asked us to look at this area as carefully as possible. As soon as his opponent did this, an incredibly bright energy shot out from the sphere, which hit absolutely the entire forest. No one expected such a response to Murong's attack. Murong, after Anna's attack, couldn't understand what had happened. Could it be the light, or the power of the shadow? Why he can no longer feel anything around him, as if he is in a completely different space, as if he was in Sofia on another world. Of course, he could see some light far ahead, but what was it that it was a light? Of course, there was a blinding flash of light right in front of his eyes, so it didn't mean that the next attack would be either final or decisive. Murong, having identified the problem, immediately decided to hide. He jumped to the side, but at the same time lost his arm. Murong certainly could never have expected that an opponent who understood ancient light magic would appear in front of him. It was so unexpected that Murong himself could admit it. Murong, taking out his staff, was still wondering what combining light and dark magic meant, if anything. That most likely the person in front of him was just replacing himself with the main character of the novel. Our Jin, who was watching his enemy's claims from the side, realized that the dark energy was almost gone from his wound, and the reaction was more like that of a can't-do-anything beast. Although Murong's magic wasn't nearly as good as Andre's, but it was still very unpleasant to fight a duel against him. Murong didn't ask, so what will they do? How will they solve this issue? Are they really going to fight again now? Of course, the face of experience, and it's not just knowledge of the countercurrent, but Murong knew for sure. Murong, who was already sitting on the stove, turned back and immediately started laughing at Arjun's questions. He couldn't understand why Murong was laughing at all. But Murong only said that it was most likely that Murong was some kind of madman, and that there was nothing in common between them, but she actually wasn't true. He thought that they were berries of the same field. Our main character, I will exhale pleasantly, asked if his opponent really didn't have time, but with cliched phrases, because if this is all so, then this is rather not cool. Murong, who heard this, immediately started laughing. After all, does our main character think that he can kill him right now? Of course Murong did not believe in this. On his face even appeared a maniacal, characteristic expression. He asked our main character not to forget that the local scum are protecting him, and also look at 1, 2, or 3 things already. Our main characters, first smiling, while despite the fingers of Murong's hands, asked him, with a sharp change in his face, what is he clowning about? Why is that clown? But Murong did not immediately reveal all his cards. He asked if our main character was interested, because people like them with him do everything to achieve their goal. Did he notice that his magic is easily beyond the 8th rank? If it comes to that, Murong will do his best for now. Just like that, Murong stretched out his hand to the side and shot out a certain aura from it. He asked me to take a good look at these cockroaches, which the journalist so desperately valued. That's why he uses high-level magic. These dead people are his weapons, the embodiment of mana. Have you noticed that even the most burned ones are still moving? At this point, our main character began to understand what was going on. while Miron shouted that he just wouldn't let him die because they are his source of mana. So what is Jin worth then? Whether he then wants to kill his opponent with the first one or get rid of the cockroaches that were there in the area. Miron wanted to assure our protagonist that they are the same, that nothing hinders them from achieving their own goal. He asked to get rid of this rabble as soon as possible, and also light the last fireworks. But then the woman who was in the area started shouting that Miron was lying, that everything they said to Jin was a mean lie, because they were not the source of his mana, because when he tried to take it, he found out about the divine relic. Miron didn't expect this woman to appear. He thought that all the bystanders had run off to the side, so it was obvious from his face that he was actually worried now. And what kind of fountain is this? Because is it really about the very fountain that he himself is looking for? Miron, who clearly lost his temper, our main character asked him what he was doing, but the girl only began to say that all the people who were on the verge of death, her dear tribesmen, they all served as victims for the sake of the cruel plans of their ruler. Miron asked her to be quiet, but the girl only replied that they were all dead. Horror appeared on her face. She could not hold back her tears. She did not stop sobbing, also screaming. Miron, realizing that the girl wouldn't and yell at her first, had a mad, maniacal look on his face. She began to talk only about how her entire lab rat nation had been squeezed out by a heartless parody of a human, a pretense of sadistic tendencies. Miron was clearly not very happy. He knew that he was not in a very favorable position right now, because clearly the evidence was right next to our protagonist. The girl said that he was trying to deceive her in order to bend his will. So the girl who grabbed her breasts, or rather clothes, if it could be called that, started shouting to our protagonist to get him to deal with the freak that was next to her. Miron could no longer contain himself. He lost his teeth, veins appeared on his neck. He immediately turned his gaze to the girl. A certain radiance like stars shone in his eyes. He said that most likely the girl forgot her place. He immediately activated a certain spell on her, asking her to die as quickly as possible. 1 moment later, a certain charge of flame descended on the girl. She was engulfed in this fire, and Sir reveled in his revenge. He continued, even after her death, to tell her that she had no right to spoil all his hangings. That our hero had to scream, to drink this knowledge that blood is on his hands broke through this empty one, that it would be the highlight of today's performance. Before, of course, it was dangerous, but now it must only die. At the same time, the reporter who was sitting in the bushes began to call Jin. He started talking about the girl being saved. He said that this is the head of the tribe, whose name is Tika. This was the only local leader, so this girl couldn't be allowed to die. Our main character, looking at the whole situation with horror, did not utter a single word. He understood that now in front of him was the secret magic of the guild head. It was called from the eye of the azure flame, so our main protagonist doesn't seem to have heard of it before. At the same time, we are again transported to the past, when our main character wanted to teach azure flame. Our character didn't know it, so we were told that the azure flame evil eye is a special secret zipple technique only such a rabble destroyer to use something so disgusting. Causes tetanus from just looking, and it is simply impossible to extinguish it. If you try to turn it off, you'll catch fire yourself. Our main character asked, but how to resist him? So his teacher replied that this flame needs to lie down, that a wedge is kicked out with a wedge. So there was nothing else for Jin to do but use his own flame to enter someone else's flame. As soon as he got there, he was just shocked. He couldn't believe that our main character was coming out of this flame calmly, that the flame didn't even cause him a bit of pain. It was noticeable that the girl was already in perfect order, and during the day I could believe my eyes. Why does the flame not touch at all? He could only see that the person chosen by Tess would become the strongest mage of the new generation. But this gift was obtained by some pathetic swordsman, so still from another clan. The man was just shocked. He was crawling. How did the person in front of him dare to trample all his plans now, to have something that he could not even dream of? But our character just smiled while holding the girl in his arms. After a few seconds and the girl opened her eyes, she noticed that she was in the hands of our hero. But why was she not hot? Because she is sure that the body and I are on fire. But the skin is not a speck of burns. As if the fire protected her, they burned. Our character, who also noticed that the girl woke up, told me that I was very grateful to her, because if it wasn't for her, he would definitely fall for his head, so now the girl cannot worry herself. The girl who understood the whole point of what was happening couldn't believe it. Because how could she not worry at all? Because Miron uses a source of mana, although she didn't finish it, but she definitely owned it. She said that you can use the words keys that she found relevant, but the artifact itself kept disappearing nearby. Could it be that a person came to them at the request of the princess? Could it really be like that? There were tears on the girl's face. She said that if she holds up our Jin, then she will gladly tell us where the religion is kept. She put them together as if begging for mercy, for salvation. She only said stop the pain that the same person is causing to be in front of him. Now everyone could see that Miron Zippel's true face had finally come out. It was finally possible to see that Miron was just disappointed, also angered by all the situations. Our main character, in turn, said that most likely he was surprised that it was she who chose him because the magic of eye traps. Is it really all the aces up his opponent's sleeve? Our character asked to finish everything at once because the games are over. Our main character stepped forward, pulling out his sharp sword and also asking Neuron to go to hell as quickly as possible. Neuron, in turn, opened his mouth and could not believe, because really here he was asking to go to hell, why such an arrogant brute that was in front of him to change his name, he, lover witches to healers. How can this indicate something to some little people in the media, because he drank from the same cup with the kings of the Black Sea? What is happening in general? Murong immediately flattened out in the air, a certain radiance enveloped him from all sides, a certain black hole was formed. Murong definitely lost his temper, so many veins appeared on his face, his eyes were so red, saliva rose in his mouth. He couldn't believe that our main character would be able to send him hell, because if that was the case, then Murong himself would now show our main character hell. Murong put his hand forward as if to indicate the direction for his attack. He decided to launch it directly in the direction of our character. He thought that he would succeed, but as soon as he tried to miss his swimming straight ahead, he was caught by another flame, the flame of our main character. It wasn't easy, it was condensed, much more concentrated than Murong's flame. Tess immediately went ahead, but the character couldn't believe it, because was it really angry? Angry because of the spell. As soon as our main character turned around, he noticed that something strange was happening right behind him. There was a black dragon that was clearly very much preoccupied with something. He was asked if everything was fine, but the black dragon also told everyone that all the locals were safe, that they were being distracted from their goal. That he had just cast an obsession spell on Organ, the Demon King. It was about Murong. The black dragon asked not to click and beak and stop it as soon as possible. It was necessary to collect all its new energy and throw as much as it could into the sword. At the same time, all the shadow that was in the black dragon's hands was gathered in his right hand and then sent flying towards Murong. The black dragon only asked our main character to run through the shadows, which is exactly what he will be able to use to cut through the space with you portal. So it actually happened. Jin just started to follow the black dragon's instructions, taking the black ball in his hands. But the tension was so great, how much he overdid it, that blood flowed from his mouth, he clutched his stomach, bent over, his body just could not stand it, as if he caught the counterflow of mana. I couldn't keep up my spirits any longer, but Murong was happy about it. He noticed that our character was already having problems, but his face was incredibly happy. He showed his white, sharp teeth, that everything happened just in time. Jin, I don't understand what he's talking about, looked ahead, or rather went up into the gap. He noticed that Murong, who had already received quite a lot of power from the portal, started saying that he would become the chosen one of Heller's dagger, that he ended up living at the peak of his fame. High while creating a huge portal that was getting bigger and bigger. Murong shouted to Lot that he would get a blessing in hell, and then to the great one of his kind. Our character just couldn't believe the words. His teeth gathered his strength and then jumped so high that Murong just couldn't expect it. Murong watched as our protagonist flew straight at him with his sword. No matter how many times our hero swings, the outcome will always be the same. Putting aside doubts and already playing the blade, it was possible to finish everything in one blow. Murong could see the sword actually flying at him, the fullness, that it was coming to an end, that our protagonist was already preparing to deliver the final blow. And so it turned out. A few seconds later Murong was injured. She was the main character, was right above him. Watched as his enemy with complete despair and illegibility in his face stands, begging for help. The portal was closed, all the energy began to gather back, like crystals that were destroyed in an instant, as if the life of another star was cut off. Murong held out his hand. He couldn't understand what had just happened. After all, did he really lose? What would happen next to him? Although the outcome was obvious, Tess decided to punish him, or rather burn him in an instant. As soon as the flames of Tess Luo killed the villain, your body turned into a corpse, or something that looked like a person earlier. Murong, who didn't immediately die, felt all the pain. Whether he was still alive or dead, no one could know for sure, but it was definitely noticeable that he would no longer be able to become as happy as he did before. She's the main character. Despite all this, or rather on how you don't fall off with his ball, finally able to rest. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling, but was this the response of the sword heart? Why is it that when looking at the body in front of him, he feels something else? Why does the staff light up with some green hue? Why does Murong's remaining body continue to move? Sure enough, it was all hands, but it was in vain. Now Murong's body was falling apart in pieces like ashes. Jin could no longer stand on his feet. He was too tired at one point. He could only watch Murong disintegrate into millions of particles. The black dragon, as well as the ruler of these lands, saw that as our character fell to the ground. Some veins of a strange color were scattered over his body as someone passed out. Both of them immediately ran towards him, shouting that he needed help. We understand that the magic staffs of the Zippel family magicians, there is a special ability that has a rune inscribed on the chatterbox. But what is it? It was clear to everyone that when it was activated by the owner, it exactly sends a distress signal to the Tower of Magicians. That is, it was too early to relax the roles. Our main character needed to wake up. He was asked to get up. As soon as our main character opened his eyes, he saw in front of him just a black dragon, which was holding a certain leaf in his hand. The black dragon also noticed that our protagonist was able to wake up, so since that was the case, he immediately put some mixture in his mouth. He shouted what it was, but it was too late. The gunpowder was in his mouth. He swallowed it. It was strange and incomprehensible that we had to spit out a little, but as soon as he looked at his lesson, he noticed that it was something similar to a shadow. The black dragon replied that our main character almost threw his skates out of the countercurrent, so he swallowed a unicorn horn, which is a great medicine in such cases. Jin, despite his country, realized that he actually felt much better. The flow of mana was calmed down, which cannot be said about the energy of the shadows of aura. Another kid also ran over, who was very happy that Jin was fine. But when did Kashmir come to this place in the first place? Kashmiru, in turn, replied that it was not his fault, that it was the people who were in the village who gave the rock. The reporter came up with the girl. The reporter replied that he recognized Rocky during one of the drunks with Neuron, that somehow he mentioned that the unicorn horn was hiding in the family house, and the girl who was standing next to him found him. At the same time, the girl who had an eye tied said that she really wanted to introduce herself, as befits a powerful woman. She said that her name was Latika Mamutika. She is a novice of Miss Lao's. She also began to cry, unable to make tears, began to bow at her feet, saying that all the actions of the people who were near her at this moment will never be forgotten, that the saint probably asked to save them, but did not mean literally, but to help restore her sacred relic. Jin Sama Saint asked them to repair. Is it really broken? But the black dragon who started to climb up to his place asked for some attention, because he is a dragon who has seen 3,000 years in his life, so he never heard of any relic in these parts. He generally thought it was just a bluff, but the magic power of the blonde freak was just incredible, right? What do they really want to say, that it was all the fault of the relic that was located near this area? What god do the people who are there worship anyway? The girl immediately confessed that the god's name was Klom. The black dragon has never heard of e-gods, from what generation at all. But Kashmir said that if that was true at all, I should stay too long, because they were in the middle of nowhere. But still in the territory of those unfortunate zipples, it is not even known how quickly they will react to what has happened, what means they will use to catch up, or just catch up with our main characters. The girl who was standing nearby said that if they started talking about it, then there is a small problem, because in order to own the relic, it needs to be restored. And to do this, you need to break the seal with the help of the sun's rays. The black dragon couldn't believe it, because how do you need the sun for the relic? It was midnight outside, they can't get the sun in any way. But the girl said that they just can't give up everything so much that they just have to wait until noon, and then just perform the ritual with the tribe members, so they just need to return the city. The girl was incredibly concerned about all this. She thought that finally the guests, or rather the saviors of the tribe, would be able to help them once again. The black dragon started to turn his head now, thinking that everything was just incredibly difficult and complicated. He knew that we had to hurry before the friendly relatives from the cliff came right to their place. They immediately began to move, because they could not stand in a pillar, but our protagonist, who had dried blood all over his body and bears under his eyes from fatigue, said that if you connect all the terms, or rather that very clan, religion and the midday sun, then there was definitely something wrong, so something was definitely missing, something extremely important. Neuron was no longer a tenant, of course, but rather a backwater that even the zipples had abandoned, and the signal muck that Neuron had sent out must have meant something. Our main character came up with only one thing, or rather the word tower, Tower of Magicians. Neuron Zipple is the master of their family's mage tower. Black Dragon couldn't understand what our protagonist was talking about at all, because it was an obvious fact, but Porridge World understood exactly what Jin was talking about. Jin just picked up the same staff, said that they didn't have time, because soon the same squad from the tower, or rather the squad of Midor Elner himself, would come to them, deputy head of the mage family's tower. In front of us appeared a really huge squad, which consisted of 6 people flying on all sorts of creatures. In front of the driver was a bespectacled man, who clearly had a strong aura around him. Kashmir, who still noticed, said that judging everything about the rune on the staff, there was no doubt that it was the master of the mage tower. The black dragon clearly didn't understand what was going on, so he was angry, because he couldn't understand why they were scared about this master, why they were so scared to meet him. But then it was explained to the black dragon that if they didn't discuss this fact, then masters with such staffs were told that they could summon all the lower ones magicians, that his power is so great that he can do anything. The entire tower was at his disposal. The black dragon was clearly shocked by this information. He couldn't understand how little knew about it, how anyone here understands such bosses. The girl also didn't understand what was going on, but he understood that he was doing badly. Our protagonist explained that the Zipples are developing rapidly, that he's not entirely sure if this is the case, but he's heard it all from the Sisters of the Moon. He knew that thanks to the teacher's words that were spoken during the coma, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Kashmir closed his eyes and began to ponder, then realized that the Mage Tower had at least hundreds of members, most of them 7th and 8th rank. Moreover, it was necessary to protect the civilian population, which only meant that half 100 mages would be very difficult. The girl who was standing nearby was silent, her hands clasped together, clearly nervous. Our main character asked Lukashenko how long it would take for those people to get here. Kashmir, who had done some calculations in his head, realized that the 7th tower was located in the extreme north of the continent, so even with the help of a teleport, people would reach there in at most 2 hours, but definitely not less. Jin, offering his hand to his chin, understood that if you really need 2 whole hours, then you can ask Kashmir for one favor. Kashmir, noticing the aircraft of our main character, looked at him and then listened to what was being asked, but Jin. Kashmir, who had heard the whole plan, couldn't figure out if they would succeed at all. The black dragon also ruffled its head, clearly analyzing the plan in detail, and our protagonist only remained silent while standing motionless. Of course, Kashmir was not happy with such a plan. This was understandable for the reaction, because if she delayed for a second, then everyone here, including them, would die. That this plan was incredibly dangerous, especially when it came to them. He understood that he would probably refuse them, but our main character asked for Kashmir calm down, because there was no need to worry about it, because the consent was already there. So it was necessary to solve as quickly as possible. Our character only turned to Kashmir. They say that all the hope of their plan is in his hands. Kashmir, who was clearly still dissatisfied with the plan, but out of desperation I agreed, he said that he would cope with all the tasks that they would give him, no matter what it took. Kashmir put his hand on the shoulder of our protagonist, said that the main thing is to wait until he can fulfill his plan, that it doesn't work any other way, so Kashira went to carry out the plan while our squad made its way further. You girl finally led them all to the burial site itself. She showed them a certain box, and then, looking at the black dragon, told them that the ceremony to restore the relic could begin. A lot of people gathered around. The black dragon, looking at all this, thought that the idea was not very good, and our protagonist started coughing. He knew that he had gone a little overboard because he was starting to bleed. The black dragon, noticing this, confirmed all his guesses. He said that dementia is courage, that barely one blonde was bent, and he also wanted his 6s. It was necessary to learn to accept defeat. Black Dragon Boone landed his elbow directly on our protagonist, but Jin only replied that they would be helped by Sister Luna, also Kashmir, who went for help in the form of one person. Black Dragon, after listening to this, said that everything is clear, because after all, they are trying to save the world, but will Kashmir have time to go to them? She also told the main character that if you use the teleport, then everyone will have time, or otherwise they will have to overcome. It was about the very squad that was getting close to our heroes. The people that were in the squad while on the flying dragon said that they had almost arrived at the excavation site, and the person that was sitting right on the edge of the dragon using about a spell by which his eyes filled with green color, I started the person could use these eyes directly as binoculars. He said that the local was performing some kind of ritual, and there were 2 unknown people next to them. It was impossible to see. The master, or rather the part-time head in the tower, immediately began to get angry. He was tried because perhaps their head was being held hostage by the head only said that if something happened to his older brother, then every hour he would beg for death quickly. Clearly, given the move of the head, was not very happy in this outcome of events. The black dragon, which also possessed good eyesight, looked up into the sky and saw that about 6 dragons were approaching them, as well as about 30 mages. If things go really bad, then he's figuring with them, but then you'll have to wait for the full force of Zipples. He only asked our main character to finish the case as soon as possible. The black dragon knew that if it had its previous power, it would have dealt with all the dragons as soon as possible, but the very wound that was inflicted on its heart definitely affected its effectiveness. After a few seconds, the dragons finally arrived. The black dragon was asked if he recognized the dragons that were in front of him. Could it be the fire dragons? Could it be the young ones? The black dragon only replied that they weren't fire dragons, just red ones. It was a somewhat ranked type of fire dragon that was subordinate to humans. Immediately, the person who was wearing glasses, or rather the deputies of the 7th tower, introduced himself. He asked, where was Muro? He said he didn't know because they hadn't met him. Of course, he had heard the name of this deputy in his previous life. The second in command was clearly on edge. He didn't know what was done to his older brother, because his character was easy to make enemies, but were the dogs from the Rankendel family really in front of him? She's the main character said that it didn't make any difference, that doing it wouldn't help. But the only thing that worried the same person was the information about whether his brother was still alive, because if the people who were in front of him also had families, if they told him the truth, he wouldn't lay a finger on their loved ones. He begged them to tell him everything. But she, as the main character, only replied that it is very funny to hear such information from her lips. Something about communication, Jin asked. The second in command immediately lost his temper, started shouting again, and then, looking right behind his older brother, he realized that they were too late, that they had been tricked, so he asked his entire squad to prepare for the attack. Many magicians took out their stripes, circles in the air. He said that no one here deserved to die quickly, so he asked all his people to make them pray for mercy. Our main character understood that it was bad, because all the people who were around were of the 8th rank. A lot of projectiles flew straight at our main character until all the spells were cancelled by a certain woman. She said that she did not like the heat and also came to see who her daughter gave the flower to, and also seemed to be late for the banquet. A rather large snowstorm of huge size immediately rang out across the entire square. All the characters looked at it with surprise. They couldn't figure out who came to them, but the girl standing on her heels, who gave off a chill, only continued to walk forward. She couldn't understand if her daughter had given flowers to someone, because if so, then most likely she was on time. We could see Talaris and Dormu, the master of the Ice Palace, as well as her daughter. She looked quite graceful. Everyone, judging by their faces, knew who she was. It was able to instantly freeze the magic of the 8th level, as well as cause the air itself to crystallize. Just by its appearance, it mesmerized absolutely everyone who was in the area. The old man who was standing behind everyone immediately started shouting. He said that this was actually the master of the Ice Palace, the same Talaris and Dorma. The deputy head was also shocked, while the woman let everyone know that she would now handle the situation. Our main character, who was looking at the black dragon, was surprised. It seemed that Kashmir had apparently succeeded, and the black dragon, pulling an incredibly wide smile on his face, replied that he was wondering who was now taking the place of the Ice Palace master. He said that it is believed that the ice toad that was behind the woman is served only to the chosen ones. I don't know that I didn't think that there are people capable of such a thing. In fact, there was a huge toad standing behind the woman with an incredibly long beard like snow. This toad immediately uttered some sound, but the woman only said that while the toad should not do anything, it can rest at the same time. The toad just disappeared into the air, and the woman, through her eyes at the whole crowd, said that since it appeared, it's time to start working business. With a small step of her foot, ice crystals began to form under her foot. A huge wall, or else a sphere, formed right around everyone. A woman approached our main character, asking him, after all, did her daughter present the bouquet to him? Jin replied that it was true, that he was a member of the Rankendel clan. The woman replied that she had heard about him, but how did he stand up here at all? What was wrong with his appearance? Of course, there were bruises, but inside there were all lacerations, torn organs. But our character, despite all the fatigue, despite all the pain in his body, said that this is not a problem, because he is still able to speak. But the woman just held out her fan to him and asked him to answer one question, because did he really kill her toy? Do they even remember such a person with the name El Caro? At the same time, our main character's eyes flashed back to the same person. Shards of ice appeared on his face. He understood that it was that old assignment and a student couple, so most likely Ceres did not hold her tongue. The girl at this moment clearly did not want to show her face to anyone, so she immediately turned away from our main character. The woman made it clear that this is exactly the case, but not that she blamed our main character, just wanted to put all the points to solve everything completely. She also asked for one more thing. She asked to be introduced to everyone who was around as soon as it was over, especially this completely unsuspecting big guy, or rather the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon appreciated the joke, saying that most likely the women actually had sharp eyes, that she noticed everything, and the woman only gave hints that she might even talk him into goals to talk more. The woman, turning to her daughter, asked her to take care of her boy while she was busy. The girl immediately began to feel embarrassed, because she had already said many times that there was nothing between her and Jin. But my mother just turned around and started asking him why she was giving him flowers. The girl, turning again in her direction, replied that so that no one would kill him before it was with him, but the mother continued to confuse her so that the girl became very unpleasant. But the woman, as soon as she went a little further away and turned back to our main character, saying at the same time that he should present her, because if it weren't for her, she wouldn't be here now, and then immediately left. Our protagonist, left together with the Black Dragon, also a girl, began to breathe heavily. His strength left him, he immediately fell, but the girl picked him up. The main character understood that he finally did everything, but the girl took him in her arms and said that she thought that the next time they met, they would fight again, and most likely our Jin didn't waste any time just like that. Closing his eyes, our protagonist replied that this is all just so, but the one who brought flowers is really called Kashmir. She said it looked like his own life depended on it. We saw the same picture of how Kashmir came to their palace. He came with a bouquet of flowers, saying that the life of the one that her daughter gave this bouquet to might be about to perish. He was saying that the Ice Palace master must help. The girl was shocked, because such a person even managed to wake her mother from sleep. It was just incredible. Probably the comrade was faithful. He's the main character, so with all his strength, he was able to open his eye. He said that this is all really true. That everyone around him is so kind that it's hard to believe that he doesn't even deserve this, and then he let out his last breath before passing out. The girl also closed her eyes and replied that they were not worth thanking her, because it was unpleasant for her to see someone other than her kick his neck. Well, as soon as she looked at him, she noticed that he was coughing up black blood. Nav shouted. She didn't know what it was, because really fought in this state. Jin apologized for bringing himself to this point, but the girl just yelled at him from the end, telling him to just keep quiet and not say anything more. She took out a certain container, which she immediately presented to his mouth. She couldn't believe that a man lying right in her lap could exhaust himself to the point where she didn't like it. But from the look on her face, it was clear that she was enjoying this moment, that the black dragon was seeing it all from the outside. By the time the ice sphere opened its gates, the woman came out of them. She approached the very people who came to the dragons. She asked them if they weren't purebloods or if they were in front of her. But the deputy head, who was clearly scared, judging by his sweat on his face, understood that he knew that it would not be easy, that he at least managed to notify the family before leaving, but immediately understood that if he even gains time, the main forces will arrive, that there is nothing to be afraid of. So full of confidence did he immediately start shouting that he was Mid or Elmer, or rather the deputy head of the Tower of Seven Magicians. So he decided to find out why the other tower was interfering with the Zippel family Zippel on their private property. The woman in front of him realized that this was actually Zippel territory Zippel. She immediately stretched and said that she hadn't been warming up for quite a long time, but she asked me to think twice about saying something. People started to object, but the old man just pointed at the woman, saying that at the moment, he was only willing to close his eyes if the woman left immediately. He called her a master or a new creator and said that she had no right to threaten the rightful owner of this land. But the woman only asked, do they really think that they are actually the rightful owners? The old man was shocked by this information, and the woman continued, saying that in his opinion this is an excuse to talk to her in such a tone. An incredibly intimidating aura immediately began to emanate from the woman. Like a snake, like a killer hiding in the grass, she said that the person in front of her should only choke on his own rudeness. As soon as she said that, the old man's eyes immediately rolled down behind their lids, and foam began to form from his mouth. The deputy head who was standing nearby couldn't understand what had happened to the third elder. He immediately ordered his squad to raise the barrier, and then make sure that the ice does not penetrate inside. Many mages began to erect a huge barrier, so serious that most likely not even one mage could hit it. The dragons began to collect their fire-breathing plans in their mouths and shoved it all right into the woman. The woman, who gave no sign of her fear, no sign of her excitement, also waved her fan, turning this fire that was rushing at her into another ice. She asked if the person in front of her already wanted to continue, and she was clearly pleased with the result. The deputy head in turn became very angry. He started saying that even if they died there, at least the world would forget about her palace, but not about the family he serves. He also grabbed his staff and then started charging one of his attacks. The woman, who didn't understand anything, was only looking into the distance, not noticing a certain mark right next to her shoulder. But as soon as she noticed, it was too late, because a beam of incredible size was heard in the area. The deputy had asked to feel all the power over the flames that the patriarch had given him, that even such a woman that was in front of him could not return from him. But she surprised him. Directly, the woman said that she was not afraid at all, that his master taught him how to blow up space, so it was very cute, pathetic, really told me about the ice palace. The woman took out her sword, or rather created it out of ice, while asking the deputy head to get ready, because she will now correct what the person in front of her does not know the truth. She wanted to teach him the first lesson, called ice. She thrust her sword straight towards her opponent. The deputy head was shocked, he was scared, he didn't know what to do. It seemed to him that the icy gusts were no longer like ice, but rather like wind. As soon as Tack stopped, he started looking around, because he thought that nothing had happened to him, so what happened? But when he looked back, he noticed that he was very surprised, because all his people who were in the area were frozen, all their bodies turned to ice, or simply put, just dead. While he was looking at the result that the woman had achieved, the woman herself appeared right in front of him, letting him know that it seemed like he didn't have any strength left, but why was he so surprised then? The deputy head, who looked at the woman with frightened eyes, simply could not believe this result, and the women were asked, is he really so scared because his incredible trap disappeared in one moment, just because the pen also ran away? At this moment, the deputy heads noticed that his right hand also turned to ice. He didn't even notice it. He couldn't feel the pain, but the woman started to scold him further. She came right up to him and started whispering that this is the trouble with magicians, because someone is watching when his enemy right in front of him. Are the posted chapters so or else too bold. Of course, there was no way he would be killed like this by the second in command or fall to the ground, I think, because how could their strength be so different? He thought it was his fault, to hell with trying to buy time, and even if the main forces arrived, they were finished. All he could see now was certain death, all gone. Then a magic circle lit up right under his body. He couldn't understand what it was, and the woman was surprised. A huge light erupted right in front of her, striking directly at that magic circle. The deputy head had disappeared, but what had happened? Only later, when she looked up, did the woman realize that they were probably using a teleport. So it actually happened. We could see all the surviving mages from that very tower on the ship. The head did not understand what was going on. He immediately appeared in front of him all the other ministers who praised him. They told him that from now on the intruder will be White Knight. Apparently it was the elite composition of the Zippel family Zippel. The girl, as well as our main character, who were in the circle, noticed that the sphere began melting point as soon as the sphere was placed. The girl noticed that the mother was incredible. She rushed to look straight into the sky. The girl also looked up and noticed a huge flying ship. She knew that it was Kozak. A huge ship that soared into the sky with the coat of arms of the Zippels themselves, Ziplov. Black Dragon, looking at it, just gapes. Alas, he knew that this was the ship that the Zippels used in wars, but was it really that big of a deal? Our hero, who tried to say that Andre, because of the recent death of the deputy head of the family, decided not to be petty. Our protocol says that this ship is definitely not a problem, but the people who control it were White Knight's people. Selected magic that made up the strongest squad from that very family. Of course, our character knew that he would be a burden in a fight, but then he looked at the woman who said that she was leaving because she didn't want to fight them in this hole. But the woman told him that she would take all the people to a safe place while our character prepared, and Jin replied that he couldn't leave until the ceremony was over. The woman was incredibly angry, because did he really think that she was asking? Because she didn't care about his whining. Our main character, who was clearly trembling, said that if they do not finish the ceremony now, then the Zippels in the future simply cannot be stopped, and the number of victims will continue to grow daily. Our character started to get up, despite his pain and fatigue, and also begging the woman to help so that the tragedy of this place would not be repeated anywhere else. The woman, who actually listened to him, immediately turned around and said that they had everything for a whole hour, but no more. She also said that she would have a few words with his parents later. By that time, you could see that all the residents who used to live in this village were praying to their god. But their prayers were prevented by our main character, saying that the ceremony should be accelerated because the Zippels went on a full-fledged attack. The girl only replied that our main character should leave. She knew what that thing was in the sky, so they didn't have the right to put people in such danger for saving them. The girl said not to worry about them, they wouldn't let it know the relics anyway, and they wouldn't give up until then. This was the first person who had dared to help them in a long time, and she wanted to say that she was grateful for that, too. But Jin only took her by the shoulders, telling her that he had come to me to throw, and he looked straight into her eyes, asking her over and over again if they could speed up the ceremony. The girl immediately had doubts in her eyes. She began to worry, saying that the princess was here, then most likely they would have succeeded, but now there is simply no such possibility. The girl who was standing nearby asked if the princess was dead or not. She was told that she was actually alive, that she was in a city called Tikkun. The girl smirked, saying that if that was the case, it would all be easy to solve. She summoned a huge toad, asking our main character to climb on it, and as long as the princess is alive, she will get it out of the ground. The girl was laughing, and the woman who was looking at the ship understood that her daughter had finally grown up, that she was using the toad without asking, because if so, then she should really have fun. The woman didn't know what her daughter was up to, but since the woman promised, she would have to hold out for another hour and also put up against the strongest troops. The black dragon that started to straighten its arms immediately started to approach the woman and say that the kid wasn't likely to stay for long, so it also decided to help the woman. The woman asked, did the dragon decide to help her? On Black only said that his essence of fighting wouldn't help much because he couldn't use authority. The woman took out her dagger and asked, since that's the case, can she borrow its legs? The black dragon here just grinned, indicating that he agreed. At the same time, messages started coming from the ship saying that they were the White Knights of the Zippel family Zippel, that they wouldn't stall for time while addressing the Ice Palace Master. They only asked to leave while making a certain sign with their fingers, causing a huge jolt of energy to reverberate through the ground. They said that if you gave them Muron Zippel's killer Ziplov, they would turn a blind eye to the invasion. Both characters looked at them with an incredibly sinister face, full of aggression. The woman asked if they wanted to negotiate, because if they didn't, they would fight, but if they wanted to negotiate, they would have to lead the Celiac. The woman thought that it would probably be impossible to negotiate, because she noticed that the knights who were on the ship began to activate a huge fire spell while using many magic circles. The man who was standing right on the corner of the ship folded his hands into a seal using a single spell called splitting. An incredibly huge meteor immediately began rushing towards our main characters, but this charge of the Black Dragon was only able to be neutralized with a single blow. While the masters of the new palace sent their ice waves directly into the ship, absolutely the entire ship, including our main characters, used all their abilities, constantly using magic circles. Judging by the manner of communication that now reigned on the ship, it was clear that the ship was not ready for such an explosive wave. They asked each other to keep the formation. The people on the ship couldn't figure out who was with the Ice Master because they didn't know anyone who could deflect their magic with their bare hands without having an aura. They realized that they should underestimate their enemies. This person immediately asked to contact the main house because they will use the cannon of war. It's probably some kind of weapon used by the Zippel family against strong opponents. At this moment, our main character, who knocked on one of the doors, noticed the same person that he met earlier. She is our main character. Only opening the door began to ask the master, the servant. The attendant who was standing behind said that she was waiting for him. Jean, in turn, said that now was not the time to explain anything, that you need to move out. But as soon as he tried to finish his sentence, the attendant said that she knew everything in advance, that it was actually time for them to move out. By the time the people on the master continued their attacks, she was collecting a lot of ice grains around her and sending them straight into the ship. The ship, in turn, collected magic circles that allowed my attacks to pass directly through their structure. The Black Dragon was also having fun, repelling everyone's magic attacks to neutralize them. After fending off a few attacks, he realized that there was actually a strong opponent in front of them, but he still liked it. But at this moment, he felt a strange sensation on his hands. Looking over, he saw that they were covered in ice. He asked what it was, but the woman only replied that it was a gift from the queen, because most likely it would be much better than waving with her bare hands. The Black Dragon, who went down in a rage, said that he really likes it, because he can't feel these gloves, but still feels an incredible energy. He immediately took a rock to put under it and asked directly into the ship, while the woman looked at the whole situation from an objective point of view. He understood that they were still being deprived of them, that our main character himself said that the Zippels needed these lands, so it was unlikely that they would resort to the cannon of war, otherwise there would be no loss on both sides. Time was on their side. But the people who were on the ship thought that the woman would think so, because if he didn't have to wait for permission to shoot, then some local performing a ritual, and the couple suddenly disappearing is unknown if you wait a long time when the enemy is up to something. The man was approached by his other assistant and told that they had received a message from the main house. They were sent a message that they were allowed complete destruction. The Black Dragon that was standing right above the ship noticed that the ship was sent to attack. What's going on? Everyone abruptly fell silent. Did they really give up? But the woman, who noticed some sparks that were at the height, just bulged her eyes. She couldn't believe what the Zippels were saying. They resorted to destruction. People who were on the ship turning to the woman, asking if she understands what this all means, because it is actually permission. The man immediately said that he warns for the first and last time, that he counts to 3, and then you need to give up the killer and leave, otherwise no one will be left alive. The woman, looking at all this, could not understand what she should do. She was incredibly angry at the people who were on the ship. Well, right behind her back, an ice portal immediately opened. Then her daughter Dot looked out, just started to drive her away. It was clear that now people were counting to 3, and then a huge charge of energy sat right in the ground. The woman, who stood right in front of her men, decided to focus. She took out her sword and immediately decided to build a huge wall, so huge that she even tried to cut the best one. Now the charge of energy and the beam collided. Fragments began to form from this beam, which began to collapse. Everyone couldn't believe what was happening, but the girl who started to lead our people away said that it was all because of her mother's special ice, that everything that touches her blade inevitably freezes. Our protagonist pulled on his mask, asking the saint to duck down and not move, because now he is also using his powers. And at the same moment, our main character took out his sword reading, with which he also began to help destroy those fragments that are in them. 3 energies were now in the area. The girl, noticing that I have now succeeded, turned to our hero, saying that he had become much stronger. She did not even expect that he would keep up with her movements in such a raincoat state. But she, as the main character, only replied that they have no choice but to wait at the end of the ritual. Our main characters could not believe that the very vessel that flew directly above them is not inferior in strength to her mother. Zippli clearly compensates for something. But the Zippels themselves, Zippli, who were on top, were simply shocked, because how could my son Kozik be stopped by some simple person? The Zippels immediately started shouting that this was just another final warning, that if they didn't agree to work on their terms, they would destroy all the guests, including Colin. But now the woman was sure of herself. She just started laughing and saying that it was all incredibly funny, because really everyone is talking about killing her. The woman, with complete ecstasy in her face, started shouting that she was the master of the Ice Palace, that you need to bring the entire army here, but they definitely won't be able to kill her, so you should calm down and immediately get out. The Zippels who were on the ship confirmed her words, said that the woman was not really possible to kill, but did she really think that she could protect everyone around her from being bombarded by a cannon? The woman didn't know what they were talking about, but the Zippels they only said that they would easily survive the shame, but women would have to accept the loss of a client. The woman began to address her daughter, asking, after all, the woman they brought, most likely it is her who is missing at the ceremony, so she needs to be taken to the others somehow. Jin, looking at the woman, said that if all this works out, then their victory will be in the hat, then they won't need to worry about all this. The woman, taking her sword much more firmly in her hands, answered her daughter to listen carefully. The woman said that she would be able to repel all the attacks, but their goal would be to lead the woman safely to the altar because either the Ice Palace or the Zippels. Today, someone will definitely say goodbye to pride. The Zippels, who understood this as a sign of humiliation, immediately began to prepare their cannon, while saying that today they will definitely destroy Colin from the face of the earth. Our protagonist, in turn, turned to the lady, told her to protect the saint, while holding out a sword in her hands. The girl asked, but what will happen to our main character? But Jin only said that he would clear a path there. The girl was shocked, because really someone wants to do it all alone. Did someone not see how many explosions and fragments fly? She started shouting that he would die. But our hero said that he lived to see this day thanks to the efforts of many people, and it is not in his right to deprive someone of the same opportunity. At this moment, he only spoke to a saint who remembered people shouting and telling them to run away. She remembered that she was asked to get as far away as possible, because if the Zippels find out the treasures, they will definitely decide to do something with the saint point if the saint dies. That is, the holy mission will simply fail. Point people asked not to worry about it if they can definitely cope on their own, and also asked to find the savior of the don't forget about them. Of course, at this point, it was clear that as soon as the saint left, Zippel himself came directly to their village, who began to torture everyone around, asking for their location. Holy, this was probably the best option. But in the end, running away and abandoning everyone was not successful. It was her decision to hide on the island and slowly lose her divine power, and then without an answer to pray to the gods waiting for the savior. It was all her decision. But at this point, our protagonist came right up to her, pulling her out of this state, asking if she really should reach her people, even if they died. Point he asked her to do everything possible, because now everyone was counting on her. Point, who immediately wiped the tears from her face, said that she understood everything, and there was a sense of determination about her that she had never been able to give her people. Of course, the second charge of the gun was approaching the beginning. The Zippels were shouting for everyone to open fire, while our main character was clearing the way, and the girl who covered the saint with her body also decided to close it as best as possible. As soon as the shards started flying, Jin started assuring you not to think about anything, that you only need to focus on one thing at this moment, so that each next one was no worse than the previous one, and you could also see determination in your eyes. Now in Dara, blow after blow was carried directly to the battlefield. Our main character said that not a girl, not a saint, should not stop, because it will reflect the fragments. It was at this point that several pieces of glass appeared right behind our character. Of course, he couldn't beat them off in time, so a black dragon appeared. His appearance was not expected, so our main character was very surprised. But the black dragon asked him not to stop, because now a few more fragments will fly directly into them. By the time the battle between the two masters continued, another incredible beam shot straight at the ground, and the dragon asked no one to stand, shouting for them to finally start running away. Now it was clear that the girl saint was running straight on the ground, while an incredible number of dagger swings were passing right above them. Everything could have been perfect. At one point one of the fragments almost hit the girl, but now the black dragons and our main character were able to repel it together. The black dragon rejoiced at this turn of events. He thought that they would succeed incredibly easily. But there was no limit to his joy until the black dragon noticed that our protagonist was hit by one of the fragments, piercing his stomach through. The girl, as well as the black dragon, were very scared. Now I was thinking about the very words when our character said that he lived to see this day thanks to the efforts of many people, that now it is wrong to deprive someone of this opportunity. The saint who was now on the girl's shoulder immediately rushed forward. The girl was so angry that she couldn't believe that the person in front of her was working so hard to be injured right now. One of the shards now flew straight at the girl, so that the girl fell to the floor, dropping the saint. The girl who lost her arm told the saint not to stop, because you can't let their efforts just go down the drain. The girl ordered the saint to run, and yet not to stop. The saint, who did not want to repeat the mistakes of the past, decided to continue to push forward. She will no longer wait for a human response. For too long she could not understand that prayers and nothing can be changed. Now she made the decision herself, without the intervention of God. Our protagonist, who has sunk into the shadow of his subconscious, has only heard the words that he should wake up. He needs to wake up and get up. His name is repeatedly pronounced by his subconscious. Now he saw an incredibly scary picture in front of him. He saw that the woman and her daughter were surrounded by Zippels. But what is it that is happening? Is this really the present time? Is this really the future? Why now he will answer that the dragon, definitely not the black dragon, is now lying in the dead behind him. Why was the huge guardian dragon in front of him right now? Had he screwed up again? He was looking at his body, but then he started to wonder, or did something start to ask questions, because was he wondering what had gone wrong? Maybe you should have stopped after Muron's death, run away and gather the locals with you, and maybe you shouldn't have gotten involved in this whole topic. Are these doubts gnawing at Jin himself? But our hero or what squeezed his hands, saying that this is all wrong, that there would be such a choice. He does not even regret, he is only angry that he is not strong enough. That because of his infirmity, his death did not give anything, that everything was just because of him, for his stupidity. But at the same time, the voice answered, or rather asked me to remember this feeling. He snapped his fingers, after which our character found himself in a strange place, and the voice replied that he was calm, imprisoned in the mirror with the help of a soldier. Now, in fact, a goddess appeared in front of our main character, saying that she was waiting for him, Solderit's chosen toy Solderetta. In general, it was for a place. What is this supposed to mean? But God replied that the contractor was 1,000 years old, so he should have already realized that his path was thorny, full of hard trials, as well as Politek, whom he could not save. She as the main character said, while already a fist, that this is all nonsense, that there was no difference in doing anything, that everything was over. She said there was always a place to go, so it could have been discussed elsewhere. As soon as the goddess said this phrase, our character immediately jumped up, holding his head. How many times had he woken up like this? But looking straight ahead, he noticed a girl who was whole. She said that he should have seen himself from the outside, that he probably didn't even expect to come back to life. He came up to our protagonist, slapped him on the back and said that he should not have been lying around so long, that he already thought that he had thrown his skates away. Our character, looking at the black dragon, could not understand why it was alive. Did not the same dragon named Katan kill him? The black dragon only said that he couldn't believe that his friend decided to mention this scumbag. Who else would kill someone? Because he would die just from the sight of the black dragon. The woman who now stood right behind our main characters also noticed that Jin had come to his senses, that she didn't even understand why the young man was doing all this, and certainly didn't count on God's condescension. Jin didn't understand what the woman was talking about. What kind of God was she talking about? But the black dragon said, "Didn't you see anything here when you leaned back?" The black dragon said that a goddess descended into the body of the saint, and it did not hit, but such that it instantly destroyed the ship that was directly above them. The point does not know how, but the vaunted caps could not oppose anything to me. They were infected with mana. In addition, she has boundless magic power and a barrier. This is not an ordinary god, in my life have never met such a thing. At the same time, people approached the saint, saying that our main character was able to wake up. Does she now want to tell her about her plans? Jin, meet the saint, decided to call her by name, but then realized that it wasn't her point. At the same moment the saint, or rather Klom, began to speak. She was able to step on the ground thanks to the sacrifice of this child that was standing straight a few hours earlier in this place. She immediately turned to Jin, having said that the pain of death that he felt today should be remembered as the main instruction to who is at work, what he has to do. She is the main character, looking at it all, realized that everything that he recently saw most likely was not a hallucination. The black dragon, who was clearly not happy with this situation, started to address the goddess, saying that most likely there was a guy standing next to him who got into his head. Maybe you shouldn't pull the cat's tail now, and then get down to business. The black dragon immediately asked her what she wanted from them, and from the little one in particular, but the saintess only stretched out her hand and took out a certain item, saying that it was waiting for the owner. Our protagonist immediately recognized it. He found out that it was a mirror. The saint replied that she was the infinite source and creator of magical power. However, in the past, she almost destroyed this world, unable to cope with her own power. It was then that Solderit helped her. The woman clearly understood who this person was, and the saint continued, saying that her powers and personality were sealed in the mirror. The black dragon couldn't believe it, because this was the first time he had ever heard of the goddess of magic power. The saint, at the same time realizing that she was not trusted, asked them to pay attention to what she would show them now. She created the seal of Solderit by wrapping it around the mirror. The black dragon noticed that the mirror was not weak enough, so is it really necessary to have someone who can maintain the seal? The saint only said that the mirror contained infinite magical power, its essence, so if it was summoned, the world would be erased by the infinitely expanding magic, which is why she asked Solderit to seal it and Kalina keep the children of Kalin out of sight. The black dragon was clearly not happy with all this information. He started shouting at her to ask if she knew how much they had given their lives to protect this mirror, that it was impossible to leave someone stronger than the peasants on guard. She said it wasn't her fault, that Colin had been so different in those days that no one would have dared to compare with his strength. But after the goddess's imprisonment, her blessing was lost children, which led to the consequences that they saw at that moment. She didn't say what exactly had happened to the children because it was already clear to everyone what was happening to them all this time, and then said that thanks to the people who helped save her land, she would now be able to put an end to it, at least for a while. She only turned to our main character, saying that he was the person to whom Solderit spoke Solderit. Many people were surprised that there was a contractor in front of them, and the woman in general was incredibly glad that she could see the one who signed a contract with Solderit himself Solderit. Her eyes were filled with interest, while at this moment the saint held out a mirror, asked Gina to take it. She said that he now has the primordial power of the world, or rather, the power of Solderit. Our protagonist, after looking in this mirror, noticed that there was a violent flow of energy in it, which entered directly into his body from just one touch. But at the same time, the seal also weakens, so it means that Zipli Zipples used to chase this artifact thoughtlessly in their previous lives. Our character has sunk, because really now the seal is paid to protect it, and not the inhabitants of these lands. The saint said that it was true, that only he could contain its power, but she asked not only to monitor the state of the seal, because it is a kind of gift from Solderit to him. Even the main character was shocked by this information. Well, of course, everything was not so simple. We can pay attention to the fact that in front of them was the seal of Solderit himself, Solderita, or rather his gift. The goddess said that the real work of art that was created by him at his peak of power, that it was not just a concentration of aura, you could even say that they were holding particles of Solderit itself, Solderita. Our main character thought about it. He understood that it was probably great, that everything was in this spirit. But most likely there were no other things that we would like to know. Our character said that the saint claimed that she would call him. However, at the same time, he replied that the child had given him a false promise that he would cheat, he wouldn't come, even if the dark dragon was calling him, even if the girl's words were a lie. Our hero, at the same time, despite the saint said that everything is fine, because the saint's intentions were good, so it's not very important. The saint remained silent, while realizing that it was necessary to forgive her consistency, because it was not a matter of knowing that she was most likely living a second life, and how someone got her. The main character, who was holding the same artifact and then on her hand, noticed that her powers were starting to run out, that she had now said everything she wanted, and then asked for forgiveness and said that her decision was up to them, that they were now freed from the curse. She turned to our main character, saying that he is actually the savior of their lands. The woman who was standing behind only said that she needed to make as much sense as possible of what she was seeing. Live, said the age of learning, the goddess blessed a mortal, it was quite rare. However, by that time, she had asked if everyone was ready to leave, because the Zipples who were in the sky, whose ship was now completely on fire, they would just make themselves wait, that they needed to get out as quickly as possible. Backup could be here any minute. Even the main character immediately looked at everyone and said that he was seeing them off, and then asked them to get out of this place as quickly as possible. By that time, the saint who was in the very space where her goddess lived had raised why she wasn't responding, but would she continue to exist inside the mirror? The goddess said that she was very sorry, but she could only save everyone by borrowing her body. The sacrifice had not been in vain, or not only she, but all of Colin's children would have been dead. It would have been truly unbearable. It would only have put an unbearable burden on her shoulders. However, St. Paul only took her knees. She said that she was grateful that the goddess had heard her prayers, that everyone had responded and saved them. The girl only asked the goddess not to apologize, because there is no one to blame. At the same time, the goddess was distracted. She is even more grateful for this, because it was thanks to the saint that everything turned out this way. The saint, in turn, said that it was only in this life that she wanted the lives of their people not to be full of sorrow. The goddess, looking up at the sky, understood that this was just the case, that in Jin lies an unshakable determination. The goddess sincerely wished that this created a world that would be free of more innocence. At the same time, residents all over the region, the head of the village, turned to our main character and told him that for the last 10,000 years, her people lost the race of superiority. But after a long time of stagnation, they degraded into a weak nation, became so if only they got the mirror, their sacrifices would be in vain. The girl started to cry, but our main character interrupted her, said that if it wasn't for her people, he would never have got here. Of course, he knew that if he failed, the War of the Mages would start and bring about the destruction of the world, and then he turned to them and told them that he would find a place in the Alliance. Of course, Prother said that most likely the Rangandel reservation wasn't sponsored from the base, that he didn't have to do anything. In response, our character just handed the reporter a piece of paper that the letter to Lady Luna should be handed over personally as soon as he arrived at the scene. The reporter thanked him. Our genie just turned around and said that if you wanted to express gratitude, then you need to pour Zipples in my opinion in all the newspapers. The reporter could not think, because really these will remain on the sidelines, because censorship will increase even if she writes an article. But our main character only said that they are not the only ones who hate their family, that now the reporter needs to set the trigger that will rally all the detractors of the Zippel family Zippel in a single shot. You need to become the best of the journalistic fraternity, that you need to believe in yourself. The reporter was simply amazed. He could not believe these words until our main character was finally able to approach the very lady of the Ice Palace. The woman said that she wasn't so stressed out, that she asked not to worry, that now Celiac would think twice before poking around them. Of course, no one was waiting for the descent of the ancient god. Let them think that he is our ally. But the woman certainly didn't help him for nothing, so don't thank her. The woman started laughing and said that she really wanted to ask the demon swordsman contractor solder it for something. However, as soon as our main character was thinking about what he would be asked, the woman laughed and said that this time at the expense of the institution, while asking my return, is it really enough? The woman and the girl also decided that they should leave, and the girl said that at the next meetings they should determine the winner, because since they no longer have any arguments in front of each other, they need to decide everything as quickly as possible. The woman who was standing on the side said that he was very disappointed that her daughter still can't talk to boys and so on, so both of them left. At this point, we can see the woman who came to visit our protagonist's father. Instead of meeting, one woman just said that now you need to say without further ado, ask if Jin wants to marry his daughter. By that time, the whole Rankindle family Rankindelov was on the alert because their youngest son had caused a lot of noise. This letter was finally brought by a reporter, and the sister asked how her brother was doing. First of all, she asked what the girl can do, what is in front of her, because she can't just let you eat and spend the night, even though they are not refugees. The girl only asked to find a job, and then ask what the citizens need. They will also need to help. The girl was very happy with this offer, and then the girl turned to the reporter. She also told him to contact him if he did not understand what to achieve, but in return you need to achieve what her younger brother instructed him to do. The reporter, who in turn at first hesitated, but then straightened up and said that he would meet all the expectations of the young master. A month after the incident, the whole world is talking about the genocide of the population, as well as how unknown travelers punished the Zippel family Zippel for inhumane behavior and attitude towards other people. Among the Zippel well-wishers, the news spread like hotcakes, although the article only mentioned Miron's actions independently of the family. The wreckage of a Kozak was found at the scene, proving the involvement of the head of the Zippels. Union Hupester. I was beside myself while the Mage Federation was trying to figure out what had happened. The Emperor personally declared them guilty of the family, which greatly cooled the agitated people. The family of our protagonist, who was exposed by the family, earned a good reputation, and the Zippels, who enlisted the support of the Emperor, became quieter than water, lower than grass, losing their honor and dignity. I haven't heard from them for a long time, and it's clear, because the loss of one of the commanders and the backbone of the military force is quite a blow to the legal capacity. The reporter wrote a message to the young master, saying that at first he thought they only had a battle in mind, but he was wrong. At the same time, a lot of messages fell out directly to them. The girl said that it was all a letter of support, and some even with financial assistance. She was glad that there were so many caring people who wanted to help, because from now on, their prayers were directed to Master Jin. They were the old goddess. He prayed for the very hope that the world would know that he was among the unknown travelers, so that one day the master becomes the vanguard, elevates the family for the rest of the time, and then finally buries that very place of Zippel. By that time, many people were hoping that Kashmir's skills had improved a lot. One of the commanders was watching this and then noticed the incredible appearance of ice. Where does the ice come from in their region? Of course, it was the woman who said that the hand was accidentally trembling, so why did he make such a sour face? The father of our main character told Talaris to stop talking nonsense and answer, because did she really interrupt his meditation for the wedding? Is this a new way of thinking? The woman said that this time she will not joke, while immediately trophies the attack that one of the people made on her. She said they hadn't seen each other in quite some time. Chiron immediately asked for this letter and saw a message saying that Jin had beheaded Muron. The man immediately started talking about the fact that his son's group had support from the other side, that the 7th Tower Master had died as a result of the scuffle. Of course, the father realized that his son was not strong enough to defeat Kozak. He realized that it was most likely the case of the woman in front of him. The woman, in turn, asked her not to look at her like that, because she did not hide anything. Of course, they had a bit of a fight, that it wasn't a good idea to praise Kashmir just for being loyal, even if not to him but to Jin. The man thought for a moment, then said that it was all obvious, because he had put Junior in a dangerous position, so Talaris might consider him in debt. The woman also said that his youngest is also her debtor, but now she said everything. She just asked to think about her offer, because judging by her opinion, their children are wonderfully suitable for each other. Jin at this moment woke up in a cold sweat, as if a chill ran down his back. Many people began to talk about how the residents returned anxious. Did they really get so badly injured? Of course, thanks to the mirror, our main character's magic powers should have increased, so the body wasn't used to it yet, but our main character only realized that he had learned a lot from Colin. That level 6 ball possession skill, level 5 shadow energy, and level 7 magic power, such a sharp increase from the mirror alone. But do not explode, otherwise you risk breaking the seal. They immediately came to Kashmir and told him that Kashmir claimed to have conducted intelligence for him. Kashmir told the man to come up with an excuse because he didn't really want to meet people. But the man said he knew the exact location of one of the 7 Flowers' secret bases. Of course, they could not think who it was, but they went to the window and did not notice a very funny picture that it was a Jet. Then we see Jin talking about being Jet's informant, a lying man who framed Jin more than once. When Jin thinks about it, his fists itch to fill his face. Jin only let him live because he has a son. Jin saw the nervous Jet and thought that something serious must have happened. Kashmir said he had no idea who it was, and then ordered Jet to tell him how he knew about the headquarters. Jet said he was an informant from Arkan. Kashmir asked him if he was involved with testing, and Jet got nervous and said he'd given away information about them. Then he started shouting that he had destroyed them from within in the name of Arkan and freedom. But Kashmir knew that Master Jin had actually done it before coming here. Jin, who was standing to the side, smiled. Kashmir ordered Jet to tell him how he knew about the location of the base because his fate would depend on it. Jet, who was on his knees, said that security is the main guarantee of an informant. Jet, he says, can't share anything until Kashmir accepts him as his own. Kashmir got angry and started yelling at Jet about who gave him the right to set conditions, because one condition of Kashmir and then Jet will not see the light of day. Then Jet shouted out that it wasn't all. He said he knew about the man the 7 Flowers were looking for, the spider-armed Aluk. Kashmir was surprised and said it was interesting. Then Kashmir said that it is difficult to argue with this and turned to the young master. Jet turned around, wondering who this young master was since the Lord of Tikkun was Kashmir. Jet wondered who Kashmir was talking to, and then he saw Jin. Jin said they hadn't seen each other in a while and asked Jet what he'd done with the gift. Jet was scared at first, then called Jin a liar and started crying. Jet began to whine and convince Kashmir that Jin was a fraud, because he was the one posing as Verid and a Zipple. Jet shouted at Kashmir not to trust Jin, or else Tikkun would suffer Tessing's fate. Kashmir lost his temper and had already drawn his sword. But suddenly Murakan came into the room, calling Kashmir a Murakan asked Kashmir in a raised tone how long he could wait and asked him to bring ice cream already. Kashmir said there was a survey going on. Murakan then recognized Jet and asked if it was the same Jet that tried to poison Murakan. Jet was scared and thought that Murakan was the same thug. Jet wondered what Murakan was doing here. Judging by the way Murakan spoke to Kashmir in such a tone and remembered the events in Arkan, Jet assumed, but could not believe, that Murakan obeyed Jin. Jet realized that Jin was the most senior officer here. Jet then suddenly slammed his forehead on the floor, calling Jin Master and Honorable Sir. Judging by his actions, Jin knew it was definitely Jet. Jin ordered us to get down to the Spider-Man case. Jet said that Spider-Hand's real name was Tagan Marius, a former Rankendel cadet. The name Marius was familiar to Jin. Then Jilly turned to Jin and whispered that Timon Marius was the young lady's first nanny. Jin was surprised to hear this. Spider-armed Allah, originally from the kingdom of Delki in the Hupester Alliance, joined the Rankendel service as a cadet. Jet then exclaimed that Aluk's real name was Tagan Marius and it had been erased from the annals of history. Jin started to say something to Jilly, but she immediately replied that his guess was correct. Nanny Timon is also from Delka, and Jin became angry when he realized this. Jin asked Jet when Tagan took the exam. Jet said it was in 1776, exactly 20 years ago. Kashmir, holding a sword to Jet's throat, said that there was a civil war going on in Delki at the time. Kashmir said that they were supposed to be sent to the front lines and asked how a commoner could pass the exam then. Jilly said that if that was the case, Tagan must have been helped by someone in the family. Jin reflected that the only people who had the authority to do this were the purebloods and the Nanas who helped them. In the Rankendel couple, Nanas don't just raise children. Depending on the status of the assigned pureblood, their authority may expand. And 20 years ago, when the Moon Rankendel was considered the temporary head, and the older sister's nanny had almost unlimited power, Jin suggested that if Tagan and Timon were really related, then the one who cursed Jin in a previous life might be Luna. But he decided that Timon might have acted on her own, but he still couldn't figure out why. Jin asked Jet if the source of the information was reliable. Jet swore on his life and said that he personally visited Delki and made sure. Jin said that in that case Jet should lead them, but Jet didn't understand. Then Jin said briefly that they were going to Delki. Jin decided that Timon Marius and Aluk Spiderhand would personally bring them to light. And now we are transported to the kingdom of Delki. Then we see a man hitting another man. This man says that he warned that there will be a delay in the debt. The man who was beaten said that he had nothing to feed his daughter, and if they did not leave him alone, he would inform the authorities. This only angered the man. He said that he was protected by the great Rankandelas. Then a girl with long pink hair told him to slow down. She said that if he continued, no harm would come of it, and called him Garber. The man was scared and nervous. He asked her what she had left here. The man's eyes bled and his veins filled with it. Then the man began to vomit blood. The bald man was horrified by what he saw, blood splattering in all directions. Then a gray-haired masked man appears. He called him a for living like a cockroach, running errands for bandits and being a mother. The bald man begged for mercy. He said he would give everything he needed and not tell anyone. He begged for mercy because he said his daughter was waiting for him. But the gray-haired man in the mask was not happy and called it all a Then he said they didn't need the money. The man started shouting and asking what they needed then. But the gray-haired guy immediately cut off the man's head. The pink-haired girl pulled Mana over. The gray-haired man didn't take the murder seriously. He said it wasn't personal. After all, she should get everything. Then we see Kashmir saying that Marius is a fairly common surname. It can be found in any part of the continent, but only special organizations are allowed to take this name in Delki. Then we learn about the Moon Sacrifice Orphanage. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary orphanage, but in reality it is a school for murderers and spies who are unconditionally loyal to Delki. They say orphans were allowed to form friendships, and then they were forced to kill each other. For children, this is a great shock. Those who survived this horror became murderers. Later, the shop was closed down as the prince won the upper hand in the civil war. Kashmir said that a dozen wards held at that time were released into the people. Aluk died, and the remaining children are still alive. Kashmir gave a stack of documents to Jin and said that all the addresses were there. Jin understood and said that they were going to Delki. Jin thought that this might be a link to the Blade's illusion and the person who cursed Jin. Jin was determined to find out who had cursed him. Then we see Jin go through the teleport gate in Delki's kingdom. Jet looked at the lists and said there was a man named Garber Marius who lived the closest. Jet suspects that he is running errands for the Nelter's local bandits. Jet said that the search would take a long time and suggested that we consider a place to stay for the night. Jin said it was too early, so they would go to the western region, where 3 other people live, and that's where Jin plans to find a place to spend the night. Jet knocked on the door of the house. He called out to see if anyone was there. Jet scratched his head and asked where everyone was, but Jin noticed something. He saw 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, looking down at something. Jin walked over to them and looked down. He saw 2 dead men, one of whom had been decapitated and the other was Garber. Only after seeing this did Jin realize that poison and wind magic were used to kill him. A magical crime in Hupester, which means that criminals have a lot of courage. One of the men shouted that it was all bloody Garber, who was always pretending to be a highwayman, and that's why he played it off. Jin asked the man to repeat the name again. The man asked if they knew Garber, but Jin said he didn't know him and was just wondering whose body it was. Then the man said that Garber often hung around here drunk until dawn, but yesterday the man heard a scream and then saw it. The man said that the one who lies next to him is probably someone's debtor. Jin realized that judging from the fact that the poison was used, Garber was the target, and the other person was eliminated as a witness. Jin found it odd that if the killers had decided to poison them, they would have waited until the target was alone. Then he began to think that there was a rush. Suddenly, he was in shock. He immediately turned to Jet. He asked who was next on the list. Jet replied that the next one was Marius Weatherway, a 2-hour walk away. Jin had a bad feeling about this and said he was going to speed up and try to get there in an hour. Then we are transported to another location and see a man with a bare torso and many scars. Jet and Jin came in and saw it. Jin looked at the dead man and realized that it was the same poison again. Jin analyzed that the man died recently, the skin color and complexion did not change, the poison was homemade. Jin said the killer was the same. Jin said that someone is cleaning up the survivors of Sacrifice of the Moon and is doing it right now, so they decided that they would rather hurry for the next one. They came to the next one, but it was already dead. He was in a pool of blood. Then Jet and Jin hurried on to the next one. They arrived at the scene and saw more corpses. Jin examined the surroundings and realized that these cuts were made by the highest level magic, Hellwind. The concentration of magic in the air is incredible. Jet said they were only too short, and at this rate they would be left with nothing if they weren't the main suspects. Jet asked if he should report it to the authorities, but Jin said they shouldn't, or they'll be questioned, and there's no time for that. Jin might be a backup standard bearer, but he was furious at how they dared to create such a mess in the land of the Rankandle. He decided that he would find the culprits no matter what. Then we're transported to another house, and the girl looks at the list. The same pink-haired girl who killed all these people with her partner. There was only one person left on her list, Den Marius. She said she just got a taste for it. Varys asked her partner how it was that they were all trained the same way, but the others were so worthless. My partner said that training alone is not enough. In the end, they chose these two. The partner said it was obvious that the others were too weak. And now they've reached the last one. They were standing right in front of the door of the house. Varys smiled and said it was time to get this over with. Varys hacked the door open, and the door shattered. They went in, but something was wrong. The house was empty and all the furniture had been knocked over. My partner said he didn't expect this. We see that at this moment, Jin, Jet and a third man, apparently Den, are running away from this house. While they were running, the guy asked if all the natives of the victim of the moon were dead. Jin said you could say that. Someone was one step ahead of Jin and killed the survivors. Hearing this, the guy was scared. Jin said that they killed an order of distance from the space gate, so he and Jet couldn't keep up. According to Jin, the guy with his daughter was saved only because they live farthest away. Den Marius said he was sorry, but Jin's efforts might be in vain. Jin asked why, and Den said that even though enough time had passed, they had endured an inhuman amount of stress. Only two are able to easily get rid of the natives of the victim of the moon, namely Varys and Kyujin. According to Den, they were just incredible. Jin asked if there were 10 survivors left, but Den said that wasn't the case. Den said there were a dozen of their victims of the moon out there, and the two chasing them were monsters raised by him personally. But then there's an explosion behind Den, and he doesn't have time to talk about who Varys and Kyujin were personally raised by. Den fell off his feet. Varys said as she approached that she already thought they'd lost him. She called him little brother and asked him who had told him about their visit, which made Den's heels twinkle. Lying on the floor, Den asked Varys and Kyujin why they were doing this. Kyujin apologized and said there was no time to explain. They've been on their feet since dawn. But suddenly, Varys and Kyujin were struck by lightning from above, but the villains managed to jump away. They were nervous and couldn't figure out where the lightning had come from. Jin stood in front of the fallen Den and said that he had been thinking about who was messing up the cards, but it turned out to be him and Kyujin. Jin said it would take some time to get them to tell them who they were killing on the Runkendel land. Jin realized that the villains weren't even trying to hide, they didn't look even 30 in Jin's opinion. He started analyzing and guessed that the woman was probably a mage around level 8. Jin knew she wasn't one of the Zippels, but he couldn't guess where she'd come from. Varys said it looked like Den had a bodyguard and asked Kyujin how Den knew, but Kyujin said there was no way Den could have found out. Den's defense attorney, on the other hand, clearly knows something. She said they'd make a chop out of Den, interrogate the bodyguard, and rip off a couple of extra limbs. Kyujin told her not to speed up, because Jin doesn't look like a mattress. Varys replied that Kyujin was as cautious as ever. She said that was why no one was giving it to him, and then she attacked Jin with wind magic. But Jin was able to block it. Varys was surprised and couldn't believe what Jin had blocked. She thought she was exhausted for the day. Jin didn't relax. According to his calculations, it was a level 4 magic, Windblade. He decided that since Varys had been fighting since morning, as she had said, she was trying to conserve mana. Kyujin was more concerned about Jin because he uses poisons. Jin saw that Kyujin had a sword, but he was a little surprised because he thought Kyujin was an assassin, but it turned out that he was a swordsman who only used poison. Kyujin's sword gave off a dark green aura. Jin called out to Jet and told him to take Den and get out. Jet was nervous and said he couldn't do it, couldn't leave Jin. But suddenly Kyujin attacked, but Jin managed to block the attack. At that moment, when their swords collided, Jin realized that Kyujin was at least level 8, but Jin was clearly not happy about it. Kyujin realized that Jin was a swordsman mage and told him that Jin's life must be more valuable than the small fry he was guarding. He offered to give Den to them and leave. However, Jin said that he might be more valuable, but he was quite attached and then pushed Kyujin away. Jin ordered Jet not to snap his beak and run, but Jet said he would rather die, so Jin shouted at Jet to stop talking. Jet immediately grabbed Den and started running away with him. Jet said they'd see each other again if Jin survived. Varys had her sights set on Den and didn't plan on letting them go. She yelled at Kyujin to hold Jin while she swatted down the sweet couple. Jin made a lunge, yanking off his cloak as he prepared to blind them. He asked her where she was going without a parting gift. I and Kyujin looked at this ball, and then there was a very bright flash. Kyujin couldn't see anything because he was blinded, and Jin took advantage of this to throw a punch and severely injure Kyujin. Jin saw Kyujin want to attack and managed to jump back in time, thereby dodging the blow. Varys stood rubbing her eyes and asked what it was. She told Kyujin that she couldn't see anything and asked him where he was. She was angry, but even though her eyes were watery and red, she could see something. She saw that Kyujin had a huge wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. When she saw this, she was enraged and a lot of mana was released from her. She was thinking about how Jin dared to hurt Kyujin. Varys shouted that she would kill Jin. Then Kyujin shouted at Varys and she settled down a little. He said that he would take care of himself and asked not to make a big deal out of it. Kyujin said Varys had already overdone it. He asked her not to lose control, because otherwise she would suffer due to the strong counterflow of mana. Jin was a little upset that they didn't fall for it, but still Jin was initially aware of it. Kyujin took a test tube out of his pocket. He opened the stopper, and there was a green liquid in the test tube. Jin was surprised because he didn't know what Kyujin had gotten. It was a terrible energy. Jin couldn't tell if it was energy at all. Kyujin drank what was in that test tube, and then his wounds quickly healed. Jin had never heard of anyone using poison resistance for recovery before. Kyujin threw away the test tube and thought that even though it shortened his life, he could still use this power. Kyujin called Jin a magic swordsman who uses magic as well, and then said that Jin was more annoying than he thought. Kyujin said that he had never seen a swordsman use magic as well. Light source. Although Kyujin is curious, the mission is more important to him. Kyujin said he had changed his mind about taking Jin alive, and then he took off incredibly fast, so fast that even Varys and Jin were shocked. In an instant, Kyujin was in the air behind Jin. Jin quickly turned around and saw Kyujin already flying at him with a sword. Jin had some difficulty, but he was still able to block the attack. He sensed something was wrong and jumped out of the way. A ray of wind magic flew into the place where Jin was standing. Varys continued to attack Jin, but this time with even more projectiles. Jin dodged all the rays as he ran around the battlefield. But suddenly, something else unexpected happened. Jin was once again attacked by Kyujin, but the hero was able to block the attack. Kyujin was a little annoyed by this and couldn't figure out who he was fighting, since Jin's aura was rank 6 and his movements were even better. Kyujin was sure that wasn't all. Jin then smiled and said that he would deal with the mage first, and blue flames started to appear around him. Varys was shocked by the blue flame and exclaimed that it was impossible because Tess had blue flames. At that moment, a stream of blue flames reached her and she screamed in pain as she stayed in it. Kyujin was afraid for his partner and turned in her direction, distracted from the fight. Jin was surprised that Kyujin looked away from him and told him that Kyujin and Varys had a strong friendship. Then, all the shadows started to flock towards Jin. Everything went dark. Kyujin was shocked that it was pitch black and couldn't understand what was going on. Then, in an instant, Jin severely injured Kyujin. Kyujin fell to his knees, and the wounds on his chest were bleeding profusely. Kyujin realized that it wasn't magic or aura, but some dark energy that he had never seen before. Kyujin was desperate and couldn't figure out if it was the blue phoenix first, and that was probably shadow energy. Kyujin realized that he had met a very strange opponent. Kyujin told Jin that he was curious. Kyujin asked if his poison would work on someone like Jin, and we can see that there's a small scratch on Jin's side. Jin was shocked by this. Blood was coming out of his mouth, and the veins on his face were swollen and his face turned a pinkish hue. Jin fell at the same time. Then we see what happened to Varys. She got a lot of burns and was lying unconscious. Kyujin and Jin were lying on the ground. Jin was in a lot of pain, but he knew that he had to hold on or he wouldn't survive. He crawled to his sword and picked it up. Using it as a support, Jin was able to get up. Kajin was also exhausted, but he managed to get to his feet. And so they both stood with their swords in their hands. Suddenly, someone shouted from afar that they had finally found them. He shouted to the prince that he had found something. There were many archers standing there, and their leader ordered them to stand at the ready. He ordered the knights to follow him. The leader shouted that he was the third prince of the Daliki kingdom, Lake Adelki, and then he ordered them to lay down their weapons immediately. Jin assumed Jet had called them. Kyujin took Vers in his arms and told Jin to remember. He said he'd still find Jin. I warned him not to relax. Then Kyujin rode away, and the prince shouted to his subordinates not to miss them. The knights set out in pursuit of Kyujin and Varys to capture them. The prince then pointed a finger at Jin and asked him who he was. The prince came up behind Jin and put a hand on his shoulder, asking if he was in league with Kyujin and Varys. But Jin was so weak that he couldn't keep from sitting down. The prince grabbed Jin and started shouting to the healer that Jin needed help urgently. Jin was lying on the ground thinking that he shouldn't lose consciousness now, but suddenly his eyes closed. Then, he suddenly woke up terrified. He was lying on the bed, sweating profusely, and the prince was sitting across from him, saying that Jin had finally woken up. The prince said that Jin is in his manor as they haven't established the hero's identity, so he's here. Jin asked how much time had passed, and the prince replied that it had been 3 hours. The prince said that the good thing was that Jin didn't die. The poison in his body could kill even a rank 8 martial artist. But when it comes to the Rangandals, that's a different story altogether. Judging by Jin's reaction, the prince realized that the hero in front of him was indeed Jin Rankandal. The prince saw Jin at the banquet. Jin asked about what had happened to the other two. The prince said that although Kyujin was seriously wounded in the chest, they managed to escape from the knights. The prince then asked Jin about how he was lucky enough to suffer at the hands of this monster. The prince was sure that Jin was rank 5 when they first met. Even if Jin grew up, he should be rank 6, so the prince knew that Jin was definitely helped by someone. Jin said that he wanted to thank the prince first. The prince replied that it was fine, since it was only natural to rescue a member of the Runkandle family in Hewfester, even if Jin was a reserve captain. Jin asked him if he had informed the main manor. The prince said he would have died by now if he had done that. As soon as he brought the young master here, very strong people started making trouble in Delki. Jin was surprised and thought that they might be allies from Tikkun. Jin apologized for causing so much trouble. The prince laughed and said that there was nothing wrong with it, but nevertheless asked Jin for a favor. Jin asked Prince Leica about what he wanted. Leica asked Jin that when Jin became the head of the family, he would send more protective knights to the Delki kingdom. And the share of the gold mines of the Delki kingdom that the Rankandle family owns, Leica would like to return some of it. Jin said that Leica seems to have a rather low opinion of Jin's life. Jin said that he would double the number of knights and return all the proceeds from the mines. Hearing this, Leica was shocked. He asked if it was even possible, because this is a lot. Jin asked him not to worry and said that in the future, he would be able to do anything in Hewfester. Leica couldn't understand what this meant. Even though Jin was a reserve captain, he couldn't have such power unless he was going to become the head of the family. Then we see the clock tower, Jilly and Murakan yelling at Jin. Jilly said Jin was making her worry again after the events at Colin. Murakan was angry and asked Jin if he was fighting a mage and an 8th rank knight at the same time, because why would he do that if he didn't want to die? Jin apologized to everyone and said that it wouldn't happen again. While Jin also thought that it was no wonder now that Prince Delki didn't report to the main house. There was also Kashmir and Quickantle. Jin thought that the good thing was that the kingdom was fine. Then Jet came running toward Jin, crying, nose bleeding, and glasses smashed. Jin asked him what had happened to him. Jet said he reported the situation, but Murakan didn't believe him and dismissed him. Then Jin asked Kashmir if he knew what had happened to Dan Marius. Kashmir said that no matter how much they questioned him, Dan refused to say anything until Jin returned. So Jin decided to talk to Dan himself. So they started talking. Jin said he risked his life for Dan and his daughter so he wouldn't beat around the bush. Jin asked Dan about who taught them all, including Kyujin and Varys. Dan shivered and said that it was the first captain of the Rankandle family, Luna Rankandle's nanny, Taemin Marius. Jin was very shocked when he heard this. Dan called out that she was their mother. We then see Taemin shame Kyujin and Varys for worshipping her. She said that not only did they fail the mission, but they also revealed their identities to the magic swordsman. She said they both definitely wanted to die. She told them to get out of her sight. From this day forward, their relationship is over. I asked Ms. Taemin what that meant, if Taemin was just going to get rid of them. Taemin said it was true, the mistake they had made was too big. But Varys didn't want to believe it, and she denied it. She threw herself at Taemin's feet in tears and begged them not to throw them away. She admitted that a mistake was made, but promised that it would not happen again. But Taemin kicked Varys away. Taemin turned around and told them not to look for her anymore. She looked at them and said that she hoped they would stay in good health. At this point, even Kyujin let out a tear. Taemin wasn't too happy about this decision. Then she walked out of the wooden house. Taemin realized that the magic swordsman was definitely young Master Jin. Also the black or shadow energy that person informed her about. Taemin knew that Jin had probably already found some clues that pointed to her. And soon, he and the young lady will start looking for Taemin. Taemin was sure that even if they found out the truth, the young lady wouldn't be able to kill her. What's more important now is information about young Master Jin. Taemin thought. Jin has shadow energy, and even uses magic. About this he probably does not know. Kyujin and Varys were not entirely useless. We flash back to Jin and Den. He asked Jin if he had crossed paths with Tagan. Jin asked Dan if he meant Allah. Jin said he killed him, which surprised Dan. Jin revealed that Tagan was at the head of a criminal gang, and before Jin killed him, Tagan mentioned the man who ordered Jin's murder. Jin decided to make sure and asked Dan if Tagan had talked about Taemin. Dan got nervous, shook, and began to tell the story. Tagan said something when he left Delki 15 years ago. Taemin, Mama made a deal with someone from the Rankandle family with a lot of power. And if things don't go according to plan, their brothers and sisters will be in danger, so you need to be careful. Jin asked if Tagan had talked about the details of the deal. Jin thought about Rankandle, who was higher than Taemin. Then Jin said he had to go. Kashmir asked Jin where he was going. Jin replied that he wanted to meet Luna. We are transported to see Luna drinking tea and talking to the servants. The servants said that everything was fine thanks to Lady Luna. Everyone had recently found a job, so now they were starting to live a normal life. Luna said that the youngest would be happy if he found out about this. Suddenly, Luna sensed something. She realized that Jin was standing at the gate. So Jin is sitting in front of Luna, who is laughing at the top of her voice. Luna laughed at the fact that Taemin raised murderers out of orphans and even ordered them to put a curse on Jin. Luna asked why Taemin would do this to Jin. Luna chuckled and said that it looked like Jin had been misinformed. She said that the babysitter is on vacation right now, so Jin can come back later. Jin turned to his sister and apologized with a rueful look. Suddenly, Luna slammed her fist down on the table and told him not to apologize or act like it was true. But suddenly, when she looked at Jin, her anger disappeared. She saw Jin's regretful and serious look. Luna didn't want to admit it and said that Taemoon must have been framed, and the survivors of the shelter that Jin interviewed might just be lying. Luna then said that if Nanny was really involved with something like this, there must be some reason. Suddenly, an idea came to her and she said that you can't sit idly by, you need to go and check it out. She told Jin they were going to the babysitters. After that, we see Taemoon sitting in a chair and thinking about something. She thinks that since Varys and Kyujin have already revealed themselves, he will deal with them. Taemoon thought that everything was fine, because they were just hunting dogs and she could raise new ones. She couldn't understand how the young master knew about this. She assumed that the mage had made a mistake, but if not, she doesn't know how. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door. The door opened and she saw Jin and Luna. Luna said she would get straight to the point and asked if Taemoon knew Varys Marius and Kyujana Marius. Taemoon's face didn't twitch at all. She replied with a straight face that she knew them. Luna asked Taemoon why she was secretly raising assassins and why they were targeting Jin. Taemoon asked the young lady to listen. Taemoon said that she wasn't the one who gave the order, she was just dumbfounded that her hunting dogs had run into young Master Jin. According to her, that's why she was waiting for the moon. Luna was angry, and she asked Taemoon if she made up such excuses in hopes of being forgiven for raising murderers in secret from Luna. Luna's eyes were filled with tears. Taemoon asked Luna to send her to the family court, because there, as she said, she will explain everything in detail. Luna asked the nanny about how she could try to escape. Luna said that Taemoon seemed so unfamiliar to her right now. Luna just can't understand Taemoon's actions. Luna asked why the nanny can't just explain. Taemoon apologized for hiding it, but the reason she raised them was to survive. Taemoon asked Luna if she had forgotten how many enemies she had in her family. Taemoon said that as a result, they faced daily dangers. Luna asked what Taemoon was talking about, how anyone could dare to attack her people. Taemoon said that Luna didn't know anything. The nanny said that employees in the residence usually change over the course of the year. The nanny asked if Luna knew why. Taemoon said that apart from them, the protector knights and other vassals, all of them only last for a year and sometimes no more than a month. Taemoon asked if Luna had ever wondered why this was happening. The nurse exclaimed that they had all been killed. They were killed by Luna's brothers and sisters, whom she loved so much. Luna told Nanny not to lie, because if it was true, then why didn't Taemoon tell the young lady? The nanny said that she just couldn't, because she knows very well what kind of person she is. The nanny asked Luna if she could kill her siblings if Taemoon told, or at least punish them. The nanny asked if Luna didn't give up the right to inherit just because she didn't want to. Then we flash back and see Luna talking about how she doesn't want to do this anymore, doesn't want to fight for the position of head of the Rankindle family. Nanny said that once Luna gave up on this obsession, all of Luna's people inevitably became victims. Then we flash back 35 years. Taemoon felt absolute power for the first time. In this squalid shelter, Taemoon was destined to become a noble dog, but the Rankindle family recognized her skills and hired her as a nanny. She began to live as a human being, not a scum. The nanny wasn't jealous. On the contrary, she was grateful. The one who gave her this power was this small warm gift, Shiren's firstborn, Luna Rankindle. The other Rankindle children who were born year after year became Luna's rivals. But that wasn't a problem, because the head said that Lady Luna had inherited all the talent. Even when they were young, Luna had won against the entry-level cadets, and she had also defeated Joshua and Runcha, who had tried to defeat her together but couldn't. The nanny then praised Luna and told her to keep up the good work. Luna said that even though she won, she doesn't like fighting because she's just good at it. Although Nanny was worried about Luna's naivete, she was immediately convinced that it was groundless. We see a flashback in which Luna told Joshua not to show his face to her, otherwise she would kill him next time. She also spilled soup on Runcha and was generally violent. She was stronger than all her brothers and sisters, and as time passed, she turned 13 and there was nothing left of the naive moon. The moon has gained credibility. Then even more time passed. It was raining, and Luna and Taemoon were standing outside. Luna said she was tired of everything and just wanted it to stop. She said that she didn't want to become the head of the family by such methods. But then the nanny tried to change Luna's mind, because there is no other choice if she wants to become the head. Luna said that since that was the case, she didn't want it. Luna said that killing siblings for the sake of the family is not an option. For the sake of her family, Luna wants to achieve something new. She said that she would become a sword, that she would be protected. At 19, her long transition period was finally over, and the nanny's revenge came to naught. Taemoon said that the shelter and all the suffering she had experienced in those 20 years, the nanny was going to make Luna the head of the family to use for her revenge. But the moon was the huge white whale of myth. Taemoon was just a stickman circling around her. And that day the nurse got down on one knee and said that she would follow her mistress Luna. On that day, Luna found a new dream, and Taemoon's dream was shattered. Soon after, the moon siblings realized that the young lady had changed and started a hunt. What they had achieved with their madness and obsession was unbearable for the nanny, despite the fact that she was involved in murder. Then Taemoon decided that the lady should not know about this because she would probably start blaming herself and Taemoon how her nanny should stand it. She decided that she should raise her own chain dogs. As before, it is worth selecting useful orphans. But eventually everything changed. We see the nanny tied up and kneeling with one of the flag bearers in front of her. He told her that he needed her skills and loyalty, and if she granted his request, he would give her what she wanted. But the nanny asked me to just kill her. Rankendall told her to finish listening. The standard bearer said that Taemoon always smiles, but he knows what lies behind this fake. He asked her if she wanted to be free and if she despised a princess who knew nothing. The black-haired standard bearer invited her to join him because he gives her real freedom. On that day, a stickman circling a white whale heard the voice of her savior. During this time, Taemoon thought about what would happen if young lady Luna found out about this, what kind of expression her face would take. Taemoon apologized to Luna as we were transported back to reality. She said that she hoped that she would take this secret to the grave. The nanny said that the reason didn't matter because the fact was that she was training the soldiers and allowed them to point their swords at young Master Jin. Nanny said that even though she didn't give a direct order, it was the worst of all deadly sins. Taemoon said that she had to pay for what she had done, just as the soldiers entered the room. The nanny has already reported her actions to the main manor. Jin was surprised by the arrival of the family's executioner knights. He realized that Taemoon was one step ahead. Taemoon went down to the knights and followed them. Jin told her that she seemed to trust someone implicitly. Jin said he didn't know who was supporting her, but there weren't many people with the power to save the nanny from the family court. Taemoon said that Jin was saying incoherent things because she only had Lady Moon. The nanny started to say that even if they wanted to execute her, she would be humble, but Jin interrupted her and said that it was unfortunate. After all, for someone who is already ready to die, she talks too much. Jin asked her, for someone connected to that person, if she thought they would get into a situation just because Taemoon did whatever they were told. The nanny was surprised and said that if Jin had nothing more to say, she would go. Just as Taemoon thought, Jin wasn't just lucky enough to get this far. She knew that Jin was right, that maybe that person had really left her. But she has information about young Master Jin. Taemoon hoped that this information would save her, if she uses it to make a deal. But suddenly a knight interrupted her and told her that that person had delivered the message. Well done, the executioner said, and drew his sword. He was about to attack the nanny, but suddenly the moon intervened and prevented him. The executioner knights were surprised. Luna asked about how an ordinary hangman knight who was supposed to accompany the defendant dared to try to kill her nanny. She was furious and said that the executioners must have forgotten who was in front of them. The executioner knights felt the incredible pressure and aura of the moon. Jin realized that it had happened after all. The executioner knights couldn't handle Taemoon, even though she had cut off her tails. They won't let up just like that, because they're hounds. The executioner knights charged at the nanny. Jin realized that they would pursue her even if they had to die. Jin also intervened and killed one of the executioner knights. Then he killed the second one. But at that moment, two executioners broke through, and Jin wouldn't have had time to stop them. Suddenly Luna threw her sword at the executioners and cut them in two. But suddenly the nurse was afraid, because she was attacked by the executioner, who almost hit her. But Luna grabbed his head, and so hit him on the floor. The executioner decided to quietly attack the moon with his small dagger, but the moon broke the blade of that dagger. The executioner was shocked by this. Luna broke his arm and he screamed in pain. The nanny who was standing to the side was trembling. Jin and Luna dealt with all but one of the executioners. Jin said he was right. He told the nanny that her master wasn't going to save her. Meanwhile, Luna decided to question the executioner and said that if he wanted a peaceful death, he must answer her questions clearly. But suddenly Luna was horrified by something. She removed the executioner's mask and his face was terrible. His mouth was bleeding. Jin said that the executioner took poison so they couldn't interrogate him. Jin told the nanny that he didn't think she would ignore the circumstances. He told Taemoon to tell them everything, but she was very nervous and sweating profusely. Luna asked the nanny about how even when Luna asked her to find out which of their relatives was targeting Jin, the nanny just lied. Luna tearfully asked her how she could do this to her. Taemoon laughed and then said that she knew this would happen, but she seems to have aged too much. The nanny's mouth was bleeding a little, and the nanny was holding her shoulder. Taemoon fell under such a simple attack. At that moment, Luna understood and became very worried. She rushed to the nurse, who was too weak. The nanny started to say something, but immediately started coughing up blood. Luna told the nanny not to tell because the poison would spread. Taemun said Kyujin gave her the poison, which she found ironic. The nanny said it was too late to try to save her. At the same time, she was thinking that this was probably called karma. Luna sobbed and screamed that she didn't want to do this. Taemun was lying on Luna's lap, who was screaming that she didn't want this. Taemun thought about how she didn't want to die. Wants to beg for forgiveness from Lady Luna so that she can survive. Nanny wanted to stay with Luna as long as possible. She wondered at what point everything had gone wrong. She remembered being offered her freedom and realized that that was when everything went wrong. At a time when her priority was revenge, not Lady Luna. That's when it all started. She decided that at least in her last moments, for Luna's sake. Then, she spoke up and asked young Master Jin and young mistress to listen carefully. The nanny said she wouldn't pay for her sins even if she told them everything, but she wanted them to know. The mage who cursed Jin 15 years ago was Kadart Hall. She said that many people knew about him, so Jin would find him quickly. She also said that the person she ordered to make a deal with was him. The one she ordered to kill the young master was Joshua Rankhandle, the second captain. Jin was furious when he heard this. Taemun said that Joshua knows about Jin's power and the contract. Then she coughed violently again. Taemun once again apologized to Lady Moon for letting her down, because she should have told Luna earlier. Nanny realized that to say that she had given up all this for the sake of the moon would be a mistake. She held out her trembling hand to the moon and asked. She began to remember all the moments in her life, how she had been praised for winning battles and how she had raised Luna when she was still a baby. Taemun placed her hand on Luna's face and asked her not to carry the memory of the fallen man for too long. Her hand slowly left Luna's face, but Luna managed to catch the nanny's falling hand. Luna gave the now dead nanny a final hug and continued to cry. Then we are transported to the castle. We see Joshua put out his cigarette. He thought about Taemun Marius and said that she should have died a decent death. Then, his subordinates reported that Taemun's subordinates had come to meet him. Joshua ordered them in, the two of them being Kyujin and Varys. After entering the office, I and Kyujin knelt down on one knee. Joshua said that according to Taemun, she gave up on the two of them. He asked why they were here. Varys said they would do anything. Varys screamed and begged them to change her mind because they couldn't work without her. Kyujin asked her to stop, but she kept asking Mr. Joshua. She screamed that she would do anything to get Joshua to help them. Joshua stood up in silence and continued to stare at them. He began to approach them and address them by name. He put his hand on Varys' hair and knelt down, saying that he was sorry to be unable to comply with their request. He said they didn't seem to have heard about it yet. He said that Taemun drove them away rather suddenly. She didn't do it out of hatred, but to save them. Joshua then said that Taemun was killed by a magical swordsman, whose identity Joshua doesn't know. Joshua blatantly lied about Taemun, saying she was in danger and asking for help. Joshua assured them that he had dispatched 5 executioner knights, and all of them, including Taemun, were killed. Hearing this, Kyujin and Varys were filled with anger and hatred. Kyujin asked Joshua about who the magic swordsman was. Meanwhile, Varys was filled with hatred and only thought that she wanted to kill the magic swordsman. Joshua said that this swordsman was known to be a soldierate contractor. There is no other information about it yet. Joshua said he didn't know where he was from or who he was connected to. Kyujin shouted that he would find him and avenge his mother. Joshua said that he understood how they were feeling right now, but this wasn't the time for that. Joshua said that one day the swordsman would come to Nim, and before that, they would have to wait. Joshua asked if they could trust him and be patient, because Joshua also had to get even with the swordsman. They thanked Mr. Joshua and asked him to let them handle it. Joshua himself reflected that it was a errand to avenge his mother. But still, Joshua admitted that she raised beautiful dogs, and the youngest helped, getting rid of Taemun in advance. He was glad, because there was no better gift for him. Suddenly, someone was knocking on the door and asked for permission to enter, saying that it was urgent. The knight whispered something in Joshua's ear. Kyujin asked him what had happened, and Joshua apologized. He said they had to go back today. Joshua promised to prepare a place for them, and ordered them to stay there and wait for him to contact them. They wanted to offer help, but he immediately declined the offer. He said it was a matter of 7 rankandelas. Meanwhile, the moon was furiously smashing everything in its path. The knight asked her what she was trying to achieve. She shut up and told him that she would ask the questions here. She asked where Joshua was. He asked her to stop because she violates the family rules. She took him by the neck, and then she said that he didn't even dare to talk about the rules in front of her. Luna called out that as the first captain, she was ordering them to do what they were supposed to do, and she would do what she had come to do. But the knights did not agree with this and ran at her. She drew her sword and knocked down the knights with just her aura, her eyes glowing pink. She asked if that was all. She told them to get out of here before her patience ran out. Then Joshua said that this is where Big Sister is. Joshua came out and asked what was the reason for this sudden visit. and without a single warning. He said she didn't look well. Joshua was surrounded by a large number of black knights. She said he was just worthless. He is afraid of the moon, which is why he stands behind the black knights. She asked him why, if he really thought she was here to kill him. Joshua laughed and said that there was no need to talk about such terrible things. Meanwhile, it began to rain. Joshua said something unpleasant seemed to have happened and asked her to tell him what had happened if she was okay. He said they were family after all and he would listen to her. She was beside herself with hatred. This was exactly what Joshua wanted. He was thinking about the fact that one of her younger brothers that she wanted to kill was right in front of her. He wanted her to break free and use her sword. He was sure that his family would be on his side. But Lona exhaled heavily and put the sword back down. She told her junior that she was sorry, but she wouldn't kill him today. She'd just come to warn him because she was still a little worried about Joshua. She said that when that kid came back, Joshua wouldn't be able to handle him. So she said that if Joshua was planning to keep hiding like he did today, he'd better think about running away. Otherwise, he will regret not dying today. Joshua said it was very unfortunate, because she used to be the pride of the family, but now she's talking some nonsense. Luna said it was a pity that Joshua really hadn't changed a bit since he was a kid. And so the doors closed, and the moon went out in the rain. Joshua watched her go, hoping that she would continue to stand on the sidelines. Joshua thought about leaving her now because of the Zippel family, but when it was all over and Rankandel was his, she would be the first person he would get rid of. Then we see Jin meet Luna and ask if she was injured. She said she wasn't hurt and everything was fine. She thanked Jin because it was thanks to him that she was able to restrain herself. Jin said that Joshua wanted to use the moon. Just like Jin said, Joshua was provoking Luna and hiding behind the Black Knights. Jin was a little surprised by the Black Knights. After all, among the numerous knights of the family, the top 10 are selected for this squad. They only report to their father and mother, so Jin wondered what they were doing at Joshua's. Jin doesn't know how Joshua convinced them, but the fact remains. As Luna walked, she came to a small cross that sticks out of the ground. Jin said it was a terrible poison that destroys even a corpse. Luna said she couldn't bury the nanny properly. Luna imagined the poison being used on her people, but she didn't want to believe it. Luna said that if Taemoon found the people who held her dear and betrayed them, Luna would understand her a little. But then she immediately said that it was wrong and that it was her fault. Luna said that she should have helped the nanny because in her opinion then nothing would have happened. Jin just looked at it with annoyance and thought that even though Nanny had betrayed Luna, Taemoon was Luna's real family, and her brother Joshua had become her sworn enemy. Jin wondered who could help Luna now. Suddenly, Luna started talking about her youth. She said she didn't like competing with her siblings. Then she said that she was afraid because the hostility between purebloods goes back a long way. Luna was afraid to repeat the fate of her ancestors. Jin said that's why Luna became the protector of the family, because none of them died yet. Luna said that she was able to achieve this, but now she realized that she just ran away out of fear. According to her, now she is paying the price for her cowardice. She then stated that there would be no more sword protecting the family. Jin was surprised to hear this. Luna took out her sword and slammed it into the ground. She said that if anyone was against Jin, she would kill them, she would destroy everything that threatened him. From now on, her sword belongs to Jin. She got down on one knee in front of Jin. At the same time, she thought that it was all her fault. She thinks she could have prevented what happened between the nanny and Joshua. She decided that she would help Jin even if she had to turn her back on everyone else. Luna said that was the price for her cowardice. Jin also stuck his sword in the ground and said that he would be with Luna, stop those who threaten her. If necessary, he is ready to kill other brothers. He asked her if she remembered, and then said that no matter what she did or who she became, Jin would always support her. Luna almost burst into tears when she heard this. She remembered those words she had said to him a long time ago. Jin hugged Luna and said that when he became the standard bearer, he would protect her. After all, they are a family. Luna burst into tears and thought about how her little brother was her family. She is ready to give him everything and make him the next head. Then we see Mirakin fuming after learning that they used a magician and cast a curse. Jilly wanted to argue, but she stopped herself in time and apologized. But then Mirakin told her to repeat after him and taught her. Jilly asked why Joshua wanted to hurt Jin. Jin replied that there were many reasons, but more importantly, he was not doing anything, even though he knew about Jin's contract with Solderit. Jilly said that Joshua had violated the ban and tried to harm Jin in Storm Castle, but he didn't act in the main manner. Jin said that they should find out the reason together. At the same time, Jin suggested that Joshua needed Jin's contract. Considering what happened with Enya, Zippels can steal contracts with the gods, but even Joshua wouldn't mess with them. This means that there may still be ways to steal contracts. Kashmir came into the room and said that he had found what Jin had asked him for. Jin wasn't pleasantly surprised that Kashmir did it so quickly. Kashmir said that the person in the photo is quite a famous magician. He is now in Meltador in the east of the continent. He opened an academy for magicians and started using the pseudonym Emil. Kashmir said that the man seemed to be studying some type of magic right now. After reading the report, Jin turned to Kashmir, Gilly, and Murakan and said that he had a request for them. He asked me not to look for him for about 3 months. Then we are transported to a certain bar. In this bar, there was a man wearing a white cloak and carrying a staff, who was most likely the mage Kashmir and Jin were talking about. We also see a man in a raincoat enter the bar. He was carrying a staff and wearing a hooded cape. He went up to the wizard, excused himself, and asked if he was Sir Emil. Emil asked the guy in the raincoat who he was. The guy replied that his name was Hufel and he was an ambitious magician. Hufel said that he was on his way to the Meltador Academy, but found out that Emil was here and wanted to meet. Meanwhile, everyone in the establishment was looking at the two of them. Emil slammed his fist down on the table, then yelled at all the customers for staring, calling them insects. He revealed that he was going to use magic as well and told them all to disappear before he crippled them. Everyone immediately left the place. Emil asked Hufel who he was. Hufel replied that it was as he had said, but Emil interrupted him. Emil said stop. Emil said that Hufel's body has handled a sword all his life, but he has a rank 7 magic. Emil chuckled and said that Hufel seemed to have underestimated him. Emil scowled and told Hufel to answer, or else the man would never be able to use magic again. Hufel realized that the jokes were bad and decided to introduce himself again. He took off his hood and revealed his bright orange hair. He said his name was Hufel Hister and he was the last survivor of the Hister family. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.